XXXVII. The presentation. Versailles, like everything really great, is and will long be a fair and lovely scene. Though moss should cover its mouldering walls, though its gods of marble, bronze, and lead should lie shattered around their broken fountains, though its broad alleys of clipped trees should remain in all the wild luxuriance of nature, though it should become but a heap of ruins, it will always present to the thinker and the poet a great and touching spectacle. Let such look from its circle of ephemeral splendor to the eternal horizon beyond, and it will be long ere thought and fancy sink to rest again. But it was, above all, in its days of pomp and splendor that Versailles was fairest to look upon. When its gay and thoughtless population, restrained by a crowd of soldiers still more gay than themselves, thronged its gilded gates. When carriages lined with velvet and satin, blazoned with armorial bearings, thundered over its pavements at the full speed of their prancing steeds, when every window, blazing with light, like those of an enchanted palace, exposed to view the moving throng, radiant with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and bending to the gesture of one man, as bends before the wind a field of golden corn, with its bright flowers of crimson, white, and blue, yes. Versailles was brilliant indeed when its gates sent forth couriers to all the powers of the earth, when kings, princes, nobles, generals, learned men from all parts of the civilized world trod its rich carpets and its inlaid floors. But when, for some great ceremony, all its furniture was displayed and its sumptuousness doubled by the magic of 1,000 lights, even the coldest imagination must have glowed on beholding what human invention and human power could do. Such was the ceremony observed on the reception of an ambassador, or the presentation of the nobles attending the court. Louis XIV. The creator of etiquette, a system which shut up each individual within bounds beyond which he could not pass, desired that the favored few, initiated into the magnificence of his regal life, should be struck with such veneration that ever afterward they could only regard the palace as a temple, and the king as its presiding deity, to whose presence some had the right of approaching nearer than others. Versailles, then, still magnificent, although already showing symptoms of degeneration, had opened all its doors, lighted all its chandeliers, and exhibited all its splendor for the presentation of Madame du Barry. The people, inquisitive, though hungry and wretched, forgetting, strange anomaly, both their hunger and wretchedness, that they might gaze on so much grandeur, filled the Place d'Armes and the avenues leading to the palace. Every window of the chateau poured out floods of light, and the lustres from a distance looked like stars gleaming in an atmosphere of golden dust. The king left his private apartments exactly at 10. He was dressed rather more richly than usual. That is, his lace was finer, and the buckles alone of his garters and his shoes were worth 1,000,000. The Count de Sardins had informed him of the conspiracy entered into by the ladies the evening before, so that there was a shade of anxiety on his brow, and he trembled lest he should see only gentlemen in the grand saloon. But he was soon reassured, when, on entering the saloon set apart for presentations, he saw, amid a cloud of lace and powder, mingled with the blaze of diamonds, first, his 3 daughters, then the Marchioness de Mirepoix, who had talked so loudly among the plotters, in short, all the turbulent spirits who had sworn not to come were there. Marshal Richelieu, like a general on the eve of an engagement, hurried from one to another, saying to this one, "Ah, I have caught you, perfidious one," whispering to another, "I was certain you would not keep your oath." And to a third, "Remember what I told you about conspiracies." "But, Marshal," replied the ladies, "you are here yourself." "Oh, I represent my daughter. I represent the Countess d'Egmont. Look around, you will not find Septimony. She alone has kept faith with the Duchess de Gramont and the Princess de Guémeny, so I am pretty certain what my fate will be. Tomorrow I shall enter on my 5th banishment or my 4th trip to the Bastille. Most certainly I shall never again conspire." The king entered. There was a profound silence, during which 10 o'clock struck, the hour fixed for the ceremony. His Majesty was surrounded by a numerous court, and was attended by about 50 gentlemen, who not having sworn to come to the presentation, were, probably, for that reason present. The king observed, at the first glance, that the Duchess de Gramont, the Princess de Guémeny, and the Countess d'Egmont were wanting in this splendid assembly. He approached the Duc de Choiseul, who affected great calmness, but in spite of all his efforts was somewhat disturbed. "I do not see the Duchess de Gramont here," said the king. "Sire, my sister is ill," replied the Duc de Choiseul, "and desired me to present her very humble respects to your majesty." "So much the worse," said the king, and he turned his back on the duke. In doing so, he found himself face to face with the Prince de Guémeny. "And the Princess de Guémeny," said he, "where is she? Have you not brought her, Prince?" "It was impossible, sire. When I called at her hotel, in order to accompany her here, I found her in bed." "Oh! So much the worse, so much the worse," said the king. "Ah, here is the Marshal." "Good evening, Marshal." The old courtier bowed with all the suppleness of a youth. "You are not ill, at least?" said the king, loud enough for de Choiseul and de Guémeny to hear him. "Whenever, sire, I have in prospect the happiness of seeing your majesty, I am perfectly well," replied Richelieu. "But," said the king, looking round, "I do not see your daughter, the Countess d'Egmont. How comes it that she is not here?" The duke's features assumed an expression of deep regret. "Alas! Sire, my poor daughter is really not able to lay her humble homage at your majesty's feet, this evening, above all others. Ill, sire, ill." "So much the worse," said the king. "Ill. The Countess d'Egmont, who enjoys the finest health in France." "So much the worse, so much the worse." And the king left the Marshal as he had left M. de Choiseul and M. de Guémeny. Then he completed the circuit of the saloon, and particularly complimented the Marchioness de Mirepoix, who did not feel altogether at her ease. "You see what the price of treachery is," whispered the Marshal in her ear. "Tomorrow you will be loaded with honors, while I shudder to think of it," and he sighed. "But I think you have rather betrayed the Choiseuls yourself, since you are here, and yet you swore." "For my daughter, for my poor Septimony, Marchioness, she will be disgraced for being too faithful to her father," replied the Marchioness. The Marshal pretended not to hear this remark, which might have passed for an epigram. "Do you not think," said he, "that the king is uneasy?" "I think he has reason to be so. It is 10:15. "True, and the Countess is not here. Shall I tell you what I think?" "Yes. I have some fears." "Fears about what?" "Fears that something disagreeable may have happened to that poor Countess." "You know whether I am right or not, Marchioness?" How should I know?" "Yes, you were up to the neck in the conspiracy." "Well, I may tell you in confidence, Marshal, that I cannot help sharing your fears." "Oh, our friend the Duchess is a fierce antagonist. She has fled, and like the Parthians, she wounds in fleeing. See how restless the Duc de Choiseul is, although he wishes to appear calm, he cannot stay a moment in one position, and he keeps his eye always on the king. Come, confess that there is some plot in the wind." "I know nothing of it, Duke, but like you, I have suspicions." "But what can they gain by their plot?" "Time, my dear Marshal, and you know the proverb, he who gains time, gains all. Tomorrow something may occur to put off the presentation. The Dauphiness may reach Compiegne tomorrow instead of 4 days hence, perhaps they only wished to gain tomorrow. Do you know, Marchioness, this little tale of yours has all the appearance of truth. There is no sign of her coming. And see, the king is becoming impatient. That is the 3rd time he has approached the window, he is really annoyed. Things will be much worse presently." "How so?" "It is 20 minutes past 10, is it not?" "Yes." "Then I may now tell you." "What?" The Marchioness looked around, then whispered, "She will not come." "Oh, heavens! But, Marchioness, it will be a scandalous affair. It will perhaps cause a lawsuit, a criminal suit. I know from good authority that there will be in the case robbery, abduction, treason. The Choiseuls have played a bold game. Very imprudent in them. Passion rendered them blind. You see what an advantage we have over them in not being governed by our passions. We are cool, and can look at things calmly. Observe, the king is going again to the window. Gloomy, anxious, and irritated, Louis had drawn near a window, leaned his head on a carved frame, and pressed his forehead to the cool glass. During this time the conversation of the courtiers sounded like the rustling of the leaves of a forest before a tempest. All eyes wandered from the king to the timepiece, and from the timepiece to the king. The half-hour struck, the clear, vibrating sound died away in the vast saloon. M. de Maupeou approached the king. "Delightful weather, sire," said he, timidly. "Very fine, very fine. Do you understand anything of this matter, Monsieur de Maupeou?" "Of what, sire?" "About this delay, the poor countess." "She must be ill, sire," replied the chancellor. "I can comprehend that the Duchess de Gramont may be ill, that the Princess de Guémeny may be ill, that the Countess d'Egmont may be ill, but not that she should be ill. Sire, very great emotion often causes illness, and the Countess's joy was so great." "Ah! There is no longer any hope," said Louis, shaking his head, "she will not come now." Although the king had uttered these words in a low voice, there was so profound a silence in the saloon that everyone heard them. No one, however, had time to reply, even in thought, for just then the noise of a carriage was heard in the court of the palace. All heads moved, eyes interrogated eyes. The king came forward to the middle of the saloon, that, through the open doors, he might see the whole length of the gallery. "I am afraid," whispered the Marchioness to the Marshal, with a meaning smile, "that some bad news is coming." But suddenly the king's face brightened, and his eyes flashed with pleasure. "The Countess Dubarry." "The Countess de Béarn," cried the usher to the Grand Master of Ceremonies. These two names made all hearts beat, many with very opposite emotions. A crowd of courtiers, impelled by ungovernable curiosity, drew near the king. The Marchioness de Mirepoix was nearest him. Clasping her hands, she exclaimed, as if ready to fall down and worship, "Oh, how beautiful she is! How beautiful she is!" The king turned a gracious smile on her. "She is not a woman," said Richelieu, "she is a fairy." The king sent the remainder of the smile in the direction of the old courtier. In fact, the countess never had appeared more lovely. Never had such a perfect representation of gentle agitation and modesty, never had a more charming figure or more noble carriage, graced the Queen's saloon at Versailles, which, nevertheless, as we have said, was the saloon of presentations. Lovely in the extreme, dressed with the most perfect taste, and above all, her hair dressed exquisitely, the Countess advanced, conducted by Madame de Béarn, who, notwithstanding her suffering, did not betray it by the slightest gesture. Yet every movement caused each fibre of her frame to quiver, while from her dry and fevered cheeks the rouge dropped atom by atom. Every eye was fixed upon the pair who represented such a strange contrast. The old lady, her neck uncovered, as in the time of her youth, her headdress standing up a foot above her head, and her large eyes glittering in their deep sockets like those of an osprey, seemed, in her splendid dress, with her skeleton appearance, the type of the past leading forward the present. So striking was the contrast that it seemed to the king as if his favorite had never looked so beautiful as now, when receiving her from the hand of the old Countess de Béarn. Just as the countess, according to the etiquette, sunk on her knees to kiss the king's hand, Louis seized her arm, raised her up, and in a few words rewarded her for all she had suffered during the last fortnight. "You, at my feet, Countess," said he. "It is I who should be, and who always wish, to be, at yours." Then he extended his arms to her, following the usual ceremonial, but on this occasion the embrace was not a pretended, but a real, one. "You have a lovely goddaughter, madam," said the king to the Countess de Béarn, "but she has as noble a chaperone, and one whom I rejoice to see again in my court." The old lady bowed. "Go and pay your respects to my daughters," whispered the king to Madame Dubarry, "and show them that you know how to make a courtesy. I hope you will have cause to be satisfied with their reception of you." The two ladies advanced in the space which was formed around them, while the eager looks of all followed every movement which they made. The king's three daughters, seeing them approach, rose as if moved by springs, and remained standing. Their father fixed a look on them which commanded them to be polite. The princesses, a little agitated, returned Madame Du Barry's courtesy, which she made much lower than etiquette demanded, and this they thought such good taste that they embraced her as the king had done, and delighted him by their cordiality. From that moment the countess's success became a triumph, and the slower and less adroit courtiers had to wait an hour before they could get their bow made to the queen of the night. She, free from coldness or any feelings of recrimination, received all advances favorably, and seemed to forget all the treachery used against her. Nor was this mere pretense. For her heart was too full of joy to be anything but magnanimous, or to have room for a single unamiable feeling. Marshal Richelieu showed a knowledge of tactics worthy of the victor of Mahon. While vulgar courtiers waited in their places, the result of the presentation, in order to decide whether they should offer incense to the idol or turn their backs on her, he took up a position behind the countess's chair. Like a fugleman who serves as a guide by which to deploy a troop of cavalry on a given point. The result was that at last he found himself close to Madame Du Barry, without being troubled by the crowd. The Marchioness de Mirepoix knew that her old friend had been successful in war. She therefore imitated his tactics, and gradually drew her seat near that of the favorite. Conversation now commenced among the different groups. The countess was criticized from head to foot. She, supported by the love of the king, by the gracious reception of the princesses, and by the high rank of the lady who had presented her, looked round less timidly on the men, and sought out her enemies among the women. An opaque body obscured her view. "Ah! Marshal Richelieu," said she, "I was obliged to come here in order to meet you." "How so, madam? Is it not 8 days since I have seen you, either at Versailles, or in Paris, or at Lucien's?" "I wish to render the pleasure greater of seeing you here this evening," replied the old courtier. "You guessed that I should be here?" "I was certain of it." "Oh, Marshal, you knew it, and you did not tell your poor friend who knew nothing about it." "What? Madam, you did not know that you were to be here?" "No, I was like Aesop when a magistrate arrested him in the street. Where are you going?" said he. "I don't know," replied the fabulist. "Then you shall go to prison," the other replied. "You see plainly," said Aesop, "that I did not know where I was going. In like manner, Duke, I had some idea that I should go to Versailles, but I was not sure. That is why you would have done me a great service had you come and told me that I should be here. But you will come to see me now, will you not?" "Madam," replied Richelieu, without being moved by her raillery, "I really do not understand how it was that you were not sure of being here." "I shall tell you, it was because snares were laid on all sides for me." And she looked steadily at him, but he bore her look without wincing. "Snares? Good heavens! How could that be?" "First, they stole my hairdresser." "Stole your hairdresser?" "Yes. But why did you not inform me?" "I could have sent you, but let us speak low, I could have sent you a treasure. My daughter, Madame d'Egmont, found him out. He is quite a superior artist to all others, even the royal hairdressers, my little Leonard." "Leonard?" cried Madame Du Barry. "Yes, a young man whom she hides from every one. But you have no reason to complain, Countess, your hair is charmingly dressed. And, singular enough, the design is exactly like the sketch which the Countess d'Egmont ordered from Boucher for her own headdress, and which she intended to have used this evening had she not been ill. Poor Septimony!" The Countess started, and again fixed a searching look upon the Marshal, but he continued smiling and impenetrable. "But pardon me, Countess, for interrupting you," said he, "you were speaking of snares." "Yes, after having carried off my hairdresser, they stole my dress, a most beautiful dress." "How shocking! However, it was not of much consequence, as you had another dress so wonderfully beautiful as that you wear. It is Chinese silk, with flowers embroidered on it." Well, if you had applied to me in your trouble, as you must always do for the future, I could have sent you a dress which my daughter had ordered so like that I could swear it was the same. Madame du Barry seized both the Duke's hands, for she now began to suspect who was the enchanter who had befriended her in her difficulties. "Do you know in whose carriage I came, Marshal?" said she. "In your own, no doubt." "No, they stole my carriage as well as my hairdresser." "Why, it was a regular ambuscade." "In whose carriage, then, did you come? Will you tell me first what the Countess d'Egmont's carriage is like?" I think that for this evening she had ordered one lined with white satin, but there was not time to paint the coat of arms. "Yes," exclaimed the Countess, "and they substituted a rose instead." "Marshal, Marshal, you are an adorable man." And she held out to him both her hands, which he covered with kisses. All at once he felt her start. "What is the matter, Countess?" inquired he, looking round. "Marshal," said the Countess, with an alarmed air, "who is that man near the Prince de Guémeny? In a Prussian uniform?" "Yes, the dark man with black eyes, and such an expressive countenance. He is some officer of rank, Countess, whom his Prussian Majesty has sent, no doubt, to do honor to your presentation." "Do not jest, Marshal. I know that man. He was in France 3 or 4 years ago. I have sought him everywhere, but could never discover him." "I think you must be mistaken, Countess. He is the Count de Fenix, a foreigner, and only arrived in France yesterday or the day before. Observe how he looks at me. Every one looks at you, you are so beautiful. He bows to me, do you see him? Every one bows to you, at least all who have not already done so." But the Countess, who seemed greatly agitated, paid no attention to the Duke's gallant speeches, but kept her eyes riveted on the stranger who had attracted her attention. Then rising, as if involuntarily, she advanced a few steps toward the unknown. The king, who kept his eye fixed on her, observed this movement, and thought that she desired to be near him. And as etiquette had been sufficiently attended to in keeping so long from her side, he approached to congratulate her on her success. Her thoughts were, however, too much engaged to be turned from their object. "Sire," said she, "who is that Prussian officer with his back to the Prince de Guémeny?" "And who is looking at us this moment?" asked the king. "Yes. That strongly marked face, that square head, framed, as it were, in the gold collar?" "Yes, yes, the same. He is an accredited agent of my cousin of Prussia, some philosopher like himself, I think. I desired him to be here this evening, as I wished Prussian philosophy to enhance, by its ambassador, the triumph of Cardinal III. But what is his name, sire? Let me think. Ah. Yes, the Count De Fenix. It is the same, murmured she to herself. Yes, I am sure it is he. The king waited a few minutes, in order to give Madame du Barry time to ask further questions if she wished to do so. But finding that she did not speak, he said, in a loud voice, "Ladies, Her Royal Highness, the Dauphiness, will arrive tomorrow at Compiegne. We shall meet her precisely at noon. All the ladies who have been presented will go, except, however, those who are ill, for the journey might be fatiguing, and Her Royal Highness would be sorry to aggravate their indisposition." As the king pronounced these words, he looked sternly at the Duc de Choiseul, the Prince de Guémeny, and the Marshal de Richelieu. There was a profound silence. Every one understood the meaning of the royal words. They carried disgrace in their front. "Sire," said Madame du Barry, who had remained near the king, "may I request your gracious pardon for the Countess d'Egmont?" "Why so, may I ask?" "Because she is the daughter of Marshal Richelieu, who is my most faithful friend." "Richelieu?" "I am certain he is, sire." "I shall do what you wish, Countess," said the king. The king then approached the marshal, who had watched every movement of the countess's lips, and if he had not heard her words, had at least guessed their meaning. "I hope, my dear marshal," said he, "that the Countess d'Egmont will be better tomorrow." "Certainly, sire, if your majesty desire it, she will even come out this evening." And Richelieu made a bow which expressed at once respect and gratitude. The king then whispered a word in the countess's ear. "Sire," replied she, with a courtesy accompanied by a charming smile, "I am your majesty's obedient servant." The king, by a wave of his hand, saluted all the assembly and retired. Scarcely had he crossed the threshold when the countess's eyes turned again on the singular man who had before attracted her so strongly. This man bowed like the rest as the king passed along, but even as he bowed there was something haughty, almost threatening, in the expression of his countenance. When Louis XV had disappeared, he made way for himself through the different groups, and stopped within 2 paces of Madame du Barry. The countess, attracted by an inexpressible curiosity, made 1 step forward, so that, as the unknown bowed to her, he could say in a low voice, so as not to be overheard, "Do you know me again, mesdames?" "Yes, sir. You are the prophet whom I met in the place Louis XV. The stranger fixed his clear, penetrating glance on her. "Well, did I speak falsely, madam, when I predicted you should be Queen of France?" "No, sir. Your prediction is accomplished, or at least nearly so, and I am ready to fulfill my part of the engagement." "Speak, sir, what do you desire?" "This place is ill chosen for such a purpose. Besides, the moment for me to make my request is not yet come. Whenever it does come, you will find me ready to grant it. May I, at any time, in any place, at any hour, have liberty to be admitted to your presence?" "I promise it." "Thanks. But under what name shall I expect you?" "Under that of the Count De Fenix." "No, under that of Joseph Balsamo." "Joseph Balsamo," repeated the countess to herself, while the mysterious stranger disappeared among the groups of courtiers. "Joseph Balsamo, I shall not forget it." XXXIX, Compiegne. The following morning Compiegne awoke, transported, intoxicated with joy, or, rather, to be more exact, Compiegne never went to rest. The evening before the first detachment of the king's guards had entered the town, and while the officers took up their position, the magistrates, assisted by the Lord High Steward and other functionaries, prepared the town for the distinguished honor which was to be conferred on it. Triumphal arches, composed of evergreens, roses, and lilacs, inscriptions in Latin, French, and German, composition in verse and prose, occupied the submagistracy of Picardy from night till morn. Young girls, dressed in white, according to immemorial usage, municipal officers clad in black, monks attired in grey, the clergy in their richest vesture, officers and soldiers in their new uniforms, all were at their posts ready to advance at the first signal of the arrival of the Dauphiness. The Dauphin had arrived incognito with his 2 brothers, about 11 o'clock the night before. Very early in the morning he mounted his horse, as if he had been a private gentleman, and followed by his brothers, the Count de Provence and the Count d'Artois, the one 15 and the other 13 years of age. He galloped off in the direction of Ribecourt, the road by which the princess was to approach. It was not to the young prince, we must confess, that this gallant idea had first occurred. It was suggested by his tutor, M. de Lavangouille, who had been desired by the king to instruct his august pupil in all the duties which the next 24 hours would impose on him. The tutor, therefore, had thought right, in order to maintain the honor of the monarchy, to cause him to follow the traditional example of the kings of his race, Henry IV, Louis XIII, Louis XIV, and Louis XV. Who desired to see their future wives without any of the illusions of dress and ornament, and therefore met them when not expected on the road. Mounted on swift horses, the 3 brothers accomplished 3 or 4 leagues in half an hour. The eldest had set out serious, the 2 others laughing. At 8:30 they returned, the Dauphin still serious, the Count de Provence almost ill-tempered, the Count d'Artois more gay than before. The Dauphin was uneasy, the Count de Provence envious, and the Count d'Artois enchanted about one and the same thing, the beauty of the Dauphiness. The grave, jealous, and careless character of each prince respectively was written on his face. At 10 o'clock the lookout employed to watch for the expected train announced that a white flag was displayed on the steeple of the church of Glaives, which was to be the signal that the Dauphiness was approaching. The bells of the church commenced to ring, and were answered by the firing of cannon. At that instant, as if he had only waited for this signal, the king entered Compiegne in a carriage drawn by 8 horses, between a double file of his bodyguards, and followed by the immense train of the carriages of the court. The guards and dragoons at a gallop opened a passage through the crowd, which was divided between 2 feelings, desire to see the king and curiosity with regard to the Dauphiness. 100 carriages, drawn by 4 horses, extending nearly a league in length, contained 400 ladies, and as many lords of the noblest families in France. These 100 carriages were escorted by outriders, haiduks, footmen, and pages. The gentlemen of the king's household were on horseback, and formed a brilliant army, glittering like a sea of velvet and gold, waving plumes, and silk, in the midst of the dust raised by the horses' feet. They halted an instant at Compiegne, then slowly proceeded to the spot agreed upon for the meeting, and marked by a cross, near the village of Magny. All the young nobility thronged around the Dauphin, and all the old around the king. On the other side the Dauphiness was also slowly approaching the appointed place. At length the 2 parties met. On both sides the courtiers left their carriages, 2 only remained occupied, that of the king and that of the Dauphiness. The door of the Dauphiness's carriage was open, and the young archduchess sprung lightly to the ground, and advanced to the royal carriage. The king, on perceiving his daughter-in-law, ordered the door to be opened, and hurriedly got out. The Dauphiness had calculated her time so well that just as the king put his foot to the ground she was close to him, and she sunk on her knee. He raised the young princess and embraced her tenderly, yet casting a look upon her which made her blush. His Royal Highness the Dauphin, said the king, introducing his grandson, who had kept behind the Dauphiness without being seen by her, at least ostensibly. The Dauphiness made him a graceful courtesy, he bowed, blushing in his turn. Then, after the Dauphin came his 2 brothers, then the 3 princesses. The Dauphiness had something gracious to say to each. While these introductions were going on, Madame du Barry stood anxiously behind the princesses. Would she be thought of? Would she be forgotten? After the introduction of the Princess Sophie, the last of the king's daughters, there was a pause, every breath was suspended. The king seemed to hesitate, the Dauphiness seemed to expect some incident concerning which she had been previously informed. The king looked round, and seeing the countess within reach, took her hand. All near him stepped back, and he found himself in the midst of a circle with the Dauphiness. "The Countess du Barry," said he, "my very dear friend." The Dauphiness turned pale, yet a gracious smile appeared on her white lips. "Your Majesty is happy," said she, "in possessing so charming a friend, and I am not surprised at the attachment which she inspires." Every one heard these words with astonishment amounting to stupefaction. It was evident that the Dauphiness followed the instructions of the court of Austria, perhaps the very words she repeated were dictated by Maria Theresa. The Duc de Choiseul then thought his presence was necessary. He advanced to be presented in his turn, but the king made a sign with his head, the trumpets sounded, the drums beat, the cannon was fired. His Majesty took the young princess's hand, to conduct her to her carriage. She passed close to the Duc de Choiseul. Did she see him or did she not? It was impossible to say, but it is certain that she made no sign of recognition. At the moment when she entered her carriage, the bells of the town pealed out, and their clear tones were heard above all the other festive sounds. The countess returned to her carriage, all radiant with delight and pride. There was a halt for about 10 minutes, while the king was re-entering his carriage and giving his orders to return to Compiegne. During this time, conversation, which had been suspended from respect or by the interest of the scene, again became general. Du Barry drew near his sister's carriage. She received him with smiles, expecting his congratulations. "Jean," said he, pointing to a gentleman on horseback, who was talking at the door of a carriage in the train of the Dauphiness, "do you know that young man?" "No," replied the countess, "but do you know what the Dauphiness said when the king presented me to her?" "I am not thinking of that." "That young man is the Chevalier Philippe de Taverney." "He who wounded you?" "Yes." "And do you know who that beautiful creature is with whom he is talking?" The young girl so pale and so majestic? Yes, she whom the king is looking at this moment. I think he is asking the Dauphiness her name. Well, what then? That young girl is Taverney's sister. Ah, exclaimed the Countess. Jean, I don't know why, but I think you have as much reason to fear the sister as I the brother. You are a fool. No, I am tolerably wise. And I shall, at all events, look after the youth. Well, then, I shall keep an eye on the girl. Hush, here is our friend, Marshal Richelieu. The Marshal drew near, shaking his head. What is the matter, my dear Marshal? Inquired the Countess, with her most fascinating smile. You seem dissatisfied with something. Don't you think, Countess, said the Duke, that we all seem very grave, not to say sorrowful, for such a joyous occasion? Formerly I know, we were much more gay when we went to meet a princess as amiable and as beautiful as this, the mother of His Royal Highness, the Dauphin. Was it because we were younger then? No, answered a voice behind the Marshal. No, my dear Marshal, but because the monarchy was not so old. Heaven and earth, exclaimed the Marshal, it is the Baron de Taverney. Countess, one of my oldest friends, for whom I solicit your kindness, the Baron de Taverney Maison Rouge. The father, whispered Jean and the Countess to each other as they stooped to salute the Baron. To your carriages, gentlemen, to your carriages, cried the Major of the Guards commanding the escort. The two old gentlemen bowed to the Countess and to the Viscount, and both entered the same carriage, delighted to meet once more after so long a separation. And now, said the Viscount, shall I tell you another thing, my dear? I have as little love for the father as the children. What a pity, replied the Countess, that little wretch, Gilbert, ran away. He was brought up in their house, and could have told us so much about them. Pshaw! I shall find him again, now that I have nothing else to think about. The conversation was interrupted by the carriages being again put in motion. After having passed the night in Compiegne, the two courts, the one the sunset, the other the dawn of an age, set out on the following day for Paris, that yawning gulf which was to entomb them both. XL, the Patroness and the Patronized. It is now time that we should return to Gilbert, of whose flight the reader has been made aware by an imprudent exclamation of his protectress, Emmeline, but of whom we have since heard nothing. Our philosopher had cooled very much in his admiration of his patroness from the very moment that he had, during the preliminaries of the duel between Philip de Taverney and Viscount Jean, become aware that her name was Du Harry. Often at Taverney, when hidden by some hedge, he had followed André and her father in their walks, he had heard the Baron explain, at great length, all about the Dubarry family. The hatred of the old Baron to Madame Dubarry, a feeling which in him, however, sprung from no dislike to what was in itself vicious, found a ready echo in Gilbert's heart, arising principally from her conduct being regarded by André with contempt and reprobation. Sentiments which may be taken as expressing the general opinion of the nation toward her whole family. During the journey Jean was too much occupied with matters of a more serious import to pay attention to the change of feeling which the knowledge of who were his travelling companions had produced in Gilbert. She reached Versailles, therefore, only thinking of how the Viscount's wound, since it would not redound to his honour, might be turned to his greatest profit. As to Gilbert, scarcely had he entered the capital, if not of France, at least of the French monarchy, then he forgot every unpleasant thought, and gave free scope to his undisguised admiration. Versailles, so majestic and stately, with its lofty trees already beginning to show symptoms of decay, touched his heart with that religious sadness which poetic minds always experience in contemplating the mighty works of nature, or those erected by the perseverance of man. From this impression, a very novel one to Gilbert, and one against which his innate pride struggled in vain, he became silent and submissive, overcome by wonder and admiration. The feeling of his inferiority crushed him to the earth. When the great lords, in their stars and ribbons, passed by him, how deeply did he feel the wretchedness of his attire. How inferior did he feel, even to the porters and footmen. How did he tremble when, in his hobnailed shoes, he had to walk over the shining marble or polished inlaid floors. At such times he felt that the protection of his patroness was indispensable to him, unless he wished to sink into absolute nothingness. He drew near her, that it might be seen he belonged to her. Yet it was for this very reason that he needed her, that he disliked her. We are already aware that Madame du Barry occupied at Versailles the magnificent suite of rooms formerly inhabited by the Princess Adelaide. The gold, the marble, the perfumes, the carpets, the hangings, at first intoxicated Gilbert. And it was only after these had become somewhat familiar to him, that his understanding, dazzled by the reflected light which so many marvels cast on it, roused itself in the end to a clear perception of surrounding objects. And he found that he was in a little attic room, hung with serge, that there had been placed, before him a basin of soup, some, cold mutton, and a custard. The servant who had brought these eatables had said, with the tone of a master, "Remain here," and then left him. But Gilbert soon found that the picture had its sunny side. From the window of his garret he could see the park of Versailles, studded with marble statues, and ornamented with fountains. Beyond, were the dense and lofty summits of the trees, rolling like a sea of verdure. And, further still, the checkered plains and the blue horizon of the neighboring mountains. The only subject which occupied Gilbert's mind while eating his dinner was that, like the greatest lords of France, without being either a courtier or a lackey, without having been introduced there either by birth or baseness, he was living in Versailles, in the palace of the king. His dinner, too, was an excellent one, when compared with those to which he had been accustomed. When it was over, he returned to his contemplation at the window. Meantime, Chon had, as the reader may remember, joined her sister, had whispered that her business with Madame de Béarn was happily executed, and then related aloud the accident which their brother met with at Le Chaussee. This accident, although it made a great noise at first, was lost, as the reader has seen, in that great gulf which swallowed up so many things much more important, the king's indifference. Gilbert had fallen into one of those reveries to which he often gave way, while meditating on what was beyond his comprehension, or on what was impracticable for him to accomplish, when he was told that his patroness requested his presence. He took his hat, brushed it, compared by a glance his old worn coat with the new one of the footman, and saying to himself that that of the latter was a livery coat, he followed him. Yet, notwithstanding this philosophic reflection, he could not help blushing with shame to observe how little he resembled the men who elbowed him, and how much out of keeping he was with everything around him. Chon was descending to the court at the same time as himself, with this difference, that she took the grand staircase, he a little back one more resembling a ladder. A carriage was waiting for them. It was a kind of low phaeton, containing seats for 4 persons, and resembled that historical vehicle in which the great king used to drive out with Madame de Montespan, Madame de Fontanges, and frequently with them the queen. Chon got in and took the front seat, with a large box and a little dog beside her. The other seat was for Gilbert, and a kind of steward called him Grange. Gilbert hastened to take the place behind Chon, in order to keep up his dignity. The steward, without thinking there was any degradation in the matter, placed himself behind the box, and the dog. As Mli. Chon, like all who inhabited Versailles, felt joyous on leaving the great palace to inhale the air of the woods, and the meadows. She became communicative, and was scarcely out of the town, when she turned half round and said, "Well, what do you think of Versailles, Mr. Philosopher?" "It is very beautiful, madam, but we are quitting it already." "Yes, now we are going to our own home." "That is to say, to you home, madam," said Gilbert, with the tone of a half-tamed bear. "That is what I meant. I shall introduce you to my sister, try to please her. All the greatest noblemen in France are only too happy if they can succeed in doing so. By the by, Grange, you must order a complete suit for this boy." Gilbert blushed up to the eyes. "What kind of a suit, madam?" asked the steward. "The usual livery." Gilbert half started from his seat. "Livery," cried he, with a fierce look at the steward. Chon burst into a laugh. "No," said she. "You will order, but no matter, I will tell you another time. I have an idea on which I wish for my sister's opinion." But take care to have the suit ready at the same time as Zamor's. Very well, madam. Do you know Zamor? Asked Chon, turning to Gilbert, who began to be very much alarmed by the conversation. No, madam, I have not that honor, replied he. He will be a young companion of yours, he is going to be governor of the Chateau of Luciennes. Endeavor to gain his friendship, for Zamor is a good creature, in spite of his color. Gilbert was about to ask of what color he was. But recollecting the reproof he had already received on the subject of curiosity, he refrained, for fear of another reprimand. I shall try, he answered, with a dignified smile. They reached Luciennes. The philosopher saw everything. The road, lately planted, the shady slopes, the great aqueduct, which resembled a work of the Romans, the dense wood of chestnut trees, the varied and the magnificent prospect of plains and woods, stretching away on both sides of the Seine to Maisons. This, then, said he to himself, is the country seat which costs France so much, and of which I have heard the Baron often speak. Bounding dogs and eager domestics ran out to welcome Chon, and interrupted Gilbert in the midst of his aristocratico-philosophical reflections. Has my sister arrived? Asked Chon. No, madam, but there are visitors waiting for her. Who are they? The Chancellor, the Minister of Police, and the Duc d'Aiguillon. Well, run quickly and open my sister's private cabinet, and tell her when she arrives that I am there, do you understand? Oh, Sylvia, added she, addressing a femme de chambre who had taken from her the box and the little dog, give the box and Miss Apouf to Grange, and take my little philosopher to Zamor. Sylvia looked all round, doubtless to find out what sort of animal Chon was speaking of. But her eyes and those of her mistress, happening to rest on Gilbert at the same moment, Chon made a sign that the young man was the person in question. Come, said Sylvia. Gilbert, still more and more surprised at all that he saw, followed the femme de chambre, while Chon, light as a bird, disappeared by a side door of the pavilion. Had it not been for the commanding tone in which Chon addressed her, Gilbert would have taken MLLE Sylvia for a great lady, rather than a femme de chambre, as her dress resembled André's much more than Nicole's. The young and handsome waiting woman took him by the hand with a gracious smile, for her mistress's words showed that, if not an object of affection, he was chosen at least through some new whim. What is your name, sir? Said she. Gilbert, mademoiselle, replied the young man, in a gentle voice. Well, sir, I am going to introduce you to my Lord Zamor. To the governor of the Chateau of Luciennes? Yes, to the governor. Gilbert pulled down his sleeves, dusted his coat a little, and wiped his hands with his handkerchief. He was in reality rather intimidated at the idea of appearing before so important a personage. But he recalled Chon's remark, Zamor is a good creature, and recovered his courage. He was already the friend of a countess and a viscount, he was going to be the friend of a governor. Well, thought he, surely people calumniate the court. It is certainly easy enough to find friends in it, at least, as far as me experience goes, I have found every one kind and hospitable. Sylvia threw open the door of an anteroom, which, from its splendor, might rather have been supposed a boudoir. The panels of the walls were of tortoise-shell, inlaid with copper gilt, and one might have imagined himself in the atrium of Lucullus, but that ancient Roman used pure gold to decorate his walls. There, in an immense armchair, half buried in cushions, sitting cross-legged, and gnawing chocolate cakes, reposed my Lord Zamor, whom we already know, but whom Gilbert till now had never seen. The effect, therefore, which the governor of Luciennes produced on the mind of the philosopher was rather curiously depicted in his face. He stared with all his might at the strange being, for it was the first time he had ever seen a negro. Oh, oh, cried he, what is that? As for Zamor, he never raised his head, but continued to munch his cakes, rolling his eyes and showing the whites of them in the excess of his enjoyment. That, said Sylvia, is my Lord Zamor. That person, said Gilbert, almost dumb with amazement. Yes, to be sure, answered Sylvia, laughing in spite of herself at the turn the scene was taking. He the governor, continued Gilbert. That ape the governor of the Château of Luciennes? Oh, mademoiselle, you are certainly jesting with me. At these words, Zamore raised his head and showed his white teeth. Me governor, said he, me not ape. Gilbert looked from Zamore to Sylvia, and his glance, at first uneasy, became wrathful, when the young woman, in spite of all her efforts, burst into a fit of laughter. As for Zamore, grave and solemn as an Indian fetish, he plunged his black claw in a satin bag, and took out a handful of his cakes. At this moment the door opened, and the steward entered, followed by a tailor. Here, said he, pointing to Gilbert, is the person for whom you are to make the suit, take the measure according to the directions I gave you. Gilbert mechanically submitted his arms and shoulders to be measured, while Sylvia and Grange were talking in another part of the room, and at every word of the steward the chambermaid laughed louder and louder. Oh, it will be delightful, she said. And will he wear a pointed cap like Sganarello? Gilbert heard no more, he rudely pushed the tailor aside, and absolutely refused to submit to the rest of the ceremony. He knew nothing about Sganarello. But the name, and particularly Sylvia's mirth, plainly declared that he was some preeminently ridiculous personage. It is of no consequence, said the steward to the tailor. Don't hurt him. I suppose you can do very well with the measure you have taken. Certainly, replied the tailor, for width does no harm in such suits. I shall make it very wide. Whereupon Sylvia, the steward, and the tailor, walked off, leaving Gilbert with the little negro, who continued to gnaw his cakes and roll his great eyes. What an enigma was all this to the poor country lad! What fears, what anguish did the philosopher experience, in seeing his dignity as a man evidently more compromised at Luciennes than ever it had been at Taverney. However, he tried to talk to Zamore. It occurred to him that he might be some Indian prince, such as he had read of in the romances of M. Crebillon the Younger. But the Indian prince, instead of replying, made the circuit of the apartment from mirror to mirror, admiring his splendid clothes like a bride in her wedding dress. After that he got astride on a chair with wheels, and impelling it with his feet, he whirled round the antechamber some dozen times with a velocity which showed that he had made a profound study of that ingenious exercise. Suddenly a bell rang. Zamore jumped up from his chair, and hurried through one of the doors in the direction of the sound. This promptness in obeying the silvery tinkling convinced Gilbert that Zamore was not a prince. For a moment he entertained the idea of following him. But on reaching the end of the passage which led into a saloon, he saw so many vine ribbons and red ribbons, guarded by lackeys so bold, impudent, and noisy, that he felt a chill run through his veins, and, with a cold perspiration on his forehead, he returned to his anteroom. An hour passed. Zamore did not return, Sylvia was seen no more. Any human face would have seemed then to Gilbert better than none, were it even that of the dreaded tailor who was to complete the mystification with which he was threatened. Just at that moment the door by which he had entered the room opened, and a footman appeared and said, "Come." XLI the physician against his will. Gilbert felt it rather disagreeable to be obliged to obey a footman. Nevertheless, he lost no time in following him, for he thought that now there was some prospect of a change in his condition, and it seemed to him that any change must be for the better. Chon, now completely her own mistress, after having initiated her sister into the whole affair of the Countess de Bern, was breakfasting very much at her ease in a charming morning dress, beside a window shaded with acacias and chestnut trees. She was eating with an excellent appetite, and Gilbert remarked that a pheasant and truffles justified the relish with which she enjoyed her breakfast. The philosopher, having entered the apartment, looked around to discover his place at the table, but there was no plate for him, and he was not even asked to sit down. Chon merely cast a glance on him. Then, after swallowing a little glass of wine, as clear and yellow as a topaz. "Well, my dear doctor," said she, "how have you got on with Zamore?" "How have I got on with him?" "Yes, I hope you have become acquainted with him." "How could one make acquaintance with an animal like that who never speaks, and who, when one speaks to him, only rolls his eyes?" "Really you frighten me," said Chon, without stopping one moment in her repast. and without her countenance showing any expression at all corresponding to her words. Your friendship is difficult to gain, then. Friendship presupposes equality, madam. A noble maxim, said Chan. Then you don't think yourself the equal of Zamore? That is to say, that I do not think him my equal, replied Gilbert. In truth, said Chan, as if talking to herself, he is charming. Then, turning to Gilbert, she remarked his stately air. So, my dear doctor, said she, you do not easily bestow your affections? No, madam, not easily. Then I was mistaken when I thought you held me as your friend, and as a good friend, too. Madam, said Gilbert, very stiffly, I feel for you naturally a liking. Oh, 1,000 thanks for your condescension. You really overwhelm me. And how long do you think, my scornful young gentleman, it would require to gain your affection? A long time, madam, and there are even persons who, whatever they did, could never obtain it. Oh. Then that explains the reason why, after having been 18 years in the Baron de Taverney's house, you left it all at once. The Taverneys were not so fortunate as to obtain your affections, that was it not? Gilbert blushed. Well, you don't answer, continued Chan. I have nothing to reply, madam, but that friendship and confidence must be merited. Oh. It appears, then, that your friends at Taverney did not merit your friendship and confidence. Not all of them, madam. Ah. And what had those done who were so unfortunate as not to please you? I did not complain of them, madam, answered he, proudly. Well, well. I perceive, Mr. Gilbert, that I am also one of the unfortunates excluded from your confidence, yet, believe me, it is not from any want of a desire to obtain it, but from my not knowing the right means of doing so. Gilbert bit his lip. But to shorten the matter, added she, with an inquisitiveness which he felt must be for some object, the Taverneys did not behave quite satisfactorily to you. Tell me, if you please, what was your occupation in their establishment? This was rather an embarrassing question, as Gilbert certainly could not say that he held any particular office at Taverney. Madam, said he, I was their confidential adviser. At these words, which he pronounced most phlegmatically and philosophically, Chan was seized with such a fit of laughter that she threw herself back in her chair. Do you doubt my words? Asked Gilbert, frowning. Heaven preserve me from such a rash act, my dear friend. Really, you are so fierce, that one can scarcely venture to speak to you. I merely asked what sort of people the Taverneys were. Believe me, it was with no other intention than that of serving you, by assisting you to be revenged on them. If I am revenged, madam, it must be by myself. All very well, but we have a cause of complaint against the Taverneys ourselves. And, as you have one, or, perhaps, indeed, several, we are naturally allies in our wish for revenge. You are quite mistaken, madam. Should I think of vengeance, mine could have no connection with yours. You speak of all the Taverneys, while I have different shades of feeling toward different members of the family. The Chevalier Philip de Taverney, for instance, is he of the number of your friends or enemies? I have nothing to say against the Chevalier. He never did me either good or ill. I neither love him nor hate him, I am quite indifferent to him. Then you would not give evidence before the king, or before the Duc de Choiseul, against Monsieur Philip de Taverney? Give evidence about what? About the duel with my brother. I should say all that I know about it, if I were called upon to give evidence. And what do you know about it? The truth. But what do you call truth? That is a word whose meaning is very vague. No. Not by the man who can distinguish between good and evil, between justice and injustice. I understand you, justice is on the side of the Chevalier de Taverney, injustice on that of Viscount Dubarry. Yes, madam. So I think, if I must speak conscientiously. So this is the creature I picked up on the highway, said Chan, sharply. I am rewarded in this way by one who owes it to me that he is living. That is to say, madam, who does not owe you his death. It is all the same. On the contrary, madam, it is very different. How, different? I do not owe my life to you, you merely prevented your horses from depriving me of it. Besides, it was not you, but the postilion. Chon fixed a penetrating look on the young logician, who showed so little scruple in the choice of his terms. I should have expected, said she, in a milder tone, and allowing a smile to steal over her features, a little more gallantry from you. Come, come, you will give evidence against the Chevalier, will you not? No, madam, never. And why not, you foolish fellow? Because the Viscount was in the wrong. And, pray, how was he in the wrong? By insulting the Dauphiness, while, on the contrary, the Chevalier. Well, what are? Was right in defending her. Oh, no. Then it appears you belong to the Dauphiness's party? No, I am only for justice. Hold your tongue, Gilbert, you are a fool. Do not let anyone hear you talk in that way here. Then, permit me to remain silent when I am questioned. In that case, let us change the subject. Gilbert bowed in token of assent. And now, my little friend, said the young lady, in rather a harsh tone of voice, what do you intend to do here, if you refuse to make yourself agreeable? Must I perjure myself in order to make myself agreeable? Perjure? Where did you learn all those grand words? In the knowledge that I have a conscience to which I must be faithful. Pshaw, said Chon. When we serve a master, the master takes all the responsibility from our conscience. But I have no master, growled Gilbert. Indeed? Well, answer my question. What do you intend to do here? I did not think that I required to study to be agreeable when I could be useful. You are mistaken, we can get useful people anywhere, we are tired of them. Then I shall go away. You will go away. Yes, of course. I did not ask to come here, I am, therefore, free. Free! I exclaimed Chon, who began to get angry at this resistance to her will, a thing to which she was by no means accustomed. Free! Indeed, you are not. Gilbert's brow contracted. Come, come, said she, seeing by his frown that he would not easily renounce his freedom, let us be friends. You are a handsome lad, and very virtuous, which makes you very amusing, were it only for the contrast which you will present to everybody else about us. Only keep a guard upon that love of truth of yours. I shall take care to keep it, said Gilbert. Yes, but we understand the word in two different senses. I mean to keep it to yourself. You need not exhibit it in the lobbies and anterooms of Lucien's or Versailles. Said Gilbert. There is no occasion for, You are not so learned, Mr. Philosopher, but that you may learn something from a woman, and let this be your first maxim, to hold your tongue is not to lie, remember that. But if any one questions me, who would question you? Are you mad, my friend? Who in the world would ever think about you but myself? You have not yet founded a school, Mr. Philosopher, I presume. It will require some little searching and trouble before you happen upon a body of followers. You shall live with me, and before 4 times 24 hours, I shall transform you into a perfect courtier. I doubt that, replied Gilbert, majestically. Chon shrugged her shoulders. Gilbert smiled. Now, said Chon, to settle the matter at once, you have only to endeavor to please 3 persons. What 3? The king, my sister, and myself. What must I do to please? Have you not seen Zamore? Asked the young lady, avoiding a direct reply. The Negro? Said Gilbert, with the utmost contempt. Yes, the Negro. What similarity is there between him and me? Try to make a similarity of fortune, my good friend. That Negro has already 2,000 livres per annum from the king's privy purse. He is to be appointed governor of Lucien's. And even those that laugh at his thick lips and black face call him sir, and even my lord. I shall not be one of those, said Gilbert. Oh! I thought that the first principle of you philosophers was that all men are equal. That is the very reason that I shall not call Zamore my lord. Chan was beaten with her own weapons. It was her turn to bite her lips. So you are not ambitious, said she. Oh, yes, I am, replied Gilbert, with sparkling eyes. And if I remember rightly, your ambition was to be a physician. I look upon the mission of soothing the pain and suffering of our fellow creatures as the noblest in the world. Well, your dream shall be realized. How so? You shall be a physician, and the king's physician, to boot. I, cried Gilbert, I, who know not even the first principles of medical science. You jest, madam. Well, and what does Zamore know about portcullises, and drawbridges, and counterscarps? He does not trouble his head about such things, yet that does not prevent him from being governor of Luciens, with all a governor's privileges. Ah, yes, yes, I understand, said Gilbert, bitterly. You have only one buffoon, and that is not sufficient. The king is getting tired, and wishes for another. There, said Chan, you are putting on your long face again. You make yourself so ugly, my little man, it is really quite delightful to see you. Keep all those ridiculous faces till the wig is on your head, and the sugar-loaf hat over the wig, then, instead of being ugly, they will be comical. Gilbert frowned more darkly still. I should think you might be glad of the post of the king's physician, when the Duc de Trezum solicits that of my sister's monkey. Gilbert made no answer. Chan thought of the proverb, silence gives consent. As a proof that you are in favor, said she, you shall not eat with servants. Ah! Thank you, madam, replied Gilbert. I have already given orders to that effect. And where shall I eat? Along with some more. Yes. The king's governor and his physician may surely eat together. Go now to your dinner. I am not hungry, answered Gilbert, rudely. Very well, said Chan, quietly, you are not hungry now, but you will be in the evening. Gilbert shook his head. Tomorrow, then, or the day after tomorrow you may be. Oh, we know how to tame rebels here, and if you continue obstinate, we have, besides, the corrector of our pages to do our will. Gilbert shuddered and turned pale. Go to my Lord Zamore now, she added, sharply, you will be very well treated with him, his table is excellent. But no ingratitude, remember, or we shall teach you to be grateful. Gilbert let his head fall on his breast, an invariable symptom that, instead of going to reply, he was going to act. The footman who had showed him to Chan's apartment waited at the door, and on his dismissal conducted him to a little dining room adjoining the anteroom. Zamore was at table. Gilbert took his place at the table, but he could not be made to eat. 3 o'clock struck, Madame Dubarry set off for Paris. Chan, who was to join her there a short time after, left instructions for the taming of her bear. Plenty of sweetmeats were to be his reward if he became docile. Plenty of threats, and at last the dungeon if he continued rebellious. At 4 o'clock a complete suit, such as that worn by the Médecin Malgré Lui, was brought into Gilbert's apartment. There was the pointed cap, the wig, the black jacket, and the long black robe. In addition to these, they sent him a collar, a wand, and a large book. The footman who carried them in exhibited the various articles one by one. Gilbert no longer manifested any disposition to rebel. Grange entered after the footman, and instructed him how all the different parts of the dress should be worn. Gilbert listened most patiently. I thought, said he, at length, that doctors formerly carried a little writing case and a roll of paper. Yes, faith, he is right, replied the steward, go and bring him a long writing case, which he can hang at his girdle. With pen and paper, added Gilbert, I must have every part of my costume complete. The footman hastened to execute the order, and at the same time to tell Chan how obliging Gilbert had become. Chan was so much delighted, that she gave the messenger a little purse with 8 crowns in it, to hang with the writing case at the girdle of this model of a physician. Thank you, said Gilbert to the person who brought it. Now may I be left alone to dress. Well, make haste, replied Grange, so that mademoiselle may see you before she goes to Paris. Half an hour, said Gilbert, I only ask half an hour. You may take 3/4, if you like, my dear doctor, said the steward, shutting the door carefully, as if it had been that of his money-box. Gilbert stole on tiptoe to the door, to be certain that the footsteps were dying away in the distance, then he glided to the window and looked down. There was a terrace about 18 feet below him, covered with fine gravel, and bordered by lofty trees, which shaded the balconies of the windows. Gilbert tore his long robe into 3 pieces, which he tied lengthwise together, placed the hat on the table, and near it the purse and the following note. Madam, liberty is the first of blessings. Man's most sacred duty is to preserve it. You endeavored to enslave me. I set myself free. Gilbert. This letter he folded, and addressed to Mli. Chan, then he tied his 12 feet of serge to the bars of the window, slipped between them with the suppleness of an eel, and when at the end of his cord, dropped down to the terrace, at the risk of breaking his neck. Though a little stunned by the leap, he lost not a moment in gaining the trees, among which he glided stealthily, and running as fast as his limbs would carry him, he disappeared in the direction of Ville d'Avray. When, at the end of half an hour, they came to seek for him, he was already far beyond their reach. XLII the old man. Gilbert had avoided the highway through fear of pursuit, he glided from one plantation to another, until he reached a sort of forest, and there he stopped. He had travelled 1.5 leagues in about 3/4 of an hour. The fugitive looked around him, and finding himself quite alone, he felt so much courage that he thought he might venture nearer the high road. He therefore turned in the direction which, according to his calculation of his position, he supposed would lead to Paris. But some horses which he saw near the village of Roquencourt, led by grooms in orange liveries, frightened him so much, that he was cured of all desire to be on the public road, and he returned to the woods. Let me keep in the shade of the trees, said he to himself, if I am pursued, it will certainly be on the high road. In the evening, from tree to tree, from one opening to another, I shall steal on to Paris. They say Paris is very large, and, as I am little, I can easily hide there. This idea was rendered still more agreeable to him by the fineness of the weather, the shade of the forest, and the softness of the mossy sward. The sun was now disappearing behind the hills of Marly, and the vegetation, dried by the scorching heat of the day, exhaled the sweet perfume of the spring, a mingled odor of the plant and of the flower. Evening came on. It was the hour when, beneath the darkening skies, silence falls more softly and more deeply on all things, when the closing flower cup shuts in the insect sleeping on its bosom. The gilded flies return with constant hum to the hollow oak which serves them as an asylum, the birds hurry silently to their nests, their wings rustling through the foliage. And the only song which is heard is the clear whistle of the blackbird, and the timid warble of the redbreast. Gilbert was familiar with the woods, he was well acquainted both with their sounds and with their silence. Without giving way, therefore, to reflection, or to idle fear, he threw himself at full length on the heath, on which there yet remained here and there a red leaf of the preceding winter. Far from feeling anxious or disturbed, he experienced rather a vague and boundless sense of joy. He inhaled with rapture the pure and free air, feeling, with the pride of a Stoic, that he had once more triumphed over the snares laid for human weakness. What, though he had neither bread, nor money, nor shelter, had he not his beloved liberty? Was he not the free and uncontrolled master of his destiny? He stretched himself, therefore, at the foot of a gigantic chestnut tree, where between two of its moss-covered roots he found a luxurious couch. Then, gazing up at the calm and smiling heavens, he gradually sunk to sleep. The warbling of the birds awoke him, it was scarcely day. Raising himself on his elbow, stiff and painful from contact with the hard wood, he saw, in the dawning light, an opening from which 3 paths branched off through the wood. Here and there a rabbit scud past him with its ears drooping, and brushing away the dew in its course, or a stag bounded past, with its sharp, quick leaps, stopped to gaze at the unknown object under the tree, and then, alarmed, darted off with a more rapid flight. Gilbert jumped to his feet, but no sooner had he done so than he felt he was hungry. The reader may remember that he had refused to dine with Zamore, so that since his breakfast in the attic at Versailles he had eaten nothing. On finding himself once more under the leafy arches of a forest, he who had so boldly traversed the great woods of Lorraine and Champagne, he almost thought himself beneath the trees of Taverney, or among the brakes of Pierrefitte. Surprised by the morning beams after a nocturnal expedition to procure game for his fair mistress. But at Taverney he had always found by his side a partridge or a pheasant which he had shot, while here he found only his hat, rather the worse for his journey, and now nearly unfit to wear after the damps of the night. It was not, then, all a dream, as he had, on first awakening, supposed. Versailles and Luciennes were realities, from his triumphant entry into the first till his forcible evasion from the last. But what more than all else served to recall him to his real position was his hunger, now becoming sharper and sharper every moment. Then he mechanically sought around for some of those delicious mulberries, those wild cherries, or pungent roots, which, though acrid like the radish, the woodman loves to find as he plods in the morning to his labor with his tools on his shoulder. But this was not the season for such things, and, besides, he saw around him only the ash, the beech, and other trees which bear no fruit. Well, said he to himself, I will go direct to Paris. I cannot be more than 3 or 4 leagues from it, 5, at most, I can be there in 2 hours. What matter is it to suffer for a couple of hours, when I am sure, after that, of not having to suffer any longer? In Paris everyone has bread, and the first artisan whom I meet will not refuse me bread for my work when he knows that I am honest and industrious. In Paris I shall be able in one day to procure food for the next. What do I want more? Nothing, except that every succeeding day may see me increase in strength, in elevation of character, in greatness of mind, and approach nearer and nearer the object of my wishes. Gilbert redoubled his speed. He now wished to find the high road, but he had lost all means of directing his course. At Taverney, and in the woods around it, he knew the east and the west, every ray of light was to him an index of the hour. At night, every star, although unknown to him by its name of Venus, Lucifer, or Saturn, served him as a guide. But here he was in a new world, he knew neither places nor objects, and was forced to seek his way, groping by chance. Fortunately, said he, I saw the finger-posts on which the roads were pointed out. He proceeded toward an opening where one of these directing posts was placed. It pointed to 3 roads. One road led to Marais-Jaune, another to Champ de l'Alouette, a third to Trousseau. Gilbert was not much assisted by this. He ran for 3 hours from one place to another, very often finding himself in the same spot from which he set out, and as far from the high road as ever. The perspiration poured down his face. A dozen times he threw off his coat and vest to climb some colossal chestnut tree. But when he had reached its summit he saw nothing but Versailles, Versailles now on his right, now on his left, Versailles, toward which, by some fatality, he seemed constantly impelled. He was half frantic with rage. But at last his efforts were so far successful that he first passed Viroflay, then Chaville, then Sèvres. 5:30 sounded from the clock tower of Meudon when he reached the Capuchin convent, between Sèvres and Bellevue. There, climbing on a cross, at the risk of breaking it, and of being himself broken on the wheel by order of the Parliament, as Servan had been, he saw, from that height, the Seine, the village, and the smoke of the nearest houses. Beyond this he saw a great mass of buildings on the horizon, dimly distinguished in the morning vapors. That must be Paris, he thought. So, feeling no longer either fatigue or hunger, he directed his course thither, and only stopped when out of breath from his excessive speed. He was now in the woods of Meudon, between Fleury and Plessis Piquet. Come, said he, looking around, no false shame. I shall no doubt soon meet some early workman going to his day's labor with a loaf under his arm. I shall say to him, all men are brethren, and ought to help one another. You have more bread there than you will want this day, while I am dying of hunger, and then he will give me the half of his loaf. Hunger rendering Gilbert more and more philosophical, he continued his reflections. In truth, said he, should not everything be in common among men on this earth? Has the eternal source of all things given to this man or that the air which fertilizes the soil, or the soil which produces the fruits? No. Some, it is true, have usurped a power over these things, but in the eyes of their Maker, in the eyes of the philosopher, no one possesses them. He who holds them is only the man to whom the Creator has lent them. Gilbert, in all this, was but condensing, by a natural instinct, the vague and indefinite ideas of the period, which men felt, as it were, floating in the air and hovering above their heads, like clouds impelled in one direction, and forming a threatening mass from which at length the tempest would burst. Some, continued he, retain by force what should belong to all. Well, then, from such we should tear by force what by right they should share with us. If my brother, who has too much bread, refuse me a portion of that bread, why, then, I shall take it from him by force. I shall follow the law of nature, the source of all sound sense and of all justice, since it arises from our natural wants. But I must yield if my brother say to me, the portion you ask for is that of my wife and of my children, or if he should say, I am stronger than you, and I shall keep what I have in spite of you. He was in this temper of mind, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a hungry wolf, when he reached an open space among the trees. In its center was a pond of muddy water, margined with reeds and water lilies, on the surface of which sported myriads of flies, dotting its glassy bosom with innumerable circles. The grassy slope which descended to the water's edge was closely studded with bunches of myosotis, and resembled a bed of turquoise and emeralds. The background of the picture, that is, the circle around the pool and the bank, was formed of a hedge of tall aspens, the interstices between whose golden trunks were filled up with the thick and leafy branches of the alder. 6 paths led down to this spot, 2 of which, radiant with golden light, might have seemed to the imagination avenues to the palace of the glorious luminary of day. The 4 others, diverging like rays of a star, were lost in the blue depths of the forest. This verdant saloon seemed fresher and more flowery than any other part of the wood. Gilbert entered it by one of the dark alleys. The first object which he perceived, when, after having at a glance taken in its extent and circumference, his eye rested on nearer objects, was a man seated on the fallen trunk of a tree, near a deep ditch. The expression of his face was mild, yet refined and penetrating, and he was dressed in a coat of coarse brown cloth, breeches of the same, and a waistcoat of grey jean. His well-made sinewy legs were encased in grey cotton stockings, and his shoes with buckles were dusty here and there, yet showed on the soles and points traces of the morning dew. Near him, on the grass, was placed a box, painted green, wide open, and filled with plants recently gathered. He had between his legs a stout stick, with a smooth round handle, and terminated at the opposite end by a little spade about 2 inches broad and 3 long. Gilbert embraced, in one rapid glance, all these details which we have given. But what first drew his attention was a piece of bread, from which the old man, from time to time, broke off small pieces to eat, sharing them benevolently with the linnets and the wrens, who fixed from afar a longing eye on the food, swooped on it the moment it was thrown to them, and then flew with joyful twittering to their thick foliage above. The old man watched them with an eye at once gentle and animated, then, extending his hand to a checked handkerchief beside him, he drew from it a cherry from time to time, as a relish with his mouthful of bread. "Ha! This is the man for me," said Gilbert, brushing aside the branches of the trees and making 4 steps toward the solitary, who looked up as he approached, but he had not advanced a third of the distance which separated them, when, perceiving the calmness and gentleness of the old man's countenance, he stopped and took off his hat. The old man, finding himself no longer alone, cast a hurried glance on his box, and then on his coat. He shut the former and buttoned up the latter. XLII the Botanist. Gilbert took courage and walked close up, but he opened his mouth and shut it again before he could utter a word. His philosophy wavered, and it seemed to him that he was about to entreat alms, and not to demand a right. The old man observed this timidity, and it seemed to banish, on his side, all feelings of apprehension. "Do you wish to speak to me, my friend?" said he, smiling, and laying down his bread on the trunk of the tree on which he sat. "Yes, sir," replied Gilbert. "What do you wish to say?" "Sir, I see you throw your bread to the birds, as if we were not told that God feeds them." "Doubtless he does feed them, young man. But the hand of man is one of the means which he employs for that purpose. If you mean your words as a reproach, you are wrong, for, neither in the silent wood nor in the crowded street, is the bread ever lost which we cast from our hand. In the one place the birds pick it up, in the other the poor." "Well, sir," said Gilbert, singularly moved by the soft, penetrating voice of the old man, "although we are in the woods, I know a man who would dispute your bread with the birds." "Can it be you, my friend?" cried the old man. "Are you, then, hungry?" "Very, very hungry, sir, and if you will permit me." The old man seized his bread again with eager compassion. Then, reflecting for a moment, he looked at Gilbert with a keen and searching glance. In fact, Gilbert so little resembled a starving man, that some consideration might be permitted. His coat was clean, except where it was in some places stained by its contact with the ground. His shirt was white, for at Versailles the evening before he had taken a clean one from his bundle, yet it was rendered damp by the dews. It was quite evident that he had passed the night in the wood. Besides all this, his hands were white and slender, like those of a man of thought rather than of labor. Gilbert did not want tact. He read the stranger's distrust and hesitation in his countenance, and hastened to anticipate further conjectures which he readily saw would not be favorable to him. "We are always hungry, sir," he said, "when we have not eaten for 12 hours, and it is now 24 since I have had any food." The emotion expressed on the young man's face, his tremulous voice, and his extreme paleness, all declared that his words were true. The old man hesitated, or, rather, feared, no longer. He held out to Gilbert his bread and the handkerchief containing his cherries. "Thank you, sir, thank you," said Gilbert, gently pushing aside the handkerchief containing the cherries. "Nothing but the bread, it is quite sufficient." And he broke it in two, keeping one half for himself and returning the other to the old man. Then he sat down on the grass a couple of paces from his companion, who looked at him with increasing wonder. The repast did not last very long. There was but little bread, and Gilbert was very hungry. The old man did not disturb his occupation by a word. He continued to observe him furtively but silently, bestowing, apparently, great attention on the plants and flowers in his box, which, when he opened it again, raised their odoriferous heads to the level of the edge, as if to inhale the air. But seeing Gilbert approach the pond, he cried, hastily, "Do not drink that water, young man, it is rendered unwholesome by the remains of last year's plants, and by the spawn of frogs now on its surface. Take instead a few of these cherries, they will refresh you as much as the water. Take them, I beg of you, for you are not a forward guest, I see." "It is true, sir, forwardness is the reverse of my nature, and I fear nothing so much as being intrusive. I have just experienced that at Versailles." "Oh, you come from Versailles?" said the stranger, eyeing Gilbert with a strong expression of curiosity. "Yes, sir. It is a rich town, one must be either very poor or very proud to be starving there." "I am both, sir." "You have had a quarrel with your master, perhaps?" said the stranger, while he apparently arranged the plants in his box, yet giving Gilbert a rapid, interrogating glance. "I have no master, sir." "My friend," replied the old man, putting on his hat, "that is too ambitious a reply. It is the truth, however." "No, young man. Everyone has his master here below. We do not place our pride on a proper object when we say we have no master." "How?" "Yes. Whether old or young, it is so ordered that we must submit to some ruling power. Some are ruled by men, others by principles, and the severest masters are not always those who order with the voice or strike with the hand." "Be it so," said Gilbert. "Then I am governed by principles, I confess. Principles are the only masters which a reflecting mind can recognize without shame." "And what are your principles? Let me hear them." You seem to be very young, my friend, to have any decided principles. Sir, I know that all men are brethren, and that every man, from his birth, is bound to fulfill certain duties toward his fellow men. I know that God has bestowed on me a certain amount of value in society, and as I acknowledge the worth of other men, I have a right to exact from them that they should acknowledge mine, if I do not exaggerate its importance. So long as I do nothing unjust and dishonorable, I merit some regard, even were it only as a human being. Oh, ho, said the stranger, you have studied, I perceive. Alas! Sir, I have not. But I have read the Discours sur Flugelight de Conditions and Le Contrat Social. From those two books I have learned all I know, and even all I have dreamed. At these words the eyes of the stranger flashed, and by an involuntary movement he was nearly destroying a beautiful chrysanthemum, which he was trying to place securely in his box. And such are the principles which you profess, said he. They may not be yours, sir, replied the young man, but they are those of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But, said the stranger, with a distrust so apparent that it was rather humbling to Gilbert's vanity, but are you sure you have rightly understood those principles? I understand French, I think, sir, particularly when it is pure and poetical. You see that you do not, said the old man, smiling, for what I ask you, if not poetical, is, at least, quite plain. I mean, have your philosophical studies enabled you to understand the groundwork of the system of... He stopped, almost blushing. Of Rousseau, sir, continued Gilbert. Oh, sir, I have not studied my philosophy in a college. But there is an instinct within me which revealed the excellence and utility of Le Contrat Social, above all other books that I had read. A dry book for a young man, sir, a barren subject for reverie at 20 years of age, a bitter and unfragrant flower for fancy in its springtime, said the old man, with gentle sadness. Misfortune ripens man before his time, sir, answered Gilbert, and as to reverie, if we give it a free and unrestrained course, it very often lends to ill. The stranger opened his eyes, which he usually kept half closed in his moments of calmness and reflection, a peculiarity which gave an indefinable charm to his countenance. To whom do you allude? Asked he, reddening. Not to any one, sir, said Gilbert. Oh, yes, you do. No, I assure you I do not. You appear to have studied the philosopher of Geneva. Did you not allude to his life? I know nothing of his life, replied Gilbert, frankly. Do you not? And the stranger sighed. Young man, he is a wretched creature. Impossible. Jean-Jacques Rousseau wretched? Then there is no justice on earth. Wretched? The man who has devoted his life to the happiness of mankind. Well, well. I see that you do know nothing about him. Let us speak of yourself, my friend, if you please. I should prefer going on with our present subject. What, can I tell you of myself worth hearing, sir, I who am a mere nobody? And, besides, you do not know me, and are afraid of trusting a stranger. Oh, sir, what have I to fear from any one? Who can make me more wretched than I am? Recollect in what guise I came before you, alone, poor, hungry. Where were you going? I was going to Paris. Are you a Parisian, sir? Yes, that is to say, no. Which of the two am I to believe? Asked Gilbert, smiling. I abhor falsehood, and every moment I perceive how necessary it is to reflect before speaking. I am a Parisian, if by that is meant a man who has lived in Paris for a long time, and has mixed in its society, but I was not born in that city. But why do you ask? It was from an association of ideas arising out of our conversation. I thought, if you lived in Paris, you might have seen Rousseau, of whom we were speaking just now. I have, indeed, seen him sometimes. People look at him as he passes by, do they not? He is admired, and pointed out as the benefactor of the human race. No, children, incited by their parents, follow him and throw stones at him. Good heavens! Exclaimed Gilbert, with the most painful astonishment. But at least he is rich. He has sometimes to ask himself, as you asked yourself this morning, where shall I procure a breakfast? But, poor as he is esteemed, has influence, is respected. He knows not at night, when he lies down, whether he may not awake in the morning in the Bastille. Oh, how he must hate mankind! He neither loves them nor hates them, he is disgusted with them, that is all. How can we avoid hating people who treat us ill? Cried Gilbert, I cannot comprehend that. Rousseau has always been free, sir, Rousseau has always been strong enough to rely on himself alone. It is strength and freedom which make men mild and kind, slavery and weakness alone can make them malevolent. Those are my reasons for wishing to be free, said Gilbert, proudly. I have long thought what you have just so well explained to me. But one may be free even in prison, my friend, replied the stranger. Suppose Rousseau were in the Bastille tomorrow, and he certainly will be in it one day or other, he would think and write as freely as among the mountains of Switzerland. I have never thought, for my part, that man's freedom consists in his being able to do whatever he wills, but that he should not, by any human power, be forced to do what is against his will. Has Rousseau written what you have just said, sir? I think he has. It is not in The Social Contract. No, it is in a new work of his, called The Reveries of a Solitary Walker. Sir, said Gilbert, warmly, I think we shall agree on one point. What is that? That we both love and admire Rousseau. Speak for yourself, young man, you are still in the age of illusions. We may be deceived about things, but not about men. Alas! You will learn at a later period that it is in the characters of men more than in aught else that we are deceived. Rousseau may be a little more just than other men, but, believe me, he has faults, and very great ones. Gilbert shook his head in a way which showed that he was far from being convinced, but, notwithstanding this rather uncivil demonstration, the stranger continued to treat him with the same kindness. Let us return to the point at which we set out, said the stranger. I was saying that you had quitted your master at Versailles. And I, replied Gilbert, but more mildly than before, I answered that I had no master. I should have added that it depended entirely on myself to have one, and a very illustrious one, too, and that I had refused a situation which many would have sought eagerly. A situation? Yes. One in which I should only have had to serve for the amusement of great lords in want of such an occupation. But I thought that being young and able to study and push my way in life, I ought not to lose my most precious years, and compromise in my person the dignity of man. And you decided well. But have you any fixed plan of pursuing your career? Sir, I should wish to be a physician. A noble profession. In it you may choose between real science, ever modest and self-sacrificing, and quackery, ever noisy and empty. If you would become a physician, young man, study. If a quack, nothing but impudence and effrontery are necessary. But it requires a great deal of money to study, does it not, sir? It certainly requires some money, I should not say a great deal. In fact, I believe that Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who knows everything, studied at no expense. At no expense? Oh, young man! Said the stranger, with a sad smile, do you call it no expense when we expend the most precious of God's gifts, innocence, health, sleep? These are what it has cost the philosopher of Geneva to acquire the little that he knows. The little? Repeated Gilbert, almost angrily. Yes, ask any one about him, and you will hear him spoken of as I speak of him. In the first place, he is a great musician. Oh, because King Louis XV sung a song out of an opera of Rousseau's composing, that does not make it a good opera. But he is a great botanist. I have only seen a few odd sheets of his letters on botany, but you, who gather plants in the woods, have read them, I dare say. Oh, sometimes a person thinks himself a botanist, and is only. Only what? Only a herbalist, and even. And which are you, herbalist or botanist? A very humble herbalist, and a very ignorant one, when I contemplate those marvels of God's creation, plants and flowers. He is a Latin scholar. A very bad one. But I read in a newspaper that he translated an ancient author called Tacitus. Because, in his pride, alas. Every man has his moments of pride, because, in his pride, he thought he could undertake anything. In the preface, however, to the first book, the only one which he translated, he says he does not understand Latin well, and Tacitus, who is a rude antagonist, soon wearied him. No, no, my good young man, in spite of your admiration, there is no such thing as a man of universal knowledge, and, believe me, almost all men lose in depth what they gain in superficies. A little river, when swollen by the rains, may overflow its banks till it looks like a lake, but try to sail on it, and your boat will soon touch the ground. Then you think Rousseau a superficial man? Yes. Perhaps he presents a greater superficies than other men, but that is all. There are some, I think, who would be very glad to be superficial in his fashion. Do you intend that for me? Asked the stranger, with a good-natured frankness, which quite disarmed Gilbert. Oh, no, sir. I am too much delighted to converse with you to say anything disagreeable to you. In what way does my conversation delight you? Let me hear, for I do not think you would flatter me for a morsel of bread and a few cherries. You do me justice, I would not flatter to obtain the empire of the world. You shall hear why I am pleased. You are the first person who has ever spoken to me without haughtiness, who has reasoned with me in a tone of kindness, as if speaking to a young man and not to a child. Although we did not agree about Rousseau, there has been, in all that you have said, something so calm and elevated that it attracted me. I seem, when talking to you, to be in a richly furnished saloon, the window shutters of which are closed, but of which, notwithstanding the darkness, I can guess the richness and magnificence. I know that you could, if you wished, permit a ray of light to penetrate into your conversation which would dazzle me. But you yourself speak with a certain degree of refinement, which might lead me to think that you had received a better education than you have confessed. It is the first time, sir, that I have spoken so, and I am surprised myself at the terms which I have employed. There are even some of them of which I do not quite understand the signification, and which I have only heard once. I have met with them in books, but I did not comprehend them. Have you read much? Too much, but I shall reread. The old man looked at Gilbert in astonishment. Yes, I read all that fell in my way, whether good or bad, I devoured all. Ah, if I had only had someone to direct me what I ought to forget, and what I ought to remember. But excuse me, sir, I was forgetting that, although your conversation is delightful to me, it does not therefore follow that mine must be so to you. You are herborizing, and I, perhaps, interfere with your occupation. Gilbert made a movement as if to withdraw, but at the same time with the greatest desire to be detained. The little grey eyes of the stranger were fixed on him, and they seemed to read his heart. No, said he, my box is almost full, only want a few mosses. I have been told that there are some very beautiful hair mosses in this quarter. Stay, stay, said Gilbert. I think I have seen what you want on a rock just now. Far from this. Not more than 50 paces. But how do you know that description of moss? I have lived almost all my life in the woods, sir. And then the daughter of the gentleman at whose house I was brought up was fond of botany. She had a herbal, and under each plant the name was written in her own hand. I have often looked at the plants and the writing, and then I knew them when I saw them again in the woods. Then you felt a taste for botany? Oh, sir, whenever I heard Nicole say, Nicole was the waiting maid of Mademoiselle André, when I heard Nicole say that her mistress had been trying in vain to find some particular plant, I asked her to get me the form of that plant. Then, without knowing why I had asked for it, Mademoiselle André would frequently sketch it in a moment, and Nicole would bring the drawing to me. I would then scour the fields, meadows, and woods until I had found the plant in question. When found, I dug it up and planted it in the lawn, where Mademoiselle André could see it, and, full of joy, she would exclaim, on discovering it, how strange! Here is the very plant which I have been searching for everywhere. The old man looked at Gilbert with even more attention than he had yet bestowed on him. And if Gilbert, on reflecting on the purport of what he had said, had not cast down his eyes and blushed, he would have seen that this attention was mingled with an expression of tender interest. "Well, young man," said he, "continue to study botany, it will lead by a short route to a knowledge of medicine. God has made nothing in vain, and one day or other the utility of each plant will be distinctly marked in the book of science. Learn first to know simples, afterward you can study their properties. Are there not schools in Paris?" "Yes, and even some gratuitous ones. The school of surgery, for instance, is one of the benefits which we owe to the present reign. I shall follow the course prescribed in it. Nothing can be more easy, for your parents, seeing your inclinations, will no doubt provide you an adequate maintenance." "I have no parents. But I am not afraid, I can provide for myself by my labor." "Certainly, and as you have read Rousseau's works, you know that he says that every man, even a prince, ought to be taught some manual trade." "I have not read Emile." "I think it is in Emile he has made that recommendation." "It is. I have heard the Baron de Taverney turn that advice into ridicule, and regret that he had not made his son a carpenter." "And what did he make him?" "An officer." The old man smiled. "Yes, our nobles are all so. Instead of teaching their children any trade by which life might be preserved, they teach them the trade of killing. When a revolution comes, and exile after revolution, they will be forced to beg their bread from foreigners, or sell them their swords, which is still worse. You, however, are not the son of a noble, you know a trade, I presume." "Sir, I have already told you I know nothing. Besides, I must confess that I have always had an invincible repugnance for all labors requiring strong, rough movements of the body." "Ah," said the old man, "you are lazy." "Oh, no, I am not lazy. Instead of putting me to the labor of a mechanic, place me in a room half dark, and give me books, and you shall see whether I will not work day and night at the labor of my own choosing." The stranger looked at the young man's white and slender hands. "It is a sort of predisposition or instinct," said he. "Sometimes this repugnance for manual labor leads to a good result, but it must be well directed. Well," continued he, "if you have not been at college, you have at least been at school." Gilbert shook his head. "You can read and write?" "My mother had just time, before she died, to teach me to read. My poor mother, seeing that I was not strong, always said, 'He will never make a good workman, he must be a priest or a learned man.' When I showed any distaste for my lessons, she would say, 'Learn to read, Gilbert, and you will not have to cut wood, drive a team, or break stones.' So I commenced to learn, but unfortunately I could scarcely read when she died." "And who taught you to write?" "I taught myself." "You taught yourself?" "Yes, with a stick which I pointed, and with some sand which I made fine by putting it through a sieve. For 2 years I wrote the letters which are used in printing, copying them from a book. I did not know that there were any others than these, and could soon imitate them very well. But one day, about 3 years ago, when Mademoiselle André had gone to a convent, the steward handed me a letter from her for her father, and then I saw that there existed other characters. Monsieur de Taverney, having broken the seal, threw the cover away. I picked it up very carefully, and when the postman came again I made him read me what was on it. It was, to the Baron de Taverney Maison Rouge, at his chateau, near Pierrefitte. Under each of these letters I put its corresponding printed letter, and found that I had nearly all the alphabet. Then I imitated the writing, and in a week had copied the address 10,000 times, perhaps, and had taught myself to write. You see, sir, that I am not extravagant in my expectations, since I can read and write, have read all that I could, have reflected on all that I read. Why may I not, perhaps, find a man who requires my pen, a blind man who wants eyes? Or a dumb man who wants a tongue? But you forget that then you will have a master, and that is what you do not want. A secretary or a reader is only a sort of upper servant after all." "That is true," replied Gilbert, a little downcast, but no matter, I must accomplish my object. I shall stir the paving stones of Paris, I shall turn water carrier if necessary, but I will attain my object, or I shall die in attempting it, and that will also be accomplishing an object. Well, replied the stranger, you seem indeed full of ardor and courage, excellent qualities. But have you not a profession yourself, sir? You are dressed like a man employed in the finances. The old man smiled sadly. I have a profession, said he, every man ought to have one, but mine is a complete stranger to everything connected with finance. A financier would not come out herborizing. Are you a herborist by profession, then? Almost. Then you are poor are? Yes. It is the poor who are charitable, for poverty makes them wise, and good advice is better than a Louis d'Or. Give me your advice, then. I shall do more than that. Gilbert smiled. I suspected that, said he. On how much do you think you could live? Oh, very little. But perhaps you do not know how expensive living is in Paris. Yesterday I saw Paris for the first time from the hills near Luciennes. Then you are not aware that living in great towns is dear. How much does it cost? Give me an idea. Willingly. For instance, what costs a sou in the country costs 3 sous in Paris. Well, said Gilbert, if I got any kind of shelter to rest in after my work, I should only need for my food 6 sous a day. Ah, cried the stranger, that is what I like, young man. Come with me to Paris, and I shall find you an independent profession by which you may live. Oh, sir, cried Gilbert, with rapture, then, after a moment's reflection, but it must really be an occupation, I must not live on alms. Do not be afraid of that, my child. I am not rich enough to bestow much in charity, and not foolish enough to do it without knowing the object better. This little sally of misanthropy pleased Gilbert instead of giving him offense. That is right, said he. I like such language. I accept your offer and thank you for it. What shall I have to do with you? So you decide upon coming to Paris with me? Yes, sir, if you have no objection. Of course I have no objection, since I make you the offer. Nothing, but to work. But you shall regulate the quantity of your work yourself. You are young, you ought to be happy and free, even idle if you like, after you have gained the privileges of leisure, said the stranger, smiling in spite of himself, then raising his eyes to heaven, he exclaimed, with a deep sigh, Oh, youth! Oh, vigor! Oh, freedom! Then he rose with the assistance of his stick. As he said these words, an expression of deep and poetic melancholy overspread his fine features. And now, he continued, in a more cheerful voice, now that you have got an employment, will you object to help me to fill another box with plants? I have some sheets of paper here in which we can class the others according to their orders. But, by the by, are you hungry? I have still some bread. Keep it for the afternoon if you please, sir. Well, but at least eat the cherries, they will be troublesome to carry with us. On that account I shall eat them. But allow me to carry your box, you will then be more at your ease, and I think, thanks to habit, my legs will tire yours. Ah, see. You bring me good fortune. There is the Vicrus hieratiioides which I sought in vain until now, and just under your foot, take care. The Cerastium aquaticum. Stop, stop. Do not gather them. Oh, you are not a herborist yet. The one is too moist to be gathered now, the other not advanced enough. We can get the Vicrus hieratiioides in the afternoon when we pass this way, and the Cerastium a week hence. Besides, I wish to show it growing to a friend whose patronage I mean to solicit for you. And now, show me the place where you saw the beautiful mosses. Gilbert walked on, the old man followed him, and both disappeared in the shades of the forest. XLIV, Monsieur Jacques. Gilbert, delighted at his good fortune, which had hitherto befriended him in his utmost need, walked on, turning from time to time toward the stranger, who had, by a few words, made him at once so submissive and docile. In this manner he led him to the spot where the mosses grew. They were really splendid specimens, and when the old man had made a collection of them they went in search of other plants. Gilbert was a much better botanist than he thought himself. Accustomed to the woods from his infancy, he was familiar with all the plants that grew in them, but he knew them only by their vulgar names. When he named them in that manner his companion told him the corresponding scientific term, which Gilbert, on finding another plant of the same family, would endeavor to repeat. If he miscalled the Greek or Latin term, the stranger repeated it in syllables and gave him its derivation. Then he explained how it was adapted to the nature of the plant. And thus Gilbert learned not only its botanical name, but the Greek or Latin one by which Pliny, Linnaeus, or Jussu had distinguished it. From time to time he said, "What a pity, sir, that I cannot gain my 6 sous by botanizing every day with you. Oh, I should never rest a moment, and indeed I should not want even the 6 sous. A piece of bread such as you gave me this morning would be sufficient for the whole day. I have just drunk from a spring of excellent water, as good as that at Taverney, and last night I slept under a tree here, and I am sure that I slept better than I should have done under the roof of a chateau." "My friend," replied the stranger, with a smile, "winter will come, the plants will be withered, and the spring frozen, the north wind will whistle through the naked trees, instead of this gentle breeze which agitates their leaves. You will then require a shelter, clothes, and fire, and you must be economical with your 6 sous that you may obtain them." Gilbert sighed, gathered more plants, and asked more questions. They spent thus the greater part of the day in the woods of Almay, Plessis Piquet, and Clamart-sur Menden. Gilbert, according to his usual custom, soon became familiar with his companion, who questioned him with admirable address. But there was in the young man something distrustful and circumspect, and he revealed as little as possible of his past life. At Chatillon the stranger bought some bread and milk, but it was with difficulty he prevailed upon Gilbert to take the half of his purchase. Then, refreshed, they set out for Paris, that they might enter it while it was yet daylight. The young man's heart beat high at the mere thought of being in Paris, and he could not conceal his emotion when, from the hill of Vanvres, he perceived St. Genevieve, the Invalides, Notre Dame, and that vast sea of houses whose rolling billows seemed to lave the declivities of Montmartre, Belleville, and Menilmontant. "Oh, Paris! Paris," murmured he. "Yes, Paris, a mass of houses, an abyss of ills," said the old man. "If the griefs and crimes which those houses enclose were to appear on their exteriors, from every stone would ooze a tear or a drop of blood." Gilbert heard and repressed his enthusiasm, and, thus checked, it soon died away of itself. The suburb by which they entered the city was filthy and squalid. Sick persons on litters were carried past him to the hospitals. Children, half naked, were playing in the dirt among dogs, cows, and pigs. His brow grew dark. "You think all this hideous," said the stranger. "Well, in a short time you will not even see these things. People are rich who have a pig or a cow. They will soon have neither one nor other. Their children give them pleasure, soon they will bring them only sorrow. As to filth, you will always find that everywhere." Gilbert had been inclined to look on Paris with a gloomy eye. The picture of it which his companion drew did not, therefore, displease him. The old man, at first prolix in his declamation, gradually sank into abstraction and silence as they approached the center of the city. He seemed so full of anxious thoughts that Gilbert had not courage to ask him the name of a large garden which he saw through a railing, nor of a bridge by which the Seine was crossed. The garden was the Luxembourg, the bridge, the Pont Neuf. At last, however, as they still proceeded onward, and as the stranger's meditation appeared to have changed into uneasiness, he ventured to say, "Do you live far from this, sir?" "Not very far," answered the stranger, whom this question evidently made more morose. They proceeded along the Rue du Four, passing the magnificent Hôtel de Soissons, the windows and the principal entrances of which look on the street, but whose splendid gardens extend to the streets of Grenelle and Duicas. They passed by a church which Gilbert thought very beautiful. He stopped a moment to gaze at it. "That is a beautiful building," said he. "It is Saint Eustache," replied the old man, then, looking up. 8 o'clock. Good heavens! Make haste, young man, make haste. The stranger strode on faster, Gilbert followed him. By the by, said he, after some minutes of a silence so ungenial that Gilbert began to feel uneasy, I forgot to tell you that I am married. Oh! Said Gilbert. Yes, and my wife, like a true Parisian housekeeper, will scold us, I dare say, for coming in so late. Besides, I must tell you, she is very suspicious of strangers. Do you wish me to leave you, sir? Said Gilbert, whose heart was chilled by these words. Not at all, not at all. I invited you to come home with me and you shall come. I follow you, then, answered the young man. Now, here we are, down this street, to the right. Gilbert raised his eyes, and, by the last gleams of expiring day, he read at the corner of the street, above a grocer's shop, the words. Rue Plastrière. The old man continued to hurry on faster, for the nearer he approached his house his feverish agitation seemed to increase. Gilbert feared to lose sight of him, and, in his haste, knocked against the passers-by, the burdens of the porters, and the poles of carriages and litters. His companion seemed to have completely forgotten him in his hurried progress, absorbed as he was by one disagreeable thought. At last he stopped before a door, in the upper part of which was a grating. A little string hung out through a hole. The stranger pulled it, and the door opened. He then turned, and seeing Gilbert standing undecided whether to enter or not, he said, Come on. Gilbert obeyed, and the old man shut the door. After a few steps forward in the dark, Gilbert's foot struck against a narrow, steep staircase, but the old man, accustomed to the place, had already mounted half the flight. Gilbert overtook him, ascended with him, and stopped when he stopped. This was an old half-worn-out mat in a lobby with 2 doors in it. The stranger pulled a cord near one of these doors, and a sharp tinkling bell rang. Then, from the interior of one of the rooms was heard the shuffling of slipshod feet dragging along the floor. The door opened, and a woman of from 50 to 55 years of age appeared. 2 voices immediately arose together, one, that of the stranger, the other, that of the woman who opened the door. Am I too late, dear Therese? He murmured, timidly. A pretty hour, Jacques, to sup at, she replied, rudely. Come, come. We shall soon make all that right, replied the stranger, affectionately, shutting the door, and then turning to receive the tin box from Gilbert's hands. Oh, a porter to carry your box, cried the old woman, it only wanted that. So you could not carry all that nasty stuff of grass and herbs yourself. Indeed. A porter for Monsieur Jacques. I beg pardon, he is becoming quite a great gentleman. Well, well, be calm, Therese, quietly replied he whom she addressed so insolently by the name of Jacques, arranging his plants on the mantelpiece. Pay him, then, and send him away, we don't want a spy here. Gilbert turned as pale as death, and sprang to the door. Jacques stopped him. This gentleman, said he, with less timidity than he had shown at first, is not a porter, still less a spy. He is a guest whom I have brought. The old woman's arms fell powerless by her side. A guest, said she. Certainly we are in great need of guests. Come, Therese, said the stranger, in a tone still affectionate, but in which a shade of derision might be detected, light a candle, I am heated, and we are thirsty. The old woman still grumbled, loudly at first, but gradually subsiding. Then she proceeded to strike a light. While the dialogue lasted, and the murmurs succeeding it, Gilbert remained silent and immovable, nailed to the floor within a step or 2 of the door, which he deeply regretted having entered. Jacques perceived what the young man was suffering. Come forward, Monsieur Gilbert, said he, come forward, I beg of you. The old woman turned to see the person to whom her husband spoke with this affected politeness, and Gilbert had thus an opportunity of seeing her yellow, morose face by the first light of the miserable candle, which she had placed in a copper candlestick. That face awoke in him, at the first glance, a violent antipathy. It was wrinkled, pimpled, and filled, as it were, with gall. The eyes were sharp, but meaningless. There was also a pretended softness spread over those vulgar features at that moment, which the old woman's voice and manner so completely contradicted, that Gilbert's dislike was, if possible, increased. The old woman, on her side, found the thin, pale face, circumspect silence, and stiff demeanor of the young man little to her taste. "I see, gentlemen," said she, "that you are hot, and I am sure you must be thirsty. Indeed, passing a day in the shade of the woods is so fatiguing, and stooping from time to time gather a plant so laborious an occupation, for this gentleman is a botanist, also, no doubt, that is the trade of people who have no trade." "The gentleman," replied Jacques, in a voice becoming every moment firmer, "is a kind, good young man, who did me the honor to bear me company all the day, and whom my Therese will, I am sure, receive like a friend." "There is enough of supper for two, but not for three," grumbled she. "He is easily satisfied, and so am I." "Oh, yes, all very fine. I know what that means. I tell you plainly there is not bread enough for your double moderation, and I am not going down 3 flights of stairs to get any more, I assure you. Besides, at this hour, the bakers would be shut." "Then I shall go down myself," replied Jacques, frowning. "Open the door, Therese." "Oh, but I will go down, I tell you." "Well, well," said the old woman, in a discontented voice, but at the same time yielding to the absolute tone which her opposition had called forth from Jacques, "am I not always ready to satisfy your whims? I think we can do with what we have. Come to supper." "Sit by me," said Jacques, leading Gilbert into the next room, where a little table was prepared for the master and mistress of the house. On it were laid 2 plates, beside one of which a napkin folded and tied with a red ribbon, and beside the other, one tied with white, pointed out where each took his seat. The walls of the room, which was small and of a square shape, were covered with a pale blue paper, with a white pattern, and its only ornaments were 2 large maps. The rest of the furniture consisted of 6 straw-seated chairs, the aforesaid table, and a kind of cabinet filled with stockings to be mended. Gilbert sat down. The old woman placed a plate before him, then she brought a spoon, worn thin by use, knife and fork, and a brightly polished pewter goblet. "Are you not going down?" asked Jacques. "It is not necessary," she replied, in a sharp tone, showing the spite which filled her heart at his having gained a victory over her. "It is not necessary. I found half a loaf in the pantry. That makes 1.5 pounds of bread for us all, we must make it do." So saying, she put the soup on the table. Jacques was helped first, then Gilbert, and the old woman eat out of the tureen. All 3 were very hungry. Gilbert, intimidated by the discussion on domestic economy to which he had given rise, kept his appetite as much within bounds as possible, but, notwithstanding, he had finished his soup first. The old woman cast a wrathful look on his plate so prematurely empty. "Who called today?" inquired Jacques, in order to change the current of her thoughts. "Oh, everybody, as usual," replied she. "You promised Madame de Bouffiers her 4 pieces, Madame d'Escars 2 airs, Madame de Penthièvre a quartet with an accompaniment. Some persons came themselves, others sent for what they wanted. But what of that? Monsieur was botanizing, and as people cannot amuse themselves and do their work at the same time, the ladies had to go without their music." Jacques did not say a word, to the great astonishment of Gilbert, who expected to see him get angry. But as it only concerned himself, it did not disturb him. To the soup succeeded a morsel of boiled beef, served on a common earthenware dish, scraped and cracked by the edge of the knife. Jacques helped Gilbert moderately enough, for Therese had her eye upon him, then he took a piece about the same size for himself, and handed the dish to her. The old woman seized on the loaf and cut a slice for Gilbert, so small a slice that Jacques blushed. He waited until she had helped him and herself, then he took the loaf into his own hands. "You shall cut your own bread, my young friend," said he, "and cut it according to your appetite, I beg of you. Bread ought to be doled out only to those who waste it. A moment afterward appeared a dish of kidney beans stewed in butter. "Look how green they are," said Jacques. "They are of our own keeping, we have an excellent method for that." And he passed the dish to Gilbert. "Thank you, sir," said the latter, "but I have eaten quite enough, I am not hungry." "The young gentleman is not of your opinion about my kidney beans," said Therese, angrily. "He prefers, no doubt, fresh-gathered ones, but they are early vegetables, and rather above our means." "No, madam. On the contrary, I think these appear very nice, indeed, and I am sure I should like them, but I never eat of more than one dish." "And you drink water," said Jacques, handing him the jug. "Always, sir." Jacques poured out a small glass of wine for himself. "And now, wife," said he, "you will begin and get this young man's bed ready, he must be tired, I am sure." Therese let her knife and fork fall from her hands, and fixed her angry eyes upon her husband. "Bed? Are you mad? If you bring anyone to sleep here, he must sleep in your own bed, I can tell you. You are really becoming deranged. Or, perhaps, you are going to take up a boarding house. If you are, you may get a cook and waiting maid, it is quite enough for me to be your servant, without being servant to other people." "Therese," replied Jacques, resuming his serious and firm tone, "Therese, pray listen to me. It is only for one night. This young man has never set foot in Paris before. He came under my protection, and I will not permit him to sleep in an inn. I will not, though I should, as you say, have to resign him my own bed." After this second exhibition of firmness and resolution, the old man awaited the result. Therese, who had watched him while he spoke, appearing to study every muscle of his face, seemed now to understand that she must give up the contest, and she suddenly changed her tactics. She was certain of being beaten if she continued Gilbert's enemy, she therefore began to fight for him, but certainly like an ally who intended treachery. "Well, well," said she, "since the young gentleman has come home with you, he must be a friend of yours, and it is better, as you say, that he should remain under our roof. I shall make him a bed as well as I can in your study, near the bundles of papers." "No, no," said Jacques, quickly, "a study is not a fit place to sleep in, he might set fire to the papers." "A great misfortune, truly," muttered Therese to herself. Then she added, aloud, "In that case, I can put him in front of the cupboard in the anteroom." "No, no. Well, you see, however much I wish it, I can't manage it, unless he take your bed or mine. I do not think, Therese, you are looking in the right quarter." "What do you mean?" "Why, we have the garret, you know." "The garret? The loft, you mean." "No, it is not a loft. It is a room, a little garret-like, I confess, but wholesome, and with a splendid view of the neighboring gardens, a thing very unusual in Paris." "Oh, what matters it, sir," exclaimed Gilbert, "whether it be a loft or not? Even if it were, I should be but too glad of it, I assure you." "But stay, that cannot be," cried Therese. "It is there that I dry our linen. The young man will not disturb it, Therese. You will take care, will you not, my young friend, that no accident happens to my good housekeeper's linen? We are poor, and any loss is serious to us." "Oh, do not be afraid, sir." Jacques rose and approached Therese. "I do not wish, my dear Therese," said he, "that this young man should be ruined. Paris is a dangerous place for a stranger, while here, we can watch over his conduct." "Then you have taken him to educate? He will pay for his board, this pupil of yours?" "No, but I answer for it he shall cost you nothing. From tomorrow he will provide for himself. As for lodging, since the garret is almost useless to us, let us do him this slight service." "How well idle people understand one another," muttered Therese, shrugging her shoulders. "Sir," said Gilbert, more wearied even than his host of this struggle for a hospitality which was so humbling to him, and which was only gained by fighting for every inch of ground, "Sir, I have never yet given trouble to any one. And I shall certainly not begin with you, who have been so good to me. Permit me, therefore, to leave you, if you please. I saw, near the bridge which we crossed, some trees with benches under them. I shall sleep very well, I assure you, on one of those benches. Yes, said Jacques, to be taken up by the watch as a vagabond. Which he is, muttered Therese to herself, as she removed the supper things. Come, come, young man, Jacques added, there is, as well as I can remember, a very good straw mattress upstairs, and that is surely better than a bench. Oh, sir, I have never slept on anything but a straw mattress, said Gilbert. Then, correcting this truth by a slight fib, a feather bed always overheated me, added he. Jacques smiled. Straw is certainly cool and refreshing, said he. Take that bit of candle which is on the table and follow me. Therese did not even look at them. She sighed, she was defeated. Gilbert rose gravely and followed his protector. Passing through the anteroom, he saw a cistern of water. Sir, asked he, is water dear in Paris? No, my friend. But were it dear, water and bread are two things which no man has a right to refuse his fellow-man who begs for them. Oh, the reason I asked is, that at Taverney water costs nothing, and cleanliness is the luxury of the poor. Take some, my friend, said Jacques, pointing to a large earthenware pitcher. And he preceded the young man to his sleeping apartment, surprised to find united in a youth of his age all the strength of mind of the lower classes with all the refined tastes of the higher. XLV, Monsieur Jacques Garret. The staircase, narrow and steep even at its commencement in the hall below, became still more narrow and more steep from the third story, on which Jacques lived, to the rooms above. It was, therefore, with considerable difficulty that they reached what was really a loft. Therese was right for once, it was neither more nor less than a loft, divided into 4 compartments, 3 of which were uninhabited. To say the truth, they were all, except the one destined for Gilbert, uninhabitable. The roof sloped precipitately down and formed an acute angle with the floor. In the middle of the slope, a skylight in a broken frame, without glass, admitted both light and air, the former rather scantily, the latter superabundantly, particularly during high winds in winter. Fortunately, summer was near. And yet, in spite of the approaching warm weather, the candle which Jacques held was nearly blown out on entering the loft. The mattress of which Jacques had spoken so boastingly lay on the floor, and at the first glance seemed to be in itself the whole furniture of the place. Here and there were piles of old printed papers, which had turned yellow at the edges from age, and in the midst of them were some books half gnawed away by rats. From 2 cords which were stretched from one side of the loft to the other, and the first of which was nearly strangling Gilbert, hung, dancing in the night breeze, several paper bags containing kidney beans dried in their pods. A few bundles of aromatic herbs, some household linen, and several articles of female attire almost in rags. It is not a very handsome place, said Jacques, but sleep and darkness make an humble cabin equal to a sumptuous palace. Sleep, my young friend, as you ought to sleep at your age, and tomorrow morning you may believe that you have slept in the Louvre. But, above all things, take care of fire. Yes, sir, said Gilbert, a little bewildered at all that he had heard and seen. Jacques left the room smiling, then returned. Tomorrow we shall have some conversation, said he. You will have no objection to work, will you? You know, sir, that, on the contrary, to work is my strongest wish. That is right, said Jacques, and he turned away. To work in an honorable way, you understand, sir, added the punctilious Gilbert. I know of no other, my young friend. So, then, good night. Good night, and thank you, sir. Jacques retired, closed the door, and Gilbert was left alone in his garret. At first amazed, then stupefied at the thought that he was in Paris, he asked himself, could this really be Paris? Could there be in Paris such rooms as his? He then reflected that, in reality, Jacques was bestowing charity on him, and as he had seen alms bestowed at Taverney, not only did his surprise subside, but gradually gave way to gratitude, so much difference was there in the manner of performing the two acts. Then, candle in hand, and taking every precaution against fire, as recommended by Jacques, he went over all parts of his garret, thinking so little of Teresa's clothes that he would not take even an old gown to serve him for a quilt. He stopped at the piles of printed papers. They roused his curiosity to the utmost, but they were tied up, and he did not touch them. With outstretched neck and eager eye, he passed from these parcels to the bags of kidney beans. The bags were made of very white paper, also printed, and were fastened together by pins. In making rather a hurried movement he touched the rope with his head and one of the bags fell. Paler and more frightened than if he had been discovered breaking open a strong-box, Gilbert hastened to gather up the beans scattered on the floor and to return them to the bag. During this process he naturally looked at the paper, and mechanically read a few words. These words excited his interest. He pushed aside the beans, and sitting down on his mattress he read with eagerness, for the words were so completely in unison with his own character and feelings that he could almost imagine them to have been written, not only for, but by myself. They were as follows. Besides, grisettes, tradesmen's daughters, and filles de chambre never presented any temptation to me, I was influenced by ladies alone. Every one has his whim, and this was mine. I do not agree with Horace on this point. It is not, however, mere admiration of rank or wealth which induces this preference. It is the superior delicacy of complexion, the soft white hands, the becoming attire, the air of delicacy and order exhibited in the whole person, the taste which appears in every gesture and every expression. The dress so much finer and better formed, the shoes of more delicate workmanship, the more judicious blending of ribbons and laces, the hair arranged with superior care. Thus adorned, I should prefer the plainest features to beauty without them. This preference may be, and I feel that it is, very ridiculous, but my heart has made it almost in spite of me. Gilbert started, and the perspiration burst from his forehead. His thoughts could not be better expressed, his desires more clearly defined, nor his tastes more perfectly analyzed. But André, though thus adorned, did not require these auxiliaries to set off the plainest features. All these were subservient to her peerless beauty. After this came a delightful adventure of a young man with two young girls. Their setting out all together on horseback was related, and all the pretty little fears of the ladies were described. Then their nocturnal return was told in the most charming style. Gilbert's interest increased. He unfolded the bag and read all that was in it, then he looked at the pages that he might, if possible, go on regularly with what was so interesting. The paging was not regular, but he found 7 or 8 bags which seemed in the narrative to have some connection. He took out the pins, emptied the beans on the floor, put the sheets together, and proceeded to read. He was thinking of the happiness he should have, passing the whole night in reading, and the pleasure he should find in unpinning the long file of bags yet untouched, when suddenly a slight crackling was heard. The candle being low, had heated the copper around it, it sunk in the melted grease, a disagreeable odor filled the loft, and in a moment all was darkness. This event took place so quickly that Gilbert had no time to prevent it, and he could have wept with vexation at being interrupted in the middle of his reading. He allowed the paper to slip from his hands on the heap of beans near his bed, threw himself on his mattress, and, in spite of his disappointment, soon slept profoundly. He did not awake until aroused by the noise of taking off the padlock with which Jacques had closed the door the night before. It was broad daylight, and as Gilbert opened his eyes, he saw his host enter softly. His eyes immediately rested on the kidney beans scattered on the floor, and the bags turned into their original form. Jacques' glance had taken the same direction. Gilbert felt the blush of shame covering his cheeks, and, scarcely knowing what he said, he murmured, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, my friend," said Jacques, "have you slept well?" "Yes, sir." "Are you a somnambulist?" Gilbert did not know what a somnambulist was, but he understood that the question referred to the beans no longer in their bags, and to the bags despoiled of their content. "Ah, sir," said he, "I understand why you ask me that question. Yes, I have been guilty of this misconduct, I humbly confess it, but I think I can repair it." Yes. But why is your candle burned out? I sat up too late. But why sit up? Asked Jacques, distrustfully. To read, sir. The old man's eyes wandered with increasing interest all round the garret. This first leaf, said Gilbert, taking up the first page which he had unpinned and read, this first leaf, which I looked at by chance, interested me so much, but, sir, you who know so much, do you know what book this is taken from? Jacques glanced carelessly at it and said. I don't know. It is a romance, I am sure, said Gilbert, and a charming romance, too. A romance? Do you think so? Yes, for love is spoken of here as in romances, only much better. Well, as I see at the foot of this page the word confessions, I think that it may be a true history. Oh, no. The man who speaks thus does not speak for himself. There is too much frankness in his avowals, too much impartiality in his judgments. You are wrong, answered the old man, quickly. The author wished to give an example of that kind to the world. Do you know who is the author? The author is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau? Cried the young man, impetuously. Yes, these are some leaves from his last work. So this young man, as he speaks of himself here, poor, unknown, almost begging on the highway, was Rousseau, that is to say, the man who was one day to write Le Contrat Social and Emile. The same, or, rather, not the same, said the old man, with an expression of deep melancholy, no, not the same, the author of Le Contrat Social and Emile is the man disenchanted with the world, life, glory, almost with the deity himself. The other Rousseau is the child entering a world rosy as the dawn, a child with all the joys and all the hopes of that happy age. Between the two Rousseaus lies an abyss which will forever prevent them from being one, 30 years of misery. The old man shook his head, let his arms sink by his side, and appeared lost in reverie. Gilbert was delighted, not saddened, by what he heard. Then, said he, all that I read last night was not a charming fiction. Young man, Rousseau has never lied, remember his motto, vitam impendere vero. I have seen it, but as I do not know Latin, I did not understand it. It means to give one's life for the truth. But my wife must have risen by this time, let us go down, a man determined to work can never begin the day too early. Rouse, young man, rouse. And so, said Gilbert, it is possible that a man of such an origin as Rousseau may be loved by a lady of rank? Oh, heavens! What it is to inspire with hope those who, like him, have dared to raise their eyes above them. You love, said Jacques, and you find an analogy between your situation and that of Rousseau. Gilbert blushed, but did not answer this interrogation. But all women, said he, are not like those of whom I read. How many are proud, haughty, disdainful, whom it would be only folly to love? And yet, young man, replied the other, such occasions have more than once presented themselves to Rousseau. That is true, sir, pardon me for having detained you. But there are some subjects which intoxicate me, and some thoughts which make me almost mad. Come, come, I fear you are in love, said the old man. Instead of replying, Gilbert commenced to make up the bags again, with the help of the pins, and fill them with the kidney beans. Jacques looked on. You have not been very splendidly lodged, said he, but, after all, you have had what was necessary, and if you had been earlier up, you might have inhaled through your window the perfume of the garden trees which, in the midst of the disagreeable odors that infest a great town, is certainly very agreeable. The gardens of the Rue Jussienne are just below, and to breathe in the morning the fragrance of their flowers and shrubs is to a poor captive a happiness for all the rest of the day. It certainly conveys an agreeable sensation to me, said Gilbert, but I am too much accustomed to those things to pay any particular attention to them. Say, rather, that you have not yet been long enough the inhabitant of a town to know how much the country is to be regretted. But you have done, let us go down. And motioning Gilbert to precede him, he shut the door and put on the padlock. This time Jacques led his companion directly to the room which Therese the evening before had named the study. Its furniture was composed of glass cases, containing butterflies, plants, and minerals, a bookcase of walnut tree wood, a long, narrow table, with a green and black baize cover, worn out by constant use, on which were a number of manuscripts arranged in good order, and 4 armchairs, stuffed and covered with haircloth. Every article was waxed and shining, irreproachable as to neatness and cleanliness, but chilling to the eye and the heart, so dim and grey was the light admitted through the drab curtains. And so far removed from comfort were the cold ashes on the black hearth. A little harpsichord of rosewood on 4 straight legs, the strings of which vibrated as the carriages passed in the street, and the slight ticking of a timepiece placed over the fireplace, were all that seemed to give life to this species of tomb. But Gilbert entered it with profound respect. The furniture seemed to him almost sumptuous, since it was, as nearly as possible, the same as that of the chateau of Taverney, and the polished floor, above all, struck him with awe. "Sit down," said Jacques, pointing to a second little table placed in the recess of a window, "and I shall explain what occupation I intend for you." Gilbert eagerly obeyed. "Do you know what this is?" asked the old man, showing him some paper ruled with lines at equal distances. "Certainly," said he, "it is music paper." "Well, when one of these leaves has been filled up properly by me, that is, when I have copied on it as much music as it will contain, I have earned 10 sous, that is the price which I fixed myself. Do you think you can learn to copy music?" "Oh, yes, sir. I think so. But does not all this little black dotting of spots joined together by single, double, and triple strokes, swim before your eyes?" "Yes, sir. At the first glance I cannot distinguish them well, but on looking more closely I shall be able to separate one note from another. For instance, here is a F.A. And the note above that, crossing the second line. That is sol. Then you can read music." "I know only the names of the notes, I do not understand their value." "Do you know when they are minims, crotchets, quavers, and semiquavers?" "Oh, yes, I know that." "And that mark?" "It is a rest." "And that?" "A sharp." "And that?" "A flat." "Very well. And so, with this ignorance of yours," said Jacques, his eye beginning to darken with distrust which seemed natural to him, "with this ignorance of yours, you speak of music as you spoke of botany, and as you would have spoken of love. Had I not cut you short?" "Oh, sir," replied Gilbert, blushing, "do not ridicule me." "No, my child, I am only surprised at you. Music is an art which is seldom learned until after other studies, and you told me you had received no education. In fact, that you had been taught nothing." "That is the truth, sir. But you could not have found out of yourself that this black point was a F.A. "Sir," said Gilbert, looking down with an embarrassed air, "in the house where I lived there was a young lady, who played on the harpsichord." "Oh, I the same who studied botany?" "Yes, sir, and she played very well." "Indeed?" "Yes. And I adore music. All that does not account for your knowing the notes. Sir, Rousseau says that the man who enjoys the effect without seeking to know the cause, allows half his powers to lie dormant." "Yes. But he also says that man in acquiring that knowledge loses his joyousness, his innocence, and his natural instincts. What matters it if he find in the search itself an enjoyment equal to all the pleasures which he loses?" Jacques turned toward him, still more surprised. "Ha," said he, "you are not only a botanist and a musician, but also a logician." "Ah, sir, I am unfortunately neither a musician, a botanist, nor a logician. I can distinguish one note from another, one sign from another, that is all." "You can sol F.A., then?" "No, not in the least, sir." "Well, no matter. Will you try to copy this? Here is some ruled paper, but take care of wasting it, it is very dear, and now I think of it, it would be better for you to take some common paper, rule it yourself, and make a trial on it." "Oh, sir, I shall do whatever you recommend. But allow me to say that this is not an occupation for my whole lifetime. It would be much better to become a public writer than copy music which I do not understand. Young man, you speak without reflection. Is it by night that a public writer gains his bread? No, certainly. Well, listen to me, with practice a man can copy in 2 or 3 hours at night 5 or even 6 of these pages, for that he will get 3 francs. A man can live on that sum. You will not contradict that, you, who would be content with 6 sous. Thus, you see, with 2 hours' work at night you could earn sufficient to enable you to attend the school of surgery, of medicine, and of botany. Oh, cried Gilbert, now I understand, and I thank you from my very heart. And so saying, he seized eagerly the paper which the old man offered him. XLVI, who Monsieur Jacques was. Gilbert set to work with the greatest ardor, and his paper was soon covered with careful copies of what was placed before him. The old man looked at him for some time, and then sat down at the other table to correct printed sheets like those of which the bags containing the kidney bows had been made. They had passed 3 hours in this way, and the timepiece had just struck 9, when Therese entered hurriedly. Jacques raised his head. Quick! Quick, said she, come into the other room. Here is another prince come to visit you. When will this procession of grandees be over? I only hope he will not take it into his head to breakfast with us, as the Duc de Chartres did the other day. Who is the prince? Asked Jacques, in a low voice. Monseigneur the Prince de Conti. At this name Gilbert let fall on his paper a soul which looked much more like a dinner plate than a note. A prince. A grandee, he muttered to himself. Jacques left the study, smiling, Therese followed, and closed the door behind her. Then Gilbert looked around, and finding that he was alone, sat bolt upright with astonishment. But where am I, then? Exclaimed he. Princes, highnesses, calling on Monsieur Jacques. The Duc de Chartres, the Prince de Conti, calling on a copier of music. He approached the door to listen, his heart beat strangely. The first greetings were over between Jacques and the prince, and the latter was speaking. I should have liked, he said, to take you with me. Why so, Monseigneur? Asked Jacques. To introduce you to the Dauphiness. A new era is opening for philosophy, my clear philosopher. 1,000 thanks for your kindness, my lord, but it is impossible for me to accompany you. Yet 6 years ago you accompanied Madame de Pompadour to Fontainebleau. I was 6 years younger then. Now I am chained to my armchair by infirmities. And by misanthropy. And if it were so, my lord, you must allow that the world is not worth the trouble of putting one's self out of the way for it. Well, I shall let you off for St. Denis, and the grand ceremonial, but I must take you to Moet, where Her Royal Highness will sleep the night after tomorrow. Then Her Royal Highness arrives at St. Denis the day after tomorrow? Yes, with all her retinue. Come, 2 leagues are easily travelled. Report bespeaks Her Highness an excellent musician, a pupil of Gluck's. Gilbert heard no more. The day after tomorrow the Dauphiness and all her retinue would be at St. Denis. These words suggested only one idea to him, that the next day but one André would be 2 leagues distant from him. Of the 2 feelings which he experienced, the stronger overcame the weaker. Love put an end to curiosity. For a moment it seemed, to him as if he had not room to breathe. He ran to a window to open it, but it was fastened inside with a padlock, no doubt to prevent those on the opposite side of the street from ever having an opportunity of seeing what passed in the study. He sank on his chair. Oh, I will never listen at doors again, said he. I must not try to penetrate the secrets of this man, apparently so humble, whom a prince calls his friend and wishes to present to the future Queen of France, to the daughter of emperors. Whom Mademoiselle André addressed almost kneeling at her feet. And yet, perhaps, I might hear something of Mademoiselle André. No, I should seem like a lackey, La Brie used to listen at doors. And he courageously retired from the door. But his hands trembled so much that he could not write, and indeed he required some more exciting pursuit to divert his thoughts, he therefore seized a book on the other table. The Confessions. He read, with joyful surprise, embellished with a likeness of the author, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and I have never yet seen a likeness of Rousseau, and he hastily turned the silk paper which covered the engraving. No sooner did it meet his eye than he uttered a cry of amazement. At that moment Jacques opened the door. Gilbert compared his face with the likeness in the book which he held in his hand, then, pale and trembling, he let the volume fall, exclaiming, "I am in the house of Jean-Jacques Rousseau." "Let me see, my child, how you have copied your music," said Rousseau, smiling, and inwardly better pleased with this involuntary homage than with many of the thousand triumphs of his glorious life. And passing by the trembling Gilbert, he approached the table and commenced to examine his work. "Your notes are not badly formed," said he, "but they are carelessly joined together. Here, there should be a rest to make the time complete. Then, see, the bars which divide it are not quite straight. Make the semibreves by 2 semicircles, it is not important that they should join. The note made perfectly round is ungraceful, and the stalk does not join with it so well. Yes, my friend, you are indeed in the house of Jean-Jacques Rousseau." "Oh, pardon me, sir, for all the foolish words which I have uttered," exclaimed Gilbert, clasping his hands ready to fall on his knees. "Was it necessary that a prince should come to visit me," said Rousseau, shrugging his shoulders, "to enable you to discover in me the unhappy, persecuted philosopher of Geneva? Poor child! Happy in your ignorance of persecution." "Oh, yes, I am happy, very happy. But it is in seeing you, in knowing you, in being near you." "Thanks, my child, thanks. But it is not enough to be happy, you must work. Now that you have made a trial, take this rondo and copy it on some proper music paper. It is short and easy, above all things, observe neatness." "But how did you discover?" Gilbert, with a swelling heart, took up the volume and pointed to the portrait. "Oh, yes, my likeness burned in effigy on the first page of the Emile. However, the autodafé diffuses light as well as the rays of the sun. Ah, sir, my wildest dreams never exceeded this. To live with you. My highest ambition never hoped for more." "You cannot live with me, my friend," said Jean-Jacques, "for I do not take pupils. As for guests, you perceive that I am not rich enough to entertain them, certainly not to receive them as regular inmates." A cold perspiration stood on Gilbert's forehead. Rousseau took his hand. "However," said he, "do not despair. From the moment I first saw you, I have been studying your character. In it there is much which requires to be corrected, but there is also much to esteem. Learn to subdue your inclinations. Distrust your pride, that gnawing worm which is the bane of philosophy. Copy music, and wait patiently for better times. Dash." "Oh, heavens," said Gilbert, "I feel bewildered when I think of what has happened me." "What has happened you is very simple and very natural, my child. You were flying I know not whence, for I did not seek to know your secret. And in your flight you met a man gathering plants in a wood. He had bread, you had none, he shared his with you. You did not know where to seek an asylum for the night, he offered you the shelter of his roof. The man might have been called by any name, he happened to be called Rousseau. That is the whole affair. This man said to you, the first precept of philosophy is, man, suffice for thyself. Now, my friend, when you have copied your rondo, you will have gained your bread for this day. Copy your rondo, therefore. Oh, sir, what kindness! As for your lodging, that is yours into the bargain. Only, no reading at night, or if you must have a candle, let it be your own, otherwise, Therese will scold. In the meantime, are you hungry?" "Oh, no, sir," replied Gilbert, in a choking voice. "There is enough left from our supper of last night to serve for this morning's breakfast. Do not stand on ceremony, this repast is the last you will get at my table, unless by invitation, if we remain friends." Gilbert made a movement as if to speak, but Rousseau interrupted him. "There is in the Rue Plastrière," continued he, "a modest eating-house for mechanics, you can dine there on moderate terms, for I shall recommend you to the proprietor. In the meantime, come and breakfast. Gilbert followed Rousseau without daring to reply. He was completely subdued, but at least it was by a man superior to most other men. After a few mouthfuls he left the table and returned to his task. He spoke truly, his emotion was so great that it had taken away his appetite. During the whole day he never raised his eyes from the paper, and at 8 in the evening, after having torn 3 sheets, he had succeeded in copying legibly and neatly a rondo of 4 pages. "I will not flatter you," said Rousseau, "it is not yet well done, but it is legible, what you have done is worth 10 sous, here is the money." Gilbert took it with a low bow. "There is some bread in the cupboard, Monsieur Gilbert," said Therese, on whom the young man's modest demeanor, mildness, and industry had produced a favorable impression. "Thank you, ma'am," replied Gilbert. "Believe me, I shall never forget your kindness." "Here," said she, holding the bread out to him. He was about to refuse, but, looking at Rousseau, he saw by the slight frown which contracted his piercing eye and the curl which hovered on his delicately formed lips, that the refusal would wound him. "I accept your kind offer," said he. He then withdrew to his little chamber, holding in his hand the 6 silver sous and the 4 copper ones he had just received. "At last," said he, on entering his garret, "I am my own master. But stay, not yet, since I hold in my hand the bread of charity." And although he felt hungry, he laid down the piece of bread on the sill of the skylight, and did not eat it. Then, fancying that sleep would enable him to forget his hunger, he blew out his candle and stretched himself on his straw pallet. He was awake before daybreak on the following morning, for, in truth, he had slept very little during the night. Recollecting what Rousseau had said about the gardens, he leaned out of the skylight, and saw below him the trees and shrubs of a very beautiful garden, and beyond the trees the hotel to which the garden belonged. The entrance to which was from the Rue Jussienne. In one corner of the garden, quite surrounded by shrubs and flowers, there stood a little summer house, the windows of which were closed. Gilbert at first thought that the windows were closed on account of the earliness of the hour. But observing that the foliage of the trees had grown up against the shutters, he was convinced that the summer house must have been unoccupied since the preceding winter at least. He returned, therefore, to his admiring contemplation of the noble lime trees, which partially concealed from view the main body of the hotel. 2 or 3 times during his survey, Gilbert's eyes bad turned toward the piece of bread which Therese had cut from the evening before, but although hunger pleaded loudly, he was so much the master of himself that he refrained from touching it. 5 o'clock struck. Gilbert was persuaded that the door of the passage must now be open. And washed, brushed, and combed, for Rousseau had furnished his garret with all that was necessary for his modest toilet, he descended the stairs, with his piece of bread under his arm. Rousseau, who this time was not the first afoot, and who from a lingering suspicion, perhaps, and the better to watch his guest, had left his door open, heard him descend and narrowly observed his movements. He saw Gilbert leave the house with the bread under his arm, a poor man came up to him, and he saw Gilbert give him the bread, and then enter a baker's shop which was just opened, and buy some more. "Now," said Rousseau, "he will go to a tavern, and his poor 10 sous will soon vanish." But he was mistaken. Gilbert ate his bread as he walked along, then, stopping at a fountain at the corner of the street, he took a long draught, ate the rest of the bread, drank again, rinsed his mouth, washed his hands, and returned toward the house. "Ha!" said Rousseau, "I fancy that I am luckier than Diogenes, and have found a man." And hearing Gilbert's footsteps on the stairs, he hastened to open the door. The entire day was spent in uninterrupted labor. Gilbert brought to his monotonous task activity, intelligence, and unshrinking assiduity. What he did not perfectly comprehend he guessed, and his hand, the slave of his iron will, traced the notes without hesitation and without mistake. By evening he had copied 7 pages, if not elegantly, at least with scrupulous correctness. Rousseau examined his work with the eye both of a critical judge and a philosopher. As a critical judge, he criticized the form of the notes, the fineness of the joinings, the spaces for the rests and dots, but he acknowledged that there was a decided improvement since the day before, and he gave Gilbert 25 sous. As a philosopher, he admired the strength of resolution which could bend the ardent temperament and active and athletic frame of a young man of 18 to such constant and unceasing labor. For Rousseau had discovered that in that young heart there lurked an ardent passion, but whether ambition or love, he had not yet ascertained. Gilbert gazed thoughtfully at the money which he had received. It was a piece of 24 sous and a single sou. He put the sou in his pocket, probably with the other sous which were remaining from the little sum of the day before, and grasping the silver with evident satisfaction in his right hand, he said, "Sir, you are my master. Since you give me work and also lodge me in your house gratis, I think it only right, therefore, that I should communicate to you all my intentions, otherwise I might lose your regard." Rousseau looked at him with a lowering eye. "What are you going to do?" said he. "Have you any other intention than that of working tomorrow?" "Sir, for tomorrow, yes. With your permission, I should like to be at liberty tomorrow." "What to do?" said Rousseau. "To idle." "Sir," said Gilbert, "I wish to go to Saint Denis." "To Saint Denis?" "Yes, Her Highness the Dauphiness is to arrive there tomorrow." "Ah! True, there are to be festivities in honor of her arrival." "That is it, sir." "I thought you less of a sightseer, my young friend," said Rousseau. "I gave you credit, at first, on the contrary, for despising the pomps of absolute power." "Sir! Look at me, whom you pretend to take for a model. Yesterday one of the royal princes came to invite me to court. Well, observe, citizen as I am, I refused his invitation. Not to go as you would go, my poor lad, on foot, and standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse over the shoulder of a guardsman of the king's carriage as it passes, but to appear before princes, to be honored by a smile from princesses." Gilbert nodded his approbation. "And why did I refuse?" continued Rousseau, with vehemence. "Because a man ought not to have two faces, because the man who has written that royalty is an abuse ought not to be seen bending before a king. Because I, who know that every festivity of the great robs the people of some portion of that comfort which is now scarcely sufficient to keep them from revolt, I protest by my absence against all such festivities." "Sir," said Gilbert, "believe me, I comprehend all the sublimity of your philosophy." "Doubtless, and yet since you do not practice it, permit me to tell you." "Sir," said Gilbert, "I am not a philosopher. Tell me, at least, what you are going to do at Saint Denis." "Sir, I am discreet." Rousseau was struck by these words. He saw that there was some mystery concealed under this obstinate desire, and he looked at this young man with a sort of admiration which his character inspired. "Oh, very well," said he. "I see you have a motive, I like that better." "Yes, sir, I have a motive, one, I assure you, in no way connected with an idle love for pomp or show." "So much the better. Or, perhaps I should say so much the worse. There is something unfathomable in your look, young man, and I seek in vain in its expression for the frankness and calm of youth." "I told you, sir, that I have been unhappy," replied Gilbert, sorrowfully, "and for the unhappy there is no youth." "Then, you consent to give me tomorrow to myself?" "Yes." "Thank you, sir." "Remember, however," said Rousseau, "that while you are gazing at the vain pomps of the world defiling in procession before you, I shall, in one of my herbals, be passing in review the splendor and variety of nature." "Sir," said Gilbert, "would you not have left all the herbals in the world the day when you went to visit Mademoiselle Galley after having presented her with the bouquet?" "Good," said Rousseau. "True, you are young. Go to Saint Denis, my child." Then, when Gilbert, with a joyful countenance, had left the room, "It is not ambition," said he, "it is love." 47. The Sorcerer's Wife. At the moment when Gilbert, after his hard day's labor, was munching in his loft his bread dipped in cold water, and inhaling with delight the pure air of the gardens below him, A woman mounted on a magnificent Arabian horse was advancing at full gallop toward St. Denis, along that road which was now deserted, but which on the morrow was to be crowded with so much rank and fashion. She was dressed with elegance, but in a strange and peculiar style, and her face was hidden by a thick veil. On entering the town she proceeded straight to the Carmelite convent, and dismounting, she knocked with her delicately formed finger at the wicket, while her horse, which she held by the bridle, snorted and pawed the ground with impatience. Several inhabitants of the town, struck with curiosity, gathered around her. They were attracted, in the first place, by her foreign attire, then by her perseverance in knocking. "What is it you want, madam?" said one of them, at length. "You see, sir," she replied, with a strongly marked Italian accent, "I wish to obtain admittance." "In that case, you are taking the wrong way. This gate is only opened once a day to the poor, and the hour is now past. What must I do, then, to gain an audience of the superior?" "You must knock at that little door at the extremity of the wall, or else ring at the grand entrance." Another person now approached. "Do you know, madam," said he, "that the present abbess is Her Royal Highness Madame Louise of France?" "I know it, sir, thank you," she replied. "Vatudieu! What a splendid animal!" exclaimed a dragoon, gazing in admiration at the foreigner's steed. "Now, that horse, if not too old, is worth 500 louis d'ors, as sure as mine is worth 100 pistoles." These words produced a great effect on the crowd. At that moment, a canon, who, unlike the dragoon, looked only at the rider, to the exclusion of her steed, made his way toward her, and by some secret known to himself alone opened the wicket of the tower. "Enter, madam," said he, "and lead in your horse, if you please." The woman, eager to escape from the gaze of the crowd, which seemed to terrify her, hurried in, and the gate was closed behind her. The moment the foreigner found herself alone in the large courtyard she shook the bridle loose on the horse's neck, and the noble animal, rejoiced to feel himself at liberty, made his trappings clash, and pawed the ground so loudly that the portress, who happened for the moment to be off her post, hastened out from the interior of the convent. "What do you want, madam?" cried she, "and how did you gain admittance here?" "A charitable canon opened the gate for me," said the stranger. "As for my business, I wish, if possible, to speak to the superior. Madam will not receive anyone this evening. Yet I have been told that it is the duty of superiors of convents to admit, at any hour of the day or of the night, their sisters, of the world who come to implore their succor. Possibly so in ordinary circumstances, but Her Royal Highness, who only arrived the day before yesterday, is scarcely installed in her office yet, and holds this evening a chapter of our order." "Oh, madam," replied the stranger, "I come from a great distance, I come from Rome. I have traveled 60 leagues on horseback, and am almost exhausted. What can I do? The orders of the superior are positive. My sister, I have to reveal to your abbess Mars of the highest importance. Return tomorrow. It is impossible. I have stayed 1 day in Paris, and already during that day, besides, I cannot sleep at an inn." "Why so?" "Because I have no money." The man gazed in amazement at this woman, covered with jewels, and mistress of a fine horse, who pretended that she had no money to pay for a night's lodging. "Oh, do not heed my words. Do not examine my dress," said the young woman. "Perhaps I did not speak the precise truth when I said I had no money, for no doubt I could obtain credit in any inn. But what I want is not a lodging, but a refuge. Madam, this is not the only convent in St. Denis, and each convent has an abbess." Yes, I know that well, but it is not a common abbess who can protect me." "I think you are wrong in persisting thus. The Princess Louise no longer takes any interest in affairs of this world. What matters it to you? Only just tell her that I wish to speak to her. She is holding a chapter, I tell you. After it is over, then. It has scarcely begun. I can go into the church and wait there in prayer. I am sorry, madam, that I cannot permit you to wait there. Oh, then I am mistaken. I am not in the house of God, cried the stranger, with such vehemence of voice and look that the nun, alarmed, dared no longer oppose her wishes. If you be really in great distress, said she, I shall try what I can do. Oh, tell her Royal Highness, added the foreigner, that I come from Rome, that I have made only 2 halts on the road, one at Mayence, the other at Strasbourg. That during the last 4 days I have only taken the time absolutely necessary for myself and my horse to regain strength to continue our journey. I shall tell her, sister, and the nun hastened off. A moment after, a lay sister appeared, followed by the portress. Well, exclaimed the stranger, impatient to know what reply had been sent. Her Royal Highness says, Madam, replied the lay sister, it is quite impossible to give you an audience this evening, but that, nevertheless, the hospitality of the convent shall be extended to you. Since you are in such urgent want of an asylum. You may follow me, therefore, sister, and if you have made so long a journey as you say, and are fatigued, you can retire to rest at once. But my horse? Rest assured he shall be taken care of, my sister. He is as gentle as a lamb. He is called Garret, and comes when addressed by that name. I entreat you will take care of him, for he is a most valuable animal. He shall be treated as if he were one of the king's horses. Thanks. In the meantime, conduct madam to her apartment, said the lay sister to the portress. Not to my apartment, to the church. I do not require sleep, but prayer. The chapel is open, my sister, said the nun, pointing to a little side door which gave admittance to the church. And I shall see the superior in the morning, asked the stranger. Tomorrow morning. That is also impossible. Why so? Because tomorrow morning there will be a grand reception. And for whom can a reception be more necessary than for an unfortunate like me? Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness will do us the honor to spend 2 hours here on her way through town tomorrow. It is a great honor for our convent, and a high solemnity for us poor nuns. So that, you understand, the abbess is most anxious that everything should be worthy of the royal guests we expect. But in the meantime, said the stranger, looking around with a shudder, while I wait the leisure of your august superior, shall I be in safety here? Undoubtedly, my sister. Our house is a refuge even for the guilty, much more for fugitives, said the stranger. It is well, then no one can enter here. No one, that is, not without an order. Oh, but if he procures an order. Good heavens! He who is so powerful that his power at times terrifies me. He, who? Asked the nun. Oh, no one, no one. The poor creature is deranged, I fear, murmured the nun to herself. The church. The church. Repeated the stranger, so wildly as in some degree to justify this suspicion. Come, my sister, let me lead you to it. Yes, yes, I am pursued, look you. Quick. The church. Oh, the walls of St. Denis are strong, said the nun, with a compassionate smile. Believe me, after such a journey as you have described, you had much better go and rest in a good bed than bruise your knees on the stones of our chapel. No, no. I wish to pray that God will rescue me from my pursuers, cried the young woman, hurriedly entering the church by the door which the nun pointed out, and shutting the door behind her. The nun, curious as all nuns are, hastened round to the principal entrance, and, advancing softly, saw the unknown praying and sobbing before the altar, her face bowed to the ground. XLVII, Parisians. The nuns had informed the stranger correctly, when they told her that the chapter of the convent was assembled in conclave. Madame Louise of France presided at the meeting, her first exercise of supreme authority, and assisted in their deliberation as to the best means of giving the daughter of the Caesars a reception worthy of her august character and station. The funds of the convent were rather low. The late abbess, on resigning her functions, had carried away with her a large portion of the lace, which was her private property, as well as the reliquaries and ostensions, which it was the practice of superiors, who were all taken from the highest families, to lend to their convents on devoting themselves to the service of God, from the most worldly motives. Madame Louise, on learning the intended visit of the Dauphiness, had sent an express to Versailles, and the same night a wagon had arrived loaded with hangings, lace, and ornaments, to the value of 600,000 livres. Consequently, when the tidings were spread of the royal splendor, which was to be exhibited at the reception of the Dauphiness, all the ardent curiosity of the Parisians was redoubled, those same Parisians whom Monsieur describes as provoking only a smile when seen in private life, but when, assembled in masses, arousing reflections more calculated to make us weep and tremble. Therefore, from earliest dawn, the citizens of the capital, having learned from public report the route which the Dauphiness was to take, began to issue from their dens, and at first, in parties of 10 or 20, then in hundreds, and finally in thousands, poured out toward St. Denis. The French and Swiss guards, the regiments stationed at St. Denis, were under arms, and formed a line on each side of the road to keep back the waves of the living tide which rolled on toward the gates of the cathedral, and mounted even to the sculptured projections of the building. A sea of heads appeared everywhere, children's peeping from above the porches of doors, men's and women's thronging the windows. Besides these, thousands of curious spectators, who had arrived too late to secure places, or who, like Gilbert, preferred their liberty to the constraint and inconvenience of being shut up during the whole day in one spot, swarmed like ants on every side, climbing the trees which bordered the road from St. Denis to Muette, or dispersed here and there waiting for the procession. The cortege, although still possessing a numerous train of sumptuous equipages, and troops of domestics in splendid liveries, had considerably diminished after leaving Compiegne. For, except for the great lords, it was found impossible to keep pace with the king, who doubled and trebled the usual stages by means of relays posted on the road. Those of lesser note had, therefore, remained at Compiegne, or had taken post-horses and returned to Paris to give their stud a breathing interval. But after a day's repose at their own domiciles, masters and domestics now thronged toward St. Denis, both to witness the preparations, and to get another glimpse of the Dauphiness, whom they had already only partially seen. And then, besides the court carriages, were there not those of the Parliament, the financiers, the rich merchants, the ladies of fashion, and those of the opera? Were there not, in addition, hired horses and carriages, as well as the caravans, which rolled toward St. Denis, crammed with the good citizens of Paris, both male and female, who managed to arrive by this means somewhat later than they could have accomplished the distance on foot? It may easily be imagined, therefore, what a formidable army directed its march toward St. Denis on the morning of the day when the gazettes and placards announced that the Dauphiness was to arrive, forming into a dense mass before the convent of the Carmelites, and, when no more room could be obtained within the privileged enclosure, stretching away in long lines on the roads by which the Dauphiness and her suite were to arrive and depart. Now, let any one picture to himself in this crowd, which was the terror even of the Parisian, Gilbert, insignificant in appearance, alone, undecided, ignorant of the localities, and too proud even to ask a question, for since he was in Paris he had determined to pass for a Parisian, he who had never seen 100 people assembled together in his life. At first he saw pedestrians thinly scattered along the road, at La Chapelle they began to increase, and at St. Denis they seemed to rise out of the ground, and presented much the appearance of an immense field bristling with ears of corn. For a long time past Gilbert had seen nothing, lost as he was in the crowd, he could not look over the heads of those around him, and, swept along in the throng, he blindly followed where the concourse of spectators led him. At last he saw some spectators perched on a tree, and longed to imitate their example, but he dared not take off his coat. He made his way, however, to the foot of the tree, just as one of those unfortunates, who, like himself, were deprived of all view of the horizon, and who staggered onward, trampling others and being trampled on themselves, was struck by the bright idea of questioning their lucky neighbors perched in safety on the branches, and learned from one of them that there was a large space vacant between the convent and the guards. Gilbert, emboldened by this intelligence, ventured, in his turn, to ask whether the carriages were yet in sight. They had not yet appeared, but on the road, about a quarter of a league beyond St. Denis, a great cloud of dust was plainly visible. This was what Gilbert wished to know. The carriages not being in sight, it was now his business to ascertain precisely by what route they would approach. But nevertheless he held on his way, traversing the crowd in perfect silence, a mode of procedure which, in Paris, leads irresistibly to the conclusion that the person practicing it is either an Englishman or deaf and dumb. Scarcely had Gilbert extricated himself from the multitude, when he perceived, seated behind a ditch, the family of an humble tradesman at breakfast. There was a blue-eyed daughter, tall and fair, modest and timid. There was the mother, a fat, laughing little woman, with white teeth and rosy cheeks. There was an aunt, tall, bony, dry, and harsh. There was the father, half buried in an immense camlet coat, which was usually brought out of his chest only on Sundays, but which he ventured to put on so grand an occasion as the present. And of which he took more care than he did of his wife and daughter, being certain that the latter could take care of themselves. There was the servant-maid, who did nothing but laugh. She carried an enormous basket containing everything necessary for breakfast, and even under its weight the stout lass had never ceased laughing and singing, encouraged as she was by her master, who took the burden when she was fatigued. In those days a domestic was one of the family, and occupied a position in it very analogous to that of the house dog, beaten sometimes, excluded never. Gilbert contemplated by stealth this group which was so new to him. Shut up at Taverney from his birth, he had hitherto seen only the lord and the lackey. The citizen was altogether a novelty to him. He saw these honest people employ in their domestic economy a system of philosophy, which, although not drawn from the teachings of Plato and Socrates, was modeled much after that of Bias, a little extended. They had brought with them as much food as they possibly could, and were determined to make the most of it. The father was carving one of those appetizing pieces of roast veal so much in vogue with the Parisian tradesmen. Nicely browned, dainty, and tempting, it reposed amid a bed of carrots, onions, and bacon, in the dish in which the day before it had been baked, carefully placed there by the good housekeeper. The maid had then carried it to the baker, who, while baking his loaves, had given it an asylum in his oven along with a score of such dishes destined to assist the enjoyments of the following day. Gilbert chose out a place for himself at the foot of a neighboring elm, and dusted it carefully with his checked pocket handkerchief. He then took off his hat, spread his handkerchief on the ground, and seated himself. He paid no attention to his neighbors, which, they remarking, naturally directed a good deal of their own to him. "That is a careful young man," said the mother. The daughter blushed. She always did so when a young man was mentioned before her, a trait in her character which gave the highest gratification to her parents. The father turned, "And a handsome lad, too," said he. The daughter blushed still more deeply than before. "He looks tired," said the servant maid, "and yet he has not been carrying anything." "Rather say lazy," said the aunt. "Sir," said the mother, addressing Gilbert, with that familiarity which is found nowhere but among the Parisians, "are the carriages still far off?" Gilbert turned, and seeing that these words were addressed to him, rose and bowed. "A most polite young man," said the mother. This remark added a still deeper dye to the daughter's cheeks. "I do not know, madam," answered Gilbert, "I only heard that a cloud of dust was seen about a quarter of a league off." "Draw nearer, sir," said the honest tradesman, "and if you have not breakfasted," and he pointed to the excellent repast which was spread on the grass. Gilbert approached the group. He had not breakfasted, and the seducing odor of the viands tempted him strongly. But he jingled his 25 sous in his pocket, and reflecting that for the third of this sum he could purchase a breakfast almost as good as that which was offered to him, he would not accept any favor from people whom he saw for the first time. "Thank you, sir," said he, "1,000 thanks, but I have already breakfasted." "Ah," said the good woman, "I see that you are a prudent young man. But from where you are seated you will see nothing." "Why," replied Gilbert, smiling, "in that case you will not see anything yourselves, as you are in the same position as myself." Oh, it is a very different matter with NS. We have a nephew, a sergeant, in the French Guards. The young girl looked like a peony. His post this morning will be before La Péon Bleue. If I am not taking too great a liberty, said Gilbert. May I ask where Le Péon Bleu is? Just opposite the Carmelite convent, replied the mother. He has promised to keep places for us behind his detachment. He will then give us his bench, and we shall see at our ease all the company get out of their carriages. It was now Gilbert's turn to redden. He had refused to eat with the good people, but he longed to be of their party. Nevertheless, his philosophy, or, rather, his pride whispered, "It is very well for women to require someone to assist them, but I, a man, have arms and shoulders of my own. All those who do not get placed like us," continued the mother, as if guessing his thought, "will only see empty carriages, no great sight, in truth, for empty carriages can be seen everywhere. And certainly are not worth the trouble of coming as far as St. Denis." "But, madam," said Gilbert, "it seems to me that many besides yourself will endeavour to secure the place you speak of." "Yes, but everyone has not a nephew in the Guards to assist them." "Ah! True," murmured Gilbert. As he said this, his face wore an expression of disappointment which did not escape Parisian penetration. "But," said the husband, well skilled in divining the wishes of his wife, "this gentleman can accompany us if he pleases." "Oh, sir, I fear I should be troublesome," replied Gilbert. "Bah! Not at all," said the good woman, "on the contrary, you will assist us in reaching our places. We have only one man now to depend on, and then we should have two." No other argument could have had so much weight in determining Gilbert. The idea that he could be useful, and by so doing pay for the favour which was offered him, put him quite at his ease and relieved every scruple. He accepted the offer. "We shall see to whom he will offer his arm," said the aunt. This assistance was indeed a real godsend to Gilbert. How, without it, could he have passed through a barrier of 30,000 persons, each more favoured than himself by rank, wealth, or strength, and, above all, by the practice they had acquired in obtaining places at fêtes, where every one seizes the best he can procure? Had our philosopher been less of a theoretical and more of a practical man, the present occasion would have furnished him with an admirable opportunity for studying the dynamics of society. The carriage with 4 horses, burst like a cannonball through the mass. All fell back on each side before its running footman, with his plumed hat, his gaily striped jacket, and his thick stick, who rushed on in advance, frequently preceded by 2 formidable coach-dogs. The carriage with 2 horses advanced more slowly, and whispered a sort of password in the ear of a guardsman, after which it proceeded to take its place in the cortège before the convent. Single horsemen, although overlooking the crowd from their elevated position, were forced to advance at a foot-pace, and only gained a good position after 1,000 jostlings, interruptions, and oaths. Lastly, the poor pedestrian, trodden, trampled on, and tossed about, was driven forward like the foam of the wave by 1,000 waves rolling on behind. Sometimes raising himself on tiptoe to see over the heads of his neighbors. Sometimes wrestling like Antaeus, to fall like him to his mother earth. Seeking his way through the multitude, and when he had found it, dragging after him his family, almost always a troop of women, whom the Parisian alone ventures to attempt conducting through such scenes. Lowest of all, or rather superior to all, in such circumstances, was the man of the very dregs of the people. With unshaven beard and ragged cap, his arms naked to the elbow, and his garments held together by some fragment of a cord, indefatigably working with elbows, with shoulders, and with feet, and ever and anon uttering a savage and sardonic laugh. He made his way among the crowds as easily as Gulliver amid the Lilliputians. Gilbert, who was neither a great lord with a carriage and 4, nor a member of Parliament with 2, nor a soldier on horseback, nor a Parisian, nor a man of the people, must have infallibly been trampled under foot by the throng. Had he not been under the protection of the tradesmen. Backed by him, he felt powerful, and boldly offered his arm to the mother of the family. "Impertinent fellow," said the aunt. They set out. The father gave his sister and his daughter each an arm, and the maid-servant followed behind with the huge basket. "Gentlemen, may I trouble you?" said the good woman, with her ready laugh. "Gentlemen, if you please, a little room, gentlemen, be good enough." And every one fell back and yielded a passage to her and Gilbert, while in their wake glided the rest of the party. Foot by foot, step by step, they managed to advance 500 paces, and then found themselves close to that formidable line of French guards on which the tradesman and his family rested all their hopes. The daughter had by this time regained her natural color. Once there, the citizen mounted on Gilbert's shoulders to look over the soldiers' heads, and perceived at 20 yards distance from him his wife's nephew twisting his mustache. The good man made such outrageous gestures with his hat, that at last his nephew's attention was attracted to him. He came forward, asked his comrades to make way a little, and obtained a slight opening in the ranks. Through this chink slipped Gilbert and the good woman, then the citizen himself, the sister and daughter, and after them the stout lass with the basket. Their troublesome journey was over, and mutual thanks were exchanged between Gilbert and the head of the family. The mother endeavored to detain him by their side, the aunt said he had better go, and they separated, not to meet again. In the open space in which Gilbert now found himself, none but privileged persons were admitted, and he therefore easily reached the trunk of a large linden tree, mounted upon a stone near it, and supporting himself by a low branch, waited patiently. About half an hour after he had thus installed himself, the cannon roared, the rattling of the drums was heard, and the great bell of the cathedral sent forth its first majestic peal. 49. The King's Carriages. A dull heavy sound was heard in the distance which became stronger and deeper as it advanced. As Gilbert listened, he felt every nerve in his body vibrate painfully. The people were shouting, "God save the King!" It was the fashion then. Onward came a cloud of prancing horses covered with housings of gold and purple. These were the musketeers, the gendarmes, and Swiss horse guards. Then followed a massive carriage magnificently decorated. Gilbert perceived in it a blue ribbon and a majestic head not uncovered. He saw the cold, penetrating light of the royal look, before which every form bent and every head was uncovered. Fascinated, motionless, breathless, he forgot to take off his hat. A violent blow roused him from his trance, his hat rolled on the ground. He sprung forward, lifted it up, and looking round, saw the tradesman's nephew looking at him with that truculent smile which is peculiar to the soldier. "Well," said he, "so you don't take off your hat to the king?" Gilbert turned pale and looked at his hat covered with dust. "It is the first time I ever saw the king," said he, "and I forgot to salute him, it is true. But I did not know." "You did not know?" said the soldier, frowning. Gilbert feared that he should be driven from the spot where he was so well placed for seeing André, and love conquered pride. "Pardon me," said he, "I am from the country." "And you have come to Paris to be educated, my little man?" "Yes, sir," replied Gilbert, swallowing his rage. "Well, since you are seeking instruction," said the sergeant, arresting Gilbert's hand as he was just going to put his hat on his head, "learn this, you must take off your hat to the Dauphiness as well as to the king. And to their royal highnesses the princes as well as to the Dauphiness. In short, you must take it off to all the carriages on which you see the fleur-de-lis. Do you know the fleur-de-lis, my little fellow, or must I show you what it is?" "Quite unnecessary, sir, I know it." "It is well you know even that much," grumbled the sergeant. The royal carriages continued to file past. As each reached the door of the convent, it stopped to permit its occupants to alight. This operation caused, every 5 minutes, a general halt along the whole line. At one of these halts, Gilbert felt as if a fiery sword had pierced his heart. He became giddy. Everything swam before his eyes, and he trembled so violently that he was forced to grasp his branch more firmly to prevent himself from falling. About 10 paces from him, in one of the carriages with the fleur-de-lis, to which the sergeant had desired him to take off his hat, he had just perceived André. Dressed in white and dazzling with beauty, she seemed to his excited eyes some angelic being from a higher sphere. He uttered a stifled cry. But immediately afterward, conquering his agitation, he commanded his heart to be still and his gaze steady, and so great was his self-control that he succeeded. André, on her side, wishing to know why the procession had stopped, leaned forward out of the carriage, and directing her clear and limpid gaze around, she perceived Gilbert, and at once recognized him. Gilbert feared that on seeing him she would be surprised, and would point him out to her father. He was not mistaken. With an air of astonishment, she turned toward the Baron de Taverney, who, decorated with his red ribbon, sat with great dignity beside her, and directed his attention to Gilbert. "Gilbert?" cried the Baron, starting, "Gilbert here? And who, pray, will take care of Mahone at Taverney?" The young man heard these words distinctly, and with the most studied respect he bowed to André and the Baron. It required all his strength to accomplish this feat. "It is really he," continued the Baron, on perceiving our philosopher. "It is the little rascal himself." The idea of Gilbert being in Paris was one so far removed from his thoughts, that at first he would not believe his daughter's assertions, and could hardly credit even his own eyes. As for André, whom Gilbert examined closely, after the first slight shade of surprise had passed away, her countenance resumed an expression of most perfect calm. The Baron leaned out of the carriage window and signed to Gilbert to approach. But as he attempted to obey, the sergeant stopped him. "You see that I am called," said he. "By whom?" demanded the sergeant. "The gentleman in that carriage." The sergeant's eyes followed the direction of Gilbert's finger, and rested on the Baron de Taverney's carriage. "Pray allow him to come this way, sergeant," said the Baron. "I wish to speak to the lad, 2 words only." Sir, if you like," replied the soldier. "You have plenty of time. They are now reading an address at the gate, and I dare say it will occupy half an hour. Pass through, young man. Come hither, you rascal," said the Baron to Gilbert, who affected to walk at his usual pace, "and tell me by what accident it happens you are here when you ought to be at Taverney." Gilbert saluted André and the Baron a second time and replied, "It was no accident which brought me to Paris, sir, I came hither of my own free will." "Your free will, you scoundrel? Do you talk of your will to me? Why not? Every free man has the right to possess it." "Oh, ho! Free man? You imagine yourself free, do you, you little wretch?" "Certainly I am, I have never sold my freedom to any one." "Upon my word, this is an amusing sort of a scoundrel," exclaimed the Baron, confounded at the coolness with which Gilbert spoke. "Your free will led you to Paris. And how did you travel, pray? What assistance had you, may I ask?" "I came on foot." "On foot?" said André, with a sort of pity in her tone. "And pray, what do you intend to do in Paris?" inquired the Baron. "To get educated first, then make my fortune." "Educated?" "Yes, I am certain of being educated." "Make your fortune." "I hope to make it." "And in the meantime what do you do?" "Beg?" "Beg," exclaimed Gilbert, with lofty scorn. "You steal, then?" "Sir," said Gilbert, with a look so proud and fierce that it fixed André's attention on him for a moment, "Sir, did I ever steal from you? What can your idle hands do but steal?" "What those of a man of genius do, a man whom I wish to imitate, were it only in his perseverance," replied Gilbert. "They copy music." André turned toward him. "Copy music," said she. "Yes, mademoiselle." "You know music, then?" inquired she, with the same contemptuous tone in which she would have said, "It is false." "I know my notes, and that is enough for a copyist." "And how the devil did you learn your notes, you rascal?" cried the Baron. "Yes, how?" added André, smiling. "I love music, sir, passionately, and when Mademoiselle André played on the harpsichord every day, I hid myself that I might listen. Good-for-nothing fellow. At first I remembered the airs, then as they were written in a music book by degrees I learned to read the notes from the book." "From my music book," exclaimed André, with the utmost indignation, did you dare to touch my music book? No, mademoiselle, I did not permit myself to do so, but as it remained open on the harpsichord, sometimes in one place, sometimes in another, I endeavored to read in it, but without touching it. My eyes would not soil the pages. You will see, cried the Baron, that the fellow will assert next that he plays on the piano like Haydn. I should probably have been able by this time to play, said Gilbert, had I dared to place my fingers on the keys. André again glanced at that face which was animated by a sentiment only to be compared to the fanaticism of a martyr eager for the stake. But the Baron, who did not possess his daughter's clear and comprehensive intellect, felt his choler rise on reflecting that the young man was in the right, and that he had been treated inhumanly in being left with Mahon at Taverney. It is not easy to pardon in an inferior the wrong which he proves you have done him, and the Baron therefore became more furious in proportion as his daughter became calm. Wretch! He cried, you steal away, you go running about like a vagabond, and when questioned about your mode of life you utter such a tissue of absurdities as those which we have just heard. But it shall not be my fault if rogues and pickpockets infest the king's highways. André, by a gesture, entreated her father to be calm. She felt that ungoverned anger destroys all superiority in the person giving way to it. But the Baron thrust aside her hand which she had placed on his arm, and continued. I shall recommend you to the notice of the Count de Sartins, and you shall speedily take a turn in the Bicêtre, you scarecrow of a philosopher. Gilbert stepped back, crushed his hat under his arm, and, pale with anger, exclaimed. Learn, my Lord Baron, that since I arrived in Paris I have found protectors in whose antechambers your Count de Sartins would be glad to wait. Indeed? Said the Baron. In that case I shall take care, if you escape a prison, that you do not escape a good caning. André, call your brother. André leaned forward out of the carriage, and said, in a low voice, to Gilbert, take my advice, Monsieur Gilbert, and retire. Philip, Philip, shouted the old man. Leave us. Said André again to the young man, who remained silent and motionless in his place as if in ecstatic contemplation. An officer, summoned by the Baron's cries, hurried forward to the carriage door. It was Philip, dressed in his captain's uniform. The young man was splendidly attired, and seemed in high spirits. How, Gilbert, he exclaimed, with a good-humored smile on recognizing the young man, Gilbert here. How do you do, Gilbert? Well, what do you want with me, my dear father? How do you do, Monsieur Philip, replied Gilbert. What do I want, said the Baron, furiously, I want you to take the sheath of your sword and chastise this scoundrel. But what has he done? Asked Philip, gazing by turns with increasing astonishment at the angry face of his father and the rigid and motionless features of Gilbert. Done. He has, beat him, Philip, beat him like a dog, cried the Baron. Taverney turned to his sister. What has he done, André? Has he insulted you? Insulted her, repeated Gilbert. No, Philip, no, replied André. He has done nothing wrong, my father is in error. Gilbert is no longer in our service, and has a perfect right to go where he pleases, but my father will not understand this, and is angry at finding him here. Is that all? Said Philip. Nothing more, brother. And I cannot imagine why my father should be so angry, particularly on such a subject, and about things and persons that do not deserve even a thought. Philip, look whether the train is moving on. The Baron was silent, overcome by the lofty serenity of his daughter. Gilbert's heart sunk in his breast, crushed and withered under her contempt. For a moment a feeling akin to hatred darted through his heart. He would have preferred the mortal thrust of Philip's sword, aye, even a lash of his whip, to her insulting scorn. He was almost fainting. Fortunately, the address was now ended, and the cortege once more moved on. The Baron's carriage advanced with the rest, and André disappeared from before his eyes like a vision. Gilbert remained alone. He could have wept, he could have groaned aloud, he thought that he could no longer bear the weight of his suffering. Just then a hand rested on his shoulder. He turned and saw Philip, who, having given his horse to a soldier of his regiment to hold, returned smiling toward him. "Come, let me hear what has happened, my poor Gilbert," said he, "and why you have come to Paris." His frank and cordial tone touched the young man's heart. "Oh, sir," replied he, with a sigh, his stern stoicism melting at once, "what would I have done at Taverney, I ask you? I must have died of despair, ignorance, and hunger." Philip started. His generous heart was struck, as André's had been, by the misery and destitution in which Gilbert had been left. "And you think, my poor fellow, to succeed in Paris without money, protectors, or resources?" "I trust so, sir. A man who is willing to work rarely dies of hunger where there are other men who wish to do nothing." Philip was struck by this reply. Until then he had always looked on Gilbert as a commonplace domestic. "But have you any means of buying food?" he said. "I can earn my daily bread, Monsieur Philip. That is sufficient for one who has never had any cause for self-reproach, but that of having eaten bread not gained by his toil. I hope you do not say so with reference to that which you received at Taverney, my poor lad. Your father and mother were faithful servants, and you were always willing to make yourself useful." "I only did my duty, sir." "Listen to me, Gilbert. You are aware that I always liked you. I have always looked upon you in a more favorable light than others, whether justly or the reverse, the future will show. What others called haughty pride, I termed delicacy. Where others saw rudeness and ill-breeding, I perceived only honest bluntness." "Ah, Chevalier," said Gilbert, breathing more freely. "I really wish you well, Gilbert." "Thank you, sir. Young like you, and like you also in an unhappy position, I was perhaps on that account more disposed to feel for and pity you. Fortune has blessed me with abundance, let me assist you until fortune smiles on you in your turn." "Thanks, sir, many thanks. What do you think of doing?" "You are too proud to accept of a situation as servant." Gilbert shook his head with a scornful smile. "I wish to study," said he. "But, in order to study, you must have masters, and to pay them you must have money." "I can earn money, sir." "Earn money? How much can you earn?" 25 sous a day, and in a short time perhaps 30 and even 40 sous. "But that is barely enough for food." Gilbert smiled. "Perhaps," continued Philip, "I am not taking the right way of offering you my services." "Your services to me, Monsieur Philip?" "Yes, my services." "Are you ashamed to accept them?" Gilbert made no answer. "Men are sent on earth to aid one another," continued Maison Rouge. "Are we not all brethren?" Gilbert raised his head and fixed his intelligent gaze on the Chevalier's noble countenance. "Does this language surprise you?" said he. "No, sir," said Gilbert, "it is the language of philosophy, but it is not usual to hear such from persons of your rank. Yet it is the language of the times. The Dauphin himself shares in these sentiments." "Come, do not be proud with me," continued Philip. "What I lend you, you can repay me one day or other. Who knows but you may yet be a Colbert or a Vauban." "Or a Tronchin," said Gilbert. "Yes, or a Tronchin. Here is my purse, let me share its contents with you." "Thank you, sir," said the indomitable Gilbert, moved, in spite of himself, by Philip's genial kindness, "but I do not want anything, only, believe me, I am as grateful to you as if I had accepted your offer." And, bowing, he disappeared in the crowd, leaving the young captain lost in astonishment. The latter waited a few minutes, as if he could not believe his eyes or ears, but finding that Gilbert did not return, he mounted his horse and returned to his post. The demoniac. The noise of the carriages, the prolonged and merry peals of the bells, the joyful beating of the drums. All the pomp and ceremony of the day, a faint reflection of that world now lost to her forever, faded from the Princess Louise's mind like an idle wave which had rolled up to the walls of her cell and then retreated. When the king had departed, after having once more endeavored, but in vain, to win his daughter back to the world by a mixture of paternal entreaty and royal command, and when the Dauphiness, who had been at the first glance struck by the real greatness of soul displayed by her august aunt, had also disappeared with her gay throng of courtiers, the superior of the Carmelites gave orders that the hangings should be taken down, the flowers removed, and the lace with which the convent had been decorated once more placed in its usual repository. Of all the sisterhood of the Carmelites she alone was unmoved when the massive gates of the convent, which had for a moment opened to the world, closed heavily again on their solitude. Then she summoned the sister who acted as treasurer of the convent. "During these 2 noisy and bustling days," asked she, "have the poor received their usual alms?" "Yes, madam." "Have the sick been visited?" "Yes, madam." "Did the soldiers receive some refreshments before they departed?" "They received the wine and the bread which you ordered, madam." "Then no one is ill or sick in the convent?" "No one, madam." The princess approached the window and softly inhaled the cool and perfumed breeze which was wafted toward her on the humid wings of the evening. The treasurer waited respectfully until her august superior should give her an order or dismiss her. Madame Louise commenced to pluck the leaves of the roses and jasmine which twined around the windows, and climbed up the walls of the building. Heaven alone knows what were the thoughts of the poor royal recluse at that moment. Suddenly the door of a detached building in the courtyard, close at hand, was shaken by the violent kick of a horse. Madame Louise started. "What nobleman of the court has remained after the rest at Saint Denis?" asked she. "His Eminence the Cardinal De Rohan, madam." "Are his horses here, too?" "No, madam, they are at the chapter house of the abbey, where he is to pass the night." "What noise was that, then?" "Madam, it was caused by the foreign woman's horse." "What woman?" asked Madame Louise, endeavoring to recollect. "The Italian who came yesterday to request the protection of your Royal Highness." "Ah, true, I remember now." "Where is she?" "In her chamber, or in the church." "How has she conducted herself since she came?" "Since yesterday she has refused all nourishment except dry bread, and has spent the entire night praying in the chapel." "Some great criminal, doubtless," said the superior, frowning. "I do not know, madam, she has spoken to no one since she arrived." "What sort of a woman is she?" "Extremely handsome, and with an expression at once gentle and haughty." "This morning, during the ceremony, where was she?" "In her chamber, close to the window, where I saw her, half hidden by the curtain, watching with anxious eyes every person who entered, as if in each she feared an enemy." "She is some poor, erring creature of the world in which I once lived and reigned." "Admit her." The nun made a movement to retire. "Ah! By the by, what is her name?" asked the princess. "Lorenza Feliciani." "I know of no one of that name," said Madame Louise, reflecting. "No matter, introduce her." The superior seated herself in the chair of state, which was of carved oak, made in the reign of Henry Illinois, and had been used by the last 9 abbesses of the Carmelites. It was a formidable judgment seat, before which had trembled many a poor novice caught on the slippery path between spiritual and temporal things. A moment afterward the nun entered, leading in the strange lady, who was covered from head to foot with the long veil we have before mentioned. The Princess Louise possessed the piercing eye peculiar to her family, and as Lorenza Feliciani appeared before her, she fastened a stern and searching glance on her. But she saw in the young woman's demeanor so much humility, grace and beauty, and in the large eyes, filled with tears, which she turned on her, such an innocent and supplicating expression, that her feeling of harshness gave place immediately to one of compassion and kindness. "Draw near, madam," said the princess. The stranger advanced hesitatingly, and was about to kneel, when the princess prevented her. "Is not your name, madam," said she, "Lorenza Feliciani?" "Yes, madam." "And you wish to confide a secret to me?" "Oh! I burn to do so." "But why had you not recourse to the tribunal of penance?" "I have only power to console, a priest cannot only console, but pardon." I require only consolation, madam, replied Lorenza, and besides, it is to a woman alone that I dare relate what I have to tell you. Then it is a strange story which you are about to narrate? Yes, strange indeed. But hear me patiently, madam, it is to you alone, I repeat, that I dare confide it, both because you are a woman, and because you are all-powerful to protect me. Protect you? Are you pursued, then? Are you in danger? Oh, yes, madam, yes. Cried the stranger, with wild alarm. But reflect, madam, said the princess, that this is a convent, and not a fortress, that those worldly thoughts which agitate the breasts of men, penetrate not here. That strife and combat are here extinguished, that this is not a house of justice, of force, or repression, but simply the house of God. Oh! That is what I seek, said Lorenza. Yes, I seek the house of God, for there alone can I find shelter and repose. But God admits not of revenge. How then do you ask his servant to avenge you? Address yourself to the magistrates. They can do nothing against him whom I dread. Who is he, then? Asked the abbess, with a mysterious and involuntary dread. Lorenza approached close to the princess in a nervous and excited manner. Who is he, madam? Said she. He is, I firmly believe, one of those demons who war against man, and whom Satan, their prince, has gifted with superhuman power. How? What mean you? Exclaimed the princess, recoiling as if to satisfy herself that she was not addressing a lunatic. And I, wretch that I am. Continued Lorenza, writhing her snow-white and rounded arms, which seemed modelled from those of some antique statue, I crossed the path of that man, and now, I am. What? What? Lorenza again approached the princess, and, as if terrified herself at what she was about to utter, she whispered, hoarsely, I am possessed by the demon. Possessed? Cried the princess. Take care, madame. Are you sure you are in your senses? Are you not? Mad, you would say, no, I am not mad, but I may become so if you abandon me. But, madam, said the princess, recovering her firmness, permit me to observe that you seem to me in all respects one of the favored of heaven. You are rich and beautiful, you express yourself rationally, and I see in your countenance nothing betokening that terrible and mysterious disease called possession. Madam, it is in my life, it is in the adventures which have befallen me, that the baleful secret lies which I would willingly conceal even from myself. Explain yourself calmly. Am I the first to whom you have disclosed your sufferings? Your parents, your friends. My parents, exclaimed the young woman, clasping her hands with agony, my poor parents. Shall I never see you again? Friends, added she, bitterly, alas. Madam, have I any friends? Come, let us proceed regularly, my poor child, said Madame Louise, endeavoring to restore order to the stranger's incoherent words, tell me all. Who are your parents? How came you to abandon them? Madam, I am a native of Rome, and I lived in Rome, with them. My father belongs to the ancient nobility, but, like all our patricians, he is poor. I have also a mother, and a brother older than myself. In France, I believe, when a family such as mine has a son and daughter, the portion of the daughter is sacrificed to purchase the son's sword, with us the daughter is sacrificed to put the son forward in the church. Consequently I received no education, as all our patrimony was required to pay for my brother's education, that, as my poor brother innocently said, he might one day be a cardinal. And for this purpose my parents submitted to every privation, and decided on making me take the veil in the Carmelite convent at Subiaco. And you, what did you say? Nothing, madam. From childhood I had been taught to look forward to such an event as inevitable. Besides, I was not consulted, my parents commanded, I had only to obey. But yet. Oh! Madam, we Roman girls are helpless instruments in the hands of others. Almost all my young friends, who had brothers, had paid this debt for the advancement of their families. I had therefore no reason to complain, all that was done was in the ordinary course of things. My mother merely caressed me a little more than usual as the time for my leaving her approached. At last the day for the commencement of my novitiate arrived. My father prepared his 500 crowns, my dowry for the convent, and we set out for Subiaco. It is only about 9 leagues from Rome to Subiaco, but the roads are bad, and our journey was slow and fatiguing. Nevertheless, it pleased me. I welcomed it as a last enjoyment, and whispered adieu to the trees, the shrubs, the rocks, and even to the withered grass which lined the road. How could I tell if at the convent I should see trees, rocks, or shrubs? Suddenly, in the midst of my fancies, as we wound along between a wood and a mass of overhanging rock, the carriage stopped. My mother shrieked, my father seized his pistols. My thoughts descended suddenly to earth, for those who had stopped us were bandits. My poor child, said the princess, becoming more and more interested in the narrative. Well, shall I confess it, madam? I was not much terrified, for these men had stopped NS to take our money, and this money was the sum destined for my dowry to the convent. Consequently, if there was no dowry, my entrance into the convent would be delayed until my father could collect 500 crowns more, and I knew well the time and trouble it had taken to amass these. But when the robbers, after having shared their booty, instead of permitting us to continue our journey, turned and seized me, regardless of the tears of my mother and the efforts of my father to defend me, I was struck with a sort of nameless terror, and shrieked aloud. They bound my hands in spite of my struggles, and held me there while they threw the dice to ascertain to whom I should belong. I had abandoned all hope, my mother had fainted away, and my father lay writhing on the earth. At this moment a man mounted on horseback appeared among the robbers. He had spoken in a low voice to one of the sentinels on passing him, and the man had allowed him to proceed, exchanging a sign with him as he did so. He was of the middle height, of commanding features, and with a fixed and resolute glance, he continued to advance calmly at the usual pace of his steed, and when he had arrived opposite me he stopped. The bandit who was holding me bound, turned suddenly at the first blast which the stranger gave on a little whistle fixed to the end of his whip, and allowed me to slip from his hands. "Come hither," said the unknown. And, as the man appeared to hesitate, he leaned forward, and whispering in his ear the single word, "Mac, Benek," replied the bandit. And then, like a lion subdued and crouching under the lash, he proceeded to untie my hands, as well as those of my father and mother. Then, as the money had been already divided, each man of the troop came forward in his turn to lay his share on a stone. Not a crown of the entire sum was wanting. "Now, go," said he to the banditti, and instantly every man disappeared among the surrounding woods. "Lorenza Feliciana," said the stranger then, addressing me, and fixing on me a look which had more than human power in it, "proceed on your way, you are free." My father and mother thanked this stranger, who knew me, but whom we did not know, and entered the carriage again. I accompanied them with a sort of regret, for some strange, irresistible power seemed to attract me to the man who had thus saved me. He remained immovable in the same spot, as if to protect our retreat, and as long as I could distinguish his form my eyes were fixed on him. And it was only when he was lost to view that the oppressive feeling which weighed upon my bosom was removed. "But who was this extraordinary man?" asked the princess, interested by the simplicity of the narrative. "Deign to hear me further, madam," said Lorenza. "Alas! All is not yet told." "I listen," said Madame Louise. The young woman proceeded. 2 hours afterward we reached Subiaco. During the rest of the journey we never ceased conversing about this mysterious protector, who had come so suddenly, like an angelic messenger, to our assistance, and whose power seemed so inexplicable and unbounded. My father, less credulous than I, thought that he must be the captain of one of the numerous troops of robbers which infest the neighborhood of Rome. But in this I could not agree, although I dared not openly oppose my opinion to my father's, which was the result of years and experience. My instinctive feeling of gratitude toward this man who had so wonderfully saved me, revolted against the idea that he was a bandit, and every evening, in my devotions, I offered up a prayer to the Virgin for my unknown protector. The same day I entered the convent. I felt sadder, but also more resigned. An Italian, and consequently superstitious, I believed that God, by delivering me from the bandits, had wished to preserve me pure and unsullied for his service. I therefore gave myself up with ardor to the fulfillment of every duty of religion, and my father, learning this, drew up a petition to the sovereign pontiff to entreat him to shorten the period of my novitiate. I signed this document, which was expressed in terms so warm and earnest, that His Holiness, seeing in it only the aspirations of a soul disgusted with the world, granted me a dispensation which fixed the term of my novitiate at a month instead of a year. This news, when announced to me, inspired me with neither joy nor grief. I was like one already dead to the world. For 15 days I was kept closely confined, lest any worldly desires might arise in my breast. At the end of that time I was allowed to descend with the other sisters to the chapel. I entered and took my place behind the curtain which separated, or affected to separate, the nuns from the congregation. Looking through one of the openings, which seemed to me, as it were, a loophole from which I could obtain a last glance at the world I was leaving, I saw a man standing up alone in the middle of the kneeling crowd. He seemed to devour me with his eyes, and I felt again that strange sensation of uneasiness which I had before experienced, and which seemed to draw me, as it were, away from myself, as I had seen my brother draw a needle after a lodestone. Even through a leaf of paper or a piece of wood. Overcome, subdued, without force to struggle against my feelings, I leaned forward, and with clasped hands I murmured, "Thanks, thanks." The nuns looked at me with surprise. They could not comprehend my words or gestures, and, following my glance, they rose on their seats, and gazed down the body of the church. I also gazed, trembling. The stranger had disappeared. They questioned me, but I only turned pale and red by turns, and stammered out some incoherent words. From that moment, "Madam," cried Lorenza, in a despairing voice, "the demon possessed me." "Nevertheless," replied the princess, smiling, "I see nothing supernatural in all that you have related. Calm yourself, my sister, and proceed." "Ah, madam. It is because you cannot understand what I felt. Heart, soul, mind, the demon possessed all." "My sister, I fear greatly that this demon was only love," said Madame Louise. "Oh, love could not have me suffer thus. Love would not have so oppressed my heart, it would not have shaken my frame as the storm shakes a slender reed. Love would not have whispered in my ear the sinful thought which haunted me at that moment." "What thought, my child?" "Ought not I to have disclosed all to my confessor, madam?" "Doubtless." "Well, the demon that possessed me whispered me, on the contrary, to keep it secret. I feared what he would think of me. An evil thought, indeed. But it is often a very innocent demon which puts such thoughts in the heart of a woman. Proceed." "On the following day I was summoned to the parlor. I found there one of my neighbors of the Via Fratina at Rome, a young married lady, who regretted very much the loss of my society, because every evening we used to meet to talk and sing together. Behind her, close to the door, stood a man wrapped in a cloak, who seemed her servant. He did not turn toward me, but I turned toward him. He did not speak, yet I knew him. He was my unknown protector. The same thrilling sensation I had already experienced shot through my frame. I felt my whole being subdued by the power of this man. Had it not been for the bars which held me captive, I should certainly have followed him. Although enveloped closely in his mantle, rays of light seemed to shoot from him which dazzled me. Profound as was his silence, it had sounds which spoke to me a harmonious language. I made a violent effort to subdue my feelings, and asked my friend who the man was who accompanied her. She did not know him. Her husband, who had purposed accompanying her, had been prevented by some engagement, and had brought this friend of his, a stranger to her, to be her companion. My friend was religious, and seeing in a corner of the parlor a Madonna who had the reputation of possessing miraculous powers, she would not depart without offering up a prayer before her. While she was engaged in her devotions, the man entered the room, approached close to me, uncovered his face, and fixed his glowing eyes on mine. I waited for him to speak, my bosom heaved as if in expectation of his words, but he contented himself with putting his arms through the bars which separated us, and extended them above my head. Immediately an inexpressible feeling of delight seized on my whole frame. He smiled, I returned his smile, closing my eyes, which seemed weighed down by an overpowering languor as I did so. Then, as if he had merely wished to assure himself of his power over me, he immediately retired. As he disappeared I recovered by degrees the use of my senses. But I was still under the dominion of this strange hallucination when my friend, having finished her prayer, rose, and, embracing me, took her leave. When I was undressing at night I found in my bosom a note containing these words, "In Rome, the man who loves a nun is punished by death. Will you kill him to whom you owe your life?" From that moment the demon possessed me entirely, for I lied before heaven, madam, in not confessing that I thought of this man much more than of my salvation. Lorenza, terrified at what she had disclosed, paused to discover what impression it had produced on the mild and intelligent countenance of the princess. "Still," replied the princess, firmly, "all this is not possession by the evil one. It is merely the result of an unhappy passion, and I must again repeat that such thoughts cannot be spoken of here, except to express regret for them." "Regret, madam?" cried Lorenza. "What? You behold me in tears at your feet, beseeching you to rescue me from the power of this fearful man, and yet you doubt my regret?" "Oh, I feel more than regret, I feel remorse." "And yet," said Madame Louise, "up to this point, madam, you have not yet heard all. Wait till I have finished, and then, I beseech you, judge me mercifully." 3 days in the week we attended divine service in the chapel. The unknown was always present. I wished to resist him, I pretended that I was ill, I resolved not to go down. Alas, for human weakness! When the hour arrived, I descended with the nuns, as it were, in despite of my own will. If he were not in the church when I entered, I had some moments of calm, but as he drew near, I felt him coming. I could have said, now he is 100 paces off, now he is at the door. Now he is in the church, and that without even looking in the direction by which he came. Then, when he had reached his accustomed place, although my eyes had been fastened on my prayer book, while I murmured the words before me, they turned involuntarily and rested on him. I could neither read nor pray. My whole looks, my whole thoughts, my whole being, were engrossed by this man. At first I could not look at him without fear, then I longed to see him, then my thought seemed to meet his. And often I saw him as in a dream in the night, and felt him pass beneath my window. The state of my mind did not escape the notice of my companions. The abbess was informed of it, and she in turn informed my parents. 3 days before I was to pronounce my vows my father, my mother, and my brother, the only relations I had in the world, entered my cell. They came ostensibly to bid me farewell, but I saw plainly that they had some other motive, and when my mother was left alone with me she questioned me closely. And here the power of the evil one may clearly be seen. For instead of telling all as I ought to have done, I denied everything obstinately. On the day when I was to take the veil, a strange struggle took place within me. I both dreaded and wished for the moment which was to give me up entirely to the service of God, and I felt that if the demon meditated a last effort to subdue me to his will, it would be at this solemn moment that he would attempt its execution. "And had that strange man never written to you since the first letter which you found in your bosom?" asked the princess. "Never, madam." "And at that time you had never spoken to him?" "Never, except in thought." "Nor written to him?" "Oh, never." "Proceed, you were at the day when you are to take the veil." "That day, as I have told your highness, I hoped was to end my tortures, and I was impatient for the ceremony. When I belong to God entirely, I thought, he will defend me against the demon who now wrestles with me for the possession of my soul. In the meantime the hour arrived. I descended to the church, pale, restless, but yet less agitated than usual. My father, my mother, my brother, my friend from the Via Fratina, who had come before to see me, and many other of our friends, were there. The inhabitants of the neighboring villages also thronged the church, for the report had been spread that I was lovely, and a lovely victim, they say, is most acceptable to the Lord. The service began. I would have hastened it by my prayers. For he was not present, and in his absence I felt that I was mistress of myself. Already the priest had raised the crucifix before me, and I was just about to extend my arm toward it, when the trembling which invariably announced the approach of my persecutor seized me. Forced by an irresistible attraction, I turned round and saw him standing near the pulpit, gazing at me more fixedly than he had ever yet done. In vain I endeavored to keep my eyes on the priest. Service, ceremony, prayers, faded from my sight. I believe I was questioned concerning the rite. I remember I was pulled by the arm to arouse me, but I tottered like some inanimate object trembling on its base. I was shown the scissors, from which a ray of sunlight was reflected back with dazzling brightness, but I did not even wink. Then I felt the cold steel on my neck, and heard its sharp point in my hair. From that moment it seemed to me as if all strength left me, my soul rushed from my body to meet his, and I fell motionless on the pavement, yet, strange to say, not like one who had fainted, but like one overcome by sleep. I heard a loud murmur, and almost immediately after became insensible. The ceremony was interrupted with a frightful tumult. The princess clasped her hands with a gesture of compassion. "Ah, madam, was not that terrible?" said Lorenza. "And is it not easy to see in such an event the intervention of the enemy of man?" "Take care, my poor girl," said the princess, in a tone of tenderness and pity. "I think you are too much disposed to attribute to miraculous power that which is simply the result of human weakness. On seeing that man you fainted, that is all. Proceed." "Oh, madam, do not say so, or, at least, wait till you have heard all before you judge. Had I fainted, should I not have come to myself in 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, or an hour at most? Should I not have been surrounded by my sister nuns, and have resumed courage and faith on seeing them?" "Doubtless," said Madame Louise. "Well, was it not so?" "Madam," said Lorenza, in a low, hurried whisper, "when I was restored to consciousness it was night. I felt a rapid, jolting motion, which fatigued me, and I raised my head, thinking that I was under the vaulted roof of the chapel, or within the curtains of my cell. I saw rocks, trees, clouds, then I felt a warm breath fanning my cheeks. I thought that it was the sick nurse who was endeavoring to restore me, and I made an effort to thank her. Madam, my head was resting on the bosom of a man, that man my persecutor. I felt myself to ascertain whether I was really alive, or if I was awake. I could not restrain a cry of terror. I was dressed in white, and wore on my head a crown of white roses like a bride, or like a maiden dressed for the tomb." The princess uttered an exclamation of astonishment. Lorenza hid her face in her hands. "The next day," continued Lorenza, sobbing, "I made inquiries, and ascertained that it was Wednesday. For 3 days, therefore, I had remained insensible. I am ignorant of all that happened during that time." Lee. The Count De Fenix. A long and painful silence succeeded to this narrative, during which each of the two ladies seemed absorbed in her reflections. The princess was the first to break it. "And you lent no assistance to this man to carry you off," said she. "None, madam." "You are ignorant how you left the convent." "I am quite ignorant." "Yet a convent is kept carefully guarded, there are bars to the windows. The walls are very high, there is a portress who keeps the keys of the gates always at her side. That is especially the case in Italy, where the rules are even more severe than in France." "Madam, I can only reply, that from the moment of my awaking from my trance until now, I have searched my memory to discover any trace of what must have occurred, but in vain." "But did you not reproach him for what he had done?" "Oh, yes, madam." "What was his excuse?" "That he loved me." "And what did you reply to that?" "That I had a horror of him." Then you did not love him? Oh, no, no. Are you quite certain? Alas, madam, what I felt for that man was singular indeed. When he was present I was no longer myself, what he willed, I willed, what he commanded, I did, my soul had no power, my mind no will, a look from him subdued and fascinated me. Sometimes he seemed to inspire me with thoughts which were not mine, sometimes he seemed to draw from me ideas so deeply hidden that I had never even guessed that I possessed them. Oh! Do you not see, madam, that there was a magic in all this? It is certainly strange, if not supernatural, said the princess. But after you had been carried off, how did you live with that man? He displayed the warmest affection for me, the sincerest attachment. He was a vicious man, no doubt. I do not think he was, madam, there was, on the contrary, something lofty and inspired in his manner of speaking. Come, come. You loved him, confess it. No, no, madam, said the young woman, with mournful bitterness. No, I did not love him. Then you ought to have left him, you ought to have appealed to the public authorities, and demanded to be restored to your parents. Madam, he watched me so closely that I could not fly. But why not write, then? Wherever we stopped on the road the house seemed to belong to him alone, and everyone obeyed him. Several times I asked for pen, ink, and paper, but those to whom I applied were doubtless desired by him not to obey me. For they never even answered me. And how did you travel? At first in a post-chaise, but at Milan, instead of a carriage, we entered a kind of moving house, in which we continued our journey. Bathe must have sometimes left you alone. Yes. But at these times, before leaving me, he approached me and said, "Sleep." I slept and did not awake until his return. The princess shook her head incredulously. You would have been able to escape, said she, had you endeavored to do so with energy. Alas! Madam, and yet it seemed to me as if I did, but perhaps I was fascinated. Yes, fascinated by words of love, and by his caresses. He seldom spoke of love, madam, and except a kiss imprinted on my forehead in the morning and one in the evening, he bestowed no caresses on me. Strange, strange, indeed, murmured the princess. Then, as if some suspicion had crossed her mind, she said aloud, "And you are ready to assert again that you do not love him?" "I do assert it again, madam." "And no earthly bond unites you to him?" "None, madam." "Then should he claim you he would have no right over you?" "None, madam, none." "But," added the princess, after a moment's reflection, "how did you escape at last?" "I do not understand that." "Madam, I took advantage of a violent storm which occurred while we were near a town called Nancy, I think. He left the part of the carriage in which I was, to go into another compartment of it, to talk to an old man who was with us. Then I leaped on his horse and fled." "And why did you prefer remaining in France to returning to Italy?" "I reflected that I could not return to Rome, since my parents and friends there would certainly imagine I had been the accomplice of that man, and perhaps refuse to receive me. I resolved, therefore, to come to Paris, and to endeavor to remain concealed, or to try and reach some great city, where no eye, and, above all, his, could discover me. When I reached Paris, madam, every one was speaking of your retirement into the convent of the Carmelites. They landed your piety, your charity, toward the wretched, your pity for the afflicted. A ray of hope darted through my soul, and I was struck with the conviction that you would be generous enough to receive me, and powerful enough to protect me. You appeal always to my power, my poor child. Is he, then, so powerful?" "Oh, yes, madam." "But who is he, then?" "Through delicacy I have until now refrained from asking his name, but if I am to defend you, I must know against whom." "Oh, madam, even on that point I cannot enlighten you. I know neither who he is nor what he is. All that I know is, that a king could not inspire more respect, a deity could not receive greater adoration than he, from those to whom he deigns to reveal himself." "But how do they address him? What is his name?" I have heard him addressed by different names. At present, however, I remember only two of them. One is given him by the old man, who, as I told you, travelled with us from Milan, the other he gives himself. What does the old man call him? Accarat. Is not that a heathenish name, madam? And what is his other name? Joseph Balsamo. And what can you tell me of him? That he seems to know all persons, to penetrate into all things. He is contemporary with all times, has lived in all ages. He speaks, may heaven pardon such blasphemies, he speaks of Alexander, Caesar, and Charlemagne, as if he had known them, yet I am sure they have been dead a very long time. But what is worse, he will talk of Caiaphas, Pilate, and our blessed Saviour, as if he had been present at the crucifixion. He is some charlatan, I perceive, said the princess. I do not know exactly what that means, madam. But what I do know is, that he is a dangerous, terrible man. All yield to him, all bend before him, all fall prostrate at his word. You think him defenseless, he is armed. You think him alone, and he causes men to rise out of the earth, and that without an effort, by a gesture, a word, a smile. It is well, said the princess. Whoever he be, take courage, my child, you shall be protected from him. By you, madam, by you? Yes, by me, so long as you yourself do not abandon my protection. But cease from this time to believe, and above all cease to endeavor to make me believe, in the superstitious visions which are the offspring of your diseased imagination. The walls of St. Denis will guard you securely against infernal powers, and against powers even more to be feared, these of wicked men. And now, madam, what are your intentions? With these jewels, which belong to me, madam, I wish to pay my dowry to some convent, to this convent, if possible. And Lorenza laid on a table precious bracelets, valuable rings, a magnificent diamond, and other jewels, the whole worth about 20,000 crowns. Are those ornaments your own? Asked the princess. Yes, madam. He gave them to me, and I devote them to the church. I have only one wish with regard to his property. What is that? That his Arabian horse, Garret, the instrument of my deliverance, be restored to him if he demand it. But with regard to yourself, you will on no account return to him? No. By no means. Is it your intention to enter this convent and continue in the practice of those duties which were interrupted at Subiaco by the extraordinary circumstances you have related to me? It is my dearest wish, madam. At your feet I supplicate its fulfillment. Be tranquil, my child, from this day you shall live with us. And when, by the exemplary conduct which I expect from you, you have shown that you deserve that favor, you shall take the vows, and I answer for it, no one shall carry you away from St. Denis while your abbess watches over you. Lorenza threw herself at the feet of her benefactress, and poured forth expressions of gratitude the most tender and the most sincere, but all at once, rising on one knee, she listened, turned pale, and trembled. Oh, heavens! Oh, heavens! She exclaimed. What is the matter? Asked Madame Louise. My whole frame trembles. He is coming. He is coming. Who is coming? He who has sworn to destroy my soul. That man? Yes, that man, do you not see how my hand trembles? Oh, continued she, in a tone of anguish, he approaches, he is near. You are mistaken. No, madam, no. Hold me. He draws me to him against my will. Hold me. Hold me. Madame. Louise seized her by the arm. Courage. Courage. My poor child, said she, were it even he you are in safety here. He approaches. He approaches. Cried Lorenza, with despair and horror in her voice, her eyes fixed, and her arms extended toward the door of the room. This is madness. Dare any one, think you, enter unannounced the apartment of Dame Louise of France? To obtain admittance, he must be the bearer of an order from the king. "Oh, madam, I know not how he procured an entrance," cried Lorenza, recoiling with terror, "but I do know that he is ascending the stairs, that he is scarcely 10 paces distant, that he is here." At that moment the door opened. Alarmed at such a strange coincidence, the princess could not prevent herself from starting back. A nun appeared. "Who is there?" asked the abbess, hurriedly, "and what do you want?" "Madam, a gentleman has just arrived, who wishes to speak to your royal highness." "His name?" "The Count De Fenix." "Is that he?" asked the princess, turning to Lorenza, "and do you know that name?" "I do not know that name, but it is he, madam, it is he." "What does this gentleman want?" inquired the princess, addressing the nun. "Having been sent on a mission to the King of France by His Majesty the King of Prussia, he wishes, he says, to have the honor of a moment's conversation with your royal highness." Their princess reflected for a moment. Then, turning to Lorenza, "Retire into that cabinet," said she. Lorenza obeyed. "And you, sister," continued the princess, "admit this gentleman." The nun curtsied low and left the room. Having ascertained that the door of the cabinet was securely fastened, the princess seated herself in her armchair, and awaited the termination of the strange scene in which she found herself involved. Yet she could not subdue a certain degree of agitation. Almost immediately the nun reappeared, followed by the person whom we have already seen, on the day of the presentation, announce himself as the Count De Fenix. He was dressed in the same costume, a Prussian uniform, with the military wig and black stock. His large, expressive eyes were cast down at first in the presence of the royal abbess, but only in a manner to indicate the respect which any gentleman, how high soever his rank, was called on to exhibit before a princess of France. But immediately raising them again, with a look which almost implied that he had already shown too great humility. "Madam," said he, "I thank your royal highness for the favor you have shown me, but I did not doubt that I should obtain this favor, knowing that your royal highness is the generous patron of all the unhappy." "Sir, I endeavor to assist all such," replied the princess with dignity. For she felt certain that he should, before the lapse of many minutes, put to shame this man who so impudently dared to claim her protection, after having deceived and ill-treated one confided to his care. The count bowed, without betraying any consciousness of understanding the double meaning of her words. She then continued, with something of irony in her tone, "In what way can I render you any assistance, sir?" "You can aid me in a matter of the greatest moment, madam." "Speak, sir." "None but weighty considerations could have induced me, madam, to intrude on your royal highness in this retreat which you have chosen. But you have, I believe, given shelter here to a person in whom I am deeply interested." "The name of that person, sir?" "Lorenza Feliciani." "And how does her fate concern you? Is she your relation, your sister?" "She is my wife." "Your wife?" said the princess, raising her voice so that she might be heard in the cabinet. "Lorenza Feliciani is the Countess de Fenix." "Yes, madam, Lorenza Feliciani is the Countess de Fenix," replied the count, with the utmost coolness. "I have no Countess de Fenix in this convent, sir," replied the princess. But the count was not to be so repulsed. "Perhaps, madam," said he, "your royal highness is not convinced that Lorenza Feliciani and the Countess de Fenix are one and the same person?" "I confess, sir, that you have guessed my thoughts. I am not well convinced on that point. If your royal highness will but command Lorenza Feliciani to be brought hither, you will soon have all doubts on that head cleared away. I entreat your highness's pardon for urging the matter thus, but I am tenderly attached to the young lady, and she herself, I think, regrets being separated from me." "Do you think so, sir?" "Yes, madam, unworthy as I am, I think so." "Ah!" thought the princess, Lorenza was right, this is indeed a most dangerous man. The count preserved the most perfect calmness of demeanor, and adhered to the most courtly politeness. "I must temporize," thought the princess to herself. "Sir," said she, "I cannot give you up to a woman who is not here. If you love, as you say you do, the person whom you seek, I can easily understand why you thus persist in endeavoring to find her. But, believe me, to be successful, you must seek elsewhere. The Count, on entering the room, had cast a rapid glance on every article in it, and his eyes had rested for a single instant only, but that had been sufficient, on a table in a dark corner, on which Lorenza had placed those jewels which she had offered to pay as her dowry to the convent. He knew them again instantly. If your Royal Highness would have the goodness to recollect, and I venture to entreat you to do so, you will remember that Lorenza Feliciani was very lately in this room, that she placed on that table those jewels, and that, after having had the honor of conversing with your Royal Highness, she withdrew. Just then he caught the eyes of the princess turning unconsciously toward the cabinet. She withdrew, he continued, into that cabinet, so that now I only wait for the permission of your Royal Highness to order her to return hither, which she will do immediately, I feel certain. The princess colored with shame at the thought that she had lowered herself so far as to attempt to deceive this man, from whom, as it seemed, nothing could be hidden, and she could not conceal her vexation at the uselessness of all her efforts. She recollected, however, that Lorenza had fastened the door from within, and that, consequently, nothing but the impulse of her own free will could induce her to leave the cabinet. But even suppose she were here, said she, what would she do? Nothing, madam, she would merely tell your Highness that she wishes to go with me, being my wife. This last word reassured the princess, for she recollected the protestations of Lorenza. Your wife? Exclaimed she, with indignation. Are you sure of that? Your Highness does not seem to believe me. Nevertheless, it is not quite incredible that the Count De Fenix should have married Lorenza Feliciani, and that, having married her, he demands back his wife. His wife? She repeated, impatiently, you dare to say Lorenza Feliciani is your wife? Yes, madam, I dare to say so, answered the Count, with the most natural air in the world, because it is true. You are married to her? I am. Legitimately? Certainly, and if your Royal Highness thus persists in doubting my word, I shall place before your eyes the register of my marriage, signed by the priest who united us. The princess started. So much coolness and self-possession shook all her convictions. The Count opened his pocketbook and unfolded a paper. This is the register of my marriage, madam, and the proof that I have a right to claim that woman as my wife. If your Royal Highness will read it and note the signature. The signature, repeated the princess, in a tone of doubt more insulting to the stranger than her indignation had been. But if this signature. This signature is that of the Vicar of St. Jean Delaware Strasbourg, who is well known to Prince Louis, Cardinal De Rohan, and if His Highness were here. His Highness is here, cried the princess, fixing her flashing eyes on the Count. He has not yet left St. Denis, and is now with the canons of the cathedral, so that nothing is easier for us than to ascertain the truth of what you assert. That is indeed a fortunate circumstance for me, replied the Count, coolly putting up the paper again in his pocketbook. When your Royal Highness has heard the Cardinal's testimony, I trust that your Highness's unjust suspicions will be dispelled. Sir, this impudent perseverance is most revolting to me, said the princess, ringing the bell violently. The nun who had introduced the Count appeared. Let my groom mount his horse instantly and carry this note to His Highness the Cardinal de Rohan, he will be found at the chapter of the cathedral. Let him come hither without a moment's delay, I wait his arrival anxiously. While giving these directions, the princess wrote hastily a few words on a slip of paper, and, handing it to the nun, she added in a whisper, let a couple of archers of the guard be placed in the corridor. And take care that no one leave the convent without my permission. The Count had followed all the movements of the princess, whom he now saw determined to contest the point with him to the very last. But, evidently decided not to yield the victory to her, he drew nearer to the door of the cabinet while she was writing, fixed his eyes on it, pronounced some words in a low voice, and extending his hands toward it, moved them to and fro with a regular and steady motion. The princess, turning, saw him in this attitude, and exclaimed, what are you doing there, sir? Madam, said the Count, I am adjuring Lorenza Feliciani to appear, and declare to you of her own free will that I am not an impostor nor a forger. But this is not to prevent your Royal Highness from requiring the other proofs you have mentioned. Sir. Lorenza Feliciani, cried the Count, overpowering all opposition, even that of the princess, leave that cabinet and come hither, come. But the door remained closed. Come forth. It is my will, repeated the Count. Then the key was heard turning in the lock, and the princess, with inexpressible alarm, saw the young girl enter, her eyes fixed on the Count without any expression either of anger or hatred. What are you doing, my child? Cried the princess. Why do you return to the man from whom you fled? You were in safety here, I told you so. She is also in safety in my house, madam, answered the Count. Are you not, Lorenza? Are you not safe with me? Yes, replied the young girl. The princess, overcome with astonishment, clasped her hands and sunk back in her chair. And now, Lorenza, added the Count, quietly, but yet with a tone of command, I am accused of having made you act contrary to your wishes. Say, have I ever done so? Never, answered the young girl, clearly and distinctly, yet without accompanying the denial by any movement. In that case, cried the princess, what do you mean by all that tale of your having been carried off? Lorenza remained silent, and looked at the Count as if life and speech hung on his lips. Her Highness wishes doubtless to know how you left the convent, Lorenza. Relate to her all that happened, from the moment of your fainting until you awoke in the postchaise. Lorenza was still silent. Relate all that occurred from first to last, do not omit anything, continued the Count. It is my will that you should do so. I do not remember, she replied. Search your memory, and you will recollect all. Ah, yes, yes, said Lorenza, in the same monotonous tone, now I remember. Speak, then. When I fainted, at the very moment that the scissors touched my hair, I was carried back to my cell and laid on my bed. My mother remained with me until night, when, seeing that I continued in the same state of insensibility, they sent for the village surgeon. He felt my pulse, passed a looking-glass before my lips, and, discovering no sign of life in me, pronounced me dead. But how do you know all that? Asked the princess. Her Highness wishes to know how you know that, repeated the Count. Strange, replied Lorenza, I was able to see and hear, but I could not open my eyes, nor speak, nor move. I was in a sort of lethargy. In fact, said the princess, Tronquillo has sometimes spoken to me of persons who had fallen into a lethargy, and who, being to all appearance dead, were interred alive. Proceed, Lorenza. My mother was in despair, and would not believe that I was dead. She said that she would pass that night and the following day by my side. She did so. But the 36 hours during which she watched over me passed away without my making the slightest movement, or without a sigh having escaped my lips. Thrice a priest came to visit my mother. And each time he told her that it was rebelling against the will of God to thus persist in keeping my body on earth when he possessed my soul. For, as I had died at the moment when I was pronouncing my vows, he did not doubt, he said, but that my soul had winged its flight to heaven. My mother, by her entreaties, prevailed on him to allow her to watch by me another night, that of Monday. On Tuesday morning they found me still insensible. My mother withdrew, vanquished, leaving me to the nuns, who by this time were loud in their exclamations against her impiety. The tapers were lighted in the chapel, in which, according to the custom, I was to be laid out during one day and night. As I had not pronounced my vows, the sisters dressed me in a white robe, put a crown of white roses on my head, crossed my arms on my bosom and placed my coffin on a bier. During this last operation, a thrill of horror ran through my veins. For I repeat, although my eyelids were closed, I saw everything as if they had been wide open. The bier was carried into the church, and there, my face still uncovered, as is the custom in Italy, I was placed in the middle aisle, with lighted tapers around me, and a vase of holy water at my feet. During the day the peasants of Subiaco entered the church, prayed for me, and sprinkled my body with the holy water. Night came on, and, as the visitors had ceased, the doors of the church were closed except a little side door, and the nun who took care of the sick remained alone beside me. One terrible thought never left me during my trance, and now it became more dreadful. On the morrow I was to be buried alive, if some unknown power did not come to my aid. I heard the hours strike one after another. First 9, then 10, then 11. Each stroke found an echo in my trembling heart, for, oh, horror! I listened to my own death knell. What efforts did I not make to break my icy sleep, to burst the iron bonds which held me down in my coffin. But heaven at last had pity on me. Midnight struck. At the very first stroke, my frame was shaken by a convulsive shudder, like that which I always experienced when Garret approached me. Then my heart was stirred, and I beheld him appear at the door of the church. "Were your feelings at that moment those of fear?" asked the Count De Fenix. "No, they were feelings of happiness, joy, ecstasy. For I knew that he came to snatch me from the dreadful death which seemed before inevitable." He advanced slowly toward my coffin, looked at me for a moment with a melancholy smile, then he said, "Arise, follow me." The bonds which fastened me were broken at that powerful voice. I rose, and I put one foot out of the coffin. "Are you glad to live?" he asked. "Oh, yes," I replied. "Follow me, then," said he. The sister who was appointed to watch the dead, had fulfilled this duty towards so many of the nuns that she had become careless and indifferent, and slept soundly in her chair. I passed close by her without awaking her, as I followed him, who, for the second time, had saved me from death. We reached the outer court, and once more saw the cloudless firmament, studded with stars, and felt the cool night breeze, which the dead feel not, but which is so grateful to the living. "And now," said he, before leaving the convent, "choose for yourself. Do you wish to be a nun or to follow me?" "I will follow you," I replied. We reached the entrance gate. It was locked. "Where are the keys?" he asked. "In the pocket of the portress, on a chair near her bed," I replied. "Enter the lodge," said he, "and bring them without making any noise to awake her." I obeyed, entered the lodge, found the key, and brought it to him. 5 minutes afterward the gate was opened, and we were in the street. I took his arm, and we hurried toward the outskirts of the village of Subiaco. About 100 paces from its last house a postchaise was in waiting. We entered it, and drove off at a rapid pace. And no force was used, no threat was uttered. "You followed him voluntarily?" Lorenza remained mute. "Her Royal Highness asks you, Lorenza, if by any threat, any violence, you were forced to accompany me." "No." "And why did you do so? Say, why did you accompany me?" "Because I loved you," said Lorenza. The Count de Fenix turned toward the princess with a triumphant smile. The Cardinal de Rohan. Strong as was the mind of the Princess Louise, all that she had just heard seemed so extraordinary to her, that she could not help asking herself whether the man who stood before her were not a real magician, disposing of hearts and understandings at his will. But the Count de Fenix was not yet satisfied. "That is not all, madam," said he, "and your Royal Highness has only heard a part of our history. Some doubts might remain on your mind did you not hear the rest from her own lips." Then turning toward the young woman, "Do you remember, dear Lorenza," said he, "the rest of our journey? And how we visited Milan, the Lake Maggiore, the Oberland, the Rigi, and the magnificent Rhine, the Tiber of the north?" "Yes," answered she, still in the same monotonous voice, "yes, Lorenza saw all that." "Dragged onward by that man, was it not, my child? Yielding to an irresistible power which you did not yourself comprehend?" asked the princess. "Why should you think so, madam, after what your highness has heard? But if you wish for yet more palpable and material proofs, here is a letter written by Lorenza to me. I was obliged to leave her alone for a short time at Mayence. Well, she regretted me and longed for my return. For in my absence she wrote me these lines, which your highness may read." The count took out of his pocketbook a note, which he handed to the princess. She read as follows. Return, Accarat. When you leave me, all hope and joy depart. Ah, when shall I be yours through all eternity? Lorenza. The princess rose, anger flashing in her eyes, and approached Lorenza with the note in her hand. The young woman appeared neither to see nor hear her. Her whole soul seemed to hang on the count's lips. I understand, said the count, quickly, before the princess could utter a word, your highness doubts whether this note be really written by her or not. That point can easily be settled. Lorenza, speak. Who wrote this note? He took the note, placed it in her hand, and she immediately pressed it to her heart. Lorenza wrote it, said she. Does Lorenza know what it contains? Yes. Then tell the princess what is in the letter, that she may believe me when I say you love me. Tell her, it is my will. Lorenza appeared to make an effort, then, without opening the note, or turning her eyes on it, she read its contents. This is incredible, said the princess, I cannot trust the evidence of my own senses, there is something inexplicable and supernatural in all this. It was this letter, continued the Count de Fenix, as if he had not heard what the princess said, which determined me to hasten our marriage. I loved Lorenza as much as she loved me. We were in a position which might have given rise to unfounded suspicions. Besides, in the adventurous life which I lead, some accident might happen to me, I might be killed, I might die, and I wished in case of such an event that all my fortune should belong to Lorenza. On arriving at Strasbourg, therefore, we were married. You were married? Yes, madam. It is impossible. Why so, madam? Said the count, smiling. What is there impossible in the fact that the Count de Fenix should marry Lorenza Feliciani? But she told me that she is not your wife. The count, without replying, turned to Lorenza. Do you remember on what day we were married? He asked. Yes, she replied, it was the 3rd of May. Where? At Strasbourg. In what church? In the cathedral, in the chapel of St. John. Did you offer any opposition to our union? I was only too happy. Because, Lorenza, continued the count, the princess thinks that the marriage was forced on you, that you hate me. As he said these words he took Lorenza's hand, a thrill of rapture seemed to run through her whole frame. I hate you. She exclaimed, oh, no. I love you, you are good, you are generous, you are powerful. The count turned toward the princess, as if he had said, you hear. Seized with a kind of horror, the princess had recoiled from the pair before her, and sunk at the foot of an ivory crucifix which was fastened against the black velvet hangings of the room. Does your royal highness wish for any further information? Asked the count, as he released Lorenza's hand. Sir, cried the princess, do not approach me. Nor she either. At this moment the noise of wheels was heard in the courtyard, and a carriage stopped at the entrance door. Ah, exclaimed the princess, here comes the cardinal, and we shall now know the truth. The Count de Fenix bowed, said a few words to Lorenza in a low voice, and waited with the patience of a man perfectly secure of his position. A moment afterward the door opened, and His Eminence the Cardinal de Rohan was announced. The princess, reassured by the presence of a third person, resumed her seat, and desired him to be admitted. The cardinal entered. But scarcely had he made his salutation to the princess, when, perceiving the count, he exclaimed, with surprise, you here, sir. Do you know this person? Asked the princess, more and more astonished. Yes, madam, said the cardinal. Then, cried she, you will tell me what he is. Nothing is more easy, replied the cardinal, the gentleman is a sorcerer. A sorcerer, murmured the princess. Pardon me, madam, said the count. But I trust that his highness will explain his words to your satisfaction. Has the gentleman been making any predictions to your royal highness, that I see you with a countenance of so much alarm? Asked him, de Rohan. The register of the marriage. The register, immediately, exclaimed the princess. The cardinal stared with the utmost surprise, not comprehending what this exclamation meant. "Here it is," said the count, presenting it to the cardinal. "Sir, what is this?" said he. "I wish to know," said the princess, "whether the signature to that document be genuine or not." The cardinal took the paper and read it. "Yes," said he, "it is a perfectly legal register of a marriage, and the signature is that of Monsieur Remy, Vicar of St. John's, in Strasbourg. But in what way does that concern your Royal Highness?" "Oh, it concerns me deeply, sir." "So, the signature is correct?" "Certainly, but I will not guarantee that it may not have been extorted." "Extorted?" cried the princess. "Yes, that is possible." "And the consent of Lorenza, also?" said the count, with a tone of irony which was aimed directly at the princess. "By what means, cardinal, by what means could this signature have been extorted? Do you know?" "By means which this gentleman has at his disposal, by means of magic." "Magic? Is it you, cardinal, who speaks to me of magic?" "Yes, I have said that this gentleman is a sorcerer, and I shall not unsay it." "Your eminence must be jesting." "By no means, and the proof is, that I am going, in the presence of your highness, to have a very serious explanation with him." "I was myself going to request it from your highness," said the count. "Excellent. But pray, do not forget," said the cardinal, haughtily, "that it is I who am the questioner. And do not forget, also," said the count, "that I will answer all your questions before her Royal Highness, if you insist upon it, but I feel certain that you will not insist." The cardinal smiled contemptuously. "Sir," said he, "to play the magician well is, in our times, a rather difficult task. I have seen you at work, and, to do you justice, you were very successful. But every one will not show the patience, and, above all, the generosity of Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness." "The Dauphiness?" exclaimed the princess. "Yes, madam," said the count. "I have had the honor of being presented to Her Royal Highness." "And how did you repay that honor, sir? Come. Speak." "Alas! Much worse than I could have wished, for I have no personal hatred against men, and, above all, none against women." "But what did he really do before my august niece?" asked the princess. "I had the misfortune, madam, to tell her the truth, which she demanded of me." "Yes," said the cardinal, "a truth which made her swoon." "Was it my fault?" cried the count, in that commanding tone which he could at times assume, "was it my fault that the truth was so terrible that it produced such effects? Was it I who sought the princess? Did I request to be presented to her? On the contrary, I avoided her, I was brought before her almost by force, and she positively commanded me to reply to her questions." "But what, then, sir, was that truth which you declare to have been so terrible?" asked the princess. "The truth which was hidden by the veil of futurity. I raised the veil, and then she beheld that future which appeared so alarming to your Royal Highness, that you fled for shelter from it to a cloister to offer up tears and prayers before the altar." "Sir, sir," cried the princess. "Is it my fault, if the future, which was revealed to her as one of the sainted, was shadowed forth to me as a prophet, and if the Dauphiness, whom it threatens personally, terrified at the sight, fainted when I declared it to her?" "You hear him acknowledge it," said the cardinal. "Alas," sighed the princess. "For her reign is doomed," continued the count, "as the most fatal and disastrous to the monarchy of any on record." "Oh, sir," exclaimed the princess. "For yourself, madam," continued the count, "your prayers have perhaps obtained favor, for you will not see those events which I foretell, you will be in the bosom of the Lord when they come to pass. But pray. Pray always." The princess, overcome by his prophetic words, which agreed too well with the terrors of her own soul, sunk again on her knees at the foot of the crucifix, and commenced to pray fervently. The count turned to the cardinal, and, preceding him toward the embrasure of a window, "Now that we are alone," said he, "what does your eminence wish with me?" The cardinal hastened to join him. The princess seemed wholly absorbed in her prayers, and Lorenza remained silent and motionless in the middle of the room. Her eyes were wide open, but she seemed to see nothing. The two men stood apart in the embrasure of the window, half concealed by the curtains. "What are your Highness's wishes?" repeated the Count. "First, I wish to know who you are," replied the Cardinal. "Yet you seem to know. Did you not say that I was a sorcerer?" "Yes, but when I met you formerly you were called Joseph Balsamo, and now you are called the Count De Fenix." "Well, that only proves that I have changed my name, nothing more." "Very true. But are you aware that such changes may make Monsieur de Sartins, the Minister of Police, rather inquisitive about you?" The Count smiled. "Oh, sir," said he, "this is a petty warfare for a Rohan." "What? Your Eminence quibbles about names. Verba iti socias, as the Latin has it. Is there nothing worse with which I can be reproached?" "You seem to have become satirical," said the Cardinal. "I have not become so, it is my character." "In that case I shall do myself the pleasure of lowering your tone a little." "Do so, sir. I am certain I shall please the Dauphiness by so doing." "Which may be not altogether useless to you, considering the terms on which you stand at present with her," answered Balsamo, with the greatest coolness. "And, suppose, most learned dealer in horoscopes, that I should cause you to be arrested?" said the Cardinal. "I should say that your Eminence would commit a very grave mistake in doing so." "Indeed," said the Prince Cardinal, with withering contempt. "And pray, who will suffer from my mistake?" "Yourself, my Lord Cardinal." "Then I shall give the order for your arrest this moment, sir, and we shall soon know who this Baron Balsamo Count de Fenix is, this illustrious branch of a genealogical tree not to be discovered in any field of heraldry in Europe." "But why has your Highness not asked for information respecting me from your friend, the Count de Breteuil?" "Monsieur de Breteuil is no friend of mine. That is to say, he is no longer so." "Yet he must have been one of your best friends when you wrote him a certain letter." "What letter?" asked the Cardinal, drawing nearer to the Count. "A little closer, Monsieur le Cardinal, I do not wish to speak loud, for fear of compromising you, that letter which you wrote from Vienna to Paris, to endeavor to prevent the marriage of the Dauphin." The prelate could not repress a gesture of alarm. "I know that letter by heart," continued the Count coldly. "Then Breteuil has turned traitor?" "How so?" "Because, when the marriage was decided on, I demanded back my letter, and he told me he had burned it." "Ah! He dared not tell you he had lost it." "Lost it?" "Yes, and you know that a lost letter may be found by someone. And so my letter was found by me." "Oh! By the merest chance, I assure you, one day when crossing the marble court at Versailles." "And you did not return it to the Count de Breteuil?" "I took good care not to do so." "Why so?" "Because, being a sorcerer, I knew that, although I wished to be of all the service I could to your Highness, you wished to do me all the harm you could. So, you understand. A disarmed man who journeys through a wood where he knows he will be attacked, would be a fool not to pick up a loaded pistol which he found at his foot." The Cardinal's head swam, and he was obliged to lean against the window frame for a few minutes, but, after an instant's hesitation, during which the Count eagerly watched every variation of his countenance. "So be it," said he. "It shall never be said that a prince of my house gave way before the threats of a charlatan. Though that letter should be shown to the Dauphiness herself, though, in a political point of view, it ruin me, I shall maintain my character as a loyal subject and faithful ambassador. I shall say what is the truth, that I thought the alliance hurtful to the interests of my country and my country will defend me, and weep for my fate. But if some one should happen to relate how the young, handsome, gallant ambassador, confident in the name of Rohan and the title of prince, and being most graciously received by the Archduchess, Marie Antoinette said so. Not because he saw anything in the marriage hurtful to France, but because in his vanity he imagined he saw something more than affability in her manner toward him. What would the loyal subject and the loyal ambassador reply then? He would deny, sir, that there ever had existed the sentiments that your words imply, there is no proof that it did exist. Yes, sir, you mistake. There is the strongest proof, in the coldness of the Dauphiness toward you. The cardinal hesitated. My lord, said the count, trust me, it is better for us to remain good friends than to quarrel, which we should have done before this had I not been more prudent than you. Good friends? Why not? Our friends are those who render us good offices. Have I ever asked you for any? No, and that is where you have been wrong, for during the 2 days you were in Paris. I in Paris? Yes, you. Why attempt to hide that from me who am a sorcerer? You left the Dauphiness at Soissons, you came post to Paris by Villers, Cauterets, and Dammartin, that is to say, the shortest road, and you hastened to request your kind friends there for assistance, which they all refused. After their refusals you once more set out post for Compiegne in despair. The cardinal seemed overwhelmed. And what sort of assistance might I have expected from you, he asked, had I addressed myself to you? That assistance which a man who makes gold can grant. And what matters it to me that you can make gold? Peste! When your Highness has to pay 500,000 francs within 48 hours. Am I not right? Is not that the sum? Yes. That is indeed the sum. And yet you ask what matters it to have a friend who can make gold. It matters just this, that the 100,000 francs which you cannot procure elsewhere, you may procure from him. And where? Asked the cardinal. In the Rue Saint-Claude. How shall I know your house? By a griffin's head in bronze, which serves as a knocker to the gate. When may I present myself? The day after tomorrow, my lord, and afterward you may come as often and whenever you please. But stay, we have just finished our conversation in time, for the princess, I see, has ended her prayers. The cardinal was conquered. And, no longer attempting to resist, he approached the princess. Madam, said he, I am obliged to confess that the Count De Fenix is perfectly correct. His register of marriage is authentic and valid, and he has explained all the circumstances to my perfect satisfaction. The count bowed. Has your Royal Highness any further commands for me? He asked. I wish to speak once more to the young woman, she replied. Then turning to Lorenza, is it of your own free and unconstrained will that you leave this convent, in which you sought refuge? Her Highness asks you, said Balsamo, quickly, whether it is of your own free and unfettered choice that you leave this convent. Answer, Lorenza. Yes, said the young woman, it is of my own free and unfettered will. And to accompany your husband, the Count de Fenix? And to accompany me, repeated the count. Oh, yes, exclaimed Lorenza. In that case, said the princess, I wish to detain neither one nor the other. For it would be doing violence to your feelings. But if there is in all this anything out of the common order of events, may the vengeance of heaven fall on him, who, for his own advantage or profit, troubles the harmony, the proper course of nature. Go, Count de Fenix. Go, Lorenza Feliciani, I only take with you your jewels. They are for the use of the poor, madam, said the count, and, distributed by your hands, the alms will be doubly acceptable to God. I only demand back my horse Garret. You can claim him as you pass, sir. Go. The count bowed low, and gave his arm to Lorenza, who took it, and left the room without uttering a word. Ah, my lord cardinal, said the princess, shaking her head sorrowfully, there are incomprehensible and fatal omens in the very air which we breathe. XLIII The return from Street Denis. After leaving Philip, Gilbert, as we have said, had re-entered the crowd. But not now with a heart bounding with joyful anticipation did he throw himself into the noisy billow of human beings. His soul was wounded to the quick, and Philip's kind reception of him, and all his friendly offers of assistance, had no power to soothe him. André never suspected that she had been cruel to Gilbert. The lovely and serene young girl was entirely ignorant that there could be between her and the son of her nurse any point of contact either for pain or for pleasure. She revolved above all the lower spheres of life, casting light or shadow on them, according as she herself was gay or sad. But now the shadow of her disdain had fallen on Gilbert and frozen him to the soul, while she, following only the impulse of her nature, knew not even that she had been scornful. But Gilbert, like a gladiator disarmed, had offered his naked breast to the full brunt of her haughty looks and disdainful words, and now bleeding at every pore, his philosophy suggested nothing better than the consolation of despair. From the moment that he once more plunged into the crowd, he cared neither for horses nor men. Collecting all his strength, he dashed forward like a wild boar with the spear in his side, and, at the risk of being crushed or trodden underfoot, he opened a passage for himself through the multitude. When the denser mass of the people had been crossed, he began to breathe more freely, and looking round he discovered that he was alone, and that around him was the green grass, the cool water, and solitude. Without knowing whither he was going, he had advanced toward the Seine, and he now found himself opposite the Isle of Saint Denis. Exhausted, not from fatigue of body but from anguish of mind, he sank on the turf, and grasping his head with both hands, he began to roar hoarsely, as if by these inarticulate sounds alone could he express his rage and grief. All those vague and senseless hopes which until then had shed a glimmering light on the darkness of his soul, and whose existence he scarcely ventured to confess, even to himself, were now at one blow utterly annihilated. To whatsoever height genius, science or study might raise him in the social scale, he must to André always remain the Gilbert that he had been. A thing or a man, to use her own words to her father, not worth the slightest regard, not worth even the trouble of being looked down on. For a moment he had thought, that, seeing him in Paris, learning that he had come on foot, knowing that he had determined to struggle out of obscurity into light, he had thought that André would applaud his resolution, but instead of applause, what had he met with as the reward of so much fatigue and of such firm determination? The same scornful indifference with which he had been treated at Taverney. Even more, was she not almost angry when she heard that his eyes had had the audacity to look on her music book? Had he only touched that music book with the tip of his finger, he would have been doubtless considered only worthy to be burned at the stake. By weak characters, any deception, any mistake, with regard to those they love, is quickly forgotten, and they bend under the blow only to rise again stronger and more persevering than before. They vent their sufferings in complaints and tears, but their resistance is only passive, nay, their love often increases by that which should destroy it, and they whisper to themselves that their submissiveness will at last have its reward. Toward that reward they steadfastly advance, whether the road be easy or the reverse. If it be unfavorable they will be longer in attaining their end, that is all, but they will attain it at last. It is not thus with strong minds, obstinate natures, and powerful wills. They are indignant when they see their own blood flowing, at the sight their energy augments so furiously that they seem to hate rather than to love. Indeed, with them love and hate are so closely allied that they often are not aware of the transition from one to the other. So it was with Gilbert. When he flung himself on the ground, overcome by his feelings, did he love or hate André? He knew not, he suffered intensely, that was all. But not having the virtue of long suffering, he shook off his dejection of soul, and determined to carry into practice some energetic resolution. She does not love me, thought he, it is true. But had I any right to hope that she would? The only feeling that I had a right to hope for was that kindly interest which attaches to the unfortunate who strive with energy to rise above their wretchedness. Her brother felt this. She did not feel it. He said, who knows? Perhaps you may become a Colbert, a Vauban. If I became either one or other he would do me justice. He would give me his sister as a reward for the glory I had won for myself, as he would now give her in exchange for my personal nobility, had I been born his equal. But as for her, oh, yes. I feel it, yes, although Colbert or Vauban should never be to her other than Gilbert. What she despises in me is what nothing can efface, nothing gild, nothing cover, it is the lowness of my birth. As if, supposing I attain my object, I should not then be greater, having risen to her level, than if I had been born beside her. Ah, senseless, unthinking creature! Woman, woman! That is, imperfection. Do you trust in her open look, her expansive forehead, her beaming smile, her queenly carriage, her beauty, which makes her worthy to be an empress? Fool! She is an affected, starched country girl, bound up, swathed in aristocratic prejudices. The gay and showy young noblemen with empty heads, mere weathercocks, who have all the means and appliances for learning, but who know nothing, they are her equals, they are things and men on whom she may bestow attention. But Gilbert? Gilbert is a dog, nay, lower than a dog. She asked, I think, for news of Mahon, she did not ask how it fared with Gilbert. Oh, she knows not then that I am as strong as they. That if clothed like them, I should be as handsome. That I have what they have not, an inflexible will, and that if I wished. A threatening smile curled his lip, and he left the sentence unfinished, then slowly, and with a deep frown, his head sunk on his breast. What passed at that moment in his dark and gloomy soul? Under what terrible idea did that pale forehead, already furrowed with painful thoughts, droop? Who shall tell? Is it the boatman who slowly glides down the river in his skiff, humming the song of Henri Cotter? Is it the laughing washerwoman who is returning from the splendid scene at St. Denis, and who, turning aside from her path to avoid him, probably takes the young loiterer for a thief, lying, as he is, at full length on the grass amid the lines hung with linen? After half an hour's reflection, Gilbert arose, calm and resolved. He approached the bank of the Seine, and refreshed himself with a deep draught of water, then, looking around, he saw on his left the waves of people pouring out of St. Denis. Amid the throng he could distinguish the principal carriages forced to go slowly from the crowd of spectators that pressed on them and taking the road to St. Ouen. The Dauphiness had expressed a desire that her entrance into the kingdom should be a family festival. And the good Parisians had taken advantage of this kind wish to place their families so near the royal train that many of them had mounted on the seats of the footmen, and some held on by the heavy springs which projected from the carriages. Without manifesting the least fear. Gilbert soon recognized André's carriage. Philip was galloping or, rather, we should say, reining in his prancing horse, close beside it. It is well, said he, I must know whither she is going, and for that purpose I must follow her. The Dauphiness was to sup at Dinette in private with the king, the Dauphin, the Count de Provence and the Count d'Artois. At St. Denis the king had invited the Dauphiness, and had given her a list of guests and a pencil, desiring her to erase the name of anyone whom she did not wish to be present. Now, it must be confessed that Louis carried his forgetfulness of the respect due to her so far as to include in it the name of Madame du Barry. It was the last on the list, and when the Dauphiness reached it her cheek turned pale and her lip quivered. But, following the instruction of the Empress, her mother, she recovered her self-possession, and with a sweet smile returning the list and the pencil to the king. She expressed herself most happy to be admitted thus from the first to the intimacy of his family circle. Gilbert knew nothing of all this, and it was only at Moet that he discovered the equipage of the Countess, followed by Zamore on his tall white charger. Fortunately, it was dark. And, concealing himself behind a clump of trees, he lay down and waited. The king supped with his daughter-in-law and his mistress, and was in charming spirits. More especially when he saw the Dauphiness receive the Countess even more graciously than she had done at Compiegne. But the Dauphin seemed grave and anxious, and, pretending that he suffered from a violent headache, retired before they sat down to supper. The entertainment was prolonged until 11 o'clock. In the meantime the retinue of the Dauphiness, and the haughty André was forced to acknowledge that she formed one of them, supped in tents, to the music of the king's private band, who had been ordered to attend for that purpose. Besides these, as the tents could not accommodate all, 50 gentlemen supped at tables spread in the open air, waited on by 50 lackeys in the royal livery. Gilbert, still hidden in the clump of trees, lost nothing of this spectacle, while he supped at the same time as the others on a piece of bread which he had bought at Clichy-la-Garenne. After supper, the Dauphiness and the king appeared on a balcony to take leave of their guests. As each person departed, he passed below the balcony to salute His Majesty and Her Royal Highness. The Dauphiness already knew many who had accompanied her from Compiegne, and those whom she did not know the king named to her. From time to time, a gracious word or well-turned compliment fell from her lips, diffusing joy in the breasts of those to whom it was addressed. Gilbert, from his distant post, saw the meanness of their homage, and murmured, "I am greater than those people, since for all the gold in the world I would not do what they are doing." At last the turn of the Baron de Taverney and his family came. Gilbert rose on one knee. "Monsieur Philip," said the Dauphiness, "I give you leave of absence, in order that you may accompany your father and your sister to Paris." Gilbert heard these words distinctly, which, in the silence of the night, and amid the respectful attention of all around, vibrated in his ears. Then she added, "Monsieur de Taverney, I cannot promise you apartments until I install my household at Versailles. You can, therefore, in the meantime accompany your daughter to Paris. Do not forget me, mademoiselle." The Baron passed on with his son and daughter. They were succeeded by many others, to whom the Dauphiness made similar speeches, but Gilbert cared no longer for her words. He glided out of the clump of trees and followed the Baron amid the confused cries of 200 footmen running after their masters and calling to 100 coachmen. While their shouts were accompanied by the thundering of numerous carriages rolling along the paved road. As the Baron had one of the carriages of the court at his command, it waited for them apart from the general crowd. When, accompanied by André and Philip, he had entered it, the latter said to the footman who was closing the door, "Mount on the seat beside the coachman, my friend." "Why so?" "Why so?" asked the Baron, hastily. "Because the poor devil has been on his legs since morning, and must be tired by this time." The Baron grumbled something which Gilbert did not hear, while the footman mounted beside the coachman. Gilbert drew nearer. At the moment when they were about to start, it was perceived that the trace had become unbuckled. The coachman jumped down, and the coach remained for a few moments stationary. "It is very late," said the Baron. "I am deadly fatigued," said André. "Are you sure we shall get beds?" "I hope so," said Philip. "I sent on Labrie and Nicole from Soissons with a letter to a friend of mine, desiring him to engage a small garden pavilion for us, which his mother and sister occupied last year. It is not a very splendid abode, but it is suitable enough. You do not wish to receive company, you only want a stopping place for the present." "Faith," exclaimed the Baron, "whatever it is, it will be better than Taverney." "Unfortunately, father, that is true," replied Philip, in a melancholy tone. "Are there any trees?" asked André. "Oh, yes, and very fine ones, too. But, in all probability, you will not have long to enjoy them, for as soon as the marriage is over you will be presented at court." "Well, this is all a dream, I fear," said the Baron. "Do not awake us too soon, Philip. Have you given the proper direction to the coachman?" Gilbert listened anxiously. "Yes, father." Gilbert, who had heard all this conversation, had for a moment hoped to discover the address. "No matter," said he, "I shall follow them, it is only a league to Paris." The trace was fastened, the coachman mounted his seat, and the carriage was again in motion. But the king's horses go fast when they are not in a procession which obliges them to go slowly, and now they darted forward so rapidly that they recalled to poor Gilbert's recollection the road to Le Chaussee, his weakness, and his fainting. He made an effort and reached the footboard behind, which was vacant, as the weary footman was seated beside the coachman. Gilbert grasped it, sprang up, and seated himself. But scarcely had he done so when the thought struck him that he was behind André's carriage, and in the footman's place. "No, no," muttered the inflexible young man, "it shall never be said that I did not struggle to the last. My legs are tired, but my arms are strong." Then, seizing the footboard with his hands, he followed at full speed, supported by the strength of his arms, and keeping his hold in spite of jolts and shocks, rather than capitulate with his conscience. "At least I shall know her address," murmured he. "True, I shall have to pass one more bad night, but tomorrow I shall rest while I copy my music. Besides, I have still some money, and I may take 2 hours for sleep if I like. Then he reflected that as Paris was such a large place, and he was quite unacquainted with it, he might lose his way after the Baron and his daughter should have entered the house chosen for them by Philip. Fortunately, it was then near midnight, and day would break at 3:30. As all these reflections passed through Gilbert's mind, he remarked that they were passing through a spacious square, in the centre of which was a large equestrian statue. "Ha! This looks like the Place de Victoires," cried he, with a mingled sensation of surprise and joy. The carriage turned. André put her head out of the window and looked back. "It is the statue of the late king," said Philip. "We are now near the house." They descended a steep street so rapidly that Gilbert was nearly thrown under the wheels. "Here we are at last," cried Philip. Gilbert sprang aside and hid himself behind the corner of the neighboring street. Philip leaped out, rang the bell, and turning, received André in his arms. The Baron got out last. "Well," cried he, "are those scoundrels going to keep us here all night?" At that moment the voices of Labrie and Nicole were heard, and a gate was opened. The three travelers disappeared in a dark court, and the gate closed behind him. The carriage drove off on its way to the king's stables. The house which had received the strangers was in no way remarkable in its appearance, but the lamps of the carriage, in passing, had flashed on that next to it, and Gilbert read over the gateway the words, Hôtel d'Armenonville. It only remained for him to discover the name of the street. He gained the nearest extremity, that by which the carriage had disappeared, and to his great surprise he found himself close to the fountain at which he was in the habit of drinking. He advanced a few steps further in a street parallel to that which he had left, and discovered the baker's shop where he usually bought his loaf. Doubting still, he went back to the corner of the street. And there, by the light of a neighboring lamp, he read the words which had struck him when returning with Rousseau from their botanical excursion in the forest of Meudon 3 days before, Rue Plastrière. André, consequently, was not 100 paces distant from him, not so far off as she had been at Taverney, when he slept in his little room at the castle gate. Then he regained his domicile, scarcely daring to hope to find the end of the cord left out by which the latch of his door was lifted. But Gilbert's star was in the ascendant. A few ravelled threads were hanging out, by which he pulled the hole, and the door opened gently at his touch. He felt his way to the stairs, mounted step by step without making the least noise, and at last put his hand on the padlock of the garret door, in which Rousseau had kindly left the key. 10 minutes afterward, fatigue asserted its power over his disquieted thoughts, and he slept soundly, although longing for the morrow. XLIV. The Garden Pavilion. Having come in late and throwing himself hastily on his bed, Gilbert had forgotten to place over his window the blind which intercepted the light of the rising sun. At 5 o'clock, therefore, the rays of light beaming through the window awoke him. He sprung up, fearing that he had slept too long. Accustomed as he been to a country life, Gilbert could guess the hour at all times with the utmost precision by the direction of the shadows, and by the paler or warmer tints of light. He ran, therefore, to consult his clock. The faintness of the morning beams, barely tinging with their light the topmost boughs of the trees, reassured him, and he found that instead of having risen too late, he had risen too early. He finished his toilet at the garret window, thinking over the events of the preceding day, and exposing with delight his burning and oppressed forehead to the refreshing morning breeze. Then he remembered that André lodged in the next street, near the Hôtel d'Armenonville, and he tried to guess in which of all the houses that he saw she might be. The sight of the lofty trees on which he looked down, recalled her question to Philip, "Are there any trees there?" Might they not have chosen that uninhabited house in the garden, said Gilbert to himself. This idea naturally led him to fix his attention on the garden pavilion, where, by a singular coincidence, a sort of noise and stir began to be apparent. One of the window shutters of the little abode, which had not been opened apparently for a considerable time, was shaken by an awkward or feeble hand. The wood yielded above, but held fast by the damp, no doubt, to the frame at the bottom, it resisted the effort made to open it. A second shake, more violent than the first, had a better effect. The two shutters creaked, gave way, and, falling back quickly, exposed to view a young girl all in a glow with her exertions, and beating off the dust from her hands. Gilbert uttered a cry of surprise, and stepped back. The young girl, whose face was still flushed with sleep, and who was stretching herself in the fresh air, was Emily Nicole. There was no longer any room for doubt. The lodging which Philip had said L'Abri and Nicole were preparing, was the house before him, and the mansion through whose gateway he had seen the travelers disappear must have its gardens adjoining the rear of the Rue Plastrière. Gilbert's movement was so abrupt, that if Nicole had not been completely absorbed in the lazy meditation so delightful at the moment of waking, she must have discovered our philosopher at his skylight. But Gilbert had retired all the more speedily, as he had no intention that Nicole, of all persons in the world, should spy him out in so elevated a situation. Had he been on a first floor, and had his open window showed a background of rich hangings or sumptuous furniture, he would not have been so anxious to avoid her eye. But a garret on the 5th story declared him to be still so low in the social scale, that he took the greatest care to hide himself. Moreover, there is always in this world a great advantage in seeing without being seen. And then, if André should discover that he watched her, would it not be sufficient either to induce her to change her abode, or prevent her walking in the garden? Alas! Gilbert's pride still made him of too great importance in his own eyes. What was Gilbert to André? Would she have moved her finger either to approach or to avoid him? But these were far from being Nicole's sentiments, and her, consequently, he must shun. He hid himself carefully, therefore. But as he did not wish to withdraw from the window entirely, he ventured to peep out cautiously at one corner. A second window on the ground floor of the pavilion, exactly below the first, just then opened, and a white form appeared at it. It was André, seemingly just awakened. She was enveloped in a dressing gown, and was occupied in searching for the slipper which had escaped from her tiny foot, and was lying beneath a chair. It was in vain that Gilbert, each time that he saw André, vowed to build up between them a barrier of hatred instead of giving way to love. The same effect was produced by the same cause. He was obliged to lean against the wall for support. His heart palpitated as if it would have burst, and sent the blood in boiling currents through his whole frame. However, by degrees, his throbbing arteries beat with a calmer motion, and reflection resumed her sway. The problem he had to solve was, as we have said, to see without being seen. He took one of Teresa's gowns and fastened it with a pin to one of the cords which crossed his window. And, sheltered by this impromptu curtain, he would watch André without running any risk of being discovered by her. The lovely young girl, following Nicole's example, stretched out her snowy arms, and then, folding them on the window, she looked out on the garden. Her countenance expressed the liveliest satisfaction at all she saw. Lofty trees shaded the walks with their drooping branches, and everywhere verdure cheered her eye. She, who smiled so seldom on human beings, smiled on the inanimate objects around her. The house in which Gilbert lived attracted her eye for a moment, like all the others which surrounded the garden. But as from her apartment only the garrets of the houses were visible, and, consequently, from them alone could she be seen, she paid no further attention. How could the proud young girl take any interest in the concerns of a race so far removed from her sphere? André felt convinced, therefore, that no one saw her by whom it was of the least importance that she should not be seen. And that within the bounds of her tranquil retreat there appeared none of those prying or satirical Parisian faces so much dreaded by ladies from the provinces. The effect was immediate. Leaving her window wide open, so that the fresh and perfumed air might penetrate to the furthest extremity of her apartment, she proceeded toward the mantelpiece and rang a bell. Nicole appeared, undid the straps of a shagreen dressing-case of the reign of Queen Anne, took from it a tortoise-shell comb, and began to comb out André's hair. In a moment the long tresses and shining curls spread like a glossy veil over her shoulders. Gilbert gave a stifled sigh. At that distance he scarcely saw the beauty of her locks, but he saw André herself, 1,000 times more lovely in this deshabille than she would have been in the most splendid attire. He gazed, his whole soul in his eyes. By chance, as Nicole continued to dress her hair, André raised her eyes, and fixed them on Gilbert's garret. "Yes, yes," said he, "look, gaze as much as you please, it is all in vain, you can see nothing, and I see all." But Gilbert was mistaken, André did see something. It was the gown which he had hung up, and which, being blown about, had got wrapped round his head like a turban. She pointed out this strange object to Nicole. Nicole, stopping in her complicated task, pointed with the comb which she held in her hand toward the skylight, and seemed to ask her mistress if that were the object which she meant. All these gestures, which Gilbert devoured with the greatest eagerness, had, without his suspecting it, a third spectator. Suddenly a rude hand snatched Teresa's gown from his head, and he was ready to sink with shame on seeing Rousseau beside him. "What the devil are you doing there, sir?" cried the philosopher, with a terrible frown, and a scrutinizing glance at the gown borrowed, without leave asked, from his wife. "Nothing, sir, nothing at all," replied Gilbert, endeavoring to turn Rousseau's attention from the window. "Nothing? Then why did you hide yourself with the gown?" "The sun hurts my eyes. This window looks toward the west, and the sun dazzles you when rising." "You have very delicate eyes, young man." Gilbert stammered out some unconnected words, but, feeling that he was only getting deeper in the mire, he at last hid his head in his hands. "You are speaking falsely, and you are afraid," said Rousseau, "therefore, you have been doing wrong." After this terrible syllogism, which seemed to complete Gilbert's confusion, Rousseau planted himself exactly opposite the window. From a feeling too natural to require explanation, Gilbert, who so lately trembled to be discovered at the window, rushed forward when he saw Rousseau standing before it. "Ah, ha!" said the latter, in a tone which froze the blood in Gilbert's veins, "the garden house is inhabited now." Gilbert was dumb. "And by persons," continued the philosopher, "who seem to know my house, for they are pointing to it." Gilbert, trembling lest he had advanced too far, stepped back quickly, but neither his movement, nor the cause which produced it, escaped the jealous eye of Rousseau. He saw that Gilbert feared to be seen. "No," cried he, seizing the young man by the arm, "you shall not escape, my young friend, there is some plot under this, I know, by their pointing to your garret. Place yourself here, if you please." And he dragged him opposite the skylight, in the full view of those beneath. "Oh, no, sir, no, have mercy," cried Gilbert, struggling to escape. But, to escape, which for a young and active man like Gilbert would have been an easy task, he must have engaged in a contest with Rousseau, whom he venerated like some superior being, and respect restrained him. "You know those women," said Rousseau, "and they know you." "No, no, no, sir." "Then, if you do not know them, and if they do not know you, why not show yourself? Monsieur Rousseau, you have sometimes had secrets yourself. Show some pity for me." "Ah, traitor!" cried Rousseau. "Yes, I know what sort of a secret yours is. You are a creature of Grimm or Holbach's, you have been tutored to act a part in order to impose upon my benevolence. You have gained admittance into my house, and now you betray me to them. Oh, thrice-sodden fool that I am! Silly lover of nature! I thought I was aiding a fellow creature, and I was bringing a spy into my house." "A spy!" exclaimed Gilbert, indignantly. "Come, Judas, on what day am I to be sold?" continued Rousseau, folding Teresa's gown tragically about him, and thinking himself sublime in his grief, when, unfortunately, he was only ridiculous. "Sir, you calumniate me," said Gilbert. "Calumniate you, you little serpent," exclaimed Rousseau. "Did I not find you corresponding with my enemies by signals? Making them understand, perhaps, what is the subject of my new work? Sir, had I gained admittance to your house in order to betray the secret of your work, it would have been easier for me to have copied some of the manuscripts in your desk than to inform others of the subject by signs." This was true. And Rousseau felt so plainly that he had given utterance to one of those absurdities which escaped him when his monomania of suspicion was at its height, that he got angry. "Sir," said he, I am sorry for you, but experience has made me severe. My life has been one long series of deceptions. I have been ever the victim of treachery, I have been betrayed, sold, made a martyr, by every one that surrounded me. I am, you must be aware, one of those illustrious unfortunates on whom government has put its ban. In such a situation it is pardonable to be suspicious. Now I suspect you, therefore you shall leave my house. Gilbert was far from expecting this peroration. To be turned out. He clenched his hands tightly, and a flash of anger which almost made Rousseau tremble lighted up his eye. The flash was only momentary, however, for the thought occurred to him that in leaving Rousseau's house he should lose the happiness of seeing André every hour of the day, as well as forfeit the friendship of Rousseau. This would be to add misery to shame. His untamable pride gave way, and clasping his hands, "Sir," said he, "listen to me. One word, only one word." "I am pitiless," said Rousseau, "men have made me, by their injustice, more cruel than the tiger. You are in correspondence with my enemies. Go to them, I do not oppose your doing so. Only leave my house. Sir, those two young girls are not your enemies, they are Mademoiselle André and Nicole." "And who is Mademoiselle André?" said Rousseau, who had heard Gilbert pronounce this name twice or thrice before, and was, consequently, not entirely unacquainted with it. "Come, who is Mademoiselle André? Speak." "Mademoiselle André, sir, is the daughter of the Baron de Taverney." "Oh, pardon me, sir, for daring to say so to you, but I love her more than you ever loved Mademoiselle Galley or Madame de Warens. It is she whom I have followed on foot to Paris, without money, and without bread, until I fell down on the road exhausted with hunger and fatigue. It is she whom I went to see yesterday at St. Denis, whom I followed, unseen by her, to Muette, and from that to a street near this. It is she whom by chance I discovered this morning to be the occupant of this garden house. And it is she for whose sake I burn to be a Turin, a Richelieu, or a Rousseau." Rousseau knew the human heart, and felt assured that no one acting a part could speak with the trembling and impassioned accents of Gilbert, or accompany his words with gestures so true to nature. "So," said he, "this young lady is Mademoiselle André?" "Yes, Monsieur Rousseau." "Then you know her?" "Sir, I am the son of her nurse." "Then you lied just now when you said you did not know her, and if you are not a traitor, you are a liar." "Sir, you tear my very heart. Indeed you would hurt me less were you to kill me on the spot." "Pshaw! Mere phrases. Style of Diderot and Marmontel." "You are a liar, sir." "Well, yes, yes," said Gilbert, "I am a liar, sir. And so much the worse for you, if you do not feel for one so forced to lie. A liar. A liar. I leave you, sir, but I leave you in despair, and my misery will one day weigh heavy on your conscience." Rousseau stroked his chin as he looked at this young man, in whom he found so many points of character resembling his own. "He has either a great soul, or he is a great rogue," said he to himself. "But if they are plotting against me, why not hold in my hand a clue to the plot?" Gilbert had advanced toward the door, and now, with his hand on the lock, stood waiting for the fiat which was to banish or recall him. "Enough on this subject, my son," said Rousseau. "If you are as deeply in love as you say, so much the worse for you. But it is now late, you lost the whole of yesterday, and we have today 30 pages to copy. Quick, Gilbert. Be on the alert." Gilbert seized the philosopher's hand, and pressed it to his lips. He would not certainly have done so much for a king's. But before leaving the room, and while Gilbert, still deeply moved, stood leaning against the door, Rousseau again placed himself at the window to take a last look at the young girls. André had just thrown off her dressing gown, and taken her gown from Nicole's hands. She saw his pallid countenance and searching eye, and, starting back, she ordered Nicole to close the window. Nicole obeyed. "So," said Rousseau, "my old face frightens her, his young one would not have had the same effect." "Oh, lovely youth," added he, sighing. O gioventù primavera del vitae. O primavera gioventù del anno. And, once more hanging up Teresa's gown on its nail, he went downstairs in a melancholy mood, followed by Gilbert, for whose youth he would, perhaps, at that moment have exchanged his renown, which then rivaled that of Voltaire, and shared with it the admiration of the world. LV. The house in the Rue Saint-Claude. The Rue Saint-Claude, in which the Count de Fenix had appointed to meet the Cardinal De Rohan, was not so different at that period from what it is at the present day, but that some vestiges of the localities we are about to describe may yet be discovered. It abutted then, as it does now, on the Rue Saint-Louis and the Boulevard, to the latter of which it descended with rather a steep inclination. It boasted of 15 houses and 7 lanterns, and was remarkable besides for 2 lanes, or cul-de-sac, which branched off from it, the one on the left, the other on the right. The former serving as the boundary of the Hôtel de Voisins, while the latter took a slice off the large garden of the convent of Saint Sacrament. This last-mentioned lane, shaded on one side by the trees of the convent garden, was bordered on the other by the high dark wall of a house, the front of which looked toward the Rue Saint-Claude. This wall, resembling the visage of a cyclops, had only one eye, or if the reader like it better, only one window, and even that, covered with bars and grating, was horribly gloomy. Just below this window, which was never opened, as one might perceive from the spiders' webs that curtained it over, was a door studded with large nails, which indicated, not that the house was entered, but that it might be entered, on this side. There were no dwellings in this lane, and only 2 inhabitants. There were a cobbler in a wooden box, and a stocking mender in a cask, both shading themselves from the heat under the acacias of the convent garden, which threw their broad shadow on the dusty lane from 9 in the morning. In the evening the stocking mender returned to her domicile, the cobbler put a padlock on his castle, and no guardian watched over the lonely street, save the stern and sombre eye of the window we have spoken of. Besides the door just mentioned, the house which we have undertaken to describe so accurately, had another and the principal entrance in the Rue Saint-Claude. This entrance was a large gateway surmounted with carved figures in relief, which recalled the architecture of the times of Louis XIII. And was adorned with the griffin's head for a knocker, which the Count de Fenix had indicated to the Cardinal de Rohan as distinguishing his abode. As for the windows, they looked on the boulevard, and were opened early in the morning to admit the fresh air. But as Paris, at that period, and, above all, in that quarter, was far from safe, it occasioned no astonishment to see them grated, and the walls near them bristling with iron spikes. Indeed, the whole appearance of the house, at the first glance, suggested the idea of a fortress. Against enemies, thieves, or lovers, it presented iron balconies with sharp points. A deep moat separated the building from the boulevard, and to obtain entrance on this side it would have required ladders at least 30 feet long, for the wall which enclosed, or, rather, buried, the courtyard was fully that height. This house, before which in the present day a spectator would be arrested by curiosity on beholding its singular aspect, was not very remarkable in 1770. On the contrary, it seemed to harmonize with the quarter of the city in which it stood, and if the worthy inhabitants of the Rue Saint-Louis, and the not less worthy denizens of the Rue Saint-Claude, shunned its neighborhood, it was not on account of its reputation, which was then intact, but on account of the lonely boulevard of the Porte Saint-Louis, and the Pont aux, both of which were in very bad odor with the Parisians. In fact, the boulevard on this side led to nothing but the Bastille, and as there was not more than a dozen houses in the space of a quarter of a league, the city authorities had not thought it worth their while to light such a desert region. The consequence was, that after 8 o'clock in summer, and 4 in winter, the vacuum became a sort of chaos, with the agreeable addition of robbers. It was, however, on this very boulevard, toward 9 o'clock in the evening, and about 3/4 of an hour after the visit to Saint Denis, that a carriage drove rapidly along. It bore the coat of arms of the Count de Fenix on its panels. The Count himself, mounted on Garret, who whisked his long and silky tail as he sniffed the stifling atmosphere, rode about 20 paces in advance. Within it, resting on cushions, and concealed by the closed blinds, lay Lorenza, fast asleep. The gate opened, as if by enchantment, at the noise of the wheels, and the carriage, after turning into the dark gulf of the Rue St. Claude, disappeared in the courtyard of the house we have just described, the gate of which seemed to close behind it without the aid of human hands. There was, most assuredly, no occasion for so much mystery, since no one was there to see the Count de Fenix return, or to interfere with him, had he carried off in his carriage the treasures of the Abbey of Saint Denis. In the meantime, we shall say a few words respecting the interior of this house, of which it is of importance that our readers should know something, since it is our intention to introduce them to it more than once. In the courtyard, of which we have spoken, and in which the springing grass labored by a never-ceasing effort to displace the pavement, were seen in the right the stables, on the left the coach-houses. While at the back a double flight of 12 steps led to the entrance door. On the ground floor, the house, or at least as much of it as was accessible, consisted of a large antechamber, a dining room, remarkable for the quantity of massive plate heaped on its sideboards, and a saloon, which seemed quite recently furnished, probably for the reception of its new inmates. From the antechamber, a broad staircase led to the first floor, which contained 3 principal apartments. A skillful geometrician, however, on measuring with his eye the extent of the house outside, and observing the space within it, would have been surprised to find it contained so little accommodation. In fact, in the outside apparent house, there was a second hidden house, known only to those who inhabited it. In the antechamber, close beside a statue of the god Harpocrates, who, with his finger on his lips, seemed to enjoin the silence of which he is the symbol, was concealed a secret door opening with a spring, and masked by the ornaments of the architecture. This door gave access to a staircase, which, ascending to about the same height as the first floor on the other staircase, led to a little apartment lighted by 2 grated windows looking on an inner court. This inner court was the box, as it were, which enclosed the second house and concealed it from all eyes. The apartment to which this staircase led was evidently intended for a man. Beside the bed, and before the sofas and couches, were spread, instead of carpets, the most magnificent furs which the burning climes of Africa and India produced. There were skins of lions, tigers, and panthers, with their glaring eyes and threatening teeth. The walls, hung with Cordova leather stamped in large and flowing arabesques, were decorated with weapons of every kind, from the tomahawk of the Huron to the krid of the Malay, from the sword of the Crusader to the cangier of the Arab. From the arquebus, encrusted with ivory, of the 16th century, to the damasked barrel, inlaid with gold, of the 18th. The eye in vain sought in this room for any other outlet than that from the staircase. Perhaps there were several, but if so, they were concealed and invisible. A German domestic, about 25 or 30 years of age, the only human being who had been seen wandering to and fro in that vast mansion for several days, bolted the gate of the courtyard. And, opening the carriage door while the stolid coachman unharnessed his horses, he lifted out Lorenza in his arms and carried her into the antechamber. There he laid her on a table covered with red cloth, and drew down her long white veil over her person. Then he left the room to light at the lamps of the carriage a large chandelier with 7 branches, and returned with all its lights burning. But in that interval short as it was, Lorenza had disappeared. The Count de Fenix had followed close behind the German, and had no sooner been left alone with Lorenza than he took her in his arms and carried her by the secret staircase we have described, to the chamber of arms. After having carefully closed both the doors behind him. Once there, he pressed his foot on a spring in the corner of the lofty mantelpiece, and immediately a door, which formed the back of the fireplace, rolled back on its noiseless hinges, and the Count, with his burden, again disappeared, carefully closing behind him with his foot the mysterious door. At the back of the mantelpiece was a second staircase, consisting of a flight of 15 steps covered with Utrecht velvet, after mounting which, he reached a chamber elegantly hung with satin embroidered with flowers of such brilliant colors, and so naturally designed, that they might have been taken for real. The furniture was richly gilt. 2 cabinets of tortoise shell inlaid with brass, a harpsichord, and a toilet table of rosewood, a beautiful bed with transparent curtains, and several vases Sèvres porcelain formed the principal articles, while chairs and couches, arranged with the nicest order in a space of 30 feet square, served to complete the decoration of the apartment, to which was attached a dressing closet and a boudoir. These latter had no windows, but lamps filled with perfumed oil burned in them day and night, and let down from the ceiling, were trimmed by invisible hands. The sleeping chamber, however, had 2 windows hung with rich and heavy curtains, but, as it was now night, the curtains had nothing to conceal. Not a sound, not a breath was heard in this chamber, and an inhabitant might have thought himself 100 miles from the world. But gold, cunningly wrought, shone on every side. Beautiful paintings smiled from the walls, and lustres of colored Bohemian glass glittered and sparkled like eyes looking on the scene, when, after having placed Lorenza on a sofa, the Count, not satisfied with the trembling radiance of the boudoir, proceeded to light the rose-colored wax candles of 2 candelabra on the chimney-piece. Then, returning to Lorenza and placing himself before her, he knelt with one knee on a pile of cushions and exclaimed softly, "Lorenza." The young girl, at this appeal, raised herself on her elbow, although her eyes remained closed. But she did not reply. "Lorenza," he repeated, "do you sleep in your ordinary sleep or in the magnetic sleep?" "In the magnetic sleep," she answered. "Then, if I question you, you can reply." "I think so." The Count De Fenix was silent for a few moments, then he continued. "Look in the apartment of the Princess Louise, whom we left 3/4 of an hour ago. Lamb looking. What do you see? The princess is praying before retiring to bed. Do you see the Cardinal De Rohan in the convent? No. In any of the corridors or courts? No. Look whether his carriage be at the gate. I do not see it. Pursue the road by which we came. Do you see carriages on it? Yes, several. Do you see the cardinals among them? No. Come nearer Paris, now. Now I see it. Where? At the gate of the city. Has it stopped? Yes, the footman has just got down. Does the cardinal speak to him? Yes. He is going to speak. Lorenza, attend. It is important that I should know what the cardinal says. You should have told me to listen in time. But stop. The footman is speaking to the coachman. What does he say? The Rue St. Claude, in the Marais, by the boulevard. Thanks, Lorenza. The Count wrote some words on a piece of paper, which he folded round a plate of copper, doubtless to give it weight, then he pulled a bell, pressed a spring, and, a small opening appearing in the wall, he dropped the note down. The opening closed again instantly. It was in this way that the Count, in the inner apartments of his house, gave his orders to Fritz, his German servant. XLVII the double existence, sleep. Returning to Lorenza, Balsamo said, "Will you converse with your friend now?" "Oh, yes," she replied. "But speak yourself the most, I love so to hear your voice. Lorenza, you have often said that you would be happy if you could live with me, shut out from all the world. Yes, that would be happiness indeed. Well, your wish is realized. No one can follow us to this chamber, no one can enter here. We are alone, quite alone. Ah, so much the better. Tell me, is this apartment to your taste? Order me to see it, then. I order you. Ollie, what a charming room. You are pleased with it, then? Asked the Count, tenderly. Oh, yes. There are my favorite flowers, my vanilla heliotropes, my crimson roses, my Chinese jasmines. Thanks, my sweet Joseph, how kind and good you are. I do all I can to please you, Lorenza. Oh. You do 100 times more than I deserve. You think so? Yes. Then you confess that you have been very ill-natured. Very ill-natured. Oh, yes. But you forgive me, do you not? I shall forgive you when you explain to me the strange mystery which I have sought to fathom ever since I knew you. It is this, Balsamo. There are in me two Lorenzas, quite distinct from each other, one that loves and one that hates you. So there are in me two lives, in one I taste all the joys of paradise, in the other experience all the torments of hell. And those two lives are sleep and waking. Yes. You love me when you sleep, and you hate me when you are awake. Yes. But why so? I do not know. You must know. No. Search carefully, look within yourself, sound your own heart. Yes, I see the cause now. What is it? When Lorenza awakes, she is the Roman girl, the superstitious daughter of Italy, she thinks science a crime, and love a sin. Her confessor told her that they were so. She is, then, afraid of you, and would flee from you to the confines of the earth. And when Lorenza sleeps? Ah! Then she is no longer the Roman, no longer superstitious, she is a woman. Then she reads Balsamo's heart and mind. She sees that his heart loves her, that his genius contemplates sublime things. Then she feels her littleness compared with him. Then she would live and die beside him, that the future might whisper softly the name of Lorenza, when it trumpets forth that of Cagliostro. It is by that name, then, that I shall become celebrated. Yes, by that name. Dear Lorenza. Then you will love this new abode, will you not? It is much more splendid than any of those you have already given me, but it is not on that account that I shall love it. For what then? I shall love it because you have promised to live in it with me. Then, when you sleep, you see clearly that I love you, ardently love you. The young girl smiled faintly. Yes, said she, I do see that you love me, and yet, added she, with a sigh, there is something which you love better than Lorenza. What is it? Asked Balsamo, starting. Your dream. Say, my task. Your ambition. Say, my glory. Ah, heaven. Ah, heaven, and the young girl's breast heaved while the tears forced their way through her closed eyelids. What do you see? Asked Balsamo, with alarm, for there were moments when her powers of seeing the unseen startled even him. Oh, I see darkness, and phantoms gliding through it, some of them hold in their hands their crowned heads, and you are among them like a general in the thick of the battle. You command, and they obey. Well, said Balsamo, joyfully, and does that not make you proud of me? Oh, no, for I seek my own figure amid the throng which surrounds you, and I cannot see myself. I shall not be there, murmured she, sadly. I shall not be there. Where will you be, then? I shall be dead. Balsamo shuddered. Dead? My Lorenza, cried he, dead? No, no. We shall live long together to love each other. You love me not. Oh, yes. Ah. Continued she, I feel that I am nothing to you. You, my Lorenza, nothing. You are my all, my strength, my power, my genius. Without you I should be nothing. You possess my whole soul. Is not that enough to make you happy? Happy? Repeated she, contemptuously. Do you call this life of ours happy? Yes, for in my mind to be happy is to be great. She sighed deeply. Oh, could you but know, dearest Lorenza, how I love to read the uncovered hearts of men, and govern them with their own passions. Yes, I serve you in that, I know. That is not all. Your eyes read for me the hidden book of the future. What I could not learn with 20 years of toil and suffering, you, my gentle dove, innocent and pure, you teach me when you wish. Foes dog my steps and lay snares for me, you inform me of every danger. On my understanding depend my life, my fortune, my freedom, you give that understanding the eye of a lynx, which dilates and sees clearly in the darkness. Your lovely eyes closing to the light of this outward world, open to supernatural splendors, which they watch for me. It is you who make me free, rich, powerful. And you in return make me wretched, she exclaimed, in a tone of despair, for all that is not love. Yes, it is, he replied, a holy and pure love. And what happiness attends it? Why did you force me from my country, my name, my family, why obtain this power over me, why make me your slave, if I am never to be yours in reality? Alas! Why, rather, asked he, are you like an angel, infallible in penetration, by whose help I can subject the universe? Why are you able to read all hearts within their corporal dwelling, as others read a book behind a pane of glass? It is because you are an angel of purity, Lorenza, because your spirit, different from those of the vulgar, or sordid beings who surround you, pierces through every obstacle. And thus you regard my love less than the vain chimeras of your brain. Oh, Joseph, Joseph, added she, passionately, you wrong me cruelly. Not so, for I love you, but I would raise you with myself to the throne of the world. Oh, Balsamo, murmured she, will your ambition ever make you happy as my love would? As she spoke she threw her arms around him. He struggled to release himself, beat back the air loaded with magnetic fluid, and at length exclaimed, Lorenza, awake, awake. It is my will. At once her arms released their hold, the smile which had played on her lips died away, and she sighed heavily. At length her closed eyes opened, the dilated pupils assumed their natural size. She stretched out her arms, appeared overcome with weariness, and fell back at full length, but awake, on the sofa. Balsamo, seated at a little distance from her, heaved a deep sigh. Adieu, my dream, murmured he to himself. Farewell, happiness. XLVII the double existence, waking. As soon as Lorenza had recovered her natural powers of sight, she cast a hurried glance around her. Her eyes roamed over all the splendid trifles which surrounded her on every side, without exhibiting any appearance of the pleasure which such things usually give to women. At length they rested with a shudder on Balsamo, who was seated at a short distance, and was watching her attentively. You again, said she, recoiling, and all the symptoms of horror appeared in her countenance. Her lips turned deathly pale, and the perspiration stood in large drops on her forehead. Balsamo did not reply. Where am I? She asked. You know whence you come, madam, said Balsamo, and that should naturally enable you to guess where you are. Yes, you are right to remind me of that, I remember now. I know that I have been persecuted by you, pursued by you, torn by you from the arms of the royal lady whom I had chosen to protect me. Then you must know, also, that this princess, all-powerful though she be, could not defend you. Yes. You have conquered her by some work of magic, cried Lorenza, clasping her hands. Oh, heaven, deliver me from this demon. In what way do I resemble a demon, madam? Said Balsamo, shrugging his shoulders. Once for all, abandon, I beg of you, this farrago of childish prejudice which you brought with you from Rome. Have done with all those absurd superstitions which you learned in your convent, and which have formed your constant traveling companions since you left it. Oh, my convent! Who will restore me my convent? Cried Lorenza, bursting into tears. In fact, said Balsamo, ironically, a convent is a place very much to be regretted. Lorenza darted toward one of the windows, drew aside the curtains, and, opening it, stretched out her hand. It struck against a thick bar supporting an iron grating, which, although hidden by flowers, was not the less efficacious in retaining a prisoner. Prison for prison, said she. I like that better which conducts toward heaven than that which sends to hell. And she dashed her delicate hands against the iron bars. If you were more reasonable, Lorenza, you would find only the flowers, without the bars, at your windows. Was I not reasonable when you shut me up in that other moving prison, with that vampire whom you call Elthodas? And yet you kept me a prisoner, you watched me like a lynx, and whenever you left me you breathed into me that spirit which takes possession of me, and which I cannot overcome. Where is he, that horrible old man, whose sight freezes me with terror? In some corner here, is he not? Let us keep silent, and we shall hear his unearthly voice issue from the depths of the earth. You really give way to your imagination like a child, madam. Althotas, my teacher, my friend, my second father, is an inoffensive old man, who has never seen or approached you, or, if he has seen you, has never paid the least attention to you, immersed as he is in his task. His task, murmured Lorenza. And what is his task, pray? He is trying to discover the elixir of life, what all the greatest minds have been in search of for the last 6,000 years. And you, what are you trying to discover? The means of human perfectibility. Oh, demons! Demons, said Lorenza, raising her hand to heaven. Ah, said Balsamo, rising, now your fit is coming on again. My fit? Yes, your fit. There is one thing, Lorenza, which you are not aware of. It is, that your life is divided into two equal periods. During one you are gentle, good, and reasonable, during the other you are mad. And it is under this false pretext of madness that you shut me up. Alas! I am obliged to do so. Oh, be cruel, barbarous, pitiless if you will, shut me up, kill me, but do not play the hypocrite, do not pretend to compassionate while you destroy me. But only reflect a moment, said Balsamo, without anger, and even with a caressing smile, is it torture to live in an elegant commodious apartment like this? Grated windows, iron bars on all sides, no air, no air. The bars are for the safety of your life, I repeat, Lorenza. Oh, cried she, he destroys me piecemeal, and tells me he cares for my life. Balsamo approached the young girl, and with a friendly gesture, endeavored to take her hand. But, recoiling, as if from the touch of a serpent. Oh, do not touch me, said she. Do you hate me, then, Lorenza? Ask the sufferer if he hates his executioner. Lorenza, Lorenza. It is because I do not wish to be your executioner that I deprive you of a little of your liberty. If you could go and come as you like, who knows what you might do in the moments of your madness? What I might do? Oh, let me once be free, and you shall see what I would do. Lorenza, you treat the husband whom you have chosen in the sight of heaven very strangely. I chose you. Never, never. You are my wife, notwithstanding. Yes. That indeed must have been the work of the demon. Poor insensate, said Balsamo, with a tender look. But I am a Roman woman, murmured Lorenza, and one day I shall be revenged. Balsamo shook his head gently. You only say that to frighten me, Lorenza, do you not? Said he, smiling. No, no, I shall do what I say. Woman! Exclaimed Balsamo, with a commanding voice, you pretend to be a Christian, does not your religion teach you to render good for evil? What hypocrisy is yours, calling yourself a follower of that religion, and vowing to yourself to render evil for good? Lorenza appeared, for an instant struck by these words. Oh! Said she, it is not vengeance to denounce to society its enemies, it is a duty. If you denounce me as a necromancer, as a sorcerer, it is not society whom I offend, but God, but if I be such, the deity by a sign can destroy me. He does not do so. Does he leave my punishment to weak men, subject to error like myself? He bears with you, murmured the young girl, he waits for you to reform. Balsamo smiled. And in the meantime, said he counsels you to betray your friend, your benefactor, your husband. My husband. Ah! Thank heaven, your hand has never touched mine that I have not blushed or shuddered at its contact. Oh, mystery! Impenetrable mystery, murmured Balsamo to himself, replying rather to his own thoughts than to Lorenza's words. Once for all, said Lorenza, why do you deprive me of my liberty? Why, after having given yourself voluntarily to me, do you now wish for liberty? Why do you flee from him who protects you? Why do you ask a stranger for protection against him who loves you? Why do you threaten him who has never yet threatened you, and say you will reveal secrets which are not yours, and of which you do not comprehend the import? Oh, said Lorenza, without replying to his questions, the prisoner who has firmly determined to be free will be so sooner or later, and your bars of iron shall not keep me any more than your moving cage kept me. Fortunately for you, Lorenza, the bars are strong, answered Balsamo, with a threatening calmness. God will send me some storm like that of Lorraine, some thunderbolt which will break them. Trust me, you had better pray to heaven to avert such an occurrence. Do not give way, I advise you, to the fancies of your overheated brain, Lorenza. I speak to you as a friend. There was such an expression of concentrated anger in Balsamo's voice, such a gloomy and threatening fire darted from his eyes, such a strange and nervous movement in his white and muscular hand as he pronounced each word slowly and solemnly, that Lorenza, subdued in the very height of her rebellion, listened to him in spite of herself. You see, my child, continued he, in the same calm and threatening tone, I have endeavored to make this prison a habitation fit for a queen. Were you a queen, you could here want for nothing. Calm, then, this wild excitement. Live here as you would have lived in your convent. Accustom yourself to my presence, love me as a friend, as a brother. I have heavy sorrows, I shall confide them to you, I am often and deeply deceived, a smile from you will console me. The more I see you kind, attentive, patient, the more I shall lighten the rigor of your imprisonment. Who knows but that in a year, nay, in 6 months, perhaps, you may be as free as I am, always supposing that you no longer entertain the wish to steal your freedom. No, no, cried Lorenza, who could not comprehend that so terrible a resolve should be expressed in a voice so gentle. No. More promises. More falsehoods. You have carried me off, and by violent means. I belong to myself and to myself alone. Restore me, therefore, to the house of God, at least, if you will not grant me my full liberty. I have until now submitted to your tyranny, because I remembered that you once saved me from robbers, but my gratitude is already weakened. A few days more of this insulting imprisonment, and it will expire, and then, take care. I may begin to suspect that you had some secret connection with those robbers. You do me the honor, then, to take me for a captain of banditti? Said Balsamo, ironically. I know not what you are, but I have perceived signs, I have heard strange words. You have perceived signs and words 11 exclaimed Balsamo, turning pale. Yes, yes. I have intercepted them, I know them, I remember them. But you will never tell them to any living soul. You will shut them up in the depths of your heart. Oh, no! Exclaimed Lorenza, full of delight, in her anger, that she had found the vulnerable point of her antagonist. I shall treasure them up religiously in my memory. I shall murmur then over to myself, and on the first opportunity shall say them aloud to others. I have already told them. To whom? To the princess. Well, Lorenza, listen, said Balsamo, clenching his hands till the nails entered the flesh. If you have told them once, you shall never tell them again. Never shall the words you have spoken again cross your lips, for I shall keep every door closely shut, I shall sharpen the points on those bars, and raise the walls around this house, if need be, as high as those of Babel. I have already told you, Balsamo, exclaimed Lorenza, that no prison can hold a captive forever, especially when the love of liberty is aided by hatred of the tyrant. Very well, leave your prison, then. But mark me, you have only twice to do so. The first time I shall chastise you so cruelly that your eyes will have no more tears to shed, the second time that your veins shall have no more blood to pour out. Great heavens! He will murder me! Screamed the young girl, in the highest paroxysm of fury, tearing her hair, and writhing on the carpet. He looked at her for an instant with a mixture of anger and passion. At length compassion seemed to prevail. Come, Lorenza, said he, be calm, some future day you will be rewarded for all you suffer now, or think you suffer. Imprisoned! Imprisoned, cried Lorenza, without listening to him. Be patient. Struck. It is a period of probation. Mad. Mad. You shall be cured. Oh, put me in a madhouse at once. Shut me up at once in a real prison. No, You have too well prepared me for what you would do in such a case. Death, then, screamed Lorenza, instant death, and bounding up with the suppleness and rapidity of some wild animal, she rushed forward to dash her head against the wall. Balsamo had only to extend his hand toward her and to pronounce, by his will, rather than his lips, one single word, to arrest her progress. Lorenza, checked in her wild career, staggered and fell into Balsamo's arms. She was asleep. The strange enchanter, who seemed to have subdued in this woman all that belonged to her physical existence without having been able to triumph over the moral life, raised her, and carried her to her couch. Then, having laid her on it, he imprinted a long kiss on her forehead, drew the curtains, and retired. A soft and soothing sleep wrapped her in its embrace as the mantle of a kind mother wraps the froward child after it has long suffered and wept. XLVII The Visit. Lorenza was not mistaken. A carriage, after having entered Paris by the Barrier Saint-Denis, and traversing the faubourg of that name throughout its entire length, had turned the angle formed by the last house and the Porte St. Denis, and was rapidly advancing along the boulevard. This carriage contained M. Louis de Rohan, Bishop of Strasbourg, whose impatience led him to anticipate the time fixed upon for seeking the sorcerer in his den. The coachman, a man of mettle and well accustomed to aid the handsome prelate in his gallant adventures amid the darkness and perils of certain mysterious streets, was by no means discouraged, when, after having passed the boulevards of St. Denis and Saint Martin, still thronged with people and well lighted, he received the order to proceed along the lonely and dismal boulevard of the Bastille. The carriage stopped at the corner of the Rue St. Claude, on the boulevard itself, and, after a whispered order from its master, took up a concealed position under the trees about 20 paces off. Then M. de Rohan, who was dressed in the ordinary costume of a civilian, glided down the street and knocked at the door of the house, which he easily recognized by the description of it given to him by the Count De Fenix. Fritz's footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and the door was opened. "Is it not here that the Count De Fenix resides?" asked the prince. "Yes, monseigneur." "Is he at home?" "Yes, monseigneur." "Well, say that a gentleman wishes to see him." "His Highness the Cardinal de Rohan, is it not?" asked Fritz. The prince stood perfectly confounded. He looked all around him, and at his dress, to see whether anything in his retinue or costume had revealed his rank. But he was alone, and in the dress of a layman. "How do you know my name?" said he. "My master has just told me this very instant that he expected your eminence." "Yes, but tomorrow, or the day after." "No, monseigneur, this evening." "Your master told you that he expected me this evening?" "Yes, monseigneur." "Very well, announce me, then," said the cardinal, putting a double Louis d'Or into Fritz's hand. "In that case," said Fritz, "will your eminence have the goodness to follow me?" The cardinal made a gesture in the affirmative. Fritz then advanced with a rapid step toward the antechamber, which was lighted by a massive bronze candelabrum containing 12 wax tapers. The cardinal followed, surprised and thoughtful. "My friend," said he, stopping at the door of the saloon, "there must be a mistake, I think, and in that case I do not wish to intrude on the count. It is impossible that he can expect me, for he was not aware that I intended to come tonight." "Monseigneur is the Prince Cardinal de Rohan, Bishop of Strasbourg, is he not?" inquired Fritz. "Yes, my friend." "Well, then, it is Monseigneur whom my master the Count expects." And lighting successively the candles of 2 other candelabra in the saloon, Fritz bowed and retired. 5 minutes elapsed, during which the cardinal, agitated by a strange emotion, gazed at the elegant furniture of this saloon, and at the 8 pictures by the first masters which hung from the walls. The door opened, and the Count de Fenix appeared on the threshold. "Good evening, my lord," said he, simply. "I am told that you expected me," exclaimed the cardinal, without replying to this salutation, "that you expected me this evening." "It is impossible." "I beg your pardon, my lord, but I did expect you," replied the count. "Perhaps you doubt the truth of my words on seeing the poor reception I give you?" But I have only lately arrived in Paris, and can scarcely call myself installed here yet. Your Eminence must, therefore, be good enough to excuse me. You expected me? But who could have told you that I was coming? Yourself, my lord. How so? Did you not stop your carriage at the Barrier Saint-Denis? Yes. Did you not summon your footman to the carriage door, and give him the order, Rue Saint-Claude in the Marais, by the Faubourg St. Denis and the Boulevard, words which he repeated to the coachman? Yes, certainly, but you must have seen me, and heard me. I did see and hear you, my lord. Then you were there? No, my lord, I was not there. And where were you? I was here. You saw me and heard me from this? Yes, my lord. Come, come. Monseigneur forgets that I am a sorcerer. Ah, true, I did forget that. But, monsieur, what am I to call you, the Baron Balsamo, or the Count De Fenix? In my own house, my lord, I have no name, I am called the Master. Yes, that is the hermetical title. So, then, Master, you expected me? I did expect you. And your laboratory is heated? My laboratory is always heated, my lord. And you will permit me to enter it? I shall have the honor of conducting your Eminence there. And I shall follow you, but only on one condition. What is that? That you promise not to place me personally in contact with the devil. I am terribly afraid of His Majesty Lucifer. Oh, my lord. Yes, for in general you employ for such a purpose the greatest rogues unhung, discarded soldiers of the guards, or fencing masters without pupils, who, in order to play the part of Satan naturally, treat their dupes to sundry fillips and tweaks of the nose, after first putting out the lights. My lord, said Balsamo, smiling, my devils never forget that they have the honor of dealing with princes, and ever bear in mind the Prince de Condé's speech to one of them who would not keep still, viz. That if he did not conduct himself more decently, he would so rub him down with an oaken towel that he should never need washing again. I am delighted to hear that you manage your imps so well. Let us proceed to the laboratory, then. Will your Eminence have the goodness to follow me? Proceed. LAX, gold. The Cardinal De Rohan and Balsamo wound along a narrow staircase which ran parallel with the great staircase, and, like it, led to the apartments on the first floor. There, in a vaulted apartment, appeared a door which Balsamo opened, and a very gloomy corridor was disclosed to the cardinal's view, who entered it resolutely. Balsamo closed the door behind them. At the noise which this door made in closing, the cardinal looked back with a slight feeling of trepidation. My lord, said Balsamo, we have now arrived. We have but one more door to open and close. But let me warn you not to be alarmed at the sound it will make, for it is of iron. The cardinal, who had started at the sound of the first door, was glad to be thus prepared in time, for otherwise the grating noise of its hinges and lock would have jarred disagreeably on nerves even less susceptible than his. They descended 3 steps and entered the laboratory. The first aspect of this new apartment was that of a large room with the beams and joists of the ceiling left in their original state, and containing a huge lamp with a shade, several books, and a great number of chemical and other philosophical instruments. After a few seconds the cardinal began to feel that he breathed with difficulty. What is the meaning of this? Said he. I am stifling here, master, the perspiration pours from my forehead. What noise is that? Behold the cause, my lord, said Balsamo, drawing back a large curtain of asbestos cloth, and disclosing to view an immense brick furnace, in the center of which 2 holes glared in the darkness like the gleaming eyes of a panther. This furnace was situated in the middle of a second apartment, double the size of the first, which the prince had not perceived, hidden as it was by the asbestos curtain. Ah, ha! Cried the prince, retreating 2 or 3 steps, that looks a little alarming. It is a furnace, my lord. Yes, but this furnace of yours has a very diabolical sort of a look. What are you cooking in it? What your Eminence asked from me. What I asked from you. Yes. I think your eminence said you wished for a specimen of my handiwork. I had not intended beginning the operation till tomorrow evening, as you were not to visit me till the day following. But your eminence having changed your intention, as soon as I heard you set out for my abode, I kindled the furnace and put in the ingredients for amalgamation, so that now the furnace is boiling, and in 10 minutes you will have your gold. Permit me to open this ventilator to give a current of fresh air. What? Those crucibles on the furnace will in 10 minutes give your highness gold as pure as that of the sequins of Venice or the florins of Tuscany. I should like to see it, if it is at all practicable. Certainly. But you must use some necessary precautions. What precautions? Cover your face with this mask of asbestos with glass eyes, otherwise your sight might be injured by the glowing heat. Pest! I must take care of that. I attach a good deal of value to my eyes, and would not give them for the 100,000 crowns which you have promised me. I thought so, for your eminence's eyes are very fine. This compliment was by no means displeasing to the cardinal, who was not a little vain of his person. Ha, said he, putting on his mask, so it seems we are to see what gold is. I trust so, my lord. Gold to the value of 100,000 crowns. Yes, my lord, perhaps even a little more, for I made a very abundant mixture. Upon my honor, you are a most generous sorcerer, said the prince, with a joyous palpitation of the heart. Less so than your highness, who so kindly compliments me. In the meantime, my lord, may I beg you to keep back a little while I take off the lid of the crucible? And Balsamo, having put on a short shirt of asbestos, seized with a vigorous arm a pair of iron pincers, and raised the cover, now red-hot, which revealed to view 4 crucibles of a similar form, some containing a mixture of vermilion color. Others a whitish matter, although still retaining something of a purple, transparent hue. And that is gold, said the prelate, in a half-whisper, as if he feared to disturb the mystery which was being accomplished before him. Yes, my lord. These 4 crucibles contain the substance in different stages, some of them having been subject to the process 12, others only 11 hours. The mixture, and this is a secret which I reveal only to a friend of the hermetic science, is thrown into the matter at the moment of ebullition. But, as your eminence may see, the first crucible is now a white heat. It has reached the proper stage, and it is time to pour it out. Be good enough to keep back, my lord. The prince obeyed with the promptitude of a soldier at the command of his captain, and Balsamo, laying aside the pincers, already heated by contact with the crucibles, rolled forward to the furnace a sort of movable anvil in which were hollowed 8 cylindrical molds of equal caliber. What is this, my dear sorcerer? Asked the prince. This, my lord, is the mold in which your ingots are to be cast. Ah, ha, exclaimed the cardinal, and he redoubled his attention. Balsamo spread over the floor a thick layer of white tow as a sort of protection against accidents, then, placing himself between the furnace and the anvil, he opened a huge book, and wand in hand, repeated a solemn incantation. This ended, he seized an enormous pair of tongs intended for grasping the weighty crucibles. The gold will be splendid, my lord, said he, of the very finest quality. What? Are you going to lift off that flaming pot? Which weighs 50 pounds. Yes, my lord, few founders, I may say it without boasting, possess my muscles and my dexterity. Fear nothing, therefore. But if the crucible were to break? Yes, that happened with me once, my lord, in the year 1399. I was making an experiment with Nicolas Flamel, in his house in the Rue des Écrivains, near the church of Saint Jacques Louisiana Boucherie. Poor Flamel was nearly losing his life. And I lost 27 marks of a substance even more precious than gold. What the devil is that you are saying, master? The truth. Do you mean to make me believe that you pursued the great work in 1399, along with Nicolas Flamel? Precisely so, my lord. We found out the secret together, about 50 or 60 years before, when experimenting with Pierre Le Bon in the town of Pola. He did not shut up the crucible quickly enough, and I lost the use of my right eye for nearly 12 years in consequence of the evaporation. Pierre Le Bon, who composed that famous book, the Margarita Preciosa, printed in 1330. The very same, my lord. And you knew Pierre Le Bon and Flamel? I was the pupil of the one and the teacher of the other. And while the terrified prelate asked himself whether the personage at his side was not the devil in person, and not one of his satellites, Balsamo plunged his long tongs into the furnace. The alchemist's grasp was sure and rapid. He seized the crucible about 4 inches from the top, satisfied himself, by raising it up a little, that his hold was firm. Then, by a vigorous effort, which strained every muscle in his frame, he heaved up the terrible pot from the glowing furnace. The handle of the tongs turned glowing red immediately. Then rippling over the fused matter within, were seen white furrows like lightning streaking a black sulphureous cloud. Then the edges of the crucible turned a brownish red, while the conical base appeared still rose-colored and silver beneath the shade of the furnace. Then the metal, on the surface of which had formed a violet-colored scum, crested here and there with gold, hissed over the mouth of the crucible, and fell flashing into the dark mold, around the top of which the golden wave, angry and foaming, seemed to insult the vile metal with which it was forced into contact. Now for the second, said Balsamo, seizing another crucible, and another mold was filled with the same strength and dexterity as the first. The perspiration poured from the operator's forehead. And the cardinal, standing back in the shade, crossed himself. In fact, the scene was one of wild and majestic horror. Balsamo, his features lighted by the reddish glare of the glowing metal, resembled one of the damned of Michelangelo or Dante writhing in the depths of their flaming cauldrons, while over all brooded the feeling of the mysterious and unknown. Balsamo took no breathing time between the 2 operations, time pressed. There will be a slight loss, said he, after having filled the second mold. I have allowed the mixture to boil the 100th part of a minute too long. The 100th part of a minute, exclaimed the cardinal, no longer seeking to conceal his stupefaction. It is enormous in alchemy, replied Balsamo, quietly. But in the meantime, your eminence, here are 2 crucibles emptied, and 2 molds filled with 100 pounds weight of pure gold. And seizing the first mold with his powerful tongs, he plunged it into water, which hissed and bubbled around it for some time. Then he opened it and took out a lump of solid gold in the form of a sugar loaf flattened at each extremity. We shall have some time to wait for the other crucibles, said Balsamo. Will your eminence, in the meantime, be seated, or would you prefer to breathe for a few moments a cooler atmosphere than this? And that is really gold? Asked the cardinal, without replying to the operator's question. Balsamo smiled. The cardinal was his. Do you doubt it, my lord? Why, you know, science is often mistaken. Prince, your words do not express your whole meaning, said Balsamo. You think that I am deceiving you, and deceiving you wittingly. My lord, I should sink very low in my own opinion could I act such a part, for my ambition, in that case, would not extend beyond the walls of my cabinet, which you would leave, filled with wonder. Only to be undeceived on taking your ingots to the first goldsmiths you should meet. Come, come, my lord. Do not think so meanly of me, and be assured that, if I wished to deceive you, I should do it more adroitly, and with a higher aim. However, your eminence knows how to test gold. Certainly. By the touchstone. You have doubtless had occasion, my lord, to make the experiment yourself, were it only on Spanish doubloons, which are much esteemed in play because they are of the purest gold, but which, for that very reason, are frequently counterfeited. In fact, I have done so before now. Well, my lord, here are the stone and the acid. By no means, I am quite convinced. My lord, do me the favor to assure yourself that these ingots are not only gold, but gold without alloy. The cardinal appeared unwilling to give this proof of his incredulity, and yet it was evident that he was not convinced. Balsamo himself tested the ingots, and showed the result of the experiment to his guest. 28 carats, said he. And now I may pour out the 2 others. 10 minutes afterward the 4 ingots lay side by side on the toe, heated by their contact. Your Eminence came here in a carriage, did you not? At least when I saw you, you were in one. Yes. If your lordship will order it to the door, my servant shall put the ingots into it. 100,000 crowns, murmured the cardinal, as he took off his mask to feast his eyes on the gold lying at his feet. And as for this gold, your highness can tell whence it comes, having seen it made? Oh, yes, I shall testify. Oh, no, said Balsamo, hastily, savants are not much in favor in France. Testify nothing, my lord. If instead of making gold I made theories, then, indeed, I should have no objection. Then, what can I do for you, said the prince, lifting an ingot of 50 pounds with difficulty in his delicate hands. Balsamo looked at him steadily, and without the least respect began to laugh. What is there so very ludicrous in what I have said? Asked the cardinal. Your Eminence offers me your services, I think. Would it not be much more to the purpose were I to offer mine to you? The cardinal's brow darkened. You have obliged me, sir, said he, and I am ready to acknowledge it. But if the gratitude I am to bear you proves a heavier burden than I imagined, I shall not accept the obligation. There are still, thank heaven, usurers enough in Paris from whom I can procure, half on some pledge and half on my bond, 100,000 crowns, the day after tomorrow. My episcopal ring alone is worth 40,000 livres. And the prelate held out his hand, as white as a woman's, on which shone a diamond the size of a small nut. Prince, said Balsamo, bowing, it is impossible that you can for a moment imagine that I meant to offend you. Then, as if speaking to himself, he proceeded, it is singular that the truth should always produce this effect on those who bear the title of prince. What mean you? Your highness proposes to serve me. Now I merely ask you, my lord, of what nature could those services be which your Eminence proposes to render me? Why, in the first place, my credit at court. My lord, you know too well that that credit is much shaken. In fact, I should almost as soon take the Duc de Choiseul's, and yet he has not perhaps a fortnight to hold his place. Take my word for it, Prince, as far as credit goes, depend on mine. There is a good and sterling gold. Every time that your Eminence is in want of any, let me know the night before, and you shall have as much as you like. And with gold, my lord, cannot all things be procured? Not all, murmured the cardinal, sinking into the grade of a protégé, and no longer even making an effort to regain that of patron. Ah! True. I forgot that your lordship desires something more than gold, something more precious than all the riches of the earth. But in this, science cannot assist you, it is the province of magic. My lord, say the word, and the alchemist is ready to become the magician. Thank you, sir, but I want for nothing more, I desire nothing further, said the cardinal, in a desponding voice. Balsamo approached him. My lord, said he, a prince, young, handsome, ardent, rich, and bearing the name of Rohan, ought not to make such a reply to a magician. Why not, sir? Because the magician reads his heart, and knows the contrary. I wish for nothing, I desire nothing, repeated the cardinal almost terrified. I should have thought, on the contrary, that your Eminence's wishes were such as you dared not avow, even to yourself, since they are those of a king. Sir, said the cardinal, with a start, you allude, I presume, to a subject which you introduced before when I saw you at St. Denis? I confess it, my lord. Sir, you were mistaken then, and you are equally mistaken now. Do you forget, my lord, that I can read as plainly what is passing at this moment in your heart as, a short time ago, I saw your carriage enter the city, drive along the boulevard, and stop beneath the trees about 50 paces from my house? Then explain yourself, tell me what you mean. My lord, the princes of your family have always aimed at a high and daring passion, you have not degenerated from your race in that respect. I do not know what you mean, Count, stammered the prince. On the contrary, you understand me perfectly. I could have touched many chords which vibrate in your heart, but why do so uselessly? I have touched the one which is necessary, and it vibrates deeply, I am certain. The cardinal raised his head, and with a last effort at defiance met the clear and penetrating glance of Balsamo. Balsamo smiled with such an expression of superiority that the cardinal cast down his eyes. "Oh, you are right, my lord, you are right. Do not look at me, for then I read too plainly what passes in your heart, that heart, which, like a mirror, gives back the form of the objects reflected in it." "Silence, Count De Fenix, silence," said the cardinal, completely subdued. "Yes, you are right, it is better to be silent, for the moment has not yet come to let such a passion be seen." "Not yet, did you say?" "Not yet. Then that love may in some future time bear fruit?" "Why not? And can you tell me, then, if this love be not the love of a madman, as it often seems to myself, and as it ever will seem, until I have a proof to the contrary?" "You ask much, my lord. I can tell you nothing without being placed in contact with the person who inspires your love, or, at least, with something belonging to her person." "What would be necessary?" "A ringlet, however small, of her beautiful golden hair, for example." "Yes, you are a man profoundly skilled in the human heart, you read it as I should read an open book." "Alas! That is just what your great-granduncle, the Chevalier Louis de Rohan, said to me when I bid him farewell on the platform of the Bastilla, at the foot of the scaffold which he ascended so courageously." "He said that to you, that you were profoundly skilled in the human heart?" "Yes, and that I could read it, for I had forewarned him that the Chevalier de Préault would betray him. He would not believe me, and the Chevalier de Préault did betray him." "But what singular analogy do you draw between my ancestor and myself," said the cardinal, turning pale in spite of himself. "I did so merely to remind you of the necessity of being prudent, my lord, in obtaining a tress of hair whose curling locks are surmounted by a crown." "No matter how obtained, you shall have the tress, sir." "It is well. In the meantime, here is your gold, my lord, I hope you no longer doubt its being really gold." "Give me a pen and paper." "What lore, my lord?" "To give you a receipt for the 100,000 crowns which you are so good as to lend me." "A receipt to me, my lord? For what purpose?" "I borrow often, my dear count, but I tell you beforehand, I never take gifts." "As you please, prince." The cardinal took a pen from the table and wrote a receipt for the money in an enormous illegible hand, and in a style of orthography which would shock a poor curate's housekeeper of the present day. "Is that right?" asked he, as he handed it to Balsamo. "Perfectly right," replied the count, putting it in his pocket without even looking at it. "You have not read it, sir." "I have your highness's word, and the word of a Bohan is better than any pledge." "Count De Fenix," said the cardinal, with a slight inclination, very significant from a man of his rank, "speak like a gentleman, and if I cannot lay you under any obligation to me, I am at least fortunate in being obliged to such a man." Balsamo bowed in his turn, and rang a bell, at the sound of which Fritz appeared. The count spoke a few words to him in German. He stooped, and like a child carrying a handful of oranges, a little embarrassed, to be sure, but by no means oppressed with the burden, he carried off the 8 ingots wrapped up in tow. "He is a perfect Hercules, that fellow," said the cardinal. "He is tolerably strong, indeed, my lord, but since he has been in my service, I give him every day 3 drops of an elixir compounded by my learned friend, Dr. Althotas. So, you see, the rogue profits by it. In a year he will be able to carry 100 weight with one hand." "Wonderful! Incomprehensible," murmured the cardinal. "I shall never be able to resist speaking of all this." "Oh, speak of it by all means," replied Balsamo, laughing, "but remember that, by so doing, you bind yourself to come in person and extinguish the flame of the faggots, if by chance the Parliament should take it in their heads to burn me alive in the Place de Grève." And having escorted his illustrious visitor to the outer gate, Balsamo took leave of him with a respectful bow. "But I do not see your servant," said the cardinal. "He has gone to carry the gold to your carriage, my lord." Does he know where it is? Under the fourth tree to the right, on the boulevard. That was what I said to him in German, my lord. The cardinal raised his hands in astonishment, and disappeared in the darkness. Balsamo waited for Fritz's return, and then entered the house, closing all the doors carefully behind him. LX, the Elixir of Life. Balsamo, being now alone, proceeded to listen at Lorenza's door. She was still sunk in a soft and gentle sleep. He half opened a wicket in the door, and contemplated her for some time in a sweet and tender reverie. Then, shutting the wicket, he crossed the apartment which we have described, and which separated Lorenza's apartment from the laboratory, and hastened to extinguish the fire in the furnace by throwing open an immense conduit, which allowed the heat to escape into the chimney, and at the same time gave passage to the water of a reservoir on the roof. Then, carefully placing the cardinal's receipt in a black morocco case. The word of a Rohan is good, murmured he, but for myself alone, and it is well that the brethren yonder should know how I employ their gold. As these words died away on his lips, 3 short, quick taps on the ceiling made him raise his head. Oh, ho, said he, there is Althotas calling me. Then while he continued his task of giving air to the laboratory and arranging everything in order, the taps were repeated louder than before. So. He is getting impatient, it is a good sign. And Balsamo took a long iron rod and knocked on the ceiling in answer. He then proceeded to remove an iron ring fixed in the wall. And by means of a spring which was disclosed to view, a trap-door was detached from the ceiling and descended to the floor of the laboratory. Balsamo placed himself in the center of this machine, which, by means of another spring, gently rose with its burden, with as much ease as in the opera the gods and goddesses are carried up to Elysium. And the pupil found himself in the presence of the master. The new dwelling of the old alchemist might be about 8 or 9 feet high, and 16 in diameter. It was lighted from the top like a well, and hermetically closed on the 4 sides. This apartment, as the reader may observe, was a perfect palace when compared with his habitation in the vehicle. The old man was seated in his armchair on wheels, in the center of a marble table formed like a horseshoe and heaped up with a whole world, or, rather, a whole chaos, of plants, vials, tools, books, instruments, and papers covered with cabalistic characters. He was so absorbed that he never raised his head when Balsamo appeared. The light of an astral lamp, suspended from the culminating point of the window in the roof, fell on his bald, shining head. He was turning to and fro in his fingers a small white bottle, the transparency of which he was trying before his eye, as a good housekeeper tries the eggs which she buys at market. Balsamo gazed on him at first in silence. Then, after a moment's pause. Well, said he, have you any news? Yes, yes, come hither. Accarat, you see me enchanted, transported with joy. I have found. What? Pardieu. What I sought. Gold. Gold, indeed. I am surprised at you. The diamond? Gold. Diamonds? The man raves. A fine discovery, forsooth, to be rejoiced at. Then what you have found is your elixir. Yes, my son, yes. The elixir of life. Life? What do I say? The eternity of life. Oh, said Balsamo, in a dejected voice, for he looked on this pursuit as mere insanity, so it is that dream which occupies you still. But Althotas, without listening, continued to gaze delighted at his vial. At last, said he, the combination is complete, the elixir of Aristeas, 20 grains, balm of mercury, 15 grains, precipitate of gold, 15 grains, essence of the cedar of Lebanon, 25 grains. But it seems to me that with the exception of the elixir of Aristeas, this is precisely your last combination, master. Yes, but I had not then discovered one more ingredient, without which all the rest are as nothing. And have you discovered it now? Yes. Can you procure it? I should think so. What is it? We must add to the several ingredients already combined in this vial the 3 last drops of the life-blood of an infant. Well, but where will you procure this infant, said Balsamo, horror-struck. I trust to you for that. To me? You are mad, master. Mad? And why? Asked the old man, perfectly unmoved at this charge, and licking with the utmost delight a drop of the fluid which had escaped from the cork of the vial and was trickling down the side. Why, for that purpose you must kill the child. Of course we must kill him, and the handsomer he is, the better. Impossible, said Balsamo, shrugging his shoulders, children are not taken in that way to be killed. Bah! Cried the old man, with hideous coolness, and what do they do with them, then? Pardieu! They rear them. Oh! Then the world is changed lately. It is only 3 years ago since we were offered as many infants as we chose for 4 charges of powder and half a bottle of eau-de-vie. Was it in Congo, master? Yes, yes, in Congo. It is quite the same to me whether the child be black or white. Those who were offered to us, I remember, were sweet, playful, curly-headed little things. Ah, yes, said Balsamo, but, unfortunately, my dear master, we are not in Congo. Oh, we are not in Congo, said Althotas, and where are we, then? In Paris. In Paris? Well, if we were to embark from Marseilles, we could be in Congo in 6 weeks. Yes, no doubt. But I am obliged to remain in France. You are obliged to remain in France? And why so, may I ask? Because I have business here. Business? Yes, important business. The old man burst into a prolonged and ghastly laugh. Business, said he, business in France. True, I forgot, you have your clubs to organize. Yes, master. Conspiracies to set on foot? Yes, master. And you call that business? And the aged man again commenced to laugh, with an air of mockery and sarcasm. Balsamo remained silent, collecting his forces for the storm which was brewing, and which he felt approach. Well, and how is this business of yours getting on? Said the old man, turning with difficulty in his chair, and fixing his large grey eyes on his pupil. Balsamo felt his glance pierce him like a ray of light. How far have I advanced? Asked he. Yes. I have thrown the first stone and the waters are troubled. Troubled? And what slime have you stirred up, eh? The best, the slime of philosophy. Oh. So you are setting to work with your utopias, your baseless visions, your fogs and mists. Fools! Ye discuss the existence or non-existence of God, instead of trying, like me, to make gods of yourselves. And who are these famous philosophers with whom you are connected? Let me hear. I have already gained over the greatest poet and the greatest atheist of the age. He is soon expected in France, whence he has been in a manner exiled, and he is to be made a Freemason at the lodge which I have established in the old monastery of the Jesuits, in the Rue Pot-de-Fer. What is his name? Voltaire. I never heard of him. Well, who else have you? I am very soon to have a conference with the man who has done more to overturn established ideas than any other in this age, the man who wrote Le Contrat Social. What is he called? Rousseau. I never heard of him. Very probably, as you read only Alfonso X, Raymond Sully, Peter of Toledo, and Albertus Magnus. They are the only men who really lived, because all their lives they were occupied by that great question, to be, or not to be. There are 2 methods of living, master. I know only one, for my part, viz., to exist. But let us return to your philosophers. You called them, I think, Voltaire and Rousseau. Good. I shall remember those names. And you propose by means of these men to make myself master of the present, and to undermine the future. Then, it appears the people in this country are very stupid, since they can be led by ideas? On the contrary, it is because they have too much mind that ideas have more power over them than facts. Besides, I have an auxiliary more powerful than all the philosophers on earth. What is that? Love of change. It is now some 1600 years since monarchy was established in France, and the people are wearied of it. So that you think they will overthrow it. I am sure of it. And you would help them to begin the work? I. With all my strength. Fool. How so? What will you gain by the overthrow of this monarchy? I. Nothing. But the people will gain happiness. Come, as I am satisfied with what I have done today, I am willing to waste a little time on you. Explain, then, first, how you are to attain this happiness, and afterward what happiness is. How am I to attain it? Yes, to this universal happiness of yours, or to the overthrow of the monarchy, which in your eyes seems to be the same thing. Well, there exists at this moment a ministry which is the last rampart of the monarchy, intelligent, industrious, courageous. And which might perhaps maintain this tottering and worn-out machine for 20 years longer, but they will assist me to overturn it. Who? Your philosophers? No. The philosophers support it, on the contrary. What? Your philosophers support a ministry which supports a monarchy, to which they themselves are hostile. What fools these philosophers of yours are! It is because the Prime Minister is himself a philosopher. So I understand, they mean to govern in the person of this minister. They are not fools, then, they are selfish. I do not wish to discuss what they are, exclaimed Balsamo, who began to get impatient. All I know is, that this ministry overturned, every one will cry havoc. And let slip the dogs of war on their successors. First, there will be against them the philosophers, then the Parliament. The philosophers will blame, the Parliament will blame, the ministry will persecute the philosophers and will dissolve the Parliament. Then both mind and matter will combine, and organize a silent league, an opposition, obstinate, tenacious, incessant, which will attack, undermine, shake all. Instead of parliaments, judges will be appointed. These judges, nominated by the king, will move heaven and earth in defense of royalty. They will be accused, and with truth, of venality, of connivance, of injustice. The nation will arise, and then the monarchy will have against it the philosophers, that is, mind, the parliament, that is, the middle class, the people, that is, the lever which Archimedes sought, and with which he could have raised the world. Well, when you have raised the world, you can only let it fall back into its old place. Yes, but in falling back it will crush the monarchy to atoms. And when the monarchy is crushed to atoms, to adopt your false metaphors and inflated language, what will arise on its ruins? Liberty. Ah! The French will then be free. They cannot fail to be so soon. All free. All. There will then be in France 30 millions of free men. Yes. And among those 30 millions of free men, has it never occurred to you that there might be one, with a little more brains than the rest, who, some fine morning, will seize on the liberty of the 29,999,999, in order that he might have a little more liberty himself? You remember that dog we had at Medina, who ate up what was intended for all the other dogs? Yes, but you may remember also that one day the others combined together and strangled him. Because they were dogs. In such a case men would have done nothing. Then you place man's intelligence below that of the dog, master. All examples prove it. What examples? I think you may recall among the ancients a certain Caesar Augustus, and among the moderns a certain Oliver Cromwell, who bit rather deeply into the Roman cake and the English cake, without any great resistance having been offered by those from whom they snatched it. Well, and supposing that the man of whom you speak should arise, he will be mortal, he will die, and before dying he will have done good even to those whom he may have oppressed, for he will have changed the nature of the aristocracy. Being obliged to lean for support on something, he will choose that which is strongest, the people. Instead of an equality which degrades, he will establish an equality which elevates, for equality has no fixed range. It adapts itself to the level of him who makes it. Now, in elevating the people in the social scale, he will have introduced a principle unknown until his time. A revolution will make the French free. A protectorate under another Caesar Augustus, or another Oliver Cromwell, will make them equal. Althotas wheeled round in his armchair. "Oh, the stupidity of man," he cried. "Busy yourself for 20 years in educating a child, teach him all that you know, that at 30 he may come and tell you, men will be equal. Certainly men will be equal before the law. And before death, fool, before death, that law of laws, will they be equal, when one shall die at 3 days old and another at 100 years? Equal. Men equal as long as they are subject to death. Oh, fool! Thrice sodden fool!" And Althotas threw himself back in his chair to laugh at ease, while Balsamo, grave and sad, sat with his head leaning on his hand. The old man at length turned a look of pity on him. "Am I," said he, "the equal of the workman who munches his coarse bread? Of the sucking babe? Of the drivelling old man sunk in second childhood? Wretched sophist that you are! Men can be equal only when they are immortal. For, when immortal, they will be gods, and gods alone are on an equality with one another." "Immortal," murmured Balsamo. "Immortal. 'Tis a chimera." "A chimera?" "Yes. A chimera like steam, a chimera like the electric fluid, a chimera like everything which is sought, which is not yet discovered, but which will be discovered. Rake up the dust of bygone worlds, lay bare one after another the superincumbent strata, each of which represents a social state now passed away, and in these human strata, in this detritus of kingdoms, in these slimy deposits of time, into which modern investigation has pierced like an iron plowshare, what do you read? Is it not that men have, in all ages, sought what I seek, under the various names of the highest good, human happiness, perfection? When did they not seek it? They sought it in the days of Homer, when men lived 200 years, they sought it in the days of the patriarchs, when they lived 8 centuries. They did not find that highest good, that well-being, that perfection. For, if they had, this decrepit world would now be fresh, youthful, roseate as the morning dawn. Instead of that we have suffering, death, decay. Is suffering good? Is death lovely? Is decay lair to look upon?" Here the old man was interrupted by his short, dry cough, and Balsamo bade a moment to reply. "You acknowledge," said he, "that no one has yet discovered that elixir of life which you seek. I tell you that no one will ever discover it. Submit to God. Fool! No one has discovered it, therefore no one will discover it. By that mode of reasoning we should never have made any discoveries. But do you think that all discoveries are new things, inventions? Far from it. They are forgotten things found again. Why should things, once found, be forgotten? Because life is too short for the discoverer to draw from his discovery all the deductions which belong to it. 20 times has man been on the point of grasping the elixir of life. Do you think that the Styx was merely a dream of Homer's? Do you think that Achilles, almost immortal, because vulnerable in his heel alone, was a fable? No. Achilles was the pupil of Chiron, as you are my pupil. That word Chiron means either best or worst. Chiron was a sage whom they have depicted as a centaur, because by his learning he had endowed man with the strength and swiftness of the horse. Well, like me, he had almost found the elixir of immortality. Perhaps, like me, he wanted only 3 drops of blood. The want of those 3 drops of blood rendered Achilles vulnerable in his heel, death found a passage, it entered. Well, what have you to say to that? I say, replied Balsamo, visibly shaken, that I have my task and you have yours, let each fulfill his own at his own personal risk and danger. I will not second yours by a crime. By a crime? Yes. And by such a crime as would raise a whole people with cries of indignation in pursuit of you, a crime which would cause you to hang on one of those infamous gibbets from which your science has not secured the best men any more than the worst. Althotas struck the marble table with his dry and fleshless hands. Come, said he, be not a humane idiot, the worst race of idiots which exist in the world. Let us just converse a little on these laws of yours, these brutal and absurd laws, written by animals of your species who shudder at a drop of blood shed for a wise purpose, but gloat over torrents of the vital fluid shed on scaffolds, before the ramparts of cities, or on those plains which they call fields of battle. Your laws, ignorant and selfish, sacrificing the future generation to the present, and which have taken for their motto, live today, for tomorrow we die. Let us speak of them, I say. Say what you have to say, I am listening, said Balsamo, becoming more and more gloomy. Have you a pencil? I wish you to make a little calculation. I can calculate without pen or pencil, proceed with what you have to say. What was this your project was? Oh, I remember. You are to overturn a ministry, dissolve the parliament, establish venal judges, cause a national bankruptcy, stir up rebellion, kindle a revolution, overturn the monarchy, raise up a protectorate, and hurl down the protector. The revolution is to bring freedom, the protectorship equality. Then, the French being free and equal, your task will be accomplished. Is not that it? Yes, do you look on the thing as impossible? I do not believe in impossibility. You see, I play fairly with you. Well, what then? In the first place, France is not England, where what you wish to do has already been done, plagiarist that you are. France is not an isolated land, where ministers may be dismissed, parliaments dissolved, iniquitous judges established, bankruptcy brought about, revolt fomented, revolution kindled, the monarchy overturned, a protectorship established. And the protector then overthrown, without other nations interfering a little in these movements. France is soldered to Europe as the liver to the frame of man. It has roots in all nations, its fibers extend through every people. Try to tear up the liver of this great machine which is called the European continent, and for 20, 30, 40 years perhaps, the whole body will quiver. But I shall take the lowest number, I shall say 20 years. Is that too much, oh, sage philosopher? No, it is not too much, said Balsamo, it is not even enough. However, I am satisfied with it. 20 years of war. Of a bloody, mortal, incessant strife. Let me see, I put down that at 200,000 dead each year. That is not too high a calculation, considering that there will be fighting at the same time in Germany, Italy, Spain, and heaven knows where else. 200,000 men a year, in 20 years make 4 millions. Allowing each man 17 pounds of blood, which is nearly the natural quantity, that will make, 17 multiplied by 4, let me see, that will make 68 millions of pounds of blood, shed for the attainment of your object. I, for my part, ask but 3 drops. Say, now, which of us is mad? Which of us is the savage? Which of us the cannibal? Well, you do not answer. Yes, master, I do answer, that 3 drops of blood would be nothing were you sure of success. And you, who would shed 68 millions of pounds, are you sure of success? Speak. If you be sure, lay your hand on your heart and say, Master, for these 4 millions of dead I guarantee the happiness of the human race. Master, said Balsamo, evading a direct reply, in the name of heaven, seek for some other means than this. Ah, you dare not answer me. You dare not answer me, exclaimed Althotas, triumphantly. You are deceived, master, about the efficacy of the means, it is impossible. I. So you give advice, so you contradict me, so you give me the lie, do you? Said Althotas, rolling his grey eyes from beneath his white and shaggy eyebrows with an expression of concentrated anger. No, master, but I cannot help reflecting on the difficulties in your way, I, who am brought every day into contact with the world, in opposition to men, who have to struggle against princes, and who do not live like you, secluded in a corner. Indifferent to all that passes around you, and careless whether your actions are forbidden or authorized by the laws, a pure abstraction, in short, of the savant and the scholar. I, in short, who see the difficulties, warn you of them. That is all. You could easily set aside all those difficulties if you chose. Say, rather, if I believe that you were in the right. You do not believe so, then? No, said Balsamo. You are only tempting me, cried Althotas. No, I merely express my doubts. Well, come, do you believe in death? I believe in what is. Now, death is. Althotas shrugged his shoulders. Death is, continued Balsamo. That is one point which you will not contest. No, it is incontestable. It is omnipresent, invincible, too, is it not? Added the old man, with a smile which made his adept shudder. Oh, yes, master, omnipresent, and, above all invincible. And when you see a corpse, the cold sweat bedews your forehead, regret pierces your heart. No, the cold sweat does not bedew my forehead, because I am familiar with every form of human misery. Grief does not pierce my heart, because I attach little value to life. I only say in the presence of a corpse, death. Death! Thou art as powerful as God. Thou reignest as a sovereign, O, death, and none can prevail against thee. Althotas listened to Balsamo in silence, giving no other sign of impatience than that of turning a scalpel eagerly in his fingers. But when the pupil had ended his painful and solemn invocation, the master looked around him with a smile, and his piercing eyes, which seemed to penetrate nature's most hidden secrets, rested on a poor black dog, which lay trembling in a corner of the room on a little heap of straw. It was the last of 3 animals of the same species which Althotas had demanded for his experiments, and which Balsamo had procured for him. Take that dog, said Althotas, and place it on the table. Balsamo obeyed. The creature, which seemed to have a presentiment of its fate, and which had, no doubt, already been in the hands of the experimenter, began to tremble, struggle, and howl, as soon as it felt the contact of the marble table. And so, said Althotas, you believe in life, do you not, since you believe in death? Certainly. There is a dog which appears to me quite alive. What do you think? He is alive, assuredly, because he howls, struggles, is terrified. How ugly black dogs are. By the by, remember the first opportunity to get me some white ones. I will endeavor to do so. Well, you say this one is alive. Bark, my little fellow, bark, said the old man, with his frightful laugh. We must convince my Lord Garret that you are alive. And he touched the dog on a certain muscle, which made him bark, or, rather, howl immediately. Very well, now bring forward the air pump, and put the dog under the receiver. But I forgot to ask you in which death you have the firmest belief. I do not know what you mean, master, death is death. Very just, that is my opinion also. Then, since death is death, make a vacuum, Garret. Balsamo turned the handle, and the air, which was enclosed with the dog in the receiver, rushed out by means of a tube with a sharp whistling sound. The little dog seemed at first restless, then looked around, sniffed the air uneasily, raised its head, breathed noisily and hurriedly, and at last sunk down, suffocated, swollen, senseless. Now, the dog is dead of apoplexy, is he not? Said Althotas, a very good kind of death, as it does not cause much suffering. Yes. Is he really dead? Certainly he is. You do not seem quite convinced, Garret. Yes, I assure you I am. Oh, you know my resources, do you not? You suppose that I have discovered the art of insufflation, do you not, that other problem which consists in restoring life by making the vital air circulate in a body which has not been wounded, as in a bladder, which has not been pierced? No. I suppose nothing. I simply believe that the dog is dead. However, for greater security, we shall kill him twice. Lift up the receiver, Garret. Garret raised the glass shade. The dog did not stir. His eyelids were closed, and his heart had ceased to beat. Take this scalpel, and, without wounding the larynx, divide the vertebral column. I do so only to satisfy you. And also to put an end to the poor animal in case it should not be quite dead, replied Althotas, smiling with that kind of obstinate pertinacity peculiar to the aged. Balsamo made an incision with the keen blade, which divided the vertebral column about 2 inches below the brain, and laid bare a large, bloody wound. The animal, or, rather, the dead body of the animal, remained motionless. Ha! By my faith, he was quite dead, said Althotas. See, not a fibre moves, not a muscle stirs, not one atom of his flesh recoils at this second attempt. I shall acknowledge all that, as often as you like, said Balsamo, impatiently. Then you are certain that you behold an animal, inert, cold, forever incapable of motion. Nothing can prevail against death, you say. No power can restore life, or even the semblance of life to this poor creature. No power, except that of God. Yes, but God turns not aside from his established laws. When God kills, as he is supreme wisdom, he has a reason for doing so, some benefit is to result from it. An assassin, I forget his name, said that once, and it was well said. Nature has an interest in death. Then you see before you a dog as dead as it is possible to be. Nature has taken possession of her rights over him. Althotas fixed his piercing eye on Balsamo, who, wearied by the old man's dotage, only bowed in reply. Well, continued Althotas, what would you say if this dog opened his eye and looked at you? I should be very much surprised, master. You would be surprised? Ha! I am delighted to hear it. On uttering these words with his dreary, hollow laugh, the old man drew near the dog a machine composed of plates of metal separated by dampers of cloth. The center of this apparatus was swimming in a mixture of acidulated water. The 2 extremities, or poles, as they are called, projecting from the trough. Which eye do you wish him to open, Garret? Asked the old man. The right. He placed the 2 poles of the machine in juxtaposition, separated, however, from each other by a small piece of silk, and fixed them on the muscle in the neck. Instantly the dog opened the right eye and looked steadily at Balsamo, who recoiled with horror. Shall we now pass to the jaws? Said Althotas. Balsamo made no reply, he was overpowered with astonishment. Another muscle was touched. And the eye having closed, the jaws opened, showing the sharp, white teeth, and below them the gums red and quivering apparently with life. This is, in truth, strange, murmured Balsamo, unable to conceal his agitation. You see that death is not so powerful, after all, said Althotas, triumphing at the discomfiture of his pupil, since a poor old man like me, who must soon be its prey, can turn it, the inexorable one, from its path. Then, with a sharp, ringing laugh, he suddenly added, Take care, Garret, the dog who just now seemed as if he would bite you, is going to give you chase. Take care. And, in fact, the dog, with its neck laid open, its gaping mouth and quivering eye, rose suddenly on its 4 legs, and staggered for a moment, its head hanging down hideously. Balsamo felt his hair stand on end, and he recoiled to the wall of the apartment, uncertain whether to fly or remain. Come, come, I do not wish to kill you with fright in trying to instruct you, said Althotas, pushing aside the dead body in the machine. Enough of experiments like that. Immediately the body, ceasing to be in contact with the battery, fell down, stiff and motionless as before. Could you have believed that of death, Garret? Did you think it so kindly disposed? It is strange, in truth, very strange. Replied Balsamo, drawing nearer. You see, my child, that we may arrive at what I seek, for the first step toward it is made. What is it to prolong life, when we have already succeeded in annihilating death? But we must not assume that yet, objected Balsamo, for the life which you have just restored is only fictitious. With time we shall discover the real life. Have you not read in the Roman poets that Cassius restored life to dead bodies? Yes, in the works of the poets. Do not forget, my friend, that the Romans called poets valets. But I have still an objection to offer. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. If your elixir of life were made, and if you caused this dog to swallow some of it, he would live eternally. Without doubt. But suppose he fell into the hands of an experimenter like you who cut his throat, what then? Good. Good. Cried the old man, joyfully, and rubbing his hands together, this is what I expected from you. Well, if you expected it, reply to it. I ask no better. Will your elixir prevent a chimney from falling on a man's head, a pistol ball from going through his heart, a horse from giving him a kick that shall destroy him? Althotas looked at Balsamo with the eye of a bravo who feels that he has exposed himself to his adversary's blow. No, 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 said he, you are a real logician, my dear Garret. No, I cannot prevent the effects of the chimney, or of the ball, or of the horse, while there are houses, firearms, and horses. However, you can bring the dead to life. Why, yes, for a moment, not for an indefinite period. In order to do that, I must first discover the spot where the soul is lodged, and that may be rather tedious, but I can prevent the soul from leaving the body by a wound. How so? By causing the wound to close up. Even if an artery be divided? Certainly. Ah! I should like to see that done. Very well, look. And before Balsamo could prevent him, the old man opened a vein in his left arm with a lancet. There was so little blood in his body, and it circulated so slowly, that it was some time before it issued from the wound, but at last it did flow abundantly. Great heaven, cried Balsamo. Well, what is the matter, said Althotas. You have wounded yourself seriously. That is because you are so skeptical, you must see and touch before you will believe. He then took a little vial which he had placed near him, and poured a few drops of its contents on the wound. Look, said he. At the touch of this magic fluid the blood ceased to flow, the flesh contracted, closing up the vein, and the wound became merely like the prick of a pin, too small an opening for the vital stream to issue from. This time Balsamo gazed at the old man in amazement. That is another of my discoveries, Garret. What do you think of it? Oh, master, you are the most learned of men. Yes. Acknowledge that if I have not conquered death, I have at least dealt it a blow from which it will not readily recover. The bones of the human body are easily broken, I shall render them, my son, as hard as steel. It has blood which, when it is shed, carries life along with it. I shall prevent the blood from leaving the body. The flesh is soft and can be pierced without difficulty. I shall make it invulnerable as that of the paladins of the Middle Ages, which blunted the edge of swords and axes. But to do all that it requires an Althotas who shall live 300 years. Well, give me, then, what I ask, and I shall live 1,000. Oh, my dear Garret, all depends on you. Give me back my youth, give me back the vigor of my body, give me back the freshness of my ideas. And you shall see whether I fear the sword, the ball, the tottering wall, or the stupid beast which bites or kicks. In my fourth youth, Garret, that is, before I have lived to the age of 4 men, I tell you I shall have renewed the face of the world, I shall have made for myself and for a regenerated race of men a new world, without falling chimneys. Without swords, without musket balls, without kicking horses. For men will then understand that it is better to live to help and love one another than to tear each other to pieces, and to destroy one another. It is true, master, or at least, it is possible. Well, bring me the child, then. Give me time to reflect on the matter, and reflect on it yourself. Althotas darted on his adept a glance of sovereign scorn. Go, said he, go. I shall yet convince you that I am right. And, in truth, the blood of man is not so precious an ingredient that a substitute for it may not be found. Go. I shall seek, I shall find. Go. I need you not. Balsamo struck the trap-door with his foot, and descended into the lower apartment, mute, melancholy, and wholly subdued by the genius of this man, who compelled him to believe in impossibilities by accomplishing them before his eyes. XLII. Inquiries. This night, so long and so fertile in events, during which we have been borne about, as in the cloud of the mythological deities, from St. Denis to Moet, from Moet to the Rue Coq Heron, from the Rue Coq Heron to the Rue Plastrière, and from thence to the Rue Saint-Claude, had been employed by Madame du Barry in efforts to bend the king's mind to her new political views. She insisted, in particular, on the danger there would be in allowing the Choiseuls to gain ground with the Dauphiness. The king replied to this, with a shrug, that the Dauphiness was a child, and the Duc de Choiseul was an elderly minister, and that consequently there was no danger, seeing that he could not amuse her, and she would not understand him. Then, enchanted with this bon mot, the king cut short all further explanations. But if the king was enchanted, the countess was far from being so, as she thought she perceived symptoms of his majesty's throwing off her yoke. Louis XV. was a male coquette. His greatest happiness consisted in his making his mistresses jealous, providing always that their jealousy did not assume the form of obstinate quarrels and prolonged sulkiness. Madame du Barry was jealous. In the first place, from vanity, secondly, from fear. It had cost her too much pains to attain her present elevated position, and it was too far removed from her point of departure, for her to dare, like Madame de Pompadour, to tolerate other favorites near the king. Madame du Barry, then, being jealous, determined to probe to the bottom this sudden change in the king's manner. The king replied to her in these memorable words, in which there was not one particle of truth: "I am thinking very seriously about the happiness of my daughter-in-law. I really do not know whether the Dauphin will make her happy or not." "Why not, sire?" "Because Louis, at Compiegne, Saint Denis, and Moet, seemed to me much more occupied with any other woman than his own wife." "In truth, sire, if your majesty had not told me this yourself, I should not have believed it. For the Dauphiness is lovely. She is rather thin. She is so young. Oh, as for that, look at Mademoiselle de Taverney, she is the same age as the Archduchess." "Well, sire?" "Well, she is a faultless beauty." A flash from the countess's eye warned the king of his mistake. "And you yourself, dear countess," added he, quickly, "you yourself, at the age of 16, were as round as one of our friend Boucher's shepherdesses, I am sure." This little bit of adulation smoothed matters in some degree, but the blow had taken effect. Madame du Barry therefore assumed the offensive. "Ah," said she, bridling, "so she is very handsome, this Mademoiselle de Taverney." "Handsome? How should I know?" replied the king. "What? You praise her, and yet you do not know, you say, whether she is handsome or not." "I know that she is not thin, that is all." "Then you have seen her, and looked rather narrowly at her." "Ah! My dear countess, you push me rather closely. You know that I am short-sighted, a mass strikes me, but deuce take the details. In looking at the Dauphiness I saw bones and nothing more. And in looking at Mademoiselle de Taverney you saw masses, to use your own expression, for the Dauphiness is an aristocratic beauty. Mademoiselle de Taverney a vulgar one." "Oh, ho!" said the king, "by this mode of reckoning, Jean, you will never be an aristocratic beauty. Come, you must be jesting, I think." "Very good, a compliment," thought the countess to herself. Fortunately this compliment only serves as the outer covering of another compliment which is not intended for me. Then aloud, "On my honor," said she, "I shall be very glad if Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness chooses for her ladies of honor those that are a little attractive. A court of old women is frightful. My fairest one, you need not tell that to me. I said the same thing to the Dauphin yesterday, but our newly fledged husband seems quite indifferent about the matter." "And suppose for a beginning she were to take this Mademoiselle de Taverney?" "I think she has already chosen her," replied Louis. "Ah! You know that, sire? At least I fancy I heard someone say so. She has no fortune, I hear." "No, but she is of an old family. The Taverney's Maison Rouge are of ancient descent, and have served the state honorably. Who patronizes them? I have no idea. But I think they are beggars, as you say. In that case it cannot be the Duc de Choiseul. Otherwise they would actually burst with pensions. Countess, I beseech you, no politics. Do you call it politics to say that the Choiseuls are robbing you? Certainly it is, said the king, rising. An hour afterward, the king arrived at the Great Trianon, delighted at having awakened the countess's jealousy, but repeating to himself, in a half-whisper, as the Duc de Richelieu might have done at 30, really. Jealous women are very tiresome. No sooner had His Majesty left Madame du Barry, than she also rose and passed into her boudoir, where Chon awaited her, impatient to hear the news. Well, said she, your star has been in the ascendant these last few days, presented to the Dauphiness the day before yesterday, invited to her table yesterday. A great triumph, truly. What? Do you speak in that tone? Are you aware that, at this moment, 100 carriages are hastening to Lucien's, that their occupants may obtain a smile from you? I am sorry to hear it. Why so? Because they are losing their time. Neither the carriages nor their owners shall have a smile from me this morning. Ah! This is a cloudy morning, then, Countess. Yes, very cloudy. My chocolate, quick, my chocolate. Chon rang the bell and Zamore appeared. My chocolate, said the Countess. Zamore retired, walking very slowly and with a most majestic strut. The wretch intends that I shall die of hunger, cried the Countess. 100 blows of the whip if you do not run. Me not run, me governor, said Zamore, majestically. Ah! You governor? Exclaimed the Countess, seizing a little riding whip with a silver handle which she used for keeping peace among the spaniels and monkeys. Governor, indeed? Wait, governor, and you shall see. At this spectacle Zamore took to flight, slamming the doors behind him and uttering loud cries. Really, Jean, you are perfectly ferocious today, said Chon. I am at liberty to be so if I please, am I not? Oh, very well, but in that case you must permit me to leave you, my dear. Why so? I am afraid of being devoured. 3 taps were heard at the door. Well, who is knocking now? Said the Countess, impatiently. Whoever he is, he will get a warm reception, muttered Chon. Oh! I should advise you to give me a bad reception, said Jean, throwing open the door with a majestic air. Well, and what would happen if you were ill-received? For, after all, the thing is possible. It would happen, said Jean, that I should never come back. Well? And that you would lose a great deal more than I should, by receiving me badly. Impertinent fellow. Ah! I am impertinent because I do not flatter. What is the matter with her this morning, Chon, my beauty? Don't speak to me about her, Jean. She is perfectly insufferable. Oh, here is the chocolate. Oh, well, never mind her, then. How do you do, Chocolate? I am very glad to see you, my dear Chocolate, continued Jean, taking the tray from the servant, placing it on a little table in a corner, and seating himself before it. Come, Chon, come, said he. Those who are too proud to speak shall not have any. You are quite delightful, you too, said the Countess, seeing that Chon, by a sign, gave Jean to understand that he might breakfast alone. You pretend to be hurt, and yet you do not see that I am suffering. What is the matter, then, said Chon, approaching her. No, exclaimed the Countess, pettishly. Neither of them bestows a thought on what torments me. And what does torment you? Asked Jean, coolly cutting a slice of bread and butter. Do you want money? Asked Chon. Oh, as for money, the king shall want before I. I wish you'd lend me 1,000 louis d'ors, then, said Jean. I require them very much. 1,000 Philips on your great red nose. The king has positively decided on keeping that abominable Choiseul, then, asked Chan. Great news that. You know very well that the Choiseuls are immovable. Then the king has fallen in love with the Dauphiness? Now you are coming nearer it. But look at that beast stuffing himself with chocolate. He would not move his little finger to save me from destruction. Oh, those two creatures will be the death of me. Jean, without paying the least attention to the storm, which was raging behind him, cut a second slice, buttered it carefully, and poured out another cup of chocolate. How? The king really in love? Cried Chan, clasping her hands and turning pale. Madame Du Barry nodded, as much as to say, you have hit it. Oh. If it be so, we are lost, continued Chan, and will you suffer that, Jean? But whom has he fancied? Ask your brother there, who is purple with chocolate, and who looks as if he was just going to burst. He will tell you, for he knows, or at least he suspects. Jean raised his head. Did you speak? Said he. Yes, most obliging brother, most useful ally, said Jean. I was asking you the name of the person whom the king has fancied. Jean's mouth was so well filled that it was with great difficulty he sputtered out, Mademoiselle de Taverney. Mademoiselle de Taverney. Oh, mercy on us, cried Cho. He knows it, the wretch, shrieked the countess, throwing herself back in her chair, and clasping her hands, he knows it, and he eats. Oh. Said Cho, visibly deserting from her brother's camp to enter that of her sister. I wonder, cried the countess, what prevents me from tearing out his two great, ugly eyes. Look at them, all swollen with sleep, the lazy wretch. He has just got up, my dear, just got up. You are mistaken, said Jean, I have not been in bed at all. And what were you doing then, you glutton? Why, faith, I have been running up and down all night, and all morning, too. I told you so. Oh, who is better served than I am? No one, to tell me where that girl is. Where she is? Asked Jean. Yes. Where should she be but in Paris? In Paris? But whereabouts in Paris? Rue Coq-Héron. Who told you so? The coachman who drove her. I waited for him at the stables and questioned him. He told you that he had just driven the entire Taverney family to a little hotel in the Rue Coq-Héron, situated in a garden adjoining the Hôtel d'Armenonville. Oh, Jean, cried the countess, this reconciles me to you, my dear. But now what we want is to know the particulars. How she lives. Whom she sees. What she does. Does she receive any letters? These are the important points. Well, you shall know all that. But how? But how? Ah. Just so. Now try to find out how yourself. I have found out a great deal for my share. Oh, said Chan, there might be lodgings to let in the Rue Coq-Héron. An excellent idea, exclaimed the countess. You must hasten to the Rue Coq-Héron, Jean, and hire a house. We will conceal someone there who can see everyone that goes in or comes out. We shall know all. Quick. Order the carriage. It is useless, there is neither house nor lodging to be let in that street. How do you know? Faith, in the surest way that one can know. I have inquired, but there are apartments. Where? In the Rue Plastrière. And where is the Rue Plastrière? It is a street whose rear looks toward the garden of the hotel. Well. Quick, said the countess, let NS hire an apartment in the Rue Plastrière. It is already hired, said Jean. Admirable man. Cried the countess. Kiss me, Jean. Jean wiped his mouth, kissed Madame Du Barry on both cheeks, and then made a ceremonious bow of thanks for the honor that had been done him. Was it not lucky? Said he. But I hope no one recognized you. Who the devil should recognize me in a street like that? And what have you engaged? A little apartment in an obscure out-of-the-way house. But they must have asked for whom? Certainly they did. And what did you say? That it was for a young widow. Are you a widow, Chan? Of course I am, said Chan. Excellent, said the Countess. Then it is Chan who shall be installed in the apartment. She will watch, she will spy, but not a moment must be lost. Therefore I shall set off at once, said Chan. The carriage. The carriage. The carriage, repeated Madame Dubarry, ringing loud enough to have awakened the whole household of the sleeping beauty in the wood. Jean and the Countess knew perfectly what they had to dread from André's presence. She had, even on her first appearance, attracted the king's attention, therefore she was dangerous. This girl, said the Countess, while the horses were being put to, is not a true provincial if she have not brought some rustic lover with her from her dovecot at Taverney. Let us but discover the swain, and patch up a marriage at once. Nothing would cool the king like a marriage between country lovers. Oh, the devil! I am not quite so sure of that, said Jean, I rather mistrust his most Christian Majesty. But the carriage is ready. Chan sprang into it, after having embraced her sister and pressed Jean's hand. But why not take Jean? Asked the Countess. No, no, I shall go my own way, replied Jean. Wait for me in the Rue Plastrière, I shall be your first visitor in your new domicile. Chan drove off. Jean seated himself at his table again, and poured out a third cup of chocolate. Chan called first at the family residence, and changed her dress, studying as much as possible to assume the costume and appearance of a tradesman's wife. Then, when she was satisfied with her labors, she threw over her aristocratic shoulders a meager black silk mantle, ordered a sedan chair to the door, and, about half an hour afterward, she and Sylvie were mounting the steep, narrow staircase leading up to the fourth story of a house in the Rue Plastrière. For in the fourth story was situated that lodging so fortunately procured by the Viscount. When she reached the landing of the second story, Chan turned, for she heard someone following her. It was the old proprietress of the house, who lived on the first floor, and who, hearing a noise, had come out to see what caused it, and was rather puzzled at beholding two women so young and pretty enter her abode. Raising her snappish countenance to the landing above her, her gaze was met by two faces whose smiling expression formed a strong contrast to her own. "Stop, ladies, stop," cried she, "what do you want here?" "The lodging which my brother was to engage for us, ma'am," said Chan, assuming the serious air of a widow. "Have you not seen him, or can we have made a mistake in the house?" "Oh, no," replied the old proprietress, "you are quite right. It is on the fourth story." "Poor young creature! A widow at your age! Alas! Alas!" sighed Chan, raising her eyes to heaven. "But do not grieve, you will be very pleasantly situated in the Rue Plastrière. It is a charming street. You will hear no noise, and your apartment looks into the gardens. That is just what I wished, ma'am. And besides, by means of the corridor, you can see into the street, when any procession is passing, or when the learned dogs are exhibited." "Thank you, that will be a great relief to me," sighed Chan, and she continued to ascend. The old proprietress followed her with her eyes until she reached the fourth story. Then Chan, after shutting the door, hurried to the window which looked on the garden. Jean had committed no mistake. Almost immediately below the window of the apartment which he had engaged was the garden pavilion which the coachman had described to him. Soon, however, all doubts were removed. A young girl came forward to the window of the pavilion and seated herself before a little embroidery frame. It was André. XLII, the apartment in the Rue Plastrière. Chan had not scrutinized the young girl many seconds before Viscount Jean, ascending the stairs, for at a time, like a lawyer's clerk, appeared on the threshold of the pretended widow's apartment. "Well," said he, inquiringly. "Is it you, Jean? In truth, you frighten me. Well, what do you say to it?" "Why, that I shall be admirably situated here for seeing all that passes. Unluckily, I shall not be able to hear everything." "Ah! Faith, you want too much. By the by, I have another piece of news for you. What is it? Wonderful. Pooh. Incomparable. What a bore the man is with his exclamations. The philosopher. Well, what of the philosopher? It is commonly said, the wise man is for all events prepared. Now I am a wise man, but I was not prepared for this. I should like to know when you will finish. Perhaps this girl is in the way. In that case, Mademoiselle Sylvie, step into the next room. Oh, there is no occasion whatever. That charming girl is not in the way, quite the contrary. Remain, Sylvie, remain. And the Viscount chucked the handsome waiting-maid's chin, whose brow began already to darken at the idea that something was about to be said which she was not to hear. Let her stay, then, but speak. Why, I have done nothing else since I have been here. And said nothing. So hold your tongue and let me watch, that will be more to the purpose. Don't be out of temper. As I was saying, then, I was passing the fountain. Positively you never said a word about it. Why, there you interrupt me again. No. I was passing the fountain, then, and bargaining for some old furniture for this frightful lodging, when all at once I felt a stream of water splashing my stockings. How very interesting all this is. Only wait. You are in too great a hurry, my dear. Well, I looked and I saw, guess what, I will give you 100 guesses. Do go on. I saw a young gentleman obstructing the jet of the fountain with a piece of bread, and by means of this obstacle causing the water to diverge and to spurt upon me. I can't tell you how much your story interests me, said Chan, shrugging her shoulders. Only wait. I swore lustily on feeling myself splashed, the bread soaker turned round, and I saw. Whom? Who? Gilbert. Himself, bareheaded, his waistcoat open, stockings dangling about his heels, shoes unbuckled, in complete undress, in short. Gilbert. And what did he say? I recognized him at once, and he recognized me. I advanced, he retreated. I stretched out my arm, he stretched his legs, and off he scampered like a greyhound, among the carriages and the water porters. You lost sight of him, then? Pardieu, I believe so. You surely do not suppose that I would start off and run, too? True, it was impossible, I admit. And so we have lost him. Ah, what a pity, ejaculated MLLE Sylvie. Oh. Most certainly, said Jean, I owe him a sound thrashing. And if I had once laid hands upon him, he should have lost nothing for waiting, I promise you, but he guessed my kind intentions toward him, and made good use of his legs. No matter, here he is in Paris, that is the essential point. And, in Paris, if you are not on very bad terms with the lieutenant of police, you may find whatever you seek. We must find him. And when we have got him we must keep him, too. He must be shut up, said MLLE Sylvie. Only, this time, a safer place must be chosen for the purpose. And Sylvie will carry his bread and water to that safe place, will you not, Sylvie, said the Viscount. It is no subject for jesting, brother, said Chan. That lad saw the affair of the post-horses, and if he had motives for bearing us a grudge, we might have reason to fear him. And therefore, replied Jean, I made up my mind, while ascending your stairs, to call on Monsieur de Sartins and inform him of my discovery. Monsieur de Sartins will reply, that a man, bareheaded, his stockings about his heels, his shoes unbuckled, soaking his bread at a fountain, must live near the spot where he has been seen in such a plight. And he will then engage to find him for us. What can he do here without money? Go errands. He. A philosopher of that wild breed. I am surprised at you. He has perhaps found out a relation, said Sylvie, some old devotee, who gives him the crusts that are too stale for her lapdog. Enough, enough, Sylvie. Put the house linen into that old chest, and come you, brother, to our observatory. Accordingly, the pair approached the window with the greatest caution. André had quitted her embroidery, and extended her limbs carelessly upon an armchair. Then stretched out her hand to a book lying on another chair within her reach, opened it, and was soon absorbed in what the spectators supposed must be a most interesting subject. For the young girl remained motionless from the moment that she commenced to read. "Oh! The studious creature," said Emily Chan, "what can she be reading there?" "First indispensable article of furniture," replied the Viscount, taking from his pocket an opera-glass which he drew out and pointed at André, resting it upon the angle of the window for the purpose of steadying it. Chan watched his movements with impatience. "Well, let us see, is the creature really handsome?" asked she. "Admirable. She is an exquisite girl. What arms! What hands! What eyes, lips too tempting for Saint Anthony, feet, oh! Divine feet! And the ankle, what an ankle under that silk stocking! Oh! I should advise you to fall in love with her, that would complete the affair," said Chan, peevishly. "Well, after all, that would be no bad idea either, especially if she should grant me a little love in return, that would somewhat cheer our poor countess. Come, hand me that glass, and a truce to your gabble, if that is possible. Yes, in truth, the girl is handsome, and it is impossible that she should not have a lover. She is not reading, look, the book is slipping out of her hand. There, it drops. Stay, I told you, Jean, she was not reading, she is lost in thought. Or asleep. With her eyes open. Lovely eyes, upon my word. At any rate," said Jean, "if she has a lover, we shall have a good view of him here." "Yes, if he comes in the daytime, but if he should come at night? The deuce! I did not think of that, and yet it is the first thing that I ought to have thought of. That proves how very simple I am. Yes, simple as a lawyer. However, now that I am forewarned, I shall devise something." "What an excellent glass this is," said Chan. "I can almost read the characters in the book." Chan had leaned forward out of the window, attracted by her curiosity, but she pulled back her head faster than she had advanced it. "Well, what is the matter?" asked the Viscount. Chan grasped his arm. "Look cautiously, brother," said she, "look, who is that person who is leaning out of yonder garret window on the left? Take care not to be seen." "Oh, oh!" cried Dubarry, in a low tone, "it is my crust soaker, God forgive me. He is going to throw himself out. No, he has fast hold of the parapet. But what is he looking at with those piercing eyes, with that wild eagerness? He is watching somebody." The Viscount struck his forehead. "I have it," he exclaimed. "What? By heavens, he is watching the girl. Mademoiselle de Taverney. Yes, yes, that's the enamorado of the dovecot. She comes to Paris, he hastens hither, too, she takes lodgings in the Rue Coq Heron, he sneaks away from us to go and live in the Rue Plastrière. He is looking at her, and she is musing. Upon my word, it is true," said Chan. "Observe that look, how intently fixed, that lurid fire of his eyes. He is distractedly in love." "Sister," said Jean, "let us not give ourselves any further trouble to watch the lady, he will do our business." "Yes, for his own interest." "No. For ours. Now let me go and see that dear Sartans. Pardieu. We have a chance. But take care, Chan, not to let the philosopher see you, you know how quickly he decamps." Elixir Plan of Campaign. De Sartans had returned home at 3 in the morning, extremely fatigued, but at the same time highly pleased with the entertainment which he had got up on the spur of the moment for the king and Madame du Barry. Rekindled by the arrival of the Dauphiness, the popular enthusiasm had greeted his Majesty with sundry shouts of "Vive le Roi!" Greatly diminished in volume since that famous illness at Metz, during which all France had been seen in the churches or on pilgrimage, to obtain the restoration to health of the young Louis XV, called at that time the Well-Beloved. On the other hand, Madame du Barry, who scarcely ever failed to be insulted in public by certain exclamations of a particular kind, had, contrary to her expectation, been graciously received by several rows of spectators judiciously placed in front. So that the pleased monarch had smiled graciously on M. de Sartins, and the lieutenant of police reckoned upon a handsome acknowledgment. In consequence, he thought that he might lie till noon, which he had not done for a very long time. And, on rising, he had taken advantage of this kind of holiday which he gave himself, to try on some dozen or two of new wigs, while listening to the reports of the night. At the 6th wig, and when about a third through the reports, the Viscount Jean Dubarry was announced. Good, thought M. de Sartins, here come my thanks. But who knows? Women are so capricious. Show Monsieur le Vicomte into the drawing-room. Jean, already fatigued with his forenoon's work, seated himself in an armchair, and the lieutenant of police, who speedily joined him, felt convinced that there would be nothing unpleasant in this interview. Jean appeared in fact in the highest spirits. The two gentlemen shook hands. Well, Viscount, said M. de Sartins, what brings you so early? In the first place, replied Jean, who was accustomed, above all things, to flatter the self-love of those whose good offices he needed, in the first place, I was anxious to congratulate you on the capital arrangements of your fête yesterday. Ah! Many thanks. Is it officially? Officially, as far as regards Lucien's. That is all I want. Is it not there that the sun rises? Aye, and retires to rest occasionally. And Dubarry burst into a loud and rather vulgar laugh, but one which gave his physiognomy that good-natured look which it frequently required. But, said he, besides the compliments which I have to pay you, I have come to solicit a service also. 2, if they are possible. Not, so fast. I hope to hear you say so by and by. When a thing is lost in Paris, is there any hope of finding it again? If it is either worth nothing, or worth a great deal, there is. What I am seeking is of no great value, said Jean, shaking his head. And what are you in search of? I am in search of a lad about 18 years old. M. de Sartins extended his hand to a paper, took a pencil, and wrote. 18 years old, what is your lad's name? Gilbert. What does he do? As little as he can help, I suppose. Where does he come from? From Lorraine. With whom was he? In the service of the Taverneys. They brought him with them? No, my sister Chon picked him up on the high road, perishing with hunger. She took him into her carriage and brought him to Lucien's, and there. Well, and there? I am afraid the rogue has abused the hospitality he met with. Has he stolen anything? I do not say that. But, in short, he absconded in a strange way. And you would now like to get him back? Yes. Have you any idea where he can be? I met him yesterday at the fountain which forms the corner of the Rue Plastrière, and have every reason to think that he lives in that street. In fact, I believe, if necessary, that I can point out the house. Well, but if you know the house, nothing is easier than to have him seized there. What do you wish to do with him when you have caught him? Have him shut up at Charenton, in the Bicêtre? Not precisely that. Oh. Whatever you please, my dear fellow. Don't stand on ceremony. No, on the contrary, this lad pleased my sister, and she would have liked to keep him about her, as he is intelligent. If one could get him back for her by fair means, it would be more desirable. We must try. You have not made any inquiry in the Rue Plastrière to learn with whom he is? Oh, no. You must understand that I did not wish to attract attention, for fear of losing the advantage I had obtained. He had already perceived me, and scampered off as if the devil was at his heels. And, if he had known that I was aware of his retreat, he would perhaps have decamped. Very likely. Rue Plastrière, you say? At the end, the middle, or the beginning of the street? About 1/3 down. Rest satisfied, I will send a clever fellow thither for you. Ah, my dear lieutenant, a man, let him be ever so clever, will always talk a little. No, our people never talk. The young one is cunning as a fox. Ah! I comprehend. Pardon me for not having seen your drift sooner. You wish me to go myself? In fact, you are right, it will be better, for there are perhaps difficulties in the way which you are not aware of. Jean, though persuaded that the magistrate was desirous to assume a little consequence, was not disposed to diminish in the slightest degree the importance of his part. He even added, "It is precisely on account of these difficulties which you anticipate, that I am desirous to have your personal assistance." M. Desartins rang for his valet de chambre. "Let the horses be put to," said he. "I have a carriage," said Jean. "Thank you, but I would rather have my own. Mine is without arms, and holds a middle place between a hackney coach and a chariot. It is freshly painted every month, and for that reason is scarcely to be recognized again. In the meantime, while they are putting the horses to, permit me to try how my new wigs fit me." "Oh! By all means," said Jean. M. Desartins summoned his wigmaker. He was an artist of the first water, and brought his client a perfect assortment of wigs. They were all forms, of all colors, of all dimensions, and of all denominations. M. Desartins occasionally changed his dress 3 or 4 times a day for the purpose of his exploring visits, and he was most particular with regard to the regularity of his costume. While the magistrate was trying on his 24th wig, a servant came to tell him that the carriage was ready. "You will know the house again," said M. Desartins to Jean, when they were in the carriage. "Certainly. I see it from this place. Have you examined the entrance?" "That was the first thing I looked to." "And what sort of an entry is it?" "An alley." "Ah! An alley, 1/3 down the street, you say?" "Yes, with a private door." "With a private door? The deuce! Do you know on what floor your runaway lives?" "In the attic." "But you will see it directly, I perceive the fountain." "At a foot pace, coachman," said M. Desartins. The coachman moderated his speed. M. Desartins drew up his glasses. "Stop," said Jean, "it is that dingy-looking house." "Ah, precisely," exclaimed M. Desartins, clasping his hands, "that is just what I feared." "What? Are you afraid of something?" "Alas! Yes." "And what are you afraid of?" "You are unlucky." "Explain yourself." "Why, that dingy house where your runaway lives is the very house of Monsieur Rousseau, of Geneva." "Rousseau, the author?" "Yes." "Well, and how does that concern you?" "How does that concern me?" "Ah! It is plain enough that you are not lieutenant of police, and that you have nothing to do with philosophers." "Pooh! Pooh! Gilbert at Monsieur Rousseau's, what an improbable story. Have you not said that your youth is a philosopher?" "Yes." "Well, birds of a feather, you know." "And supposing that he should be at Monsieur Rousseau's?" "Yes, let us suppose that. What would be the consequence?" "That you would not have him." "Pardieu! Why not?" "Because Monsieur Rousseau is a man who is much to be dreaded." "Why not shut him up in the Bastille, then?" "I proposed it the other day to the king, but he dared not." "What? Dared not?" "No, no, he wanted to leave the responsibility of his arrest to me, and by my faith, I was not bolder than the king." "Indeed. It is as I tell you. We have to look twice, I assure you, before we bring all those philosophers about our ears. Peste! Take a person away from Monsieur Rousseau." "No, my dear friend, it will not do." "In truth, my dear magistrate, you appear to be excessively timorous. Is not the king the king? Are you not his lieutenant of police? And, in truth, you citizens are charming fellows. When you have said, 'Is not the king the king?' you fancy you have said all that is necessary. Well, listen to me, my dear Viscount. I would rather arrest you at Madame Du Barry's than remove your Monsieur Gilbert from Monsieur Rousseau's. Really. Many thanks for the preference. Yes, upon my honor, there would be less outcry. You have no idea what delicate skins those literary men have, they cry out at the slightest scratch, as if you were breaking them upon the wheel. But let us not conjure up phantoms. Look you, is it quite certain that Monsieur Rousseau has harbored our fugitive? This house has 4 floors. Does it belong to him, and does he alone live in it? Monsieur Rousseau is not worth a denier, and consequently, has no house in Paris. There are probably from 15 to 20 other inmates beside himself in yonder baraque. But take this for a rule of conduct, whenever ill luck appears at all probable, reckon upon it, whenever good luck, never reckon upon that. There are always 99 chances for the ill and 1 for the good. But, however, wait a moment. As I suspected what would happen, I have brought my notes with me. What notes? My notes respecting Monsieur Rousseau. Do you suppose that he can take a step without our knowing whither he is gone? Ha! Indeed. Then he is really dangerous. No, but he makes us uneasy. Such a madman may at any time break an arm or a leg, and people would say it was we who had broken it. A good thing if he would break his neck some day. God forbid. Permit me to tell you that this is quite incomprehensible to me. The people stone this honest Genevese from time to time, but they allow no one else to do so, and if the smallest pebbles were flung at him by us, they would stone us in return. Excuse me, but in truth, I know not what to make of all these doings. And so we must use the most minute precautions. Now let us verify the only chance which is left, viz., that he does not lodge with Monsieur Rousseau. Keep yourself out of sight, at the back of the carriage. Jean obeyed, and M. de Sartins ordered the coachman to walk the horses a few paces to and fro in the street. He then opened his portfolio, and took some papers out of it. Let me see, said he, if your youth is with Monsieur Rousseau. Since what day do you suppose him to have been there? Ever since the 16th. 17th. Monsieur Rousseau was seen herborizing at 6 o'clock in the morning in the wood at Menden. He was alone. He was alone. Let us proceed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon he was herborizing again, but with a young man. Ah! Ha! Cried Jean. With a young man, repeated M. de Sartins, do you understand? That's he, mordieu. That's he. The young man is mean-looking. That is he. The 2 individuals pick up plants, and dry them in a tin box. The devil! The devil, exclaimed Du Barry. That is not all. Listen further, in the evening, he took the young man home, at midnight the young man had not left the house. Well? 18th. The young man has not left the house, and appears to be installed at Monsieur Rousseau's. I have still a gleam of hope. You are decidedly an optimist. No matter, tell me your hope. It is that he has some relation in the house. Come. We must satisfy you, or rather utterly destroy your hopes. Halt, coachman. M. de Sartins alighted. He had not taken 10 steps before he met a man in grey clothes, and of very equivocal aspect. This man, on perceiving the illustrious magistrate, took off his hat and replaced it, without appearing to attach further importance to his salutation, although respect and attachment had been expressed in his look. M. de Sartins made a sign, the man approached, received some whispered instructions, and disappeared in Rousseau's alley. The lieutenant of police returned to his carriage. 5 minutes after, the man in grey made his appearance again, and approached the door. I shall turn my head to the right, said Du Barry, that I may not be seen. M. de Sartins smiled, received the communication of his agent, and dismissed him. Well? Inquired Du Barry. Well. The chance was against you, as I apprehended. It is with Rousseau that your Gilbert lodges. You must give him up, depend upon it. Give him up? Yes. You would not, for a whim, raise all the philosophers in Paris against us, would you? Oh, heavens! And what will my sister Jean say? Is she so much attached to Gilbert? Asked M. de Sartins. Indeed she is. Well, in that case, you must resort to gentle means, coax Monsieur Rousseau, and instead of letting Gilbert be taken from him by force, he will give him up voluntarily. As well set us to tame a bear. It is, perhaps, not so difficult a task as you imagine. Do not despair, he is fond of pretty faces, that of the Countess is very handsome, and Mademoiselle Chan's is not unpleasing. Let me see, the Countess will make a sacrifice for her whim. She will make 100. Would she consent to fall in love with Rousseau? If it is absolutely necessary. It will perhaps be useful, but to bring the parties together, we shall need a third person. Are you acquainted with anyone who knows Rousseau? Monsieur de Conti. Won't do, he distrusts princes. We want a nobody, a scholar, a poet. We never see people of that sort. Have I not met Monsieur de Jussou at the Countess's? The botanist? Yes. Faith, I believe so, he comes to Trianon, and the Countess lets him ravage her flower beds. That is your affair, and Jussou is a friend of mine, too. Then the thing is done. Almost. I shall get back my Gilbert, then. M. de Sartins mused for a moment. I begin to think you will, said he, and without violence, without noise. Rousseau will deliver him up to you, bound hand and foot. Do you think so? I am sure of it. And what must be done to bring this about? The merest trifle. You have, no doubt, a piece of vacant ground toward Menden or Marly. Oh. No one of that. I know 10 such between Luciennes and Bougival. Well, get built upon it, what shall I call the thing? A philosopher's trap. Excuse me, what was it you said? I said, a philosopher's trap. Pardieu, and how is that built? I will give you a plan of it, rest satisfied. And now, let us be off, we begin to be noticed. To the hotel, coachman. XLIV the Two Fetes. The important events of history are, to the novelist, what gigantic mountains are to the traveler. He surveys them, he skirts their foot, he salutes them as he passes, but he does not climb them. In like manner, we shall survey, skirt, and salute that august ceremony, the marriage of the Dauphiness at Versailles. The ceremonial of France is the only chronicle that ought to be consulted in such a case. It is not, in fact, in the splendor of the Versailles of Louis XV. In the description of the court dresses, the liveries, the pontifical ornaments, that are particular history, that modest follower who takes a bypath leading along the high road of the history of France, would find anything to pick up. Let us leave the ceremony to be performed amid the brilliant sunshine of a fine day in May, let us leave the illustrious spectators to retire in silence, and to describe or comment on the marvels of the exhibition which they had just witnessed. And let us return to our peculiar events and personages, which also have, historically speaking, a certain value. The king, weary of the ceremonies, and especially of the dinner, which had been long, and was an exact imitation of that given on the marriage of the great Dauphin, son of Louis XIV. The king retired to his apartments at 9 o'clock and dismissed everybody. The Dauphin and his bride had also retired to their apartments. And the immense crowd of spectators of the ceremony thronged the courtyard and the terraces of Versailles, now one blaze of light, and waited anxiously for the fireworks, which were exhibited on a scale of unusual magnificence. The evening, at first lovely and serene, by degrees became overcast, and gusts of wind, gradually increasing in violence, tossed the branches wildly to and fro, as if they had been shaken by some giant arm. While immense masses of clouds hurried across the heavens, like squadrons rushing to the charge. The illuminations were suddenly extinguished, and, as if fate had determined to change the general rejoicings into gloom, no sooner had the first rockets been discharged, than the rain descended in torrents, as if the heavens had opened. And a loud and startling peal of thunder announced a terrible convulsion of the elements. Meanwhile, the people of Versailles and Paris fled like a flock of frightened birds, scattered over the gardens, in the roads, in the woods, pursued in all directions by thick hail, which beat down the flowers in the gardens, the foliage in the forest, the wheat and the barley in the fields. By morning, however, all this chaos was reduced to order, and the first rays of light, darting from between copper-colored clouds, displayed to view the ravages of the nocturnal hurricane. Versailles was no longer to be recognized. The ground had imbibed that deluge of water, the trees had absorbed that deluge of fire, everywhere were seas of muddy water, and trees broken, twisted, calcined by that serpent, with burning gripe, called lightning. As soon as it was light, Louis XV, whose terror was so great that he could not sleep, ordered Lebel, who had never left him during the night, to dress him. He then proceeded to the bridal chamber, and, pushing open the door, shuddered on perceiving the future Queen of France reclining on a prie-dieu, pale, and with eyes swollen and violet-colored, like those of the sublime Magdalene of Bubens. Her terror, caused by the hurricane, had at length been suspended by sleep, and the first dawn of morning which stole into the apartment, tinged with religious respect her long white robe with an azure hue. At the further end of the chamber, in an armchair, pushed back to the wall, and surrounded by a pool of water which had forced its way through the shattered windows, reposed the Dauphin of France, pale as his young bride, and, like her, having the perspiration of nightmare on his brow. The nuptial bed was in precisely the same state as on the preceding evening. Louis XV knit his brow, a pain, keener than any he had yet felt, darted through that brow like a red-hot iron. He shook his head, heaved a deep sigh, and returned to his apartments, more gloomy and more affrighted, perhaps, at that moment, than he had been during the night. On the 30th of May, that is, on the second day after that tremendous night, that night fraught with presages and warnings, Paris celebrated in its turn the marriage festival of its future sovereign. The whole population poured, in consequence, toward the place Louis XV, where were to be exhibited the fireworks, that necessary accompaniment to every great public solemnity, which the Parisian accepts scoffingly, but which he cannot dispense with. The spot was judiciously chosen. 600,000 spectators could move about there at their ease. Around the equestrian statue of Louis XV had been erected a circular scaffolding, which, by raising the fireworks 10 or 12 feet above the ground, enabled all the spectators in the place to see them distinctly. The Parisians arrived, according to custom, in groups, and spent some time in choosing the best places, an inalienable privilege of the first comers. Boys found trees, grave men posts, women the railing of fences and temporary stands, erected in the open air, as usual at all Parisian festivities, by gypsy speculators, whose fertile imagination allows them to change their mode of speculation every day. About 7 o'clock, along with the earliest of the spectators, arrived several parties of police. The duty of watching over the safety of Paris was not performed by the French guards, to whom the city authorities would not grant the gratuity of 1,000 crowns demanded by their colonel, the Marshal Duc de Biron. That regiment was both feared and liked by the population, by whom each member of the corps was regarded at once as a Caesar and a Mandarin. The French guards, terrible on the field of battle, inexorable in the fulfillment of their functions, had, in time of peace and out of service, a frightful character for brutality and misconduct. On duty they were handsome, brave, intractable. And their evolutions delighted the woman and awed husbands. But when dispersed among the crowds as mere individuals, they became the terror of those whose admiration they had won the day before, and severely persecuted the people whom they would have to protect on the morrow. Now, the city, finding in its old grudge against these night brawlers and sharpers a reason for not giving 1,000 crowns to the French guards, the city, we say, sent merely its civil force, upon the specious pretext that in a family festivity like that in preparation, the usual guardians of the family ought to be sufficient. The French guards, on leave, therefore, mingled among the groups mentioned above, and, as licentious as they would under other circumstances have been severe, they produced among the crowd, in their quality of soldier-citizen, All those little irregularities which they would have repressed with the butts of their muskets, with kicks, and cuffs, nay, even with taking the offenders into custody, if their commander, their Caesar Byron, had a right to call them on that evening, soldiers. The shrieks of the women, the grumbling of the citizens, the complaints of the hucksters, whose cakes and gingerbread were eaten without being paid for, raised a sham tumult preparatory to the real commotion, which could not fail to take place when 600,000 sight-loving persons should be assembled on that spot and constituted so animated a scene, that the place Louis XV, about 8 o'clock in the evening, presented much the appearance of one of Teniers' pictures on a large scale, and with French instead of Dutch merrymakers. After the gamins, or street boys of Paris, at once the most impatient and the idlest in the known world, had taken or clambered up to their places, after the citizens and populace had settled themselves in theirs. The carriages of the nobility and the financiers arrived. No route had been marked out for them, and they therefore entered the place at random by the Rue de la Madeleine and the Rue St. Honoré, setting down at the new buildings, as they were called, those who had received invitations for the windows and balconies of the governor's house, from which an excellent view could be obtained of the fireworks. Such of the persons in carriages as had not invitations left their equipages at the corner of the place, and preceded by their footmen, mingled in the crowd, already very dense, but in which there was still room for anyone who knew how to conquer it. It was curious to observe with what sagacity those lovers of sights availed themselves in their ambitious progress, of every inequality of ground. The very wide, but as yet unfinished street, which was to be called the Rue Royale, was intersected here and there by deep ditches, on the margins of which had been heaped the mould thrown out of them, and other rubbish. Each of these little eminences had its group, looking like a loftier billow rising above the level of that human ocean. From time to time, this wave, propelled by other waves behind it, toppled over, amid the laughter of the multitude, not yet so crowded as to cause such falls to be attended with danger, or to prevent those who fell from scrambling to their feet again. About 8:30, all eyes, hitherto wandering in different directions, began to converge toward the same point, and to fix themselves on the scaffolding which contained the fireworks. It was then that elbows, plied without ceasing, commenced to maintain in good earnest the position they had gained, against the assaults of incessantly reinforced invaders. Those fireworks, designed by Ruggieri, were intended to rival, or rivalship, by the way, which the storm 2 evenings before had rendered easy, those executed at Versailles by Torri, the engineer. It was known in Paris that Versailles had derived little pleasure from the royal liberality, which had granted 50,000 livres for their exhibition, since the very first discharges had been extinguished by the rain, and, as the weather was fine on the evening of the 30th of May, the Parisians reckoned upon a certain triumph over their neighbors at Versailles. Besides, Paris expected much more from the old established popularity of Ruggieri, than from the recent reputation of Torri. Moreover, the plan of Ruggieri, less capricious and less vague than that of his colleague, bespoke pyrotechnical intentions of a highly distinguished order. Allegory, which reigned supreme at that period, was coupled with the most graceful architectural style, and the scaffolding represented the ancient temple of Hymen, which, with the French, rivals in every springing youth the temple of glory. It was supported by a gigantic colonnade, and surrounded by a parapet, at the angles of which dolphins, open-mouthed, only awaited the signal to spout forth torrents of flame. Facing the dolphins rose, majestically, leaning upon their urns, the Loire, the Rhône, the Seine, and the Rhine, that river which we persist in naturalizing in accounting French in spite of all the world, and, if we may believe the modern lays of our friends the Germans, in spite even of itself, all four, we mean the rivers, ready to pour forth, instead of water, blue, white, green, and rose-colored flames, at the moment when the colonnade should be fired. Other parts of the works, which were to be discharged at the same time, were to form gigantic vases of flowers on the terraces of the Temple of Hymen. Lastly, still upon this same palace, destined to support so many different things, rose a luminous pyramid, terminated by the terrestrial globe. This globe, after emitting a rumbling noise like distant thunder, was to burst with a crash and to discharge a mass of colored girandoles. As for the bouquet, so important and indeed indispensable an accompaniment that no Parisian ever judges of fireworks but by the bouquet, Ruggieri had separated it from the main body of the structure. It was placed toward the river, close to the statue, in a bastion crammed with spare rockets, so that the effect would be greatly improved by this additional elevation of 6 or 8 yards, which would place the foot of the sheaf, as it were, upon a pedestal. Such were the details which had engrossed the attention of all Paris for a fortnight previous. The Parisians now watched with great admiration Ruggieri and his assistants passing like shades amid the lurid lights of their scaffolding, and pausing, with strange gestures, to fix their matches and to secure their priming. The moment, therefore, that the lanterns were brought upon the terrace of the building, an appearance which indicated the approach of the discharge, it produced a strong sensation in the crowd, and some rows of the most courageous recoiled, producing a long oscillation which extended to the very extremities of the assembled multitude. Carriages now continued to arrive in quick succession, and began to encroach more and more upon the place. The horses resting their heads upon the shoulders of the rearmost spectators, who began to feel uneasy at the close vicinity of these dangerous neighbors. Presently the crowd, every moment increasing, collected behind the carriages, so that it was not possible for them to withdraw from their position, even had they been desirous to do so, embedded as they were in this compact and tumultuous throng. Then might be seen, inspired by that audacity peculiar to the Parisians when in an encroaching mood, and which has no parallel except the long-suffering of the same people when encroached upon, French guards, artisans, and lackeys, climbing upon the roofs of these carriages, like shipwrecked mariners upon a rocky shore. The illumination of the boulevards threw from a distance its ruddy glare upon the heads of the thousands of spectators, amid whom the bayonet of a city official, flashing like lightning, appeared as rare as the ears of corn left standing in a field leveled by the reaper. On either side of the new buildings, now the Hotel Crillon and the Garde Mobile of the Crown, the carriages of the invited guests, between which no precaution had been taken to leave a passage, had formed a triple rank, which extended on one side from the boulevard to the Tuileries, and on the other from the boulevard to the Rue des Champs-Élysées, turning like a serpent thrice doubled upon itself. Along this triple row of carriages were seen, wandering like spectres on the banks of the Styx, such of the invited as were prevented by the carriages of those earlier on the ground from reaching the principal entrance. Stunned by the noise, and unwilling, especially the ladies, who were dressed in satin from head to foot, to step upon the pavement, they were hustled to and fro by the waves of the populace, who jeered them for their delicacy, and, seeking a passage between the wheels of the carriages and the feet of the horses, crept onward as well as they could to the place of their destination, a goal as fervently desired as a haven of refuge by mariners in a storm. One of these carriages arrived about 9 o'clock, that is to say, a very few minutes before the time fixed for the commencement of the fireworks, in expectation of making its way toward the governor's door. But the attempt, so warmly disputed for some time back, had at this moment become extremely hazardous, if not impracticable. A fourth row of carriages had begun to form, reinforcing the first three, and the mettled horses, tormented by the crowd, had become furious, lashing out right and left upon the slightest provocation, and already causing several accidents unnoticed amid the noise and bustle of the crowd. Holding by the springs of this carriage, which was attempting to force its way through the concourse, walked a youth, pushing aside all comers who endeavored to avail themselves of this means of locomotion which he seemed to have confiscated for his exclusive use. When the carriage stopped, the youth stepped aside, but without losing his hold of the protecting spring which he continued to grasp with one hand. He could thus overhear, through the open door, the animated conversation of the party in the vehicle. A female head, attired in white and adorned with a few natural flowers, leaned forward out of the carriage door. Immediately a voice exclaimed, "Come, André, provincial that you are, you must not lean out in that manner, or, mordieu, you run a great risk of being kissed by the first bumpkin that passes. Don't you see that our carriage is swimming, as it were, in the middle of this mob, just as if it were in the middle of the river? We are in the water, my dear, and dirty water it is, let us not soil ourselves by the contact." The young lady's head was drawn back into the carriage. "We cannot see anything from this, sir," said she. "If our horses were to make a half-turn, we could see from the door of the carriage, and be almost as well off as if we were at the governor's window." "Turn about a little, coachman," cried the Baron. "It is impossible, Monsieur le Baron. I should be obliged to crush 10 persons." "Well, pardieu. Crush away." "Oh, sir!" exclaimed André. "Oh, father!" cried Philip. "Who is that Baron that talks of crushing poor folk?" cried several threatening voices. "Parbleu! It is I," said Taverney, leaning out, and exhibiting as he did so a broad red ribbon crossed over his breast. At that time people still paid some respect to broad ribbons, even to red ones. There was some grumbling, but on a descending scale. "Wait, father, I will alight," said Philip, "and see if there is any possibility of advancing." "Take care, brother, or you will be killed. Hark to the neighing of the horses, which are fighting with one another." "Say rather, the roaring," resumed the Baron. "Stay. We will alight. Tell them to make way, Philip, and let us pass." "Ah, father," said Philip, "you are quite a stranger to the Paris of the present day. Such lordly airs might have passed current formerly, but nowadays they are but little heeded, and you have no wish to compromise your dignity, I am sure. Still, when these saucy fellows know who I am—" "My dear father," said Philip, smiling, "were you the Dauphin himself they would not stir an inch for you. At this moment, particularly, I should fear the consequences of such a step, for I see the fireworks are about to commence." "Then we shall see nothing," said André, with vexation. "It is your own fault, pardieu," replied the Baron. "You were upward of 2 hours at your toilet." "Brother," said André, "could I not take your arm and place myself among the crowd?" "Yes, yes, my sweet lady," exclaimed several voices, touched with her beauty, "yes, come along. You are not very large, and we'll make room for you." "Should you like to come, André?" asked Philip. "Oh, yes," said André, and she sprung lightly from the carriage without touching the steps. "Very well," said the Baron. "But I who care not a straw about fireworks, will stay where I am." "Yes, remain here," said Philip, "we will not go far, my dear father." In fact, the mob, ever respectful when not irritated by any passion, ever paying homage to that sovereign goddess called Beauty, opened to make way for André and her brother. And a good-natured citizen, who, with his family, occupied a stone bench, desired his wife and daughter to make room for André between them. Philip placed himself at his sister's feet, who leaned with one hand upon his shoulder. Gilbert had followed them, and was stationed about 4 paces off, with his eyes riveted upon André. "Are you comfortably placed, André?" asked Philip. "Excellently," replied the young girl. "See what it is to be handsome," said the Viscount, smiling. "Yes, yes, handsome, very handsome," murmured Gilbert. André heard these words. But as they proceeded doubtless from the lips of one of the populace, she cared no more about them than an Indian god cares for the offering which a poor pariah lays at his feet. XLVII. The fireworks. André and her brother had scarcely settled themselves in their new position when the first rockets pierced the clouds, and a prodigious shout arose from the crowd. Thenceforward alive only to the spectacle which was exhibiting in the center of the place. The commencement of the fireworks was magnificent, and in every respect worthy of the high reputation of Ruggieri. The decorations of the temple were progressively lighted up, and soon presented one sheet of flame. The air rang with plaudits. But these plaudits were soon succeeded by frantic cheers, when the gaping mouths of the dolphins and the urns of the rivers began to spout forth streams of fire of different colors, which crossed and intermingled with each other. André, transported with astonishment at this sight, which has not its equal in the world, that of a population of 700,000 souls, frantic with delight in front of a palace in flames, did not even attempt to conceal her feelings. At 3 paces from her, hidden by the Herculean shoulders of a porter who held his child aloft over his head, stood Gilbert gazing at André for her own sake, and at the fireworks because he was looking at them. Gilbert's view of André was in profile, every rocket lighted up that lovely face, and made him tremble with delight. It seemed to him that the whole crowd shared in his admiration of the heavenly creature whom he adored. André had never before seen Paris, or a crowd, or the splendors of a public rejoicing, and her mind was stunned by the multiplicity of novel sensations which beset it at once. On a sudden a bright light burst forth and darted in a diagonal line toward the river. It was a bomb, which exploded with a crash, scattering the various colored fires which André admired. "Look, Philip, how beautiful that is!" said she. "Good heavens!" exclaimed her brother, without making her any reply. How ill that last rocket was directed. It must certainly have deviated from its course, for, instead of describing a parabola, it went off almost horizontally. Philip had scarcely finished this expression of an uneasiness which began to be manifested in the agitation of the crowd, when a hurricane of flames burst from the bastion upon which were the bouquet and the spare fireworks. A crash equal to that of 100 peals of thunder, crossing in all directions, bellowed through the place. And, as if the fire had contained a discharge of grapeshot, it put to rout the nearest spectators, who for a moment felt the unexpected flame scorch their faces. "The bouquet already! The bouquet already!" cried the more distant of the crowd. "Not yet. It is too early." "Already?" repeated André. "Ah, yes, it is too early." "No," said Philip, "no, it is not the bouquet, it is an accident, which in a moment will agitate this prodigious crowd, now so calm, like the ocean in a storm. Come, André, let us return to our carriage, come along." "Oh! Let me stay a little longer, Philip, it is so beautiful." "André, we have not a moment to lose, follow me. It is the misfortune which I feared. Some stray rocket has set fire to the bastion. Hark! They are crushing one another yonder. Don't you hear their cries? Those are not cries of joy, but shrieks of distress. Quick! Quick! To the carriage! Gentlemen, gentlemen, allow us to pass." And Philip, throwing his arm round his sister's waist, drew her toward the place where he had left his father, who, uneasy on his side, and dreading, from the noise which he heard, a danger of the nature of which he could form no conception, although he was thoroughly convinced of its existence, put his head out of the carriage door, and looked about for his children. It was already too late, and the prediction of Philip was verified. The bouquet, composed of 15,000 fuses, exploded, scattering about in all directions, and pursuing the spectators like those fiery darts which are flung at the bulls in the arena to provoke them to fight. The people, at first astonished, then terrified, recoiled from the force of mere instinct with resistless impetus, communicating the same movement to the myriad of spectators in the rear, who, breathless and suffocated, pressed backward in their turn on those behind them. The scaffolding took fire, children shrieked, squalling women, almost stifled, raised them in their arms. And the police, thinking to silence the screamers and to restore order by violence, struck right and left at random. All these combined causes made the waving sea of people which Philip spoke of fall like a waterspout on that corner of the place where he was. And instead of rejoining the Baron's carriage, as he calculated upon doing, the youth was carried away by the mighty and irresistible current, of which no description could convey any idea. For individual strength, increased tenfold by terror and anxiety, was again augmented 100-fold by the junction of the general strength. At the moment when Philip drew André away, Gilbert had resigned himself to the stream which carried them along. But he had not gone above 20 paces, before a band of fugitives, turning to the left in the Rue de la Madeleine, surrounded Gilbert and swept him away, foaming with rage on finding himself separated from André. André, clinging fast to Philip's arm, was enclosed in a group which was striving to get out of the way of a carriage dragged along by a pair of furious horses. Philip saw it approaching swiftly and threateningly, the horses' eyes flashed fire, and they snorted foam from their nostrils. He made superhuman efforts to avoid it, but all in vain. He saw the crowd open behind him, he perceived the foaming heads of the two ungovernable animals. He saw them rear, like the two marble horses which guard the entrance to the Tuileries, and, like the slave who is striving to subdue them, letting go André's arm, and pushing her as far as he could out of the way of danger. He sprung up to seize the rein of the horse that was next to him. The animal reared a second time, André saw her brother sink back, fall, and disappear from her sight. She shrieked, extended her arms, was hustled to and fro in the crowd, and in a moment found herself alone, tottering, borne along like a feather by the wind, and just as incapable of resisting the force that was hurrying her away. The stunning cries, far more terrible than those of the battlefield, the neighing of horse, the frightful noise of wheels, grinding now the pavement, now the bodies of the slain, the lurid flames of the scaffolds which were on fire. The sinister gleaming of swords drawn by some of the infuriated soldiers. And over all this ensanguined chaos, the bronze statue, tinged by the ruddy reflections, and seeming to preside over the carnage, were more than was needed to disturb André's reason and paralyze her strength. Besides, the power of a Titan would have been impotent in such a struggle for life and limb, of one against all. André uttered a piercing shriek. A soldier, opening himself a passage through the crowd, was striking the people with his sword, and the weapon flashed over her head. She clasped her hands, like a shipwrecked mariner when the last wave is passing over him, and exclaiming, "Oh, my God!" Sunk to the ground. Whoever fell in that scene might give himself up for lost. But that terrible, that despairing shriek, was heard and answered. Gilbert, carried to a distance from André, had by dint of struggling once more approached her. Bending beneath the same wave which had engulfed André, he raised himself again, made a frantic leap at the sword which had unwittingly threatened her, grasped the throat of the soldier who was going to strike, and hurled him to the ground. Beside the soldier lay a female form dressed in white, he raised her up and bore her off as though he had been a giant. When he felt that lovely form, that corpse, perhaps, pressed to his heart, a gleam of pride lighted up his countenance, his force and courage rose with the circumstances, he felt himself a hero. He flung himself and his burden into a stream of people whose torrent would certainly have leveled a wall in its flight. Supported by this group, which lifted him up and bore him along with his lovely burden, he walked or rather rolled onward for some minutes. All at once the torrent stopped, as if broken by some opposing obstacle. Gilbert's feet touched the ground, and not till then was he sensible of the weight of André. He looked up to ascertain what the obstacle might be, and perceived that he was within a few steps of the Garde Mobile. That mass of stone had broken the mass of flesh. During that momentary and anxious halt, he had time to look at André. Overcome by a sleep heavy as that of death, her heart had ceased to beat, her eyes were closed, and her face was of a violet tinge, like a white rose that is fading. Gilbert thought that she was dead. He shrieked in his turn, pressed his lips at first to her dress, to her hand, then, emboldened by her insensibility, he covered with kisses that cold face, those eyes swollen beneath their sealed lids. He blushed, wept, raved, strove to transfuse his soul into the bosom of André, feeling astonished that his kisses, which might have warmed a marble statue, had no effect upon that inanimate form. All at once Gilbert felt her heart beat under his hand. "She is saved!" exclaimed he, on perceiving the swart and blood-stained mob dispersing, and hearing the imprecations, the shrieks, the sighs, the agony of the victims die away in the distance. "She is saved, and it is I who saved her." The poor fellow, who stood leaning with his back against the wall, and his eyes turned toward the bridge, had not looked to his right. Before the carriages, which long detained by the crowd but now hemmed in less closely, began once more to move, and soon came on galloping as if coachmen and horses had been seized with a general frenzy, fled 20,000 unfortunate creatures. Mutilated, wounded, bruised one against the other. Instinctively they fled close to the walls, against which the nearest of them were crushed. This mass swept away or suffocated all those who, having taken up their position near the Garde Mobile, imagined that they had escaped the wreck. A fresh shower of blows, of living and dead bodies, rained on Gilbert. He found one of the recesses, formed by the iron gates, and stationed himself there. The weight of the fugitives made the wall crack. Gilbert, nearly stifled, felt ready to loose his hold, but with a last desperate effort, mustering all his strength, he encompassed André's body with his arms, resting his head on the bosom of the young girl. One would have supposed he meant to suffocate her whom he was protecting. "Farewell," murmured he, biting rather than kissing her dress, "farewell." And he raised his eyes to heaven as if directing a last supplicating glance to it for assistance. Then a strange sight met his vision. Mounted on a post, holding with his right hand by a ring let into the wall, while with his left hand he seemed to be rallying an army of fugitives, was a man, who, looking at the furious sea raging at his feet, sometimes dropped a word. Sometimes made a gesture. At that word, at that gesture, some individual among the crowd might be seen to pause, struggle, and by a violent effort strive to reach the man. Others who had already reached him seemed to recognize the newcomers as brothers, and assisted to drag them out of the crowd, raising, supporting, and drawing them toward them. In this manner, by acting together, this knot had, like the pier of a bridge which divides and resists the water, succeeded in dividing the crowd and holding in check the flying masses. Every moment fresh stragglers, seeming to rise out of the ground at those strange words and singular gestures, swelled the retinue of this man. Gilbert raised himself by a last effort. He felt that there was safety, for there was calmness and power. A last dying gleam from the burning scaffold, leaping up only to expire, fell upon his face. Gilbert uttered a cry of amazement. "Oh! Let me die!" He murmured, "Let me die, but save her." Then with a sublime forgetfulness of self, raising the young girl in both his arms, he exclaimed, "Baron de Balsamo, save Mademoiselle André de Taverney." Balsamo heard that voice which cried to him, like that in the Bible, from the depths. He beheld a white figure, raised above the devouring waves. He leaped from his post to the ground, crying, "This way." His party overturned all that obstructed their course, and, seizing André, still supported in Gilbert's sinking arms, he lifted her up, impelled by a movement of that crowd which he had ceased to repress, and bore her off. Without once turning to look behind, Gilbert endeavored to utter a last word. Perhaps, after imploring the protection of this strange man for André, he might have solicited it for himself. But he had only strength to press his lips to the drooping arm of the young girl, and to snatch, with a wild and despairing grasp, a portion of her dress. After that last kiss, after that final farewell, the young man had nothing left to live for. He made no further struggle, but, closing his eyes, sunk dying upon a heap of dead. XLVIII, the field of the dead. Great storms are always succeeded by calms, fearful in their very stillness, but bearing healing on their wings. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. The moon, waiting between large white clouds which hovered over Paris, showed in strong relief, by her wan and sickly light, the inequalities of this sad spot, and the pits and holes in which so many of the fleeting crowd had found an untimely grave. Here and there in the moonlight, which was obscured from time to time by the large white floating clouds we have mentioned, might be seen, on the margin of the slopes and in the ditches, heaps of corpses with disordered attire, stiffened limbs, livid and discolored faces, and hands stretched out in an attitude of terror or of prayer. In the center of this place, a heavy, tainted smoke, emitted from the burning embers of the timber, contributed to give to the place Louis XV. The appearance of a battlefield. Over this bloody and desolate plain, flitted, with rapid and mysterious steps, shadowy figures, who stopped, looked stealthily round, bent down, and then fled. They were the robbers of the slain, attracted to their prey like vultures to the decaying carrion. They had not been able to rob the living, and they came to despoil the dead. Surprised at seeing themselves anticipated by their fellow robbers, they might be seen escaping sullenly and fearfully at the sight of the tardy bayonettes which menaced them. But the robber and the lazy watchman were not the only persons moving among the long ranks of the dead. There were some there, with lanterns, who might have been taken for curious lookers-on. Sad lookers-on, alas! For they were parents and anxious friends, whose children, brothers, friends, or lovers had not returned home. They had come from great distances, for the dreadful news had already spread over Paris like a hurricane, scattering dismay and horror, and their anxiety had been quickly changed into active search. It was a sight perhaps more dreadful to behold than the catastrophe itself. Every expression was portrayed on these pale faces, from the despair of those who discovered the corpse of the beloved being, to the gloomy uncertainty of those who had found nothing, and who cast an anxious and longing glance toward the river, which flowed onward with a monotonous murmur. It was reported that many corpses had already been thrown into the river by the Provostry of Paris, who wished to conceal the fearful number of deaths their guilty imprudence had occasioned. Then, when they had satiated their eyes with this fruitless spectacle, and standing ankle-deep in the Seine, had watched with anguished hearts its dark waters flow past unburdened with the loved bodies of those whom they sought, they proceeded, lantern in hand, to explore the neighboring streets, where it was said many of the wounded had dragged themselves, to seek for help, or at least to flee from the scene of their sufferings. When, unfortunately, they found among the dead the object of their search, the lost and wept for friend, then cries succeeded to their heart-rending surprise, and their sobs, rising from some new point of the bloody scene, were responded to by other and distant sobs. At times the place resounded with noises of a different kind. All at once a lantern falls and is broken, the living has fallen senseless on the dead, to embrace him for the last time. There are yet other noises in this vast cemetery. Some of the wounded, whose limbs have been broken by the fall, whose breast has been pierced by the sword, or crushed by the weight of the crowd, utters a hoarse cry, or groans forth a prayer, and then those who hope to find in the sufferer a friend, hastily approach, but retire when they do not recognize him. In the meantime, at the extremity of the place, near the garden, a field hospital is formed by the kindness and charity of the people. A young surgeon, known as such by the profusion of instruments which surround him, has the wounded men and women brought to him. He bandages their wounds, and while he attends them, he speaks to them in words which rather express hatred for the cause than pity for the effect. To his two robust assistants, who pass the sufferers in bloody review before him, he cries incessantly, "The women of the people, the men of the people, first." They can be easily recognized. They are almost always more severely wounded, certainly always less richly dressed. At these words, repeated after each dressing with a shrill monotony, a young man, torch in hand, is seeking among the dead, has twice already raised his head. From a large wound which furrows his forehead, a few drops of crimson blood are falling. One of his arms is supported by his coat, which he has buttoned over it, and his countenance, covered with perspiration, betrays deep and absorbing emotion. At these words of the surgeon, which he has heard as we have said for the second time, he raises his head, and looking sadly on the mutilated limbs which the operator seems almost to gloat over. "Oh, sir," said he, "why do you make a choice among the victims?" "Because," replied the surgeon, raising his head at this interruption, "because no one will care for the poor if I do not think of them, and the rich are always well looked after. Lower your lantern, and search upon the ground, you will find 100 poor people for one rich or noble. In this catastrophe, with a good fortune which will in the end weary even Providence, the noble and the rich have paid the tribute they generally pay, 1 in 1,000. The young man raised his torch to a level with his bleeding forehead. "Then I am that one," said he, without the least augur, "I, a gentleman, lost among so many others in the crowd, wounded in the forehead by a horse's hoof, and my left arm broken by falling into a pit. You say that the noble and the rich are sought after and cared for, you see plainly, however, that my wounds are not yet dressed. You have your hotel, your physician. Return home, since you can walk. I do not ask for your cares, sir. I seek my sister, a beautiful young girl of 16, killed, probably, alas I though she is not of the people. She wore a white dress, and a chain with a cross round her neck. Though she has her hotel and her physician, answer me, for pity's sake, sir, have you seen her whom I seek? Sir, said the young surgeon, with a feverish vehemence which showed that the ideas he expressed had long boiled within his breast, sir, humanity is my guide. It is to her service I devote myself. And when I leave the noble on their bed of death to assist the suffering people, I obey the true laws of humanity, who is my goddess. All this day's misfortunes have been caused by you. They arose from your abuses, from your usurpations. Therefore, bear the consequences. No, sir, I have not seen your sister. And after this harsh apostrophe, the operator returned to his task. A poor woman had just been brought to him, whose 2 legs were fractured by a carriage. See! He exclaimed, calling after Philip, who was rushing away, see! Do the poor bring their carriages to the public festivals to break the legs of the rich? Philip, who belonged to that class of the young nobility from which sprung the Lafayettes and Lameths, had often professed the same maxims which terrified him in the mouth of this young man, and their application recoiled upon him like a judgment. His heart bursting with grief, he left the neighborhood of the hospital and continued his sad search. He had not proceeded many steps, when, carried away by his grief, he could not repress a heartrending cry of "André! André!" At that moment there passed by him, walking with hasty steps, a man already advanced in years, dressed in a grey cloth coat and milled stockings, his right hand resting on a stick, while with the left he held one of those lanterns made of a candle enclosed in oiled paper. Hearing Philip's cry of grief, he guessed what he must be suffering, and murmured, "Poor young man!" But as he seemed to have come for the same purpose as himself, he passed on. Then all at once, as if he reproached himself for having passed unheeding by so much suffering, without attempting to console it. "Sir," said he, "pardon me for mingling my grief with yours. But those who are struck by the same blow should lean on each other for support. Besides, you may be useful to me. You have already sought for a considerable time, I see, as your light is nearly extinguished, and you must, therefore, be acquainted with the most fatal localities of the place." "Oh, yes, sir, I know them." "Well, I also seek someone." "Then look first in the great ditch, you will find more than 50 corpses there." 50. Just heaven! So many victims killed at a fete. So many. "Sir, I have already looked at 1,000 faces, and have not yet found my sister." "Your sister?" "It was yonder, in that direction, that she was. I lost her near the bench. I have found the place since, but no trace of her was visible. I am about to recommence the search, beginning with the bastion." "To which side did the crowd rush, sir?" "Toward the new buildings, in the Rue de la Madeleine." "Then it must have been toward this side." "Yes, and I therefore searched on this side first, but there were dreadful scenes here. Besides, although the tide flowed in that direction, a poor, bewildered woman soon loses her senses in such a scene, she knows not whither she goes, and endeavors to escape in the first direction that presents itself. Sir, it is not probable that she would struggle against the current. I am about to search the street on this side, come with me, and, both together, we may perhaps find." "And whom do you seek?" "Your son?" asked Philip, timidly. "No, sir, but a child whom I had almost adopted." "And you allowed him to come alone?" "Oh. He is a young man of 18 or 19. He is master of his own actions, and as he wished to come, I could not hinder him. Besides, we were far from expecting this horrible catastrophe. But your light is going out." "Yes, sir, I see it. Come with me, I will light you." "Thank you, you are very good, but I fear I shall incommode you." "Oh, do not fear, since I must have searched for myself." "The poor child generally came home very punctually," continued the old man, proceeding in the direction of the streets, "but this evening I felt a sort of foreboding, I waited up for him. It was already 11 o'clock, when my wife heard of the misfortunes of this fate from a neighbor. I waited for 2 hours longer, still hoping that he would return. Then, as he did not appear, I thought it would be base and cowardly in me to sleep without having news of him." "Then we are going toward the houses?" asked the young man. "Yes, you said the crowd must have rushed to this side, and it certainly has done so. The unfortunate boy had doubtless been carried this way also. He is from the provinces, and he is alike ignorant of the usages and the localities of this great town. Probably this was the first time he had ever been in the place Louis XV. Alas! My sister is also from the provinces, sir." "What a fearful sight," said the old man, turning away from a group of corpses clasped together in death. "Yet it is there we must look," replied the young man, resolutely holding his light over the heap of dead. "Oh! I shudder to look at it, for I am a simple and unsophisticated man, and the sight of destruction causes in me an unconquerable horror. I had this same horror, but this evening I have served my apprenticeship to butchery and death. Hold, here is a young man of about 18, he has been suffocated, for I see no wounds. Is it he whom you seek?" The old man made an effort, and held his lantern close to the body. "No, sir," said he, "no. My child is younger, has black hair, and pale complexion." "Alas! All are pale tonight," replied Philip. "Oh, see," said the old man, "here we are, at the foot of the Garde Mobile. Look at these tokens of the struggle. The blood upon the walls, these shreds of garments upon the iron bars, these torn dresses on the points of the railing." "It was here, it was certainly here," murmured Philip. "What sufferings! Oh, heavens! What? Something white under these corpses. My sister had a white dress on. Lend me your lamp, sir, I beseech you." In fact, Philip had seen and snatched a shred of white cloth. He let go his hold, having but one hand to take the lamp. "It is a fragment of a woman's dress, held firmly in a young man's hand," cried he, "of a white dress like my sister's. Oh! André! André!" And the young man uttered heartrending sobs. The old man now approached. "It is he!" exclaimed he, opening his arms. This exclamation attracted the young man's attention. "Gilbert!" exclaimed Philip in his turn. "You know Gilbert, sir? Is it Gilbert whom you seek?" These two questions were uttered simultaneously. The old man seized Gilbert's hand, it was as cold as death. Philip opened the young man's dress, pushed aside the shirt, and placed his hand upon his heart. "Poor Gilbert," said he. "My dear child," sobbed the old man. "He breathes, he lives. He lives, I tell you," exclaimed Philip. "Oh! Do you think so?" "I am certain of it, his heart beats." "It is true," replied the old man. "Help, help! There is a surgeon yonder." "Oh, let us succor him ourselves, sir. Just now I asked that man for help, and he refused me." "He must help my child," cried the old man, indignantly. "He must. Assist me, sir, to carry Gilbert to him." "I have only one arm, but it is at your service, sir," replied Philip. "And I, old as I am, feel strong again. Come." The old man seized Gilbert by the shoulders, the young man took his 2 feet under his right arm, and in this manner they advanced toward the group in the midst of which the surgeon was operating. "Help! Help!" cried the old man. "The men of the people first." "The men of the people first," replied the surgeon, faithful to his maxim, and sure each time he replied thus of exciting a murmur of applause among the group which surrounded him. "It is a man of the people whom I am bringing," replied the old man, with vehemence, but beginning to share in the general admiration which the firm and resolute tone of the young operator excited. "After the women, then," said the surgeon. "Men have more strength to support pain than women." "A simple bleeding will suffice, sir," replied the old man. "Oh! It is you again, my young nobleman," said the surgeon, perceiving Philip before he saw the old man. Philip did not reply. The old man thought that these words were addressed to him. I am not a nobleman, said he, I am a man of the people, my name is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The doctor gave a cry of astonishment, and making an imperative gesture. Give place, said he, to the man of nature. Make room for the emancipator of the human race. Place for the citizen of Geneva. Thanks, sir, said Rousseau, thanks. Has any accident happened to you? Asked the young doctor. Not to me, but to this poor child. See. Ah. You too, cried the physician, you, too, like myself, represent the cause of humanity. Rousseau, deeply moved by this unexpected triumph, could only stammer forth some almost unintelligible words. Philip, dumb with astonishment at finding himself in the presence of the philosopher whom he admired so highly, remained standing apart. Those who stood around assisted Rousseau to lay the fainting Gilbert upon the table. It was at this moment that the old man glanced at the person whose assistance he was imploring. He was a young man about Gilbert's age, but his features presented no appearance of youth. His sallow complexion was withered like that of an old roan. His heavy and drooping eyelids covered an eye like that of serpent's, and his mouth was distorted as if in an epileptic fit. His sleeves turned back to the elbow, his arms covered with blood, surrounded by lifeless and bleeding limbs, he seemed more like an executioner at work, and glorying in his task, than a physician accomplishing his sad and holy mission. Nevertheless, Rousseau's name seemed to have had so much influence over him as to cause him to lay aside for an instant his usual brutality. He gently opened Gilbert's sleeve, tied a band of linen round his arm, and opened the vein. The blood flowed at first drop by drop, but after some moments the pure and generous current of youth spouted forth freely. Ha! We shall save him, said the operator. But he will require great care, his chest has been rudely pressed. I have now to thank you, sir, said Rousseau, and praise you, not for the exclusive preference you show for the poor, but for your care and kindness toward them. All men are brothers. Even the noble, even the aristocrats, even the rich. Asked the surgeon, his piercing eyes flashing from beneath his heavy eyelid. Even the noble, the aristocrats, the rich, when they suffer, said Rousseau. Sir, said the operator, excuse me. I am from Baudry, near Neuchâtel. I am a Switzer like yourself, and therefore a democrat. A countryman, cried Rousseau, a native of Switzerland. Your name, sir, if you please. An obscure name, sir. The name of a retiring man who devotes his life to study, waiting till he may, like yourself, devote it to the good of humanity. My name is Jean-Paul Marat. Thanks, Monsieur Marat, said Rousseau. But while enlightening the people as to their rights, do not excite them to vengeance, for if they should ever revenge themselves, you will perhaps be terrified at their reprisals. Marat smiled a fearful smile. Oh! If that day should happen during my life, said he, if I could only have the happiness to witness it. Rousseau heard these words, and, alarmed at the tone in which they were uttered, as a traveller trembles at the first mutterings of the far distant thunder, he took Gilbert in his arms and attempted to carry him away. 2 volunteers to help Monsieur Rousseau. 2 men of the people, cried the surgeon. Here! Here! Here, cried 20 voices simultaneously. Rousseau had only to choose, he pointed to the 2 strongest, who took the youth up in their arms. As he was leaving the place he passed Philip. Here, sir, said he, I have no more use for the lantern, I take it. Thank you, sir, said Philip, many thanks. He seized the lantern, and while Rousseau once more took the way to the Rue Plastrière, he continued his search. Poor young man, murmured Rousseau, turning back, and seeing Philip disappear in the blocked-up and encumbered streets. He proceeded on his way shuddering, for he still heard the shrill voice of the surgeon echoing over the field of blood, and crying. The men of the people. None but the men of the people. Woe to the noble, to the rich, to the aristocrats. XLVII the return. While the countless catastrophes we have mentioned were rapidly succeeding each other, the Taverney escaped all these dangers as if by a miracle. unable to oppose any physical resistance to the devouring force which swept away everything in its passage, but at the same time calm and collected. He had succeeded in maintaining his position in the center of a group which was rolling onward toward the Rue de la Madeleine. This group crushed against the parapet walls of the place, ground against the angles of the Garde Mobile, had left a long trail of wounded and dead in its path. But, decimated as it was, it had yet succeeded in conducting the remnant of its number to a place of safety. When this was accomplished, the handful of men and women who had been left dispersed themselves over the boulevards with cries of joy, and M. de Taverney found himself, like his companions, completely out of danger. What we are about to say would be difficult to believe, had we not already so frankly sketched the character of the Baron. During the whole of this fearful passage, M. de Taverney, may God forgive him, had absolutely thought only of himself. Besides that, he was not of a very affectionate disposition, he was a man of action, and, in the great crises of life, such characters always put the adage of Caesar's age quod agis in practice. We shall not say, therefore, that M. de Taverney was utterly selfish, we shall merely admit that he was absent. But once upon the pavement of the boulevards, once more master of his actions, sensible of having escaped from death to life, satisfied, in short, of his safety, the Baron gave a deep sigh of satisfaction, followed by a cry, feeble and wailing, a cry of grief. "My daughter," said he, "my daughter," and he remained motionless, his hands fell by his side, his eyes were fixed and glassy, while he searched his memory for all the particulars of their separation. "Poor dear man!" murmured some compassionate women. A group had collected around the Baron, ready to pity, but above all to question. But M. de Taverney had no popular instincts. He felt ill at ease in the center of this compassionate group, and making a successful effort he broke through them, and, we say it to his praise, made a few steps toward the place. But these few steps were the unreflecting movement of paternal love, which is never entirely extinguished in the heart of man. Beeson immediately came to the Baron's aid and arrested his steps. We will follow, with the reader's permission, the course of his reasoning. First, the impossibility of returning to the place Louis XV. occurred to him. In it there was only confusion and death, and the crowds which were still rushing from it would have rendered any attempt to pass through them as futile as for the swimmer to seek to ascend the fall of the Rhine at Schaffhausen. Besides, even if a divine arm enabled him to reach the place, how could he hope to find one woman among 100,000 women? And why should he expose himself again, and fruitlessly, to a death from which he had so miraculously escaped? Then came hope, that light which ever gilds the clouds of the darkest night. Was not André near Philip, resting on his arm, protected by his manly arm and his brother's heart? That he, the Baron, a feeble and tottering old man, should have been carried away, was very natural. But that Philip, with his ardent, vigorous, hopeful nature, Philip with his arm of iron, Philip responsible for his sister's safety, should be so, was impossible. Philip had struggled, and must have conquered. The Barreau, like all selfish men, endowed Philip with those qualities which his selfishness denied to himself, but which nevertheless he sought in others, strength, generosity and valor. For one selfish man regards all other selfish men as rivals and enemies, who rob him of those advantages which he believes he has the right of reaping from society. M. de Taverney, being thus reassured by the force of his own arguments, concluded that Philip had naturally saved his sister. That he had perhaps lost some time in seeking his father to save him also, but that probably, nay, certainly, he had taken the way to the Rue Coq Heron, to conduct André, who must be a little alarmed by all the scene, home. He therefore wheeled round, and descending the Rue des Capucines, he gained the Place de Conquêtes, or Louis le Grand, now called the Place de Victoires. But scarcely had the Baron arrived within 20 paces of the hotel when Nicole, placed as a sentinel on the threshold where she was chattering with some companions, exclaimed, "And Monsieur Philip? And Mademoiselle André? What has become of them?" For all Paris was already informed by the earliest fugitives of the catastrophe, which their terror had even exaggerated. "Oh! Heavens, cried the Baron, a little agitated, have they not returned, Nicole? No, no, sir, they have not been seen. They must probably have been obliged to make a detour, replied the Baron, trembling more and more in proportion as the calculations of his logic were demolished. And he remained standing in the street waiting in his turn along with Nicole, who was sobbing, and Labrie, who raised his clasped hands to heaven. Ah! Here is Monsieur Philip! Exclaimed Nicole, in a tone of indescribable terror, for Philip was alone. And in the darkness of the night, Philip was seen running toward them, breathless and despairing. Is my sister here? Cried he, while yet at a distance, as soon as he could see the group assembled at the door of the hotel. Oh, my God, exclaimed the Baron, pale and trembling. André! André! Cried the young man, approaching nearer and nearer. Where is André? We have not seen her, she is not here, Monsieur Philip. Oh! Heavens! My dear young lady, cried Nicole, bursting into tears. And yet you have returned. Said the Baron, in a tone of anger, which must seem to the reader the more unjust, that we have already made him acquainted with the secrets of his logic. Philip, instead of replying, approached and showed his bleeding face, and his arm, broken and hanging at his side like a withered branch. Alas! Alas, sighed the old man, André, my poor André. And he sank back upon the stone bench beside the door. I will find her, living or dead, exclaimed Philip, gloomily. And he again started off with feverish activity. Without slackening his pace, he secured his left arm in the opening of his vest, for this useless limb would have fettered his movements in the crowd, and if he had had a hatchet at that moment he would have struck it off. It was then that he met on that fatal field of the dead, Rousseau, Gilbert, and the fierce and gloomy operator who, covered with blood, seemed rather an infernal demon presiding over the massacre than a beneficent genius appearing to succor and to help. During a greater portion of the night, Philip wandered over the place Louis XV. Unable to tear himself away from the walls of the Garde Mobile, near which Gilbert had been found, and incessantly gazing at the piece of white muslin which the young man had held firmly grasped in his hand. But when the first light of day appeared, worn out, ready to sink among the heaps of corpses scarcely paler than himself, seized with a strange giddiness, and hoping, as his father had hoped, that André might have returned or been carried back to the house, Philip bent his steps once more toward the Rue Coq-Héron. While still at a distance he saw the same group he had left there, and guessing at once that André had not returned, he stopped. The Baron, on his side, had recognized his son. Well, cried he. What? Has my sister not returned? Asked the young man. Alas, cried with one voice, the Baron, Nicole, and Labrie. Nothing, no news, no information, no hope. Nothing. Philip fell upon the stone bench of the hotel, the Baron uttered a savage exclamation. At this very moment a hackney coach appeared at the end of the street, it approached slowly, and stopped in front of the hotel. A woman's head was seen through the door, resting on her shoulders as if she had fainted. Philip, roused by this sight, hastened toward the vehicle. The door of the coach opened, and a man alighted, bearing the senseless form of André in his arms. Dead! Dead! They bring us a corpse, cried Philip, falling on his knees. Dead! Stammered the Baron, oh, sir, is she indeed dead? I think not, gentlemen, calmly replied the man who carried André, Mademoiselle de Taverney, I hope, is only in a swoon. Oh, the sorcerer, cried the Baron. The Count de Balsamo, murmured Philip. The same, sir, and truly happy to have recognized Mademoiselle de Taverney in this frightful melee. In what part of it, sir? Asked Philip. Near the Garde Mobile. Yes, said Philip. Then, his expression of joy changing suddenly to one of gloomy distrust. You bring her back very late, Count, said he. Sir, replied Balsamo, without seeming in the least surprised, you may easily comprehend my embarrassing situation. I did not know your sister's address, and I had no resource but to take her to the Marchioness de Sevigné's, a friend of mine who lives near the royal stables. Then this honest fellow whom you see, and who assisted me to rescue the young lady, come hither, courtois. Balsamo accompanied these last words by a sign, and a man in the royal livery appeared from the coach. Then, continued Balsamo, this worthy fellow, who belongs to the royal stables, recognized the young lady as having one evening drove her from Minette to your hotel. Mademoiselle de Taverney owes this lucky recognition to her marvelous beauty. I made him accompany me in the coach, and I have the honor to restore Mademoiselle de Taverney to you, with all the respect due to her, and less injured than you think. And as he concluded he gave the young girl into the care of her father and Nicole. For the first time, the Baron felt a tear trembling on his eyelids, and though, no doubt, inwardly surprised at this mark of feeling, he permitted it to roll unheeded down his wrinkled cheeks. Philip held out the only hand he had at liberty to Balsamo. "Sir," he said, "you know my name and address. Give me an opportunity of showing my gratitude for the service you have rendered us." "I have only fulfilled a duty," replied Balsamo. "Do I not owe you a hospitality?" And, bowing low, he made a few steps to retire, without replying to the Baron's invitation to enter. But returning. "Excuse me," said he, "but I omitted to give you the exact address of the Marchioness de Sevigné. She lives in the Rue Saint-Honoré, near the Feuillants. I thought it necessary to give you this information, in case Mademoiselle de Taverney should think proper to call on her." There was in this precision of details, in this accumulation of proofs, a delicacy which touched Philip deeply, and affected even the Baron. "Sir," said the Baron, "my daughter owes her life to you." "I know it, sir, and I feel proud and happy at the thought," replied Balsamo. And this time, followed by Courtois, who refused Philip's proffered purse, he entered the fiacre, which drove off rapidly. Almost at the same moment, and as if Balsamo's departure had put an end to her swoon, André opened her eyes, but she remained for some minutes mute, bewildered, and with a wild and staring look. "Oh, heavens," murmured Philip. "Has Providence only half restored her to us? Has her reason fled?" André seemed to comprehend these words, and shook her head, but she remained silent and as if under the influence of a sort of ecstasy. She was still standing, and one of her arms was extended in the direction of the street by which Balsamo had disappeared. "Come, come," said the Baron, "it is time to end all this. Assist your sister into the house, Philip." The young man supported André with his uninjured arm. Nicole sustained her on the other side, and, walking on, but after the manner of a sleeping person, she entered the hotel and gained her apartments. There, for the first time, the power of speech returned. "Philip." "My father," said she. "She recognizes us." "She knows us again," exclaimed Philip. "Of course I know you again, but, oh, heavens, what has happened?" And André closed her eyes, but this time not in a swoon, but in a calm and peaceful slumber. Nicole, left alone with her young mistress, undressed her and put her in bed. When Philip returned to his apartments, he found there a physician whom the thoughtful Labrie had run to summon, as soon as the anxiety on André's account had subsided. The doctor examined Philip's arm. It was not broken, but only dislocated, and a skillful compression replaced the shoulder in the socket from which it had been removed. After the operation, Philip, who was still uneasy on his sister's account, conducted the doctor to her bedside. The doctor felt her pulse, listened to her breathing, and smiled. "Your sister sleeps as calmly as an infant," said he. "Let her sleep, Chevalier, there is nothing else necessary to be done." As for the Baron, sufficiently reassured on his children's account, he had long been sound asleep. XLVII, M. de Jussou. We must again transport the reader to the house in the Rue Plastrière, where M. de Sartins had sent his agent, and there, on the morning of the 31st of May, we shall once more find Gilbert stretched upon a mattress in Therese's room, and, standing around him, Therese and Rousseau with several of their neighbors. Contemplating this specimen of the dreadful event at the remembrance of which all Paris still shuddered. Gilbert, pale and bleeding, opened his eyes, and as soon as he regained his consciousness, he endeavored to raise himself and look round, as if he were still in the place Louis XV. An expression of profound anxiety, followed by one of triumphant joy, was pictured in his features, then a second cloud flitted across his countenance, which resumed its sombre hue. "Are you suffering, my dear child?" inquired Rousseau, taking his hand affectionately. "Oh! Who has saved me?" asked Gilbert. "Who thought of me, lonely and friendless being that I am? What saved you, my child, was the happy chance that you were not yet dead. He who thought of you was the same Almighty Being who thinks of all." "No matter, it is very imprudent," grumbled Therese, "to go among such a crowd." "Yes, yes, it is very imprudent," repeated all the neighbors, with one voice. "Why, ladies," interrupted Rousseau, "there is no imprudence when there is no manifest danger, and there is no manifest danger in going to see fireworks. When danger arrives under such circumstances, you do not call the sufferer imprudent, but unfortunate. Any of us present would have done the same." Gilbert looked round, and seeing himself in Rousseau's apartment, endeavored to speak, but the effort was too much for him, the blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils, and he sank back insensible. Rousseau had been warned by the surgeon of the place Louis XV, and therefore was not alarmed. In expectation of a similar event, he had placed the invalid on a temporary mattress without sheets. "In the meantime," said he to Therese, "you may put the poor lad to bed." "Where?" "Why here, in my bed." Gilbert heard these words. Extreme weakness alone prevented his replying immediately, but he made a violent effort, and, opening his eyes, said, slowly and painfully, "No, no, upstairs." "You wish to return to your own room?" "Yes, yes, if you please." And he completed with his eyes, rather than with his tongue, this wish, dictated by a recollection still more powerful than pain, and which with him seemed to survive even his consciousness. Rousseau, whose own sensibility was so extreme, doubtless understood him, for he added, "It is well, my child, we will carry you up. He does not wish to inconvenience us," said he to Therese, who had warmly applauded the resolution. It was therefore decided that Gilbert should be instantly installed in the attic he preferred. Toward the middle of the day, Rousseau came to pass the hours he usually spent in collecting his favorite plants, by the bedside of his disciple. And the young man, feeling a little better, related to him, in a low and almost inaudible voice, the details of the catastrophe. But he did not mention the real cause why he went to see the fireworks. Curiosity alone, he said, led him to the place Louis XV. Rousseau could not suspect anything further, unless he had been a sorcerer, and he therefore expressed no surprise at Gilbert's story, but contented himself with the questions he had already put, and only recommended patience. He did not speak either of the fragment of muslin which had been found in Gilbert's hand, and of which Philip had taken possession. Nevertheless, this conversation, which, on both sides, bordered so narrowly on the real feelings of each, was no less attractive on that account. And they were still deeply absorbed in it, when, all at once, Therese's step was heard upon the landing. "Jacques," said she, "Jacques." "Well, what is it?" "Some prince coming to visit me in my turn," said Gilbert, with a feeble smile. "Jacques," cried Theresa, advancing, and still calling. "Well. What do you want with me?" Therese entered. "Monsieur de Jussou is below," said she. "He heard that you were in the crowd during that night, and he has come to see if you have been hurt." "The good Jussou," said Rousseau. "Excellent man, like all those who, from taste or from necessity, commune with nature, the source of all good. Be calm, do not move. Gilbert, I will return." "Yes, thank you," said the young man. Rousseau left the room. But scarcely had he gone when Gilbert, raising himself as well as he could, dragged himself toward the skylight, from which André's window could be seen. It was a most painful effort for a young man without strength, almost without the power of thought, to raise himself upon the stool, lift the sash of the skylight and prop himself upon the edge of the roof. Gilbert, nevertheless, succeeded in effecting this. But once there, his eyes swam, his hand shook, the blood rushed to his lips, and he fell heavily to the floor. At that moment the door of the garret opened, and Rousseau entered, followed by Joseph, to whom he was paying great civility. "Take care, my dear philosopher, stoop a little here," said Rousseau. "There is a step there, we are not entering a palace." "Thank you, I have good eyes and stout limbs," replied the learned botanist. "Here is someone come to visit you, my little Gilbert," said Rousseau, looking toward the bed. "Oh! Good heavens! Where is he?" "He has got up, the unfortunate lad." And Rousseau, seeing the window open, commenced to vent his displeasure in affectionate grumblings. Gilbert raised himself with difficulty, and said, in an almost inaudible voice, "I wanted air." It was impossible to scold him, for suffering was plainly depicted in his pale and altered features. "In fact," interrupted M. de Jussou, "it is dreadfully warm here. Come, young man, let me feel your pulse, I am also a doctor." "And better than many regular physicians," said Rousseau. "For you are a healer of the mind as well as of the body." "It is too much honor," murmured Gilbert, feebly, endeavoring to shroud himself from view in his humble pallet. "Monsieur de Jussou insisted on visiting you," said Rousseau, "and I accepted his offer." "Well, dear doctor, what do you think of his chest?" The skillful anatomist felt the bones, and sounded the cavity by an attentive auscultation. "The vital parts are uninjured," said he. "But who has pressed you in his arms with so much force?" "Alas! Sir, it was death," said Gilbert. Rousseau looked at the young man with astonishment. "Oh! You are bruised, my child, greatly bruised, but tonics, air, leisure, will make all that disappear." "No leisure, I cannot afford it," said the young man, looking at Rousseau. "What does he mean?" asked Joseph. "Gilbert is a determined worker, my dear sir," replied Rousseau. "Agreed, but he cannot possibly work for a day or two yet." "To obtain a livelihood," said Gilbert, "one must work every day, for every day one eats." "Oh! You will not consume much food for a short time, and your medicines will not cost much." "However little they cost, sir," said Gilbert, "I never receive alms." "You are mad," said Rousseau, "and you exaggerate. I tell you that you must be governed by Monsieur de Jussou's orders, who will be your doctor in spite of yourself. Would you believe it," continued he, addressing M. de Jussou, "he had begged me not to send for one." "Why not?" "Because it would have cost me money, and he is proud." "But," replied M. de Jussou, gazing at Gilbert's fine expressive features with growing interest, "no matter how proud he is, he cannot accomplish impossibilities. Do you think yourself capable of working when you fell down with the mere exertion of going to the window?" "It is true," sighed Gilbert, "I am weak, I know it." "Well, then, take repose, and above all, mentally. You are the guest of a man whom all men obey, except his guest." Rousseau, delighted at this delicate compliment from so great a man, took his hand and pressed it. "And then," continued M. de Jussou, "you will become an object of particular care to the king and the princes." "I," exclaimed Gilbert. "You, a poor victim of that unfortunate evening." The Dauphin, when he heard the news, uttered cries of grief. And the Dauphiness, who was going to Marly, remained at Trianon, to be more within reach of the unfortunate sufferers. "Oh, indeed," said Rousseau. "Yes, my dear philosopher, and nothing is spoken of but the letter written by the Dauphin to Monsieur de Sartines." "I have not heard of it." "It is at once simple and touching. The Dauphin receives a monthly pension of 2,000 crowns. This morning his month's income had not been paid. The prince walked to and fro quite alarmed, asked for the treasurer several times, and as soon as the latter brought him the money, sent it instantly to Paris, with 2 charming lines to Monsieur de Sartines, who has just shown them to me." "Ah, then you have seen Monsieur de Sartines today," said Rousseau, with a kind of uneasiness, or rather distrust. "Yes, I have just left him," replied M. Jussou, rather embarrassed. I had to ask him for some seeds. So that, added he, quickly, the Dauphiness remained at Versailles to tend her sick and wounded. Her sick and wounded? Asked Rousseau. Yes, Monsieur Gilbert is not the only one who has suffered. This time the lower classes have only paid a partial quota to the accident. It is said that there are many noble persons among the wounded. Gilbert listened with inexpressible eagerness and anxiety. It seemed to him that every moment the name of André would be pronounced by the illustrious naturalist. But M. de Jussieu rose. So our consultation is over, said Rousseau. And henceforward our science will be useless with regard to this young invalid, air, moderate exercise, the woods, ah. By the by, I was forgetting. What? Next Sunday I am to make a botanical excursion to the forest of Marly. Will you accompany me, my illustrious fellow laborer? Oh, replied Rousseau, say, rather, your unworthy admirer. Parbleu! That will be a fine opportunity for giving our invalid a walk. Bring him. So far. The distance is nothing. Besides, my carriage takes me as far as Bougival, and I can give you a seat. We will go by the Princess's Road to Lucien's, and from thence proceed to Marly. Botanists stop every moment, our invalid will carry our camp stools. You and I will gather samples, he will gather health. What an amiable man you are, my dear Jussieu, said Rousseau. Never mind, it is for my own interest. You have, I know, a great work ready upon mosses, and as I am feeling my way a little on the same subject, you will guide me. Oh, exclaimed Rousseau, whose satisfaction was apparent in spite of himself. And when there, added the botanist, we shall have a little breakfast in the open air, and shall enjoy the shade and the beautiful flowers. It is settled. Oh, certainly. For Sunday, then. Delightful. It seems to me as if I were 15 again. I revel beforehand in all the pleasure I have in prospect, replied Rousseau, with almost childish satisfaction. And you, my young friend, roust get stronger on your legs in the meantime. Gilbert stammered out some words of thanks, which M. Jussieu did not hear, and the two botanists left Gilbert alone with his thoughts, and above all with his fears. XXXIX Life returns. In the meantime, while Rousseau believed his invalid to be on the high road to health, and while Therese informed all her neighbors that, thanks to the prescriptions of the learned doctor, M. de Jussieu, Gilbert was entirely out of danger, during this period of general confidence the young man incurred the worst danger he had yet run, by his obstinacy in his perpetual reveries. Rousseau could not be so confident, but that he entertained in his inmost thoughts a distrust solidly founded on philosophical reasonings. Knowing Gilbert to be in love, and having caught him in open rebellion to medical authority, he judged that he would again commit the same faults if he gave him too much liberty. Therefore, like a good father, he had closed the padlock of Gilbert's attic more carefully than ever, tacitly permitting him meanwhile to go to the window, but carefully preventing his crossing the threshold. It may easily be imagined what raged this solicitude, which changed his garret into a prison, aroused in Gilbert's breast, and what hosts of projects crowded his teeming brain. To many minds constraint is fruitful in inventions. Gilbert now thought only of André, of the happiness of seeing and watching over the progress of her convalescence, even from afar. But André did not appear at the windows of the pavilion, and Gilbert, when he fixed his ardent and searching looks on the opposite apartments, or surveyed every nook and corner of the building, could only see Nicole carrying the invalid's draught on a porcelain plate, or M. de Taverney surveying the garden and vigorously taking snuff as if to clear and refresh his intellect. Still these details tranquilized him, for they betokened illness but not death. There, thought he, beyond that door, behind that blind, breathes, sighs, and suffers she whom I adore. Whom I idolize, she whose very sight would cause the perspiration to stand upon my forehead and make my limbs tremble, she to whose existence mine is forever riveted, she for whom alone I breathe and live. And then, leaning forward out of his window, so that the inquisitive Chon thought, 20 times in an hour, that he would throw himself out, Gilbert with his practiced eye took the measure of the partitions of the floors, of the depth of the pavilion, and constructed an exact plan of them in his brain. There the Taverney slept, there must be the kitchen, there Philip's apartments, there the cabinet occupied by Nicole. And, last of all, there must be André's chamber, the sanctuary at the door of which he would have given his life to remain for one day kneeling. This sanctuary, according to Gilbert's plan, was a large apartment on the ground floor, guarded by an antechamber, from which opened a small cabinet with a glass door, which, agreeably to Gilbert's arrangement, served as Nicole's sleeping chamber. "Oh," exclaimed the excited youth in his fits of jealous fury, "how happy are the beings who are privileged to walk in the garden on which my window and those of the staircase look. How happy those thoughtless mortals who tread the gravel of the parterre. For there, during the silence of night, may be heard Mademoiselle André's plaints and sighs. Between the formation of a wish and its accomplishment there is a wide gulf. But fertile imaginations can throw a bridge across. They can find the real in the impossible, they know how to cross the broadest rivers and scale the highest mountains, by a plan peculiarly their own." For the first few days Gilbert contented himself with wishing. Then he reflected that these much envied, happy beings were simple mortals, endowed as he was, with limbs to tread the soil of the garden, and with arms to open the doors. Then, by degrees, he pictured to himself the happiness there would be in secretly gliding into this forbidden house, in pressing his ears against the Venetian blinds through which the sounds from the interior were, as it were, filtered. With Gilbert wishing did not long suffice, the fulfillment must be immediate. Besides, his strength returned rapidly, youth is fruitful and rich. At the end of 3 days, his veins still throbbing with feverish excitement, Gilbert felt himself as strong as he had ever been in his life. He calculated that, as Rousseau had locked him in, one of the greatest difficulties, that of obtaining an entrance into the hotel of the Taverneys by the street door, was placed out of the question. For, as the entrance door opened upon the Rue Coq-Héron, and as Gilbert was locked up in the Rue Plastrière, he could not of course reach any street, and had therefore no need to open any doors. There remained the windows. That of his garret looked down upon a perpendicular wall of 48 feet in depth. No one, unless he were drunk or mad, would venture to descend it. "Oh! Those doors are happy inventions after all," thought he, clinching his hands, "and yet Monsieur Rousseau, a philosopher, locks them. To break the padlock. That would be easily done, but if so, adieu to the hospitable roof which had sheltered him. To escape from Lucien's, from the Rue Plastrière, from Taverney, always to escape, would be to render himself unable to look a single creature in the face without fearing to meet the reproach of ingratitude. No. Thought he, Monsieur Rousseau shall know nothing of it." Leaning out of his window, Gilbert continued. "With my hands and my legs, those instruments granted to free men by nature, I will creep along the tiles, and, keeping in the spout, which is narrow indeed, but straight. And therefore the direct road from one end to the other, I shall arrive, if I get on so far, at the skylight parallel to this. Now, this skylight belongs to the stairs. If I do not reach so far, I shall fall into the garden, that will make a noise, people will hasten from the pavilion, will raise me up, will recognize me, and I die nobly, poetically, pitied. That would be glorious. If I arrive, as everything leads me to believe I shall, I will creep in under the skylight over the stairs, and descend barefooted to the first story, the window of which also opens in the garden, at 15 feet from the ground. I jump. Alas, my strength, my activity are gone. It is true that there is an espalier to assist me. Yes, but this espalier with its rotten framework will break. I shall tumble down, not killed nobly and poetically, but whitened with plaster, my clothes torn, ashamed, and looking as if I had come to rob the orchard. Odious thought. Monsieur de Taverney will order the porter to flog me, or Labrie to pull my ears. No. I have here 20 pack-threads, which, twisted together, will make a rope, according to Monsieur Rousseau's definition that many straws make a sheaf. I shall borrow all these pack-threads from Madame Therese for one night. I shall knot them together, and when I have reached the window on the first floor, I shall let the rope to the little balcony, or even to the lead, and slip down into the garden. When Gilbert had inspected the spout, attached and measured the cords, and calculated the height by his eye, he felt himself strong and determined. He twisted the pieces of twine together, and made a tolerably strong rope of them, then tried his strength by hanging to a beam in his garret, and, happy to find that he had only spat blood once during his efforts, he decided upon the nocturnal expedition. The better to hoodwink Jacques and Therese, he counterfeited illness, and kept his bed until 2 o'clock, at which time Rousseau went out for his dinner walk and did not return till the evening. When Rousseau paid a visit to his attic, before setting out, Gilbert announced to him his wish of sleeping until the next morning. To which Rousseau replied that as he had made an engagement to sup from home that evening he was happy to find Gilbert inclined to rest. With these mutual explanations they separated. When Rousseau was gone, Gilbert brought out his packthreads again, and this time he twisted them permanently. He again examined the spout and the tiles, then placed himself at the window to keep watch on the garden until evening. XXXIX, the aerial trip. Gilbert was now prepared for his entrance into the enemy's camp, for thus he mentally termed the Taverney's ground, and from his window he explored the garden with the care and attention of a skillful strategist, who is about to give battle, when in his calm and motionless mansion, an incident occurred which attracted the philosopher's attention. A stone flew over the garden wall and struck against the angle of the house. Gilbert, who had already learned that there can be no effect without a cause, determined to discover the cause, having seen the effect. But although he leaned out as far as possible, he could not discover the person in the street who had thrown the stone. However, he immediately comprehended that this maneuver had reference to an event which just then took place. One of the outside shutters of the ground floor opened cautiously, and through the opening appeared Nicole's head. On seeing Nicole, Gilbert made a plunge back in his garret, but without losing sight of the nimble young girl. The latter, after throwing a stealthy glance at all the windows, particularly at those of the pavilion, emerged from her hiding place and ran toward the garden, as if going to the espalier where some lace was drying in the sun. It was on the path which led toward the espalier that the stone had fallen, and neither Nicole nor Gilbert lost sight of it. Gilbert saw her kick this stone, which, for the moment, became of such great importance, before her several times, and she continued this maneuver until she reached the flower border, in which the espalier stood. Once there, Nicole raised her hands to take down the lace, let fall some of it, and, in picking it up again, seized the stone. As yet Gilbert could understand nothing of this movement, but seeing Nicole pick up the stone as a greedy schoolboy picks up a nut, and unroll a slip of paper which was tied round it, he at once guessed the degree of importance which was attached to the aerolite. It was, in fact, nothing more or less than a note which Nicole had found rolled round the stone. The cunning girl quickly unfolded it, read it, and put it into her pocket, and then immediately discovered that there was no more occasion for looking at the lace, it was dry. Meanwhile, Gilbert shook his head, saying to himself, with the blind selfishness of men who entertain a bad opinion of women, that Nicole was in reality a viciously inclined person, and that he, Gilbert, had performed an act of sound and moral policy in breaking off so suddenly and so boldly with a girl who had letters thrown to her over the wall. Nicole ran back to the house, and soon reappeared, this time holding her hand in her pocket. She drew from it a key, which Gilbert saw glitter in her hand for a moment, and then the young girl slipped this key under a little door which served to admit the gardener, and which was situated at the extremity of the wall opposite the street, and parallel to the great door which was generally used. "Good," said Gilbert. "I understand, a love letter and a rendezvous. Nicole loses no time, she has already a new lover." And he frowned, with the disappointment of a man who thinks that his loss should cause an irreparable void in the heart of the woman he abandons, and who finds this void completely filled. "This may spoil all my projects," he continued, seeking a factitious cause for his ill humor. "No matter," resumed he, after a moment's silence, "I shall not be sorry to know the happy mortal who succeeds me in Mademoiselle Nicole's good graces. But Gilbert, on certain subjects, had a very discerning judgment. He calculated that the discovery which he had made, and which Niccolo was far from suspecting, would give him an advantage over her which might be of use to him. Since he knew her secret, with such details as she could not deny, while she scarcely suspected his, and, even if she did, there existed no facts which could give a color to her suspicions. During all these goings and comings, the anxiously expected night had come on. The only thing which Gilbert now feared was the return of Rousseau, who might surprise him on the roof or on the staircase, or might come up and find his room empty. In the latter case, the anger of the philosopher of Geneva would be terrible, but Gilbert hoped to avert the blow by means of the following note, which he left upon his little table, addressed to the philosopher. My dear and illustrious protector, do not think ill of me, if, notwithstanding your recommendations, and even against your order, I have dared to leave my apartment. I shall soon return, unless some accident, similar to that which has already happened to me, should again take place, but at the risk of a similar, or even worse accident, I must leave my room for 2 hours. I do not know what I shall say when I return, thought Gilbert, but at least Monsieur Rousseau will not be uneasy or angry. The evening was dark. A suffocating heat prevailed, as it often does during the first warmth of spring. The sky was cloudy, and at 8:30 the most practiced eye could have distinguished nothing at the bottom of the dark gulf into which Gilbert peered. It was then, for the first time, that the young man perceived that he breathed with difficulty, and that sudden perspirations bedewed his forehead and breast, unmistakable signs of a weak and unhinged system. Prudence counselled him not to undertake, in his present condition, an expedition for which strength and steadiness in all his members were peculiarly necessary, not only to ensure success, but even for the preservation of his life. But Gilbert did not listen to what his physical instincts counselled. His moral will spoke more loudly, and to it, as ever, the young man vowed obedience. The moment had come. Gilbert rolled his rope several times round his neck, and commenced, with beating heart, to scale the skylight. Then, firmly grasping the casement, he made the first step in the spout toward the skylight on the right, which was, as we have said, that of the staircase and about 2 fathoms distant from his own. His feet in a groove of lead, at the utmost 8 inches wide, which groove, though it was supported here and there by holdfasts of iron, yet, from the pliability of the lead, yielded to his steps. His hands resting against the tiles, which could only be a point of support for his equilibrium, but no help in case of falling, since the fingers could take no hold of them. This was Gilbert's position during this aerial passage which lasted 2 minutes, but which seemed to Gilbert to occupy 2 centuries. But Gilbert determined not to be afraid, and such was the power of will in this young man, that he proceeded. He recollected to have heard a rope dancer say, that, to walk safely on narrow ways one ought never to look downward, but about 10 feet in advance, and never think of the abyss beneath, but as an eagle might, that is, with the conviction of being able to float over it at pleasure. Besides, Gilbert had already put these precepts in practice in several visits he had paid to Nicole, that Nicole who was now so bold that she made use of keys and doors instead of roofs and chimneys. In this manner he had often passed the sluices of the mill at Taverney, and the naked beams of the roof of an old barn. He arrived, therefore, at the goal without a shudder, and once arrived there, he glided beneath the skylight, and with a thrill of joy alighted on the staircase. But on reaching the landing place he stopped short. Voices were heard on the lower stories. They were those of Therese and certain neighbors of hers, who were speaking of Rousseau's genius, of the merit of his books, and of the harmony of his music. The neighbors had read La Nouvelle Heloise, and confessed frankly that they found the book obscure. In reply to this criticism, Madame Therese observed that they did not understand the philosophical part of this delightful book. To this the neighbors had nothing to reply, except to confess their incompetence to give an opinion on such a subject. This edifying conversation was held from one landing place to another. And the fire of discussion, ardent as it was less so than that of the stoves on which the savory suppers of these ladies were cooking. Gilbert was listening to the arguments, therefore, and snuffing the smell of the viands, when his name, pronounced in the midst of the tumult, caused him to start rather unpleasantly. "After my supper," said Therese, "I must go and see if that dear child does not want something in his attic." This dear child gave Gilbert less pleasure than the promise of the visit gave him alarm. Luckily, he remembered that Therese, when she supped alone, chatted a long time with her bottle, that the meat seemed savory, and that after supper meant 10 o'clock. It was now only 8:45. Besides, it was probable that, after supper, the course of ideas in Therese's brain would take a change, and that she would then think of anything else rather than of the dear child. But time was slipping past, to the great vexation of Gilbert, when all at once one of the joints of the allied dames to burn. The cry of the alarmed cook was heard, which put an end to all conversation, for every one hurried to the theatre of the catastrophe. Gilbert profited by this culinary panic among the ladies, to glide down the stairs like a shadow. Arrived at the first story, he found the leading of the window well adapted to hold his rope, and, attaching it by a slip knot, he mounted the window-sill and began rapidly to descend. He was still suspended between the window and the ground, when a rapid step sounded in the garden beneath him. He had sufficient time, before the step reached him, to return, and holding fast by the knots, he watched to see who this untimely visitor was. It was a man, and as he proceeded from the direction of the little door, Gilbert did not doubt for an instant but that it was the happy mortal whom Nicole was expecting. He fixed all his attention, therefore, upon this second intruder, who had thus arrested him in the midst of his perilous descent. By his walk, by a glance at his profile seen from beneath his three-cornered hat, and by the particular mode in which this hat was placed over the corner of his attentive ear, Gilbert fancied he recognized the famous Beausire. That exempt whose acquaintance Nicole had made in Taverney. Almost immediately he saw Nicole open the door of the pavilion, hasten into the garden, leaving the door open, and, light and active as a bird, direct her steps toward the greenhouse, that is to say, in the direction in which M. Beausire was already advancing. This was most certainly not the first rendezvous which had taken place, since neither one nor the other betrayed the least hesitation as to their place of meeting. "Now I can finish my descent," thought Gilbert. "For if Nicole has appointed this hour for meeting her lover, it must be because she is certain of being undisturbed. André must be alone then, oh, heavens! Alone." In fact, no noise was heard in the house, and only a faint light gleamed from the windows of the ground floor. Gilbert alighted upon the ground without any accident, and, unwilling to cross the garden, he glided gently along the wall until he came to a clump of trees, crossed it in a stooping posture, and arrived at the door which Nicole had left open, without having been discovered. There, sheltered by an immense aristolochia, which was trained over the door and hung down in large festoons, he observed that the outer apartment, which was a spacious antechamber, was, as he had guessed, perfectly empty. This antechamber communicated with the interior of the house by means of two doors, one opened, the other closed. Gilbert guessed that the open one was that belonging to Nicole's chamber. He softly entered this room, stretching out his hands before him for fear of accident, for the room was entirely without light. But at the end of a sort of corridor was seen a glass door whose framework was clearly discerned against the light of the adjoining apartment. On the inner side of this glass door was drawn a muslin curtain. As Gilbert advanced along the corridor, he heard a feeble voice speaking in the lighted apartment. It was André's, and every drop of Gilbert's blood rushed to his heart. Another voice replied to hers. It was Philip's. The young man was anxiously inquiring after his sister's health. Gilbert, now on his guard, proceeded a few steps further, and placed himself behind one of those truncated columns surmounted by a bust, which at that period, formed the usual ornament of double doors. Thus concealed, he strained his eyes and ears to the utmost stretch, so happy, that his heart melted with joy, so fearful, that the same heart shrunk together till it seemed to become only a minute point in his breast. He listened and gazed. XXXII, the brother and sister. Gilbert, as we have said, gazed and listened. He saw André stretched on a reclining chair, her face turned toward the glass door, that is to say, directly toward him. This door was slightly ajar. A small lamp with a deep shade was placed upon an adjoining table, which was covered with books, indicating the only species of recreation permitted to the invalid, and lighted only the lower part of de Taverney's face. Sometimes, however, when she leaned back, so as to rest against the pillow of the inclining chair, the light overspread her marble forehead, which was veiled in a lace cap. Philip was sitting at the foot of her chair with his back toward Gilbert. His arm was still in a sling, and all exercise of it was forbidden. It was the first time that André had been up, and the first time also that Philip had left his room. The young people, therefore, had not seen each other since that terrible night, but each knew that the other was recovering and hastening toward convalescence. They had only been together for a few moments, and were conversing without restraint, for they knew that even if anyone should interrupt them, they would be warned by the noise of the bell attached to the door which Nicole had left open. But of course they were not aware of the circumstances of the door having been left open, and they calculated upon the bell. Gilbert saw and heard all, therefore, for, through this open door, he could seize every word of their conversation. So now, Philip was saying, just as Gilbert took his place behind a curtain hung loosely before the door of a dressing-room, so now you breathe more easily, my poor sister. Yes, more easily, but still with a slight pain. And your strength? Returns but slowly, nevertheless, I have been able to walk to the window 2 or 3 times today. How sweet the fresh air is! How lovely the flowers! It seems to me that, surrounded with air and flowers, it is impossible to die. But still you are very weak, are you not, André? Oh, yes, for the shock was a terrible one. Therefore, continued the young girl, smiling and shaking her head, I repeat that I walk with difficulty, and am obliged to lean on the tables and the projecting points of the wainscoting. Without this support my limbs bend under me, and I feel as if I should every moment fall. Courage, André. The fresh air and the beautiful flowers you spoke of just now, will cure you, and in a week you will be able to pay a visit to the Dauphiness, who, I am informed, sends to inquire so kindly for you. Yes, I hope so, Philip. For the Dauphiness, in truth, seems most kind to me. And André, leaning back, put her hand upon her chest and closed her lovely eyes. Gilbert made a step forward with outstretched arms. You are in pain, my sister? Asked Philip, taking her hand. Yes, at times I have slight spasms, and sometimes the blood mounts to my head, and my temples throb, sometimes again I feel quite giddy, and my heart sinks within me. Oh, said Philip, dreamily, that is not surprising, you have met with a dreadful trial, and your escape was almost miraculous. Miraculous is, in truth, the proper term, brother. But, speaking of your miraculous escape, André, said Philip, approaching closer to his sister, to give more emphasis to the question, do you know I have never yet had an opportunity of speaking to you of this catastrophe? André blushed and seemed uneasy, but Philip did not remark this change of color, or, at least, did not appear to remark it. I thought, however, said the young girl, that the person who restored me to you gave all the explanations you could wish. My father, at least, told me he was quite satisfied. Of course, my dear André. And this man, so far as I could judge, behaved with extreme delicacy in the whole affair, but still some parts of his tale seemed to me, not suspicious, indeed, but obscure, that is the proper term. How so, and what do you mean, brother? Asked André, with the frankness of innocence. For instance, said Philip, there is one point which did not at first strike me, but which has since seemed to me to bear a very strange aspect. Which? Asked André. Why, the very manner in which you were saved. Can you describe it to me? The young girl seemed to make an effort over herself. Oh, Philip, said she, I have almost forgotten, I was so much terrified. No matter, my sweetest André. Tell me all you remember. Well, you know, brother, we were separated about 20 paces from the Garde Mobile. I saw you dragged away toward the Garden of the Tuileries, while I was drawn toward the Rue Royale. For an instant I could distinguish you making fruitless attempts to rejoin me. I stretched out my arms toward you, crying, Philip. Philip. When, all at once, I was, as it were, seized by a whirlwind, which raised me aloft and bore me in the direction of the railings. I felt the living tide carrying me toward the wall, where it must be dashed to atoms. I heard the cries of those who were crushed against the railings. I felt that my turn would come to be crushed and mangled. I could almost calculate the number of seconds I had yet to live, when, half dead and almost frantic, raising my hands and eyes to heaven in a last prayer, I met the burning glance of a man who seemed to govern the crowd. And whom the crowd seemed to obey. And this man was the Count Joseph Balsamo? Yes, the same whom I had already seen at Taverney, the same who, even there, inspired me with such a strange terror. He, in short, who seems to be endowed with some supernatural power, who has fascinated my sight with his eyes, my ears with his voice, who has made my whole being tremble by the mere touch of his finger on my shoulder. Proceed, André, said Philip, his features and voice becoming gloomier as she spoke. Well, this man seemed to tower aloft above the catastrophe, as if human suffering could not reach him. I read in his eyes that he wished to save me, that he had the power to do so. Then something extraordinary took place in me and around me. Bruised, powerless, half dead as I was, I felt myself raised toward this man as if some unknown, mysterious, invincible power drew me to him. I felt as if some strong arm, by a mighty effort, was lifting me out of the gulf of mangled flesh in which so many unhappy victims were suffocating, and was restoring me to air, to life. Oh, Philip! Continued André, with a sort of feverish vehemence, I feel certain it was that man's look which attracted me to him. I reached his hand, I was saved. Alas, murmured Gilbert, she had eyes only for him. And I, who was dying at her feet, she saw me not. He wiped his brow, bathed in perspiration. That is how the affair happened, then? Asked Philip. Yes, up to the moment when I felt myself out of danger. Then, whether all my force had been exhausted in the last effort I had made, or whether the terror I had experienced had outstripped the measure of my strength, I do not know, but I fainted. And at what time do you think you fainted? About 10 minutes after we were separated, brother. Yes, pursued Philip, that was about midnight. How, then, did it happen that you did not return till 3 o'clock? Forgive me this catechizing, which may seem ridiculous to you, dear André, but I have a good reason for it. Thanks, Philip, said André, pressing her brother's hand. 3 days ago I could not have replied to you as I have now done. But today, it may seem strange to you what I am about to say, but today my mental vision is stronger. It seems to me as if some will stronger than my own ordered me to remember, and I do remember. Then tell me, dear André, for I am all impatience to know, did this man carry you away in his arms? In his arms, said André, blushing, I do not well recollect. All I know is, that he extricated me out of the crowd. But the touch of his hand caused me the same feeling as at Taverney, and scarcely had he touched me when I fainted again, or, rather, I sunk to sleep. For fainting is generally preceded by a painful feeling, and on this occasion I only felt the pleasing sensation attendant on sleep. In truth, André, what you tell me seems so strange that if any other related these things I should not believe them. But proceed, continued he, in a voice which betrayed more emotion than he was willing to let appear. As for Gilbert, he devoured André's every word, for he knew that so far, at least, each word was true. When I regained my consciousness, continued the young girl, I was in a splendidly furnished saloon. A femme de chambre and a lady were standing beside me, but they did not seem at all uneasy, for when I awoke they were smiling benevolently. Do you know what time this was, André? The half hour after midnight was just striking. Oh! Said the young man, breathing freely, that is well. Proceed, André, with your narrative. I thanked the ladies for the attentions they lavished on me, but knowing how uneasy you would be, I begged them to send me home immediately. Then they told me that the Count had returned to the scene of the accident to assist the wounded, but that he would return with a carriage and convey me back himself to our hotel. In fact, about 2 o'clock I heard a carriage roll along the street. Then the same sensation which I had formerly felt on the approach of that man overpowered me. I fell back trembling and almost senseless upon a sofa. The door opened. In the midst of my confusion I could still recognize the man who had saved me. Then for a second time I lost all consciousness. They must then have carried me down, placed me in the carriage, and brought me here. That is all I can remember, brother. Philip calculated the time, and saw that his sister must have been brought direct from the Rue des Écuries du Louvre to the Rue Coq-Héron, as she had been from the place Louis XV. To the Rue des Écuries du Louvre. And, joyfully pressing her hand, he said, in a frank, cheerful voice. Thanks, my dear sister, thanks, all the calculations correspond exactly. I will call upon the Marchioness de Sévigné, and thank her in person. In the meantime, one word more, upon a subject of secondary importance. Speak. Do you remember seeing among the crowd any face with which you were acquainted? No, none. The little Gilberts, for example. In fact, said André, endeavoring to recall her thoughts, I do remember to have seen him. At the moment when we were separated he was about 10 paces from me. She saw me, murmured Gilbert. Because, while searching for you, André, I discovered the poor lad. Among the dead, asked André with that peculiar shade of interest which the great testify for their dependence. No, he was only wounded. He was saved, and I hope he will recover. Oh, I am glad to hear it, said André, and what injury had he received? His chest was greatly bruised. Yes, yes, against thine, André, murmured Gilbert. But, continued Philip, the strangest circumstance of all, and the one which induced me to speak of the lad, was, that I found in his hand, clinched and stiffened by pain, a fragment of your dress. That is strange, indeed. Did you not see him at the last moment? At the last moment, Philip, I saw so many fearful forms of terror, pain, selfishness, love, pity, avarice, and indifference, that I felt as if I had passed a year in the realms of torment. And as if these figures were those of the damned passing in review before me. I may, therefore, have seen the young man, but I do not remember him. And yet the piece of stuff torn from your dress. And it was your dress, André, for Nicole has examined it. Did you tell the girl for what purpose you questioned her? Asked André, for she remembered the singular explanation she had had at Taverney with her waiting maid on the subject of this same Gilbert. Oh, no. However, the fragment was in his hand. How can you explain that? Oh, very easily. Said André, with a calmness which presented a strange contrast to the fearful beating of Gilbert's heart. If he was near me when I felt myself raised aloft, as it were, by this man's look, he has probably clung to me to profit by the help I was receiving, in the same manner as a drowning man clings to the belt of the swimmer. Oh! Said Gilbert, with a feeling of angry contempt at this explanation of the young girl, oh, what an ignoble interpretation of my devotion. How these nobles judge us sons of the people. Monsieur Rousseau is right, we are worth more than they. Our hearts are purer and our arms stronger. As he once more settled himself to listen to the conversation of the brother and sister, which he had for a moment lost during this aside, he heard a noise behind him. Oh, heavens! Murmured he, someone in the anteroom? And hearing the step approach the corridor, Gilbert drew back into the dressing-room, letting the curtain fall before him. Well, is that madcap Nicole not here? Said the Baron de Taverney's voice, as he entered his daughter's apartment, touching Gilbert with the flaps of his coat as he passed. I dare say she is in the garden, said André, with a tranquillity which showed that she had no suspicion of the presence of a third person. Good evening, my dear father. Philip rose respectfully. The Baron motioned him to remain where he was, and taking an armchair, sat down near his children. Ah, my children, said the Baron, it is a long journey from the Rue Coq-Héron to Versailles, when, instead of going in a good court carriage, you have only a fiacre drawn by one horse. However, I saw the Dauphiness, nevertheless. Ah, said André, then you have just arrived from Versailles, my dear father? Yes, the princess did me the honor to send for me, having heard of the accident which had happened to my daughter. André is much better, father, said Philip. I am perfectly aware of it, and I told her Royal Highness so, who was kind enough to promise that as soon as your sister is completely restored she will summon her to Petit Trianon, which she has fixed upon for her residence, and which she is now having decorated according to her taste. I at court, said André, timidly. It is not the court, my child. The Dauphiness has quiet and unobtrusive habits, and the Dauphin hates show and noise. They will live in complete retirement at Trianon. However, from what I know of Her Highness the Dauphiness's disposition, her little family parties will turn out, in the end, much better than beds of justice and meetings of States General. The princess has a decided character, and the Dauphin, I am told, is learned. Oh, it will always be the court. Do not deceive yourself, sister, said Philip, mournfully. The court, said Gilbert to himself, with an emotion of concentrated rage and despair. The court. That is, a summit which I cannot reach, or a gulf into which I cannot dash myself. In that case, farewell, André. Lost to me forever. But, my father, replied André, we have neither the fortune which would warrant our choosing such a residence, nor the education necessary for those who move in its lofty circle. What shall I, a poor girl, do among those brilliant ladies, whose dazzling splendor I on one occasion witnessed, whose minds I thought so empty, but at the same time so sparkling? Alas! My brother, we are too obscure to mingle among so many dazzling lights. The Baron knit his brow. Still the same absurd ideas, said he. In truth, I cannot understand the pains which my family take to depreciate everything which they inherit from me, or which relates to me. Obscure. Really, mademoiselle, you are mad. Obscure. A Taverney Maison Rouge obscure. And who will shine, pray, if you do not? Fortune, pardieu. We know what the fortunes of the court are. The sun of royalty fills them, the same sun makes them blow, it is the great vivifier of court nature. I have ruined myself at court, and now I shall grow rich again at court, that's all. Has the king no more money to bestow upon his faithful servants? And do you really think I would blush at a regiment being offered to my eldest son, at a dowry being granted to you, André, at a nice little appanage conferred on myself, or at finding a handsome pension under my napkin some day at dinner? No, no. Fools alone have prejudices, I have none, besides, it is only my own property which is given back to me. Do not, therefore, entertain these foolish scruples. There remains only one of your objections, your education, of which you spoke just now. But, mademoiselle, remember that no young lady of the court has been educated as you have been. Nay, more, you have, besides the education usually given to the daughters of the noblesse, the solid acquirements more generally confined to the families of lawyers or financiers. You are a musician, and you draw landscapes, with sheep and cows, which Berghem need not disclaim. Now, the Dauphiness absolutely dotes on cows, on sheep, and on Berghem. You are beautiful, the king cannot fail to notice it. You can converse. That will charm the Count d'Artois and the Count de Provenc, you will not only be well received, therefore, but adored. Yes, yes, continued the Baron, rubbing his hands, and chuckling in so strange a manner, that Philip gazed at his father to see if the laugh was really produced by a human mouth. Adored. I have said the word. André cast down her eyes, and Philip, taking her hand, said. Our father is right, André, you are everything he described. None can be more worthy to enter Versailles than you. But I shall be separated from you, replied André. By no means, interrupted the Baron, Versailles is large, my dear. Yes, but Trianon is little, replied André, haughty and rather unmanageable when she was opposed. Trianon will always be large enough to provide a chamber for Monsieur de Taverney. A man such as I am always finds room, added he, with a modesty which meant, always knows how to make room for himself. André, not much comforted by this promised proximity of her father, turned to Philip. My sister, said the latter, you will certainly not belong to what is called the court. Instead of placing you in a convent and paying your dowry, the Dauphiness, who wishes to distinguish you, will keep you near herself in some employment. Etiquette is not so rigid now as in the time of Louis XIV. Offices are more easily fused together and separated. You can occupy the post of reader or companion to the Dauphiness, she will draw with you, she will always keep you near her. Probably you will never appear in public, but you will enjoy her immediate protection, and consequently, will inspire envy. That is what you fear, is it not? Yes, my brother. However, said the Baron, we shall not grieve for such a trifle as one or two envious persons. Get better quickly, therefore, André, and I shall have the pleasure of taking you to Trianon myself, it is the Dauphiness's commands. Very well, father, I shall go. Apropos, Philip, have you any money? Asked the Baron. If you want some, sir, replied the young man, I have not enough to offer you. If you wish to give me some, I shall answer you, on the contrary, that I have enough for myself. True, you are a philosopher, said the Baron, laughing sarcastically. Are you a philosopher, also, André, who has nothing to ask from me, or is there anything you wish for? I am afraid of embarrassing you, father. Oh, we are not at Taverney now. The king has sent me 500 louis d'ors. On account, his majesty said. Th of your wardrobe, André. Thank you, my dear father, said the young girl, joyously. There, said the Baron, see the extremes. Only a minute ago she wanted nothing, now she would ruin the Emperor of China. But no matter, ask, fine dresses will become you well, André. Then, giving her a very affectionate kiss, the Baron opened the door of an apartment which separated his own from his daughter's chamber, and left the room, saying, That cursed Nicole is not here to show me light. Shall I ring for her, father? No, I have La Brie, who is sleeping in some armchair or other. Good night, my children. Philip now rose in his turn. Good night, brother, said André. I am dreadfully tired. It is the first time I have spoken so much since my accident. Good night, dear Philip. And she gave her hand to the young man, who kissed it with brotherly affection, but at the same time with a sort of respect with which his sister always inspired him, and retired, touching, as he passed, the door behind which Gilbert was concealed. Shall I call Nicole? Asked he, as B left the room. No, said André, I can undress alone, adieu, Philip. XXXII. What Gilbert had foreseen. When André was alone, she rose from the chair, and a shudder passed through Gilbert's frame. The young girl stood upright, and with her hands, white as alabaster, she took the hairpins one by one from her headdress, while the light shawl in which she was wrapped slipped from her shoulders, and showed her snowy graceful neck. And her arms, which, raised carelessly above her head, displayed to advantage the muscles of her exquisite throat and bosom, palpitating under the cambric. Gilbert, on his knees, breathless, intoxicated, felt the blood rush furiously to his heart and forehead. Fiery waves circulated in his veins, a cloud of flame descended over his sight, and strange, feverish noises boiled in his ears. His state of mind bordered on madness. He was on the point of crossing the threshold of André's door, and crying. Yes, thou art beautiful, thou art indeed beautiful. But be not so proud of thy beauty, for thou owest it to me, I saved thy life. All at once, a knot in her waistband embarrassed the young girl, she became impatient, stamped with her foot, and sat down, weak and trembling, on her bed, as if this slight obstacle had overcome her strength. Then, bending toward the cord of the bell, she pulled it impatiently. This noise recalled Gilbert to his senses. Nicole had left the door open to hear, therefore she would come. Farewell, my dream, murmured he. Farewell, happiness. Henceforth only a baseless vision, henceforth only a remembrance, ever burning in my imagination, ever present to my heart. Gilbert endeavored to rush from the pavilion, but the Baron, on entering, had closed the doors of the corridor after him. Not calculating on this interruption, he was some moments before he could open them. Just as he entered Nicole's apartment, Nicole reached the pavilion. The young man heard the gravel of the garden walk grinding under her steps. He had only time to conceal himself in the shade, in order to let the young girl pass him, for, after crossing the antechamber, the door of which she locked, she flew along the corridor as light as a bird. Gilbert gained the antechamber and attempted to escape into the garden, but Nicole, while running on and crying, "I am coming, mademoiselle. I am coming. I am just closing the door," had closed it indeed, and not only closed it and double-locked it, but in her confusion had put the key into her pocket. Gilbert tried in vain to open the door. Then he had recourse to the windows, but they were barred, and after 5 minutes' investigation, he saw that it was impossible to escape. The young man crouched into a corner, fortifying himself with the firm resolve to make Nicole open the door for him. As for the latter, when she had given the plausible excuse for her absence, that she had gone to close the windows of the greenhouse lest the night air might injure her young lady's flowers, she finished undressing André, and assisted her to bed. There was a tremulousness in Nicole's voice, an unsteadiness in her hands, and an eagerness in all her attentions, which were very unusual, and indicated some extraordinary emotion. But from the calm and lofty sphere in which André's thoughts revolved, she rarely looked down upon the lower earth, and when she did so, the inferior beings whom she saw seemed like atoms in her eyes. She, therefore, perceived nothing. Meanwhile, Gilbert was boiling with impatience, since he found the retreat thus cut off. He now longed only for liberty. André dismissed Nicole after a short chat, in which the latter exhibited all the wheedling manner of a remorseful waiting-maid. Before retiring, she turned back her mistress's coverlet, lowered the lamp, sweetened the warm drink which was standing in a silver goblet upon an alabaster night-lamp, wished her mistress good night in her sweetest voice, and left the room on tiptoe. As she came out she closed the glass door. Then, humming gaily as if her mind was perfectly tranquil, she crossed the antechamber and advanced toward the door leading into the garden. Gilbert guessed Nicole's intention, and for a moment he asked himself if he should not, in place of making himself known, slip out suddenly, taking advantage of the opportunity to escape when the door should be opened. But in that case he would be seen without being recognized, and he would be taken for a robber. Nicole would cry for help, he would not have time to reach the cord, and even if he should reach it he would be seen in his aerial flight, his retreat discovered, and himself made the object of the Taverney's displeasure, which could not fail to be deep and lasting, considering the feeling toward him by the head of the family. True, he might expose Nicole, and procure her dismissal, but of what use would that be to him? He would, in that case, have done evil without reaping any corresponding advantage, in short, from pure revenge. And Gilbert was not so feeble-minded as to feel satisfied when he was revenged. Useless revenge was to him worse than a bad action, it was folly. As Nicole approached the door where Gilbert was in waiting, he suddenly emerged from the shadow in which he was concealed, and appeared to the young girl in the full rays of the moonlight, which was streaming through the window. Nicole was on the point of crying out, but she took Gilbert for another, and said, after the first emotion of terror was past, "You here? What imprudence!" "Yes, it is I," replied Gilbert, in a whisper, "but do not cry out for me more than you would do for another." This time Nicolo recognized her interlocutor. "Gilbert," she exclaimed, "oh, heaven! I requested you not to cry out," said the young man, coldly. "But what are you doing here, sir?" exclaimed Nicole, angrily. "Come," said Gilbert, as coolly as before, "a moment ago you called me imprudent, and now you are more imprudent than I." "I think I am only too kind you in asking what you are doing here," said Nicole, "for I know very well." "What am I doing, then?" "You came to see Mademoiselle André." Mademoiselle André, said Gilbert, as calmly as before. Yes, you are in love with her, but, fortunately, she does not love you. Indeed? But take care, Monsieur Gilbert, said Nicole, threateningly. Oh, I must take care. Yes. Of what? Take care that I do not inform on you. You, Nicole? Yes, take care I don't get you dismissed from the house. Try, said Gilbert, smiling. You defy me? Yes, absolutely defy you. What will happen then, if I tell Mademoiselle, Monsieur Philip, and the Baron that I met you here? It will happen as you have said, not that I shall be dismissed, I am, thank God, dismissed already, but that I shall be tracked and hunted like a wild beast. But she who will be dismissed will be Nicole. How Nicole? Certainly. Nicole, who has stones thrown to her over the walls. Take care, Monsieur Gilbert, said Nicole, in a threatening tone, a piece of Mademoiselle's dress was found in your hand upon the place Louis XV. You think so? Monsieur Philip told his father so. He suspects nothing as yet, but if he gets a hint or two, perhaps he will suspect in the end. And who will give him the hint? I shall. Take care, Nicole. One might suspect, also, that when you seem to be drying lace, you are picking up the stones that are thrown over the wall. It is false, cried Nicole. Then, retracting her denial, she continued, at all events, it is not a crime to receive a letter, not like stealing in here while Mademoiselle is undressing. Ah! What will you say to that? Monsieur Gilbert? I shall say, Mademoiselle Nicole, that it is also a crime for such a well-conducted young lady as you are to slip keys under the doors of gardens. Nicole trembled. I shall say, continued Gilbert, that if I, who am known to Monsieur de Taverney, to Monsieur Philip, to Mademoiselle André, have committed a crime in entering here, in my anxiety to know how the family I so long served were. And particularly Mademoiselle André, whom I endeavored so strenuously to save on the evening of the fireworks, that a piece of her dress remained in my hand, I shall say, that if I have committed this pardonable crime, you have committed the unpardonable one of introducing a stranger into your master's house, and are now going to meet him a second time, in the greenhouse, where you have already spent an hour in his company. Gilbert. Gilbert. Oh! How virtuous we are all of a sudden. Mademoiselle Nicole. You deem it very wicked that I should be found here, while. Gilbert. Yes, go and tell Mademoiselle that I love her. I shall say that it is you whom I love, and she will believe me, for you were foolish enough to tell her so at Taverney. Gilbert, my friend. And you will be dismissed, Nicole. And in place of going to Trianon, and entering the household of the Dauphiness with Mademoiselle, instead of coquetting with the fine lords and rich gentlemen, as you will not fail to do if you remain with the family, instead of all this, you will be sent to enjoy the society of your admirer, Monsieur Beausire, an exempt, a soldier. Oh, what a direful fall! What a noble ambition Mademoiselle Nicole's is, to be the favored fair one of a guardsman. And Gilbert began to hum, in a low voice, with a most malicious accent. In the Garde Française. I had a faithful lover. In mercy, Monsieur Gilbert, said Nicole, do not look at me in that ill-natured manner. Your eyes pierce me, even in the darkness. Do not laugh, either, your laugh terrifies me. Then open the door, said Gilbert, imperatively. Open the door for me, Nicole, and not another word of all this. Nicole opened the door with so violent a nervous trembling, that her shoulders and head shook like those of an old woman. Gilbert tranquilly stepped out first, and seeing that the young girl was leading him toward the door of the garden, he said, No, no, you have your means for admitting people here, I have my means for leaving it. Go to the greenhouse, to Monsieur Beausire, who must be waiting impatiently for you, and remain with him 10 minutes longer than you intended to do. I will grant you this recompense for your discretion. 10 minutes, and why 10 minutes? Asked Nicolo, trembling. Because I require 10 minutes to disappear. Go, Nicole, go. And like Lot's wife, whose story I told you at Taverney, when you gave me a rendezvous among the haystacks, do not turn round, else something worse will happen to you than to be changed into a statue of salt. Go, beautiful siren, go. I have nothing else to say to you. Nicole, subdued, alarmed, conquered, by the coolness and presence of mind shown by Gilbert, who held her future destiny in his hands, turned with drooping head toward the greenhouse, where Beausire was already uneasy at her prolonged absence. Gilbert, on his side, observing the same precautions as before to avoid discovery, once more reached the wall, seized his rope, and, assisted by the vine and trellis work, gained the first story in safety, and quickly ascended the stairs. As luck would have it, he met no one on his way up, the neighbors were already in bed, and Therese was still at supper. Gilbert was too much excited by his victory over Nicole to entertain the least fear of missing his footing in the leaden gutter. He felt as if he could have walked on the edge of a sharpened razor, had the razor been a league long. He regained his attic in safety therefore, closed the window, seized the note which no one had touched, and tore it in pieces. Then he stretched himself with a delicious feeling of languor upon his bed. Half an hour afterward Therese kept her word, and came to the door to inquire how he was. Gilbert thanked her, in a voice interrupted by terrific yawns, as if he were dying of sleep. He was eager to be alone, quite alone, in darkness and silence, to collect his thoughts, and analyze the varied emotions of this ever-memorable day. Soon, indeed, everything faded from his mind's eye, the Baron, Philip, Nicole, Beausire, disappeared from view, to give place to the vision of André at her toilet, her arms raised above her head, and detaching pins from her long and flowing hair. XXXII The Botanists. The events which we have just related happened on Friday evening, so that it was the second day after that the excursion which Rousseau looked forward to with so much pleasure was to take place. Gilbert, indifferent to everything since he had heard that André was soon to depart for Trianon, had spent the entire day leaning on his windowsill. During this day the window of André's room remained open, and once or twice the young girl had approached it as if to breathe the fresh air. She was pale and weak. But it seemed to Gilbert as if he would wish for nothing more than that André should always inhabit that pavilion, that he should always have his attic, and that, once or twice every day, André should come to the window as he had seen her that day. The long, looked-for Sunday at last arrived. Rousseau had already made his preparations the day before. His shoes were carefully blackened, and his grey coat, at once light and warm, was taken from the chest, to the great annoyance of Therese, who thought a blouse or a linen frock quite good enough for such a purpose. But Rousseau had completed his toilet without replying. Not only his own clothes, but Gilbert's also, had been passed in review with the greatest care, and the latter's had even been augmented by a pair of irreproachable stockings and new shoes, which Rousseau had presented him with as an agreeable surprise. The herbal was also put in the nicest trim. Rousseau had not forgotten his collection of mosses which was to play a part in the proceedings of the day. Impatient as a child, he hastened more than 20 times to the window to see if the carriage that was passing was not M. de Jussa's. At last he perceived a highly varnished chariot, a pair of splendid horses with rich harness, and an immense powdered footman standing at his door. He ran instantly to Therese, exclaiming, "Here it is! Here it is!" and crying to Gilbert, "Quick, quick, the carriage is waiting." "Well," said Therese, sharply, "if you are so fond of riding in a coach, why did you not work in order to have one of your own, like Monsieur de Voltaire?" "Be quiet," grumbled Rousseau. "Dame! You always say you have as much talent as he." "I do not say so, hark you," cried Rousseau, in a rage, I say nothing." And all his joy fled, as it invariably did at the mention of that hated name. Luckily, M. de Jussac entered. He was pomatuned, powdered, fresh as the spring. His dress consisted of a splendid coat of ribbed Indian satin, of a light grey color, a vest of pale lilac silk, white silk stockings of extraordinary fineness, and bright gold buckles. On entering Rousseau's apartment he filled the room with a delightful perfume, which Therese inhaled without concealing her admiration. "How handsome you are!" said Rousseau, looking askance at Therese, and comparing his modest dress and clumsy equipment with the elegant toilet of M. de Jussieu. "Oh, I am afraid of the heat," said the elegant botanist. "But the wood is damp. If we botanize in the marshes, your silken stockings." "Oh, we can choose the driest places." "And the aquatic mosses? Must we give them up for today?" "Do not be uneasy about that, my dear colleague. One would think you were going to a ball, or to pay your respects to ladies." "Why should we not honor Dame Nature with a pair of silk stockings?" replied M. de Jussieu, rather embarrassed. "Does she not deserve that we should dress ourselves for her?" Rousseau said no more from the moment that M. de Jussieu invoked nature. He agreed with him, that it was impossible to honor her too highly. As for Gilbert, notwithstanding his stoicism, he gazed at M. de Jussieu with envious eyes. Since he had observed so many young exquisites enhance their natural advantages with dress, he had seen the utility, in a frivolous point of view, of elegance, and whispered to himself that this silk, this lace, this linen, would add a charm to his youth. And that if André saw him dressed like M. Jussieu instead of as he was, she would then deign to look at him. The carriage rolled off at the utmost speed of 2 fine Danish horses, and an hour after their departure the botanists alighted at Bougival, and turned to the left by the Chestnut Walk. This walk, which at present is so surpassingly beautiful, was then at least quite as much so, for the portion of the rising ground which our explorers had to traverse, already planted by Louis XIV, had been the object of constant care since the king had taken a fancy to 3 Yarley. The chestnut trees with their ruddy bark, their gigantic branches, and their fantastic forms, sometimes presenting in their knotty circumvolutions the appearance of a huge boa twining itself round the trunk, sometimes that of a bull prostrate upon the butcher's block and vomiting a stream of black and clotted blood, the moss-covered apple trees and the colossal walnuts, whose foliage was already assuming the dark blue shade of summer, the solitude, the picturesque simplicity and grandeur of the landscape, which, with its old shadowy trees, stood out in bold relief against the clear blue sky. All this, clothed with that simple and touching charm which nature ever lends to her productions, plunged Rousseau in a state of ecstasy impossible to be described. Gilbert was calm, but moody. His whole being was absorbed in this one thought. André leaves the Garden Pavilion and goes to Trianon. Upon the summit of the little hill, which the 3 botanists were climbing on foot, was seen the square tower of Lucien's. The sight of this building from which he had fled, changed the current of Gilbert's thoughts, and recalled rather unpleasant recollections, unmingled, however, with fear. From his position in the rear of the party he saw 2 protectors before him. And, feeling himself in safety, he gazed at Lucien's as a shipwrecked sailor from the shore looks upon the sandbank upon which his vessel has struck. Rousseau, spade in hand, began to fix his looks on the ground. M. de Jussieu did the same, but with this difference, that the former was searching for plants, while the latter was only endeavoring to keep his stockings from the damp. "What a splendid Lepopodione!" exclaimed Rousseau. "Charming," replied M. de Jussieu, "but let us pass on, if you have no objection." "Ah! The Lysimachia fenella. It is ready for culling, look. Pluck it, then, if it gives you pleasure." "Oh! Just as you please. But are we not botanizing, then?" "Yes, yes. But I think we shall find better upon that height yonder." "As you please, let us go, then." "What hour is it?" asked M. de Jussieu. "In my hurry I forgot my watch." Rousseau pulled a very large silver watch from his pocket. "9 o'clock," said he. "Have you any objection that we should rest a little?" continued M. de Jussieu. "Oh! What a wretched walker you are," said Rousseau. "You see what it is to botanize in fine shoes and silk stockings. Perhaps I am hungry. Well, then, let us breakfast. The village is about a quarter of a league from this." "Oh, no, we need not go so far. How so? Have you our breakfast in your carriage? Look yonder, into that thicket, said M. De Jussou, pointing with his hand toward the part of the horizon he indicated. Rousseau stood upon tiptoe, and shaded his eyes with his hand. I can see nothing, said he. What? Do you not see that little rustic roof? No. Surmounted by a weathercock, and the walls thatched with red and white straw, a sort of rustic cottage, in short. Yes, I think I see it now, a little building seemingly erected. A kiosk, that is it. Well. Well, we shall find there the little luncheon I promised you. Very good, said Rousseau. Are you hungry, Gilbert? Gilbert, who had not paid any attention to this debate, and was employed in mechanically knocking off the heads of the wild flowers, replied. Whatever you please, sir. Come, then, if you please, said M. De Jussou, besides, nothing need prevent our gathering simples on the way. Oh, said Rousseau, your nephew is a more ardent naturalist than you. I spent a day with him botanizing in the woods of Montmorency along with a select party. He finds well, he gathers well, he explains well. Oh, he is young, he has his name to make yet. Has he not yours already made? Oh. Comrade, comrade, you botanize like an amateur. Come, do not be angry, my dear philosopher. Hold. Here is the beautiful Plantigo Menanthus. Did you find anything like that at your Montmorency? No, indeed, said Rousseau, quite delighted, I have often searched for it in vain. Upon the faith of a naturalist, it is magnificent. Oh, the beautiful pavilion, said Gilbert, who had passed from the rear guard of the party into the van. Gilbert is hungry, replied M. de Jussou. Oh, sir, I beg your pardon, I can wait patiently until you are ready. Let us continue our task a little longer, said Rousseau, inasmuch as botanizing after a meal is bad for digestion, and besides the eye is then heavy and the back stiff. But what is this pavilion called? The Mousetrap, answered M. De Jussou, remembering the name invented by M. de Sartins. What a singular name. Oh. The country, you know, is the place for indulging all sorts of caprices. To whom do those beautiful grounds belong? I do not exactly know. You must know the proprietor, however, since you are going to breakfast there, said Rousseau, pricking up his ears with a slight shade of suspicion. Not at all, or, rather, I know every one here, including the gamekeepers, who have often seen me in their enclosures, and who always touch their hats, and sometimes offer me a hare or a string of woodcocks as a present from their masters. The people on this and the neighboring estates let me do here just as if I were on my own grounds. I do not know exactly whether this summer-house belongs to the Madame de Mirepoix or Madame d'Egmont. Or, in short, I do not know to whom it belongs. But the most important point, my dear philosopher, I am sure you will agree with me, is, that we shall find their bread, fruit, and pastry. The good-natured tone in which M. de Jussou spoke dispelled the cloud of suspicion which had already begun to darken Rousseau's brow. The philosopher wiped his feet on the grass, rubbed the mold off his hands, and, preceded by M. de Jussou, entered the mossy walk which wound gracefully beneath the chestnut trees leading up to the hermitage. Gilbert, who had again taken up his position in the rear, closed the march, dreaming of André, and of the means of seeing her when she should be a Trianon. 74. The philosophers in the trap. On the summit of the hill, which the three botanists were ascending with some difficulty, stood one of those little rustic retreats, with gnarled and knotty pillars. Pointed gables and windows festooned with ivy and clematis, which are the genuine offspring of English architecture, or, to speak more correctly, of English gardening, which imitates nature, or rather invents a species of nature for itself, thus giving a certain air of originality to its creations. This summer-house, which was large enough to contain a table and 6 chairs, was floored with tiles and carpeted with handsome matting. The walls were covered with little mosaics of flint, the product of the river's beach, mingled with foreign shells of the most delicate tints, gathered from the shores of the Indian Ocean. The ceiling was in relief and was composed of fir cones and knotty excrescences of bark, arranged so as to imitate hideous profiles of fawns or savage animals, who seemed suspended over the heads of the visitors. The windows were each stained with some different shade, so that, according as the spectator looked out of the violet, the red, or the blue, glass, the woods of Vézenet seemed tinted by a stormy sky bathed in the burning rays of an August sun, or sleeping beneath the cold and frosty atmosphere of December. The visitor had only to consult his taste, that is to say, choose his window, and look out. This sight pleased Gilbert greatly, and he amused himself with looking through the different tinted windows at the rich valley which lies stretched beneath the feet of a spectator situated on the hill of Luciennes, and at the noble Seine winding in the midst. A sight nearly as interesting, however, at least in M. de Jussa's opinion, was the tempting breakfast spread in the centre of the summer-house, upon a table formed of gnarled and fantastic woodwork on which the bark had been allowed to remain. There was the exquisite cream for which Marly is celebrated, the luscious apricots and plums of Luciennes, the crisp sausages of Nanterre smoking upon a porcelain dish, without the least trace being seen of any one who could have brought them thither. Strawberries peeping from a graceful little basket lined with vine leaves, and beside the fresh and glistening pats of butter were rolls of homely peasant bread, with its rich brown crust, so dear to the pampered appetite of the inhabitants of towns. This sight drew an exclamation of admiration from Rousseau, who, philosopher as he was not the less an unaffected gourmand, for his appetite was as keen as his taste was simple. "What folly," said he to M. de Jussy. "Bread and fruits would have been sufficient, and even then, as true botanists and industrious explorers, we ought to have eaten the bread and munched the plums without ceasing our search among the grass or along the hedgerows. Do you remember, Gilbert, our luncheon at Plessis Piquet?" "Yes, sir, the bread and cherries which appeared to me so delicious." "Yes, that is how true lovers of nature should breakfast." "But, my dear master," interrupted M. de Jussy, "if you reproach me with extravagance, you are wrong, a more modest meal was never." "Oh," cried the philosopher, "you do your table injustice, my Lord Lucullus." "My table, by no means," said Jussy. "Who are our hosts, then?" resumed Rousseau, with a smile which evinced at once good humour and constraint. "Sprites." "Or fairies," said M. de Jussy, rising and glancing stealthily toward the door. "Fairies?" exclaimed Rousseau, gaily. "A thousand blessings on them for their hospitality. I am excessively hungry. Come, Gilbert, fall to." And he cut a very respectable slice from the brown loaf, passing the bread and the knife to his disciple. Then, while taking a huge bite, he chose out some plums from the dish. Gilbert hesitated. "Come, come," said Rousseau. "The fairies will be offended by your stiffness, and will imagine you are dissatisfied with their banquet. Or that it is unworthy of you, gentlemen," uttered a silvery voice from the door of the pavilion where two young and lovely women appeared arm in arm, smiling, and making signs to M. de Jussy to moderate his obeisance. Rousseau turned, holding the half-tasted bread in his right hand and the remains of a plum in his left, and beholding these two goddesses, at least such they seemed to him by their youth and beauty, he remained stupefied with astonishment, bowing mechanically, and retreating toward the wall of the summer-house. "Oh, Countess," said M. de Jussy, "you hear? What a delightful surprise!" "Good day, my dear botanist," said one of the ladies, with a grace and familiarity perfectly regal. "Allow me to present Monsieur Rousseau to you," said Jussy, taking the philosopher by the hand which held the brown bread. Gilbert also had seen and recognized the ladies. He opened his eyes to their utmost width, and, pale as death, looked out of the window of the summer-house, with the idea of throwing himself from it. "Good day, my little philosopher," said the other lady to the almost lifeless Gilbert, patting his cheek with her rosy fingers. Rousseau saw and heard, he was almost choking with rage. His disciple knew these goddesses, and was known to them. Gilbert was almost fainting. "Do you not know her ladyship, the Countess, Monsieur Rousseau?" asked Jussy. "No," replied he, thunderstruck, "it is the first time, I think." Madame Dubarry, continued M. de Jussou. Rousseau started up, as if he stood on a red-hot ploughshare. Madame Dubarry, he exclaimed. The same, sir, said the young lady, with surpassing grace, who is most happy to have received in her house and to have been favored with a nearer view of the most illustrious thinker of the age. Madame Dubarry, continued Rousseau, without remarking that his astonishment was becoming a grave offense against good breeding. She. And doubtless this pavilion is hers, and doubtless it is she who has provided this breakfast. You have guessed rightly, my dear philosopher, she and her sister, continued Jussou, ill at ease in the presence of this threatening storm. Her sister, who knows Gilbert? Intimately, replied Chon, with that saucy boldness which respected neither royal whims nor philosophers' fancies. Gilbert looked as if he wished the earth would open and swallow him, so fiercely did Rousseau's eye rest upon him. Intimately? Repeated Rousseau, Gilbert knew Madame intimately, and I was not told of it. But in that case I was betrayed, I was sported with. Chon and her sister looked at each other with a malicious smile. M. de Jussou, in his agitation, tore a Malines ruffle worth 40 Louis d'ors. Gilbert clasped his hands as if to entreat Chon to be silent, or M. Rousseau to speak more graciously to him. But, on the contrary, it was Rousseau who was silent and Chon who spoke. Yes, said she, Gilbert and I are old friends, he was a guest of mine. Were you not, little one? What? Are you already ungrateful for the sweetmeats of Luciennes and Versailles? This was the final blow. Rousseau's arms fell stiff and motionless. Oh, said he, looking askance at the young man, that was the way, was it, you little scoundrel? Monsieur Rousseau, murmured Gilbert. Why, one would think you were weeping for the little tap I gave your cheek, continued Chon. Well, I always feared you were ungrateful. Mademoiselle, entreated Gilbert. Little one, said Madame Dubarry, return to Luciennes, your bonbons and Zamora await you, and though you left it in rather a strange manner, you shall be well received. Thank you, madam, said Gilbert, drily, when I leave a place, it is because I do not like it. And why refuse the favor that is offered to you, interrupted Rousseau, bitterly. You have tasted of wealth, my dear Monsieur Gilbert, and you had better return to it. But, sir, when I swear to you. Go. Go. I do not like those who blow hot and cold with the same breath. But you will not listen, Tome, Monsieur Rousseau. Well. I ran away from Luciennes, where I was kept locked up. A trap. I know the malice of men. But, since I preferred you to them, since I accepted you as my host, my protector, my master. Hypocrisy. But, Monsieur Rousseau, if I wished for riches, I should accept the offer these ladies have made me. Monsieur Gilbert, I have been often deceived, but never twice by the same person, you are free, go where you please. But where? Good heavens! Cried Gilbert, plunged in an abyss of despair, for he sought his window, and the neighborhood of André, and his love, lost to him forever, for his pride was hurt at being suspected of treachery. And the idea that his self-denial, his long and arduous struggle against the indolence and the passions natural to his age, was misconstrued and despised, stung him to the quick. Where? Said Rousseau. Why, in the first place, to this lady, of course, where could you meet a lovelier or more worthy protector? Oh! My God! My God! Cried Gilbert, burying his head in his hands. Do not be afraid, said M. de Jussou, deeply wounded, as a man of the world, by Rousseau's strange sally against the ladies, you will be taken care of, and whatever you may lose in one way, you will be amply compensated for. You see, said Rousseau, bitterly, there is Monsieur de Jussou, a learned man, a lover of nature, one of your accomplices, added he, with a grin which was meant for a smile, who promises you assistance and fortune, and you may be sure that what Monsieur de Jussou promises he can perform. As he spoke, Rousseau, no longer master of himself, bowed to the ladies with a most majestic air, did the same to M. de Jussou, and then, without even looking at Gilbert, he calmly left the pavilion. "Oh! What an ugly animal a philosopher is!" said Chon, coolly, looking after the Genevese, who walked, or rather stumbled, down the path. "Ask what you wish," said M. de Jussou to Gilbert, who still kept his face buried in his hands. "Yes, ask, Monsieur Gilbert," added the Countess, smiling on the abandoned disciple. The latter raised his pale face, pushed back the hair which perspiration and tears had matted over his forehead, and said with a firm voice, "Since you are kind enough to offer me employment, I would wish to be assistant gardener at Trianon." Chon and the Countess looked at each other, and the former, with her tiny little foot, touched her sister's with a triumphant glance. The Countess made a sign with her head that she understood perfectly. "Is that practicable, Monsieur de Jussou?" asked the Countess. "I should wish it very much." "If you wish it, madam," replied he, "it is done." Gilbert bowed, and put his hand upon his heart, which now bounded with joy as a few moments before it had been overwhelmed with grief. LXXV The Apologue. In that little cabinet at Lucien's, where we have seen the Count Jean Dubarry imbibe so much chocolate, to the great annoyance of the Countess, the Marshal de Richelieu was lunching with Madame Dubarry, who, while amusing herself with pulling Zamor's ears, carelessly reclined at full length upon a couch of brocaded satin, while the old courtier uttered sighs of admiration at each new position the charming creature assumed. "Oh, Countess," said he, smirking like an old woman, "your hair is falling down, look, there is a ringlet drooping on your neck. Ah! Your slipper is falling off, Countess." "Bah! My dear Duke, never mind," said she, absently. And pulling a handful of hair from Zamor's head while she took a fresh position on the couch, more lovely and fascinating than that of Venus in her shell. Zamor, entirely insensible to these graceful attitudes, bellowed with anger. The Countess endeavored to quiet him by taking a handful of sugar plums from the table, and filling his pockets with them. But Zamor was sulky, turned his pockets inside out, and emptied his sugar plums upon the carpet. "Oh, the little scoundrel!" continued the Countess, stretching out her tiny foot till it came in contact with the fantastic hose of the little negro. "Oh, have mercy," cried the old Marshal, "upon my faith, you will kill him." "Why cannot I kill everything which angers me today?" said the Countess. "I feel merciless." "Oh," said the Duke, "then, perhaps, I displease you." "Oh, no. Quite the contrary, you are an old friend, and I perfectly adore you. But the fact is, I believe I am going mad. Can it be that those whom you have made mad have smitten you with their complaint? Take care, you provoke me dreadfully with your gallant speeches, of which you do not believe one word. Countess! Countess! I begin to think you are not mad but ungrateful." "No, I am neither mad nor ungrateful, I am." "Well. Confess. What are you?" "I am angry, Duke." "Indeed? Are you surprised at that?" "Not in the least, Countess. And, upon my honor, you have reason to be so." "Ah! That is what annoys me in you, Marshal. Then there is something in my conduct which annoys you, Countess. And what is this something, pray?" "I am rather old to begin to correct my faults, and yet there is no effort I would not make for you." "Well, it is that you do not even know what is the cause of my anger, Marshal." "Oh, is that all? Then you know what vexes me." "Of course. Zamor has broken the Chinese fountain." Oh, imperceptible smile played around the young Countess's mouth, but Zamor, who felt himself guilty, dropped his head numbly, as if the skies were pregnant with clouds of blows and kicks. "Oh, yes," said the Countess, with a sigh, "yes, Duke, you are right, that is it, and in truth you are a very deep politician." "I have always been told so," replied M. de Richelieu, with an air of profound modesty. "Oh, I can see that without being told, Duke. Have you not guessed the cause of my annoyance immediately, without looking to the right or left? It is superb. Superb, indeed, but still that is not all. Indeed? No, I can guess something else. And what can you guess? That you expected His Majesty yesterday evening. Where? Here. Well, what then? And that His Majesty did not come. Well, what then? The Countess reddened, and raised herself slightly upon her elbow. Oh, said she. And yet, said the Duke, I have just arrived from Paris. Well, what does that prove? Pardieu. That I could not of course know what passed at Versailles. And yet. My dear Duke, you are full of mystery today. When a person begins he should finish, or else not have commenced. You speak quite at your ease, Countess. Allow me, at least, to take breath. Where was I? You were at, and yet. Oh, yes. True, and yet I not only know that His Majesty did not come, but also why he did not come. Duke, I have always thought you a sorcerer, and only wanted proof to be certain of the fact. Well. That proof I will now give you. The Countess, who attached much more interest to this conversation than she wished to let appear, relinquished her hold on Zamor's head, in whose hair her long taper fingers had been carelessly playing. Give it, Duke, give it, said she. Before my Lord Governor, asked the Duke. Vanish, Zamor, said the Countess to the Negro boy, who, mad with delight, made only one bound from the boudoir to the antechamber. An excellent step, murmured Richelieu, then I must tell you all, Countess. What? Did that monkey Zamor embarrass you, Duke? To tell the truth, Countess, anyone can embarrass me. Yes, I can understand that. But is Zamor anyone? Zamor is neither blind, deaf, nor dumb, therefore, he is someone. I distinguish by the title of someone every person who is my equal in the hearing, seeing, and speaking faculties, every person who can see what I do, hear and repeat what I say, every person, in short, who might betray me. This theory explained, I proceed. Yes, yes, Duke, proceed, you will gratify me exceedingly. Gratify. I think not, Countess, but no matter, I must go on. Well, the king was at Trianon yesterday. The little or the great Trianon? The little. The Dauphiness was leaning on his arm. Ah! And the Dauphiness, who is charming, as you know. Alas! Coaxed him so much, with dear papa here, and dear papa there, that His Majesty, who has a heart of gold, could not resist her. So after the walk came supper, and after supper, amusing games, so that, in short. In short, said Madame Dubarry, pale with impatience, in short, the king did not come to Lucien's, that is what you would say. Exactly. Oh, it is perfectly easily explained, His Majesty found there all that he loves. Ah! By no means, and you are far from believing one word of what you say, all that pleases him, he found, no doubt. Take care, Duke, that is much worse, to sup, chat, and play is all that he wants. And with whom did he play? With Monsieur de Choiseul. The Countess made an angry gesture. Shall I not pursue the subject further, Countess? Asked Richelieu. On the contrary, sir, speak on. You are as courageous, madam, as you are witty. Let me therefore take the bull by the horns, as the Spaniards say. Madame de Choiseul would not forgive you for that proverb, Duke. Yet it is not applicable. I told you then, madam, that Monsieur de Choiseul, since I must name him, held the cards, and with so much good fortune. That he won. By no means. That he lost, and that His Majesty won 1,000 Louis d'Ors at piquet, a game on which His Majesty piques himself very much, seeing that he plays it very badly. Oh! That Choiseul! That Choiseul, murmured Madame Dubarry. But Madame de Gramont was of the party also, was she not? That is to say, Countess, she was paying her respects before her departure. The Duchess. Yes, she is very foolish, I think. Why so? Finding that no one persecutes her, she pouts, finding that no one exiles her, she exiles herself. Where to? To the provinces. She is going to plot. Parbleu, what else would you expect her to do? Well, as she is about to set out, she very naturally wished to take leave of the Dauphiness, who, naturally, is very fond of her. That is why she was at Trianon. The Great? Of course. The little Trianon is not yet furnished. Ah! Her Highness the Dauphiness, by surrounding herself with all these choiseaux, shows plainly which party she intends to embrace. No, Countess, do not let us exaggerate, tomorrow the Duchess will be gone. And the King was amused where I was absent, cried the Countess, with indignation not unmixed with terror. Yes, it is perfectly incredible, Countess, but still it is so. Well, what do you conclude from it? That you are well informed, Duke. Is that all? No. Finish, then. I gather from it that we shall all be lost if we do not rescue the king from the clutches of these choiseaux, either with his consent or without it. Alas! I say we, resumed the Countess, but, do not fear, Duke, I speak only of our own family. And your friends, Countess, permit me to claim that title. So then. Then you are one of my friends? I think I have said so, madam. That is not enough. I think I have proved it. That is better. And you will assist me? With all my power, Countess, but... But what? I cannot conceal from you that the task is difficult. Are these choiseaux positively not to be rooted out, then? They are firmly planted at least. Then, whatever our friend La Fontaine may say, neither wind nor storm can prevail against this oak. The minister is a lofty genius. Bah! You speak like an encyclopedist. Am I not a member of the Academy? Oh, you are so slightly so. True, you are right, my secretary is the member, not I. But, nevertheless, I maintain my opinion. But may I ask in what does this mighty genius shine? In this, madam, that he has made such a piece of work with the Parliament and the English, that the king cannot do without him. The Parliament. Why, he excites it against his Majesty. Of course, therein lies his cleverness. He provokes the English to war. Of course. Peace would ruin him. That is not genius, Duke. What is it then, Countess? It is high treason. When high treason is successful, Countess, it is genius, and a lofty description of genius, too. Then, by that mode of reasoning, I know someone who is as great a genius as Monsieur de Choiseul. Bah! Why, he has at least caused the Parliament to revolt. You puzzle me exceedingly, Countess. Do you not know him, Duke? He belongs to your own family. Can I have a man of genius in my family? Do you speak of my uncle, the Cardinal Duke, madam? No, I mean the Duc d'Aiguillon, your nephew. Ah, Monsieur d'Aiguillon. Yes, true, it was he who set that affair of La Calatais moving. 'Pon honor, he is a brave youth. Yes, true. That was a tough piece of work. Countess, there is a man whom a woman of spirit should gain over to her cause. Are you aware, Duke, said the Countess, that I do not know your nephew? Indeed, madam. You don't know him? No, I have never seen him. Poor fellow. In fact, I now remember that since you came to court he has always been at Brittany. Let him look to himself when he first sees you, he has not latterly been accustomed to the sun. What does he do among all those black gowns, a nobleman of spirit like him? He revolutionizes them, not being able to do better. You understand, Countess, every one takes pleasure where they can find it, and there is not much to be had in Brittany. Ah! He is an active man. Peste! What a servant the king might have in him, if he wished. Parliament would not be insolent to him. Oh, he is a true Richelieu. Permit me, therefore, Countess. What? To present him to you on his first appearance. Does he intend to visit Paris soon? Oh. Madam, who knows? Perhaps he will have to remain another lustre in Brittany, as that scoundrel, Voltaire, says. Perhaps he is on his way hither, perhaps 200 leagues off, or perhaps at the barrier. And while he spoke, the Marshal studied the lady's features to see what effect his words produced. But after having reflected for a moment, she said. Let us return to the point where we left off. Wherever you please, Countess. Where were we? At the moment when His Majesty was enjoying himself so much at Trianon in the company of Monsieur de Choiseul. And when we were speaking of getting rid of this Choiseul, Duke. That is to say, when you were speaking of getting rid of him, Countess. Oh, I am so anxious that he should go, said the favourite, that I think I shall die if he remains. Will you not assist me a little, my dear Duke? Oh. Said Richelieu, bridling, in politics, that is called an overture. Take it as you will, call it what you please, but answer categorically. Oh. What a long, ugly adverb, in such a pretty little mouth. Do you call that answering, Duke? No, not exactly, I call that preparing my answer. Is it prepared? Wait a little. You hesitate, Duke. Oh, no. Well, I am listening. What do you think of apologues, Countess? Why, that they are very antiquated. Bah! The sun is antiquated also, and yet we have not invented any better means of seeing. Well, let me hear your apologue, then, but let it be clear. As crystal, fair lady. Let us suppose, then, Countess, you know one always supposes something in an apologue. How tiresome you are, Duke. You do not believe one word of what you say, Countess, for you never listen to me more attentively. I was wrong, then. Go on. Suppose, then, that you were walking in your beautiful garden at Lucien's, and that you saw a magnificent plum, one of those Queen Claudes which you are so fond of because their vermilion and purple tints resemble your own. Go on, flatterer. Well, I was saying, suppose you saw one of these plums at the extremity of one of the loftiest branches of the tree, what would you do, Countess? I would shake the tree, to be sure. Yes, but in vain, for the tree is large and massive, and not to be rooted out, as you said just now, and you would soon perceive that without even succeeding in shaking it, you would tear your charming little hands against its rough bark. And then you would say, reclining your head to one side, in that adorable manner which belongs only to you and the flowers, oh! How I wish I had this plum upon the ground, and then you would get angry. That is all very natural, Duke. I shall certainly not be the person to contradict you. Go on, my dear Duke, your apologue is exceedingly interesting. All at once, when turning your little head from side to side, you perceive your friend, the Duc de Richelieu, who is walking behind you, thinking. Of what? What a question. Pardieu. Of you. And you say, to him, with your heavenly voice, oh. Duke, I. Well. You are a man, you are strong, you look Mahone, shake this devil of a plum tree for me, that I may pluck this provoking plum. Is not that it, Countess? Exactly, Duke. I repeated that to myself while you were saying it aloud. But what did you reply? Reply? Oh. I replied, how you run on, Countess. Certainly nothing could give me greater pleasure, but only look how firm the tree is, how knotty the branches. I have a sort of affection for my hands as well as you, though they are 50 years older than yours. Ah, said the Countess, suddenly, yes, I comprehend. Then finish the apologue. What did you say to me? I said, my little Marshal, do not look with indifferent eyes upon this plum, which you look at indifferently only because it is not for you. Wish for it along with me, my dear Marshal. Covet it along with me, and if you shake the tree properly, if the plum falls, then we will eat it together. Bravo, exclaimed the Duke, clapping his hands. Is that it? Faith, Countess, there is none like you for finishing an apologue. By mine honor, as my deceased father used to say, it is right well tricked out. You will shake the tree, Duke. With 2 hands and 3 hearts, Countess. And the plum was really a Queen Claude? I am not quite sure of that, Countess. What was it, then? Do you know, it seemed much more like a portfolio dangling from a tree. Then we will divide the portfolio. Oh, no. For me alone. Do not envy me the Morocco, Countess. There will fall so many beautiful things from the tree along with the portfolio when I shake it, that you will not know how to choose. Then, Marshal, it is a settled affair. I am to have Monsieur de Choiseul's place. If the king consents. Does not the king do all you wish? You see plainly he does not, since he will not send this Choiseul away. Oh. I trust the king will gladly recall his old companion. And you ask nothing for the Duc d'Aiguillon? No, faith. The rascal can ask for himself. Besides, you will be there. And now it is my turn to ask. That is but just. What will you give me? Whatever you wish. I want everything. That is reasonable. And shall I have it? What a question. But will you be satisfied, at least, and ask me for nothing further? Except the merest trifle. You know Monsieur de Taverney? He is a friend of 40 years' standing. He has a son. And a daughter. Well. That is all. How, all? Yes, the other demand I have to make shall be made in proper time and place. In the meantime, we understand each other, Duke. Yes, Countess. Our compact is signed. Yea, more, it is sworn. Then shake the tree for me. Oh, rest satisfied, I have the means. What are they? My nephew. What else? The Jesuits. Oh, ho. I have a very nice little plan cut and dry. May I know it? Alas. Countess. Well, you are right. You know, secrecy is half the battle. I complete your thought for you. You are charming. But I wish to shake the tree also. Oh, very well, shake away, Countess, it can do no harm. But when will you begin to undermine, Duke? Asked the Countess. Tomorrow. And when do you commence to shake? A loud noise of carriages was heard in the courtyard, and almost immediately cries of "Long live the King" rose on the air. "I," said the Countess, glancing at the window, "I shall commence directly." "Bravo! Retire by the little staircase, Duke, and wait in the courtyard. You shall have my answer in an hour." XXXVIII, the makeshift of His Majesty Louis XV. Louis XV. Was not so easy-tempered that one could talk politics with him every day. For in truth politics were his aversion, and when he was in a bad temper he always escaped from them with this argument, which admitted of no reply. "Bah! The machine will last out my time." When circumstances were favorable it was necessary to take advantage of them, but it rarely happened that the king did not retain the advantage which a moment of good humor had caused him to lose. Madame Du Barry knew her king so well that, like fishermen well skilled in the dangers of the sea, she never attempted to start in bad weather. Now, the present visit of His Majesty to Luciennes was one of the best opportunities possible. The king had done wrong the previous day, and knew beforehand that he should receive a scolding, he would therefore be an easy prey. But however confiding the game which the hunter lies in wait for in his lurking place, it has always a certain instinct which must be guarded against. But this instinct is set at naught if the sportsman knows how to manage it. The Countess managed the royal game she had in view, and which she wished to capture, in the following manner. We have said that she was in a most becoming morning dress, like those in which Boucher represents his shepherdesses. Only she had no rouge on, for Louis XV. had a perfect antipathy to rouge. The moment His Majesty was announced, the Countess seized her pot of rouge and began to rub her cheeks with it vigorously. The king saw what the Countess was doing from the anteroom. "Fie," said he, as he entered, "how she daubs herself." "Ah! Good day, sire," said the Countess, without interrupting her occupation even when the king kissed her on the neck. "You did not expect me, it seems, Countess?" asked the king. "Why do you think so, sire?" "Because you soil your face in that manner." "On the contrary, sire, I was certain that I should have the honor of receiving your Majesty in the course of the day." "How you say that, Countess?" "Indeed?" "Yes, you are as serious as Monsieur Rousseau when he is listening to his own music." "That is because I have serious things to say to your Majesty." "Oh. I see what is coming, Countess, reproaches." "I reproach you, sire." "And why, pray?" "Because I did not come yesterday." "Oh, sire, do me the justice not to imagine that I pretend to monopolize your Majesty." "My little Jean, you are getting angry." "Oh. No, sire, I am angry already." "But hear me, Countess. I assure you I never ceased thinking of you the whole time." "Pshaw! And the evening seemed interminable to me." "But once more, sire, I was not speaking of that at all. Your Majesty may spend your evenings where you please without consulting anyone." "Quite a family party, madam, only my own family." "Sire, I did not even inquire." "Why not?" "Dame! You know it would be very unbecoming for me to do so." "Well," said the king, "if that is not what you are displeased with me, for, what is it, then? We must be just in this world. I have no complaint to make against you, sire. But since you are angry—" "Yes, I am angry, sire." "That is true, but it is at being made a makeshift." "You a makeshift? Good heavens!" "Yes, I. The Countess Dubarry. The beautiful Jean, the charming Jeanette, the fascinating Jean-Tun, as your Majesty calls me, Lama makeshift." "But how?" "Because I have my king, my lover, only when Madame de Choiseul and Madame de Gramont do not want him." "Oh! Oh! Countess! Oh, I give you my honor, sire, I say what I think. But what can you expect from me? I am an uneducated woman. I am the mistress of Blaise, the beautiful Bourbonnaise, you know. Countess, the Choiseuls will be revenged." "What matter, if they revenge themselves with my vengeance? They will despise us." "You are right. Well, I have an excellent plan which I shall carry into execution at once." "And that is?" asked the anxious king. "Simply to go at once." The king shrugged his shoulders. "Ah! You do not believe me, sire?" "No, indeed. That is because you do not take the trouble to reason, you confound me with others." "How so?" "Madame de Châteauroux wanted to be a goddess. Madame de Pompadour aimed at being a queen. Others wished to be rich, powerful, or to humiliate the ladies of the court by the weight of their favors. I have none of these defects." "That is true. But yet I have many good qualities." "That is also true." "Mere words, of course." "Oh, Countess! No one knows your worth better than I do." "Well, but listen. What I am going to say will not alter your conviction." "Speak." "In the first place, I am rich and independent of every one. Do you wish to make me regret that, Countess? Then I have not the least ambition for all that flatters these ladies, the least desire for what they aim at. My only wish is to love sincerely him whom I have chosen, whether he be soldier or a king. When I love him no longer, I care for nothing else. Let me trust you care a little for me yet, Countess." "I have not finished, sire." "Proceed, madam." "I am pretty, I am young, and may reasonably hope for 10 years more of beauty, and the moment I cease to be your Majesty's favorite, I shall be the happiest and most honored woman in the world." "You smile, sire, I am sorry to tell you it is because you do not reflect. When you had had enough, and your people too much, of your other favorites, you sent them away, and your people blessed you and execrated the disgraced favorite more than ever, but I shall not wait until I am sent away. I shall leave the place, and make it known publicly that I have left it. I shall give 100,000 livres to the poor, I shall retire to a convent for a week, and in less than a month my portrait will be hung up in all the churches as that of a converted sinner. Oh! Countess, you do not speak seriously, said the king. Look at me, sire, and see if I am serious or not. I swear to you that I never was more serious in my life. Then you will commit this folly, Jean. But do you not see that by so doing you place yourself at the mercy of my whim, my lady the countess? No, sire, to do so would be to say, choose between this and that, whereas I say, adieu, sire, nothing more. The king turned pale, but this time with anger. If you forget yourself so far, madam, take care. Of what, sire? I shall send you to the Bastille, and you will find the Bastille rather more tiresome than a convent. Oh, sire, said the countess, clasping her hands. If you would but do me that favor it would delight me. Delight you? How so? Yes, indeed. My secret ambition has always been to be popular like Monsieur de la Calotise or Monsieur de Voltaire. I only want the Bastille for that. A little of the Bastille, and I shall be the happiest of women. I can then write memoirs of myself, of your ministers, of your daughters, of yourself and transmit the virtues of Louis the Well-Beloved to the remotest posterity. Give me the lettre de cachet, sire. Here, I will provide the pen and ink. And she pushed a pen and inkstand which were upon the work-table toward the king. The king, thus braved, reflected a moment, then, rising. Very well, madam, said he. Adieu. My horses, cried the countess. Adieu, sire. The king made a step toward the door. Chan, said the countess. Chan entered. My trunks, my traveling equipage, and post-horses, said she, quick. Lose no time. Post-horses, said Chan, startled. Good heavens! What is the matter? We must leave this as quickly as possible, my dear, else the king will send us to the Bastille. There is no time to be lost. Make haste, Chan, make haste. This reproach stung Louis to the heart. He approached the countess and took her hand. Forgive my warmth, countess, said he. In truth, sire, I am surprised you did not threaten me with the gibbet. Oh! Countess! Of course. Thieves are always hung. Thieves? Yes, do I not steal the Countess de Gramont's place? Countess! Dame! That is my crime, sire. Be just, countess, you irritated me. And how? The king took her hands. We were both wrong. Let us forgive each other. Are you serious in your wish for a reconciliation, sire? On my honor. Go, Chan. Without ordering anything, asked Chan. No, order what I told you. Countess. But let them wait for fresh orders. Ah. Chan left the room. Then you wish me to remain, said the countess. Above all things. Reflect on what you say, sire. The king reflected, but he could not retract, besides, she wanted to see how far the requirements of the victor would go. Go, said he. Immediately. Mark, sire. I go without saying anything. I observed it. But if I remain, I shall ask for something. Well, what is it? I merely ask for information. Ah, you know very well. No. Yes, for you make a grimace. Monsieur de Choiseul's dismissal, is it? Exactly. It is impossible, countess. My horses, then. But, ill-natured creature that you are. Sign my lettre de cachet for the Bastille, the letter which dismisses the minister. There is an alternative, said the king. Thanks for your clemency, sire, it seems I shall be permitted to go without being arrested. Countess, you are a woman. Fortunately I am. And you talk politics like an angry, rebellious woman. I have no grounds for dismissing Monsieur de Choiseul. I understand he is the idol of the Parliament, he encourages them in their revolt. But there must be some pretext. A pretext is the reason of the weak. Countess, Monsieur de Choiseul is an honest man, and honest men are rare. Honest. He sells you to the gentlemen of the black robe, who swallow up all the gold in the kingdom. No exaggeration, Countess. Half, then. Good heavens! Cried Louis XV. But I am talking folly. What are parliaments, Choiseuls, governments, to me? What is the king to me, when I am only his makeshift? Once more that word. Always. Give me 2 hours to consider, Countess. 10 minutes, sire. I will retire into my apartment, slip your answer under the door, there are pen, ink, and paper. If in 10 minutes you have not replied, and replied as I wish, adieu. Think no more of me, I shall be gone. If not, then you have once more your Jean. Louis XV. Kissed the hands of the Countess, who, like the Parthian, threw back her most fascinating smile on him as she left the room. The king made no opposition, and the Countess locked herself into the next apartment. 5 minutes afterward a folded paper grazed the silken mat and the rich carpet beneath the door. The Countess eagerly devoured the contents of the letter, hastily wrote some words with a pencil on a scrap of paper, and, opening the window, threw the paper to M. de Richelieu, who was walking in the little courtyard under an awning, in great trepidation lest he should be seen, and therefore keeping himself out of view as much as possible. The Marshal unfolded the paper, read it, and, in spite of his 65 years, hastily ran to the large courtyard, and jumped into his carriage. Coachman, said he, to Versailles, as quick as possible. The paper which was thrown to M. de Richelieu from the window merely contained these words, I have shaken the tree, the portfolio has fallen. XXXVIII, how King Louis XV. Transacted business. The next day there was a great commotion at Versailles. Whenever two courtiers met there was nothing but mysterious signs and significant shakes of the hand, or else folded arms, and looks upward, expressive of their grief and surprise. M. de Richelieu, with a number of his partisans, was in the king's antechamber at Trianon, about 10 o'clock. The Count Jean, all bedizened with lace and perfectly dazzling, conversed with the old marshal and conversed gaily, if his joyous face could be taken as testimony of the fact. About 11 o'clock the king passed quickly through the gallery and entered the council chamber without speaking to any one. At about 5 minutes past 11 M. de Choiseul alighted from his carriage and crossed the gallery with his portfolio under his arm. As he passed through the throng, there was a hurried movement among the courtiers, who all turned round as if talking among themselves, in order to avoid bowing to the minister. The duke paid no attention to this maneuver. He entered the closet where the king was turning over some papers while sipping some chocolate. Good morning, Duke, said the king, familiarly, are we charmingly this morning? Sire, Monsieur de Choiseul is quite well, but the minister is very ill, and comes to request that your majesty, since you have not yet spoken, will accept his resignation. I thank the king for permitting me to take the initiative in this matter. It is a last favor, for which I am deeply grateful. How, Duke? Resignation. What does all that mean? Sire, your majesty yesterday signed for Madame Dubarry an order which deposes me. This news is already spread all over Paris and Versailles. The evil is done, nevertheless, I was unwilling to leave your majesty's service without receiving a formal order with the permission. For, nominated officially, I can consider myself only dismissed by an official act. What, Duke, exclaimed the king, laughing, for the severe and lofty attitude of M. de Choiseul made him almost tremble. Did you, a man of genius and skilled in official forms, did you believe that? But, sire, said the surprised minister, you have signed. What? A letter in the possession of Madame du Barry. Ah! Duke, have you never felt the want of peace? You are most fortunate. Madame de Choiseul must indeed be a model. The Duke, offended by the comparison, frowned. Your Majesty, said he, has too much firmness of character, and above all, too much tact and discretion, to mix up affairs of state with what you deign to call household matters. Choiseul, I must tell you how that affair happened. It is very amusing. You are aware that you are very much feared in that quarter. Rather say hated, sire. Hated, if you will. Well, this madcap countess left me no alternative but to send her to the Bastille, or to thank you for your services. Well. Sire. Well, Duke, you must confess that it would have been a pity to lose the sight which Versailles presents this morning. I have been amused since yesterday with seeing the couriers depart in all directions, and watching the faces brighten up or lengthen. Since yesterday Cotillion Hi. is Queen of France. It is exceedingly amusing. But the end of all this, sire? The end, my dear Duke, said the king, seriously, the end will always remain the same. You know me, I always seem to yield, but I never yield in reality. Let the women swallow the honeyed morsel I throw them now and then, as to another Cerberus. But let us live quietly, uninterruptedly, always together. And since we are on the chapter of explanations, keep this one for yourself. Whatever report you may hear, whatever letter you may receive from me, do not absent yourself from Versailles. As long as I continue to say to you what I do now, Duke, we shall be good friends. The king extended his hand to his minister, who bowed over it, without gratitude and without anger. And now, my dear Duke, let us to business. At your Majesty's pleasure, replied the minister, opening his portfolio. Well, tell me something of these fireworks, to begin with. Ah, that was a great disaster, sire. Whose fault was it? Monsieur Bignon's, the provost of the merchants. Did the people cry out very much? Oh. Very much. Then perhaps we had better dismiss this Monsieur Bignon. One of the members of Parliament was nearly killed in the melee, and his colleagues therefore took the matter up warmly. But the Advocate General, Seguier, made a very eloquent speech to prove that this misfortune was the work of fate alone. His speech was applauded, and so the affair is over for the present. So much the better. Let us pass to the Parliament, Duke. Ah! We are reproached for that. I am blamed, sire, for not supporting Monsieur d'Aiguillon against Monsieur de la Calatais. But who blames me? The very people who carried your Majesty's letter about with all the demonstrations of joy. Remember, sire, that Monsieur d'Aiguillon overstepped the bounds of his authority in Brittany, that the Jesuits were really exiled, and that Monsieur de la Calatais was right. Your Majesty has publicly acknowledged the innocence of the Attorney General. The king cannot thus be made to stultify himself. To his minister that is nothing, but in presence of his people. In the meantime the Parliament feels itself strong. And it is strong. How can it be otherwise? The members are reprimanded, imprisoned, persecuted, and then declared innocent. I do not accuse Monsieur d'Aiguillon of having commenced this affair of La Calatais, but I can never forgive him for having been in the wrong in it. Oh! Come, Duke, the evil is done, think of the remedy. How can we bridle these insolent minions? Let the intrigues of the Chancellor cease, let Monsieur d'Aiguillon have no more support, and the anger of the Parliament will at once subside. But that would be to yield, Duke. Then your Majesty is represented by Monsieur d'Aiguillon, and not by me? This was a home thrust, and the king felt it. You know, said he, I do not like to affront my servants, even when they have been in the wrong. But no more of this unfortunate business, time will decide who is right. Let us speak of foreign affairs. I am told we shall have a war. Sire, if there be war, it will be a just and necessary war. With the English. Does your Majesty fear the English Oh. Upon the sea. Your Majesty may rest tranquil. My cousin, the Duc de Praslin, your Minister of Marine, will tell you that he has 64 men of war, not including those which are on the stocks. Besides, there are materials sufficient to construct 12 more in a year. Then there are 50 first-rate frigates, a respectable force with which to meet a naval war. For a continental war we have more than all that, we have the remembrance of Fontenoy. Very well, but why must I fight the English, my dear Duke? A much less skillful minister than you, the Abbé du Bois, always avoided war with England. I dare say, sire. The Abbé du Bois received £600,000 sterling per month from the English. Oh. Duke. I have the proof, sire. Well, be it so. But where are the grounds for war? England covets all the Indies. I have been obliged to give the most stringent and hostile orders to your officers there. The first collision will call forth demands for redress from England. My official advice is that we do not listen to them. Your Majesty's government must make itself respected by force, as it used to do by corruption. Oh, let us pocket the affront. Who will know what happens in India? It is so far from here. The Duke bit his lips. There is a casus belli nearer home, sire, said he. Another? What is that? The Spaniards claim the Malonine and Falkland Islands. The port of Egmont was arbitrarily occupied by the English, the Spaniards drove them from it by main force. The English are enraged, they threaten the Spaniards with instant war if they do not give them satisfaction. Well. But if the Spaniards are in the wrong, let them unravel the knot themselves. And the family compact, sire? Why did you insist on the signing of this compact, which allies so closely all the Bourbons of Europe against English encroachments? The king hung his head. Do not be uneasy, sire, said Choiseul. You have a formidable army, an imposing fleet, and sufficient money. I can raise enough without making the people cry out. If we have a war, it will be an additional glory to your Majesty's reign, and it will furnish the pretext and excuse for several aggrandizements which I have in the project. But in that case, Duke, we must have peace in the interior. Let there not be war everywhere. But the interior is quiet, sire, replied the Duke, affecting not to understand. No. No. You see plainly it is not. You love me, and serve me well. Others say they love me, and their conduct does not at all resemble yours. Let there be concord between all shades of opinion, let me live happily, my dear Duke. It is not my fault, sire, if your happiness is not complete. That is the way to speak. Well, come, then, and dine with me today. At Versailles, sire? No, at Lucien's. I regret exceedingly, sire, that I cannot, but my family is in great alarm on account of the reports which were spread yesterday. They think I am in disgrace with your Majesty, and I cannot let so many loving hearts suffer. And do those of whom I speak not suffer, Duke? Remember how happily we three used to live together in the time of the poor Marchioness. The Duke dropped his head, his eyes dimmed, and he uttered a half-suppressed sigh. Madame de Pompadour was extremely jealous of your Majesty's glory, and had lofty political ideas, sire. I confess that her character sympathized strongly with my own. I often emulated and strove along with her in the great enterprises she undertook. Yes, we understood each other. But she meddled with politics, Duke, and every one blamed her for it. True. The present one, on the contrary, is mild as a lamb. She has never yet asked me for a single lettre de cachet, even against the pamphleteers and sonnet writers. Well, they reproach her as if she followed in the other's footsteps. Oh, Duke! It is enough to disgust one with progress. Come, will you make your peace at Lucien's? Sire, deign to assure the Countess Dubarry that I esteem her as a charming woman, and well worthy of the king's love, but... Ah! But, Duke. But, continued M. de Choiseul, that my conviction is, that if your majesty is necessary for the welcome of France, a good minister is of more importance to your majesty in the present juncture than a charming mistress. Let us speak no more of it, Duke, and let us remain good friends. But calm Madame de Gramont, and let her not lay any more plots against the Countess, the women will embroil us. Madame de Gramont, sire, is too anxious to please your majesty. That is her failing. But she displeases me by annoying the Countess, Duke. Well, Madame de Gramont is going, sire, we shall see her no more. That will be an enemy less. I did not mean that, you go too far. But my head burns, Duke. We have worked this morning like Louis XIV. And Colbert, quite in the style of the grand siècle, as the philosophers say. Apropos, Duke, are you a philosopher? I am your majesty's humble servant, replied M. de Choiseul. You charm me. You are an invaluable man. Give me your arm, I am quite giddy. The Duke hastened to offer his arm to his majesty. He guessed that the folding doors would be thrown open, that the whole court was in the gallery, and that he should be seen in this triumphant position. After having suffered so much, he was not sorry to make his enemies suffer in their turn. The usher, in fact, now opened the doors, and announced the king in the gallery. Louis XV. Crossed the gallery, leaning heavily on M. de Choiseul's arm, talking and smiling, without remarking, or seeming to remark, how pale Jean Dubarry was and how red M. de Richelieu. But M. de Choiseul saw these shades of expression very well. With elastic step, lofty head, and sparkling eyes, he passed before the courtiers, who now approached as eagerly as they had before kept away. There, said the king, at the end of the gallery, wait for me, I will take you with me to Trianon. Remember what I have told you. I have treasured it up in my heart, replied the minister, well knowing what a sting this cutting sentence would inflict on his enemies. The king once more entered his apartments. M. de Richelieu broke the file, and hastened to press the minister's hand between his meagre fingers, exclaiming, "It is long since I knew that a Choiseul bears a charmed life." "Thank you," said the duke, who knew how the land lay. "But this absurd report," continued the marshal. "The report made his majesty laugh very heartily," said Choiseul. "I heard something of a letter." "A little mystification of the king's," replied the minister, glancing while he spoke at Jean, who lost countenance. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" repeated the marshal, turning to the viscount as soon as the Duc de Choiseul was out of sight. The king ascended the staircase, calling the duke, who eagerly followed him. "We have been played upon," said the marshal to Jean. "Where are they going?" "To the little Trianon, to amuse themselves at our expense." "Hell and furies!" exclaimed Jean. "Ah! Excuse me, marshal. It is now my turn," said the latter. "We shall see if my plans are more successful than those of the countess." XXXVIII The Little Trianon. When Louis XIV. had built Versailles, and had felt the inconvenience of grandeur, when he saw the immense saloons full of guards, the anterooms thronged with courtiers, the corridors and entresals crowded with footmen, pages, and officers, he said to himself that Versailles was indeed what Louis XIV. had planned, and what Mansard, Lebrun, and Le Notre had executed, the dwelling of a deity, but not of a man. Then the grand monarch, who deigned to be a man in his leisure moments, built Trianon, that he might breathe more freely and enjoy a little retirement. But the sword of Achilles, which had fatigued even Achilles himself, was an insupportable burden to his puny successor. Trianon, the miniature of Versailles, seemed yet too pompous to Louis XV. Who caused the little Trianon, a pavilion of 60 feet square, to be built by the architect, Gabriel. To the left of this building was erected an oblong square, without character and without ornament. This was the dwelling of the servants and officers of the household. It contained about 10 lodgings for masters, and had accommodations for 50 servants. This building still remains entire, and is composed of a ground floor, a first story, and attics. This ground floor is protected by a paved moat which separates it from the planting, and all the windows in it, as well as those of the first floor, are grated. On the side next Trianon, the windows are those of a long corridor, like that of a convent. 8 or 9 doors opening from the corridor, gave admittance to the different suites of apartments, each consisting of an anteroom and 2 closets, one to the left, the other to the right, and of 1, and sometimes 2, underground apartments, looking upon the inner court of the building. The upper story contains the kitchens, and the attics, the chambers of the domestics. Such is the little Trianon. Add to this a chapel about 6 or 7 perches from the chateau, which we shall not describe, because there is no necessity for our doing so, and because it is too small to deserve our notice. The topography of the establishment is therefore as follows: a chateau, looking with its large eyes upon the park and a wood in front. And, on the left, looking toward the officers, which present to its gaze only the barred windows of the corridor, and the thickly trellised ones of the kitchen above. The path leading from the Great Trianon, the pompous residence of Louis XIV, to the little, was through a kitchen garden which connected the 2 residences by means of a wooden bridge. It was through this kitchen and fruit garden, which La Quintinie had designed and planted, that Louis XV conducted M. de Choiseul to the little Trianon, after the laborious council we have just mentioned. He wished to show him the improvements he had made in the new abode of the Dauphin and the Dauphiness. M. de Choiseul admired everything, and commented upon everything with the sagacity of a courtier. He listened while the king told him that the little Trianon became every day more beautiful, more charming to live in. And the minister added that it would serve as his Majesty's private residence. The Dauphiness, said he, is rather wild yet, like all young Germans. She speaks French well, but she is afraid of a slight accent, which to French ears betrays the Austrian. At Trianon she will see only friends and will speak only when she wishes. The result will be that she will speak well. I have already had the honor to remark, said M. de Choiseul, that Her Royal Highness is accomplished and requires nothing to make her perfect. On the way the 2 travelers found the Dauphin standing motionless upon a lawn measuring the sun's altitude. M. de Choiseul bent low, but as the Dauphin did not speak to him, he did not speak either. The king said, loud enough to be heard by his grandson: Louis is a finished scholar, but he is wrong thus to run his head against the sciences. His wife will have reason to complain of such conduct. By no means, sire, replied a low, soft voice issuing from a thicket. And the king saw the Dauphiness running toward him. She had been talking to a man furnished with papers, compasses, and chalks. Sire, said the princess, Monsieur Michouet, my architect. Ah, exclaimed the king, then you too are bitten by that mania, madam? Sire, it runs in the family. You are going to build. I am going to improve this great park in which everyone gets wearied. Oh! Oh! My dear daughter, you speak too loud, the Dauphin might hear you. It is a matter agreed upon between us, my father, replied the princess. To be wearied? No, but to try to amuse ourselves. And so your highness is going to build? Asked M. de Choiseul. I intend making a garden of this park, my lord duke. Ah! Poor Elsie Notre, said the king. Le Notre was a great man, sire, for what was in vogue then, but for what I love. What do you love, madam? Nature. Ah, I like the philosophers. Or like the English. Good. Say that before Choiseul, and you will have a declaration of war immediately. He will let loose upon you the 64 ships and 40 frigates of his cousin, Monsieur de Praslin. Sire, said the Dauphiness, I am going to have a natural garden laid out here by Monsieur Robert, who is the cleverest man in the world in that particular branch of horticulture. And what do you call a natural garden? Asked the king. I thought that trees, and flowers, and even fruit, such as I gathered as I came along, were natural objects. Sire, you may walk 100 yards in your grounds, and you will see nothing but straight alleys, or thickets cut off at an angle of 45 degrees, as the Dauphin says, or pieces of water wedded to lawns, which in their turn are wedded to perspectives, parterres, or terraces. Well, that is ugly, is it? It is not natural. There is a little girl who loves nature, said the king, with a jovial rather than a joyous air. Well, come, what will you make of my Trianon? Rivers, cascades, bridges, grottos, rocks, woods, ravines, houses, mountains, fields. For dolls, said the king. Alas! Sire, for such kings as we shall be, replied the princess, without remarking the blush which overspread her grandfather's face, and without perceiving that she foretold a sad truth for herself. Then you will destroy, but what will you build? I shall preserve the present buildings. Ah! Your people may consider themselves fortunate that you do not intend to lodge them in these woods and rivers you speak of, like Hurons, Eskimo, and Greenlanders. They would live a natural life there, and Monsieur Rousseau would call them children of nature. Do that, my child, and the encyclopedists will adore you. Sire, my servants would be too cold in such lodgings. Where will you lodge them, then, if you destroy all? Not in the palace, there is scarcely room for you two there. Sire, I shall keep the officers as they are. And the Dauphiness pointed to the windows of the corridor which we have described. What do I see there, said the king, shading his eyes with his hand. A woman, sire, said M. de Choiseul. A young lady whom I have taken into my household, replied the Dauphiness. Mademoiselle de Taverney, said Choiseul, with his piercing glance. Ah, said the king, so you have the Taverneys here? Only Mademoiselle de Taverney, sire. A charming girl. What do you make of her? My reader. Very good, said the king, without taking his eye from the window through which Marie de Taverney, still pale from her illness, was looking very innocently, and without in the least suspecting that she was observed. How pale she is, said M. de Choiseul. She was nearly killed on the 31st of May, my lord duke. Indeed? Poor girl, said the king. That Monsieur Bignon deserves to be disgraced. She is quite convalescent again, said M. de Choiseul, hastily. Thanks to the goodness of Providence, my lord. Ah, said the king, she has lied. She has perhaps recognized your majesty, she is very timid. Has she been with you long? Since yesterday, sire. I sent for her when I installed myself here. What a melancholy abode for a young girl, said Louis. That Gabriel was a clumsy rogue. He did not remember that the trees, as they grew, would conceal and darken this whole building. But I assure you, sire, that the apartments are very tolerable. That is impossible, said Louis XV. Will your majesty deign to convince yourself, said the Dauphiness, anxious to do the honors of her palace. Very well. Will you come, Choiseul? Sire, it is 2 o'clock. I have a parliamentary meeting at 2:30. I have only time to return to Versailles. Well, Duke, go, and give those black gowns a shake for me. Dauphiness, show me these little apartments, if you please, I perfectly dote upon interiors. Come, Monsieur Michouet, said the Dauphiness to her architect. You will have an opportunity of profiting by the opinion of His Majesty, who understands everything so well. The king walked first, the Dauphiness followed. They mounted the little flight of steps which led to the chapel, avoiding the entrance of the courtyard which was at one side. The door of the chapel is to the left, the staircase, narrow and unpretending, which leads to the corridor, on the right. Who lives here? Asked Louis XV. No one yet, sire. There is a key in the door of the first suite of apartments. Ah, yes, true. Mademoiselle de Taverney enters it today. Here, said the king, pointing to the door. Yes, sire. And is she there at present? If so, let us not enter. Sire, she has just gone down, I saw her walking under the veranda of the court. Then show me her apartments as a specimen. As you please, replied the Dauphiness. And she introduced the king into the principal apartment, which was preceded by an anteroom and 2 closets. Some articles of furniture which were already arranged, several books, a pianoforte, and, above all, an enormous bouquet of the most beautiful flowers, which Monsieur de Taverney had placed in a Chinese vase, attracted the king's attention. "Ah!" said he, "what beautiful flowers! And yet you wish to change the garden. Who supplies your people with such splendid flowers? Do they keep some for you? It is in truth a beautiful bouquet. The gardener takes good care of Mademoiselle de Taverney. Who is your gardener here?" "I do not know, sire. Monsieur de Jussou undertook to procure him for me." The king gave a curious glance around the apartments, looked again at the exterior, peeped into the courtyard, and went away. His Majesty crossed the park, and returned to the Great Trianon, where his equipages were already in waiting, for a hunt which was to take place after dinner, in carriages, from 3 till 6 o'clock. The Dauphin was still measuring the sun's altitude.